Upon being reborn to his youthful days, Wang Congcong's first act was to deliver a resounding slap to his own face. His father, a real estate magnate, stands as the wealthiest individual in China. His mother, a scion of a prestigious family, possesses connections that reach the heavens. In his previous life, he squandered a golden opportunity, recklessly discarding his inheritance worth trillions, insisting instead that his father provide him with 500 million yuan to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. And what was the outcome? He lost everything. His youth squandered. In his impetuousness, he frequently caused his parents endless trouble, breaking their hearts in the process. Ultimately, he became disheartened, sinking into a life of indulgence, endlessly chasing after internet celebrities and perpetually changing girlfriends, unable to extricate himself. Subsequently, China's economy underwent a monumental transformation. The era of real estate came to an end, and his father grew frail, forced to sell off family assets to fill the financial void. He harbors hatred. Hatred for his past foolishness. Hatred for his own ineptitude. Though born into privilege, he plunged himself into the mire. In this new life, he yearns solely to stabilize his footing and inherit the vast family fortune. Pursuing internet celebrities? Such a narrow vision. Do you grasp the immense value of the top-tier second generation vying for the affections of entertainment industry goddesses? The deities others idolize? In my world, I can exchange for a new one every month, while others toil for their livelihoods. Apologies, but a single meal for me starts at 1,000,000. While others labor tirelessly in pursuit of ascendance, I was born at the pinnacle of the social pyramid, with a wealthiest father and a prestigious mother. In this lifetime, I shall be a little audacious, and what of it? Chapter 1. 500 million? If it's to be squandered, then so be it. In a parallel world, within an upscale villa district in the capital, 500 million? 500 million? That ceases to be an entrepreneurial endeavor. It becomes the mark of a successful individual. As the words fell, the sound of the door slamming shut echoed in Wang Congcong's ears. He stood there, gazing at the familiar yet strange scene before him. A tumult of emotions surged within him, fearing he was caught in a dream. He surveyed his surroundings, the minimalist decor, the sandalwood wardrobe, and the Italian hand-woven wool carpet. With such meager possessions, a casual sale would fetch at least several million. However, he paid no heed to the exorbitant value of the furnishings and hurried to the mirror in front of the wardrobe to scrutinize himself. No longer did he behold the image of his once plump and frail body. Instead, he saw a young man with a fit physique, his youthful innocence intact, unmistakably in the state he was in upon returning home after graduation. At that moment, Wang Congcong was certain of his rebirth. He had returned to the age of 21, to the time when he would beseech his father for 500 million in startup capital. Ha ha ha! He could no longer contain his emotions and erupted into laughter. Wang Congcong, without a doubt, was a child of privilege from the very beginning. His father, a real estate tycoon, the richest man in China. His mother, a daughter of a noble family, hailing from a red lineage with connections that spanned the globe. From the moment of his birth, he had become the object of envy and admiration for all. Alas, in his past life, he had squandered such a royal flush. Instead of claiming his inheritance worth trillions, he foolishly insisted on persuading his father for 500 million to venture out and carve his path. Was this not sheer folly? He wished to deliver a resounding reprimand to his younger self. And the result? Naturally, he found himself with nothing, squandering his youth, and in his impetuousness, he caused his parents endless strife, shattering their hearts. Eventually, due to his investment failures and his parents' disappointment, his ambitions waned, leading him to a life of debauchery, drowning in the allure of internet celebrities and shifting girlfriends monthly, unable to escape. In the subsequent years, China's economy faced unprecedented changes. Traditional industries like real estate faded away, while the internet sector surged. His father, as a result, grew increasingly frail, relying on the sale of family assets to address the gaping financial chasm. His mother, too, suffered greatly from the repercussions. Wang Congcong never anticipated that fate would grant him a second chance at life. In this incarnation, he resolved to abandon the notion of entrepreneurship. Would it not be far more enticing to inherit the family's trillions in assets? Why pursue frivolous internet celebrities when the allure of renowned female stars in the entertainment industry beckons? Why not embrace the privilege of being a top-tier second generation instead of toiling aimlessly? With this mindset, Wang Congcong turned away from the bedroom and strode towards the living room. He intended to lay bare his intentions to his parents. He would no longer pursue entrepreneurship. He would inherit the family business and willingly accept any arrangements they deemed fit, gradually stepping into the vast empire of Wanda Group, valued in the trillions. Meanwhile, in the villa's living room, his father was red-faced with rage, cursing vehemently. Prodigal son, how did I end up with such a wastrel? His anger intensified with each word, the two antique walnuts he fiddled with cracking ominously under his grip. What sort of madness is this? Who graduates from university and immediately seeks to start business. Who demands 500 million yuan right off the bat? He paced back and forth, clearly exasperated. In his father's eyes, Wang Congcong's so-called entrepreneurial plan was merely a scheme to squander the hard-earned money they had amassed. If he had requested a few million or even tens of millions as pocket money, it could have been overlooked. But this time, Wang Congcong sought a staggering 500 million in one go. Did he not realize how arduous it was to earn money nowadays? Our family runs a business, not a money-printing operation. The most critical issue was that he could not even present a concrete and feasible investment proposal. The Wanda Group is not devoid of a corresponding entrepreneurial fund. If Wang Congcong truly possesses the capability, why does he not present his project proposal to Wanda Group for a feasibility investment assessment? He has done nothing yet demands 500 million. Is this not sheer extravagance? Were it anyone else, he would have long since delivered a resounding slap. Yet, the one in need of money is Wang Congcong, his only son and the future heir of Wanda. When he requests funds, it is indeed a request that cannot be easily denied. At this moment, the atmosphere in the villa's living room was stifling. No one dared to utter a word, fearing the wrath of Wang's father might be directed at them. The housekeeper and maids were particularly cautious, scarcely daring to breathe. It was then that a middle-aged woman, seated leisurely on the sofa, picked up a cup from the coffee table and took a sip. She cast a slightly impatient glance at Wang's father and said, "Why are you shouting? At your age, do not let such trivial matters upset your health. Is it not merely 500 million? Our family is not devoid of funds, nor are we incapable of extravagance. If he desires 500 million, then simply provide it. Times have changed. Young people are like this. Just look at the families of our generation. Their offspring are all driving luxury cars, dating celebrities, and even amassing followers. Conversely, look at our Congcong. He has been studying abroad and has not emulated those wayward second-generation rich, squandering money and indulging in detrimental habits. In comparison, our Congcong is indeed a good child. If you are unwilling to provide this 500 million for his entrepreneurial venture, then I shall support him myself." Wang's father abruptly halted, turning to his wife, his neck flushed with anger. Ultimately, he merely opened his mouth in concession. A doting mother spoils her child. Go ahead and indulge him. If I give him this 500 million and he squanders it, he should just return home and work, correct? Chapter 2. You have truly brought me to ruin. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Wang Congcong's tall figure appeared at the archway of the living room. Wang's father was just preparing to admonish Wang Congcong, instructing him to utilize the 500 million wisely and not squander it recklessly. Unfortunately, before he could utter a word, Wang Congcong strode forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace while subtly proclaiming, "I love you, Dad. You need not work so hard anymore. I have returned." The warmth of his breath brushed against Wang's father's ear, and he could distinctly feel the sincerity and longing in Wang Congcong's words. He perceived a maturity in his son that had seemingly blossomed. The admonitions that had been poised on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. He even began to ponder whether sending his son abroad for education had been the right decision. The child had been so young, and all these years he had endured alone abroad. He must have suffered greatly. A myriad of emotions surged within him, and words of concern remained unvoiced. However, based solely on his son's recent utterance, he resolved to support his son's entrepreneurial endeavors. After all, it was merely 500 million. Just as his wife had said, their family was not without means. 500 million, even if squandered, was a small price to pay. At that moment of contemplation, Wang Congcong had already released him and turned towards the sofa, the scent of his custom perfume wafting toward him. Wang Congcong gazed at his mother, his throat tightening. In stark contrast to the weary visage he remembered, constantly burdened by familial concerns, his mother now radiated elegance and grace, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady. Upon witnessing this transformation, Wang Congcong could no longer suppress his emotions. He stepped forward, embracing her tightly while softly murmuring, "I love you, Mom. I have returned. I promise I will no longer cause you worry." Wang's mother paused, oblivious to the fact that this young man before her was a reincarnation from a future life. She felt that her son, having remained abroad without parental companionship, must have endured considerable hardship. Reflecting on this, she felt unworthy of the title of mother. Had she known, she would never have sent him away for education. She gently patted Wang Congcong's back, offering comfort. "Congcong, you have suffered alone abroad for all these years." Her voice quivered slightly as she continued. "You wish to start a business, don't you? You need 500 million for that? I have just discussed this with your father, and we have agreed. I will have him transfer the funds to your new company's account shortly. Will 500 million suffice? If not, you can always ask Mom for more." As these words left her lips, Wang Congcong immediately released his mother, his face a portrait of astonishment. He had prepared himself to take over the family business. Yet how was it that, in the span of mere moments, his parents were so readily supporting him in his independent endeavors? He wished to clarify, to express his willingness to adhere to the family's plans, gradually assuming control of the multi-billion-dollar enterprise. However, just as he was about to speak, his mother's warm hand clasped over his. She began to envision their future together. With this entrepreneurial funding, our Congcong will undoubtedly carve out a successful career with his own abilities. Your father and I have only you as our son. As long as you strive, all the family assets will belong solely to you. With these words, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the living room instantly transformed into one of harmony. Wang Congcong wished to interject, yet the ever-observant butler and maids recognized their moment to shine. Just as his mother's words lingered in the air, the housekeeper stepped forward, eager to contribute. What Madam says is absolutely right. Young master has received an education from elite G5 institutions abroad and has perfectly inherited the business acumen of both the master and madam. With his 500 million, young master may not even need to inherit the family business. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the teacher. As the words fell, Wang's father's gaze swept over his son once more, his tone unconsciously softening by a fraction. The 500 million you requested will be transferred to you shortly. Your mother and I have matters to attend to, so amuse yourself at home. Just as Wang Congcong was about to speak, he noticed his father already turning to his mother, urging her with words, "Let us be off. There's a multitude of affairs awaiting us outside." Wang's mother cast a reluctant glance at her son, longing to spend more time with him. However, they truly had no surplus time. With a fortune in the billions, countless individuals awaited Wang's father's command for sustenance each day. As for Wang's mother, she was even wealthier than her husband, possessing greater connections and a plethora of concerns to manage. Sighing, she reached for her handbag and coat on the sofa, promptly following in her husband's footsteps as they departed the villa, leaving behind Wang Congcong, who was at a loss for words and bewildered. He gazed at his parents, who had receded into the distance, and then turned to observe the butler and others who had surrounded him, incessantly flattering him. With a pained expression, he cast a discontented glance at these subordinates, exclaiming in exasperation, "You have truly brought me to ruin." Chapter 3. How on earth should I spend this 500 million? Soon after, Wang Congcong dismissed all the servants. Just at that moment, the sound of a notification chimed. He picked up his phone and saw the screen flashing. "Hello, Putsong Capital. On date, at time. A transfer of 500,000 RMB has been initiated to your industrial and commercial bank account ending in XXXX. Please verify if the funds have been credited." This message does not serve as a proof of credit. Upon reading the message, he sank onto the sofa, utterly speechless. He had originally planned to inherit the family business. But alas, fate is unpredictable. 500 million. An entire 500 million. How should he spend this? He aimlessly stared at the ceiling of the living room, his thoughts drifting far away. With such a substantial entrepreneurial fund now in his possession, embarking on a business venture was no longer optional. However, Wang Congcong did not relinquish his intention to inherit the family enterprise. Having gained the foresight from his previous life, he realized that forging his own path in entrepreneurship was indeed feasible. He could utilize this 500 million to establish a successful venture, thereby gaining his parents' recognition of his business acumen and capability. In doing so, he might even expedite his inheritance of the family fortune, allowing his parents to confidently entrust the multi-billion-dollar family business into his hands. Nevertheless, with entrepreneurship on the horizon, he was determined not to invest recklessly as he had in his past life. He intended to focus on industries closely related to the family enterprise. What does their family specialize in? Commercial real estate, essentially a comprehensive business plaza encompassing retail, wholesale, dining, entertainment, fitness, leisure, office spaces, hotels, and cinema operations. Thus, the primary developmental directions of Wanda Commercial can be summarized into two key points. The first is to cultivate the corporate IP effect, transforming Wanda into a hallmark of the industry, ensuring that everyone knows that wherever Wanda establishes a presence, that location is poised to become a pivotal commercial zone in the city. Consequently, whenever Wanda opens in a new area, businesses will eagerly line up to set up shop in Wanda Plaza. At that point, simply holding the banner of Wanda Plaza as a landlord will yield inexhaustible wealth. This strategy is primarily aimed at reaping the benefits from numerous businesses, a task that his father is already adept at managing, thus requiring no intervention from him. This leaves Wang Congcong to explore the second major developmental direction of Wanda. What is it? The challenge of attracting a substantial flow of customers to Wanda Plaza for consumption. His father had also considered this aspect, which led to the creation of ventures such as Wanda Cinemas, indoor amusement parks, video game halls, food streets, and themed event venues. The series of strategic developments in collaboration with Disney in later years were also aimed at drawing crowds to Wanda Plaza for shopping. As long as people frequented Wanda Plaza, The enterprise would be guaranteed to profit, as consumers would find everything they desire within its confines. In Wang Congcong's view, other industries held little promise. These were merely traditional offline sectors, where his father possessed far greater expertise than he. If he were to rashly enter these sectors, it would only complicate matters without yielding any beneficial results. The sole exception was Wanda Cinemas, one of the terminal industries in the entertainment sector, which sparked an idea in Wang Congcong. The entertainment industry itself may not boast a vast market, yet its immense brand influence and market appeal are unparalleled by other sectors. Crucially, despite his rebirth, his preferences remained unchanged. In his past life, he had a penchant for internet celebrities. In this new life, Reborn, he naturally aspired to elevate his standards, merging his passions with his career. While internet celebrities were appealing, the female stars in the entertainment industry also required someone to cherish and support them. This way, he could not only assist his family in creating a commercial ecosystem, but also indulge himself. What could be more delightful? With clarity of thought, Wang Congcong resolved to enter the entertainment industry. Just then, his phone rang again, and he noticed the name Lin Gongxin flashing on screen. This was a distant relative from his mother's side, who could technically be considered his cousin. He forced a smile and answered the call. "Hello, is this Songa?" Lin Gongxin's voice crackled with excitement over the line. "I heard you just returned to the country not long ago. There's an event tonight, quite a grand affair. Do you have time to come and join the fun?" Oh, Wang Congcong was on the verge of entering the entertainment industry. If memory served him right, Lin Gongxin had only recently begun to dabble in this field. Instantly intrigued, he sat up straight. "What kind of event? If it's too small, then don't even bother mentioning it. I don't have time to come and lend a helping hand." "A grand affair? Absolutely a grand affair." Lin Gongxin's voice suddenly shot up, as if fearing Wang Congcong would ignore him. He hurriedly explained, "It's the Basha Star Charity Night, you know? It's a gathering of stars, countless business elites, and second-generation heirs galore. I heard even the 4 young masters of Beijing are coming." At this point, Lin Gongxin scoffed in disdain, adding, "Of course. Those so-called 4 young masters of Beijing aren't even worthy to carry your shoes. Songa, when you were abroad, they flaunted their status, but now that you're back, it's time for the circles to see what the true elite of Beijing is like. As they say, when the tiger's away, the monkeys claim the throne. If you keep being low-key, the second-generation heirs from other cities will think all of Beijing's elite are on par with those 4 young masters." Chapter 4. "So, it turns out to be a petty fellow? All right then, just send me the event address directly to my phone." He interrupted Lin Gongxin's incessant flattery and promptly hung up. Subsequently, he stood up, stepped outside, and drove his father's Maybach towards the Basha Star Charity Night. On the way, he contemplated Lin Gongxin's earlier mention of the 4 young masters of Beijing: Wang Xiaofei, Wang Yu, Wang Shuo, and Wang Ku, 4 individuals of modest wealth, known for their ostentation and constant entanglements with the entertainment industry, which earned them this moniker. Now that Wang Congcong had decided to enter the entertainment realm, he could easily use these 4 individuals as stepping stones. He could tread upon the heads of the 4 young masters of Beijing, thereby firmly establishing his own reputation as young Master Wang. This would ensure his recognition both within and beyond the industry. This was not a frivolous expenditure. As a top-tier second-generation heir, freshly returned to a foreign land, he could not afford to lower himself by seeking out directors or producers in the entertainment industry to inquire if they were in need of investments. How utterly uncouth. Today, Wang Congcong aimed to convey to everyone within and outside the industry through this charity night: "I, Wang Congcong, am affluent. If you have promising projects, feel free to approach your daddy for investments." In a somewhat reckless manner, he lavishly squandered money to cultivate an image as the nation's beloved husband, thereby transforming himself into an independent personal brand. This can be regarded as the most astute decision made by Wang Congcong in his previous life. In that past existence, he invested in numerous industries, yet each venture ended in failure. Ironically, it was his extravagant expenditures that emerged as an unexpectedly shrewd investment. In later generations, it was calculated that Wang Congcong's frivolous spending saved Wang to group billions in advertising costs every time he carelessly spent money or changed girlfriends. It served as free advertising for Wanda, instantly trending on social media. Upon his return to the country, Wanda had ceased all external advertising. For Wang Congzi had become the living advertisement for the company. Soon, Wang Congcong drove swiftly to the venue of the Basha Star Charity Gala. By this time, the vicinity was already teeming with luxury cars. From a distance, one could see a long red carpet leading to the entrance of the venue, flanked by numerous media personnel wielding cameras, their flashes illuminating the scene akin to a welding torch. He quickly parked the vehicle and was about to call Lin Gongxin to meet him when a voice emerged from nowhere. "Songa, you arrived just in time. The charity night is about to begin. Wang Congcong retracted his phone and turned to assess the speaker. Although he could no longer recall Lin Gengxin's appearance, it sufficed that the latter recognized him. He nodded, acknowledging Lin Gengxin's subordinate status, and declared, "Well then, let us proceed. I am eager to witness the grandeur of tonight's event." With that, he made his way toward the entrance of the venue. Unfortunately, just as he took a step forward, Lin Gengxin grabbed his arm. "Songgu, that area is reserved for celebrities and renowned figures. If we walk the main entrance red carpet, we risk inciting ridicule. Perhaps we should opt for the side entrance instead." "Walk through the side entrance?" Wang Congcong paused, nearly bursting into laughter, and questioned, "Is there a rule that only major stars or social elites can enter through the main door?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Lin Gengxin hastily shook his head. "Not exactly, but these are unspoken rules in the industry. Songgu, you may not be familiar with the customs here since your return." He attempted to elaborate, but Wang Congcong disregarded his explanation, turning instead to stride toward the main entrance. Lin Gengxin observed Wang Congcong's retreating figure with a sense of helplessness before quickly following in his footsteps. After all, the so-called unspoken rules paled in comparison to Wang Congcong's illustrious lineage. His primary concern was to serve as Wang Congcong's loyal aide, and any notions of propriety could be set aside. As anticipated, the moment Wang Congcong and Lin Gengxin stepped onto the red carpet, all media outlets paused. Their cameras momentarily stilled, while whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "Who are these two?" someone asked. "I don't know, but judging by their attire, they must be some minor affluent figures," another remarked. "Ah, just another insignificant nobody. When did Basher's charity gala start allowing such unremarkable individuals?" The crowd buzzed with chatter. Just as the taunts on the red carpet began to rise, the distant roar of a sports car engine pierced the air. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, the 4 young masters of the capital are here." At this announcement, the media swiftly turned, catching sight of a matte black Lamborghini screeching to a halt at the end of the red carpet. The impeccably dressed Wang Xiaofei emerged, embracing Zhang Yuqi as they exited the vehicle. The media, recognizing the moment, eagerly snapped photographs. As Wang Xiaofei completed his walk down the red carpet, another familiar engine roared to life in the distance, equally commanding attention. The media raised their cameras once more, capturing a striking red Lamborghini as it came to a halt at the end of the red carpet. Wang Shuo, also impeccably attired, stepped out, accompanied by his partner Zhou Sun. It was evident that in terms of prestige, the so-called 4 young masters of the capital were unparalleled. Subsequently, Wang Ku appeared with Lu Tao in tow. On the other side, Wang Congcong and Lin Gengxin had already entered the venue. Inside, the hall was filled with numerous stars, socialites, and business magnates. Those of higher status occupied the front rows at individual tables, including figures like Xiao Wang from Hawaii, Wang from Guangxin, as well as renowned directors and producers. Those of slightly lesser status, such as first and second-tier stars and seasoned artists, were seated in the first 2 rows. Further back were the up-and-coming stars, such as Liu Yifei and Yang Mi. It was apparent that from the moment one entered the venue to navigating its interior, every detail underscored the rigid hierarchy of the entertainment industry. Noticing this, Wang Congcong glanced at Lin Gengxin and inquired, "Where are we seated?" with a hint of awkwardness. Lin Gengxin led Wang Congcong through the front rows filled with champagne glasses and the bustling aisle, eventually stopping at a few seats in the back rows. The back row had no specific regulations. One could simply sit if a seat was available. Wang Congcong cast a bemused look at Lin Gengxin. "You can take the back row. I have a fear of darkness and am not accustomed to it." Lin Gengxin understood that, given Wang Congcong's status, sitting in the back row would indeed be an affront to his identity as the son of a tycoon. However, since Wang Congcong had been studying abroad, the organizers were not familiar with him. He thought it best to avoid complications and quickly explained, "Songgu, you truly cannot sit in the front row haphazardly. It could offend someone. Each seat in the front has been meticulously arranged by the organizers, and there are no extra seats available." Upon hearing this, Wang Congcong scanned the venue and confirmed that it was indeed full. However, he noticed that in the 3rd and 4th rows, a space had opened up, apart from a woman in a black evening gown seated in one spot. The surrounding seats were conspicuously vacant. Even artists passing by seemed to deliberately steer clear of that area. Intrigued, Wang Congcong questioned, "Isn't that area unoccupied?" Lin Gengxin paused, following Wang Congcong's gaze and soon comprehending. "Oh, that area is likely reserved for Yang Mi. I heard she was recently blacklisted by a prominent director in the capital, which is why many artists in the industry are avoiding her. To prevent any misunderstanding from that director, all the surrounding seats have been left empty." "Blacklisted?" Upon hearing this, Wang Congcong's memories of Yang Mi began to crystallize. He vaguely recalled that after Yang Mi starred in Gong Sua Xinu, she achieved widespread fame. Subsequently, her work in the industry increased significantly. However, by a twist of fate, while filming a movie directed by a certain well-known director, she had an altercation over a scene, incurring the wrath of the director's wife. The director's wife publicly stated that their production did not require an actress who caused such disruptions. She believed that such an actor was not a dedicated professional. Yang Mi promptly apologized, but the director's wife brusquely expelled her from the production, declaring, from this moment forth, "You need not return, and your role is no longer required." To be fair, Yang Mi was not officially blacklisted. She merely incurred the ire of a prominent director's spouse. Nevertheless, others within the industry adopted a better safe than sorry attitude. After all, there are countless actresses in the industry. The characters Yang Mi could portray were not exclusive to her. Consequently, certain capital interests within Beijing's entertainment circle conspicuously chose to refrain from collaborating with her. Historically, Yang Mi was expected to soon migrate to the Hong Kong circle, only to find herself entangled in a gamble with capital after several years. Later, she would discover that her agent had also been deceiving her, leading her to toil for a lifetime, yet remain an employee of others. Currently, Yang Mi found herself in a precarious position, targeted by her peers in the Beijing circle, with everyone steering clear of her. Others feared the complications of antagonizing a so-called great director. However, Wang Congcong had no such fears. He was preoccupied with contemplating the launch of his entertainment company. Wasn't it fortuitous? A top-tier actress was practically delivered to his doorstep. How could he refuse such an opportunity? With this thought, Wang Congcong confidently approached the spot where Yang Mi sat. On a professional level, he intended to sign her. On a personal level, that was another matter entirely. Behind him, Lin Gingxin observed the scene, contemplating whether to offer advice. However, recalling Wang Congcong's family background and his youthful exuberance, he considered the possibility that Wang Congcong was simply smitten with Yang Mi. As Wang Congcong's loyal aide, he understood that some matters could be advised upon while others should be left untouched, especially regarding women. He wisely chose to refrain from voicing any opinions, fearing that his interference might dampen Wang Congcong's romantic pursuits. Thus, he silently retreated to a seat in the back. Meanwhile, Wang Congcong, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, made his way to Yang Mi. At that moment, the other artists in the venue turned their attention to him, their expressions a mix of disbelief. They ceased their hushed conversations, all eyes now on Wang Congcong. It was common knowledge within the industry that Yang Mi had been effectively blacklisted, making her a pariah. Who was this individual? Did he not know whom he was provoking? Unfamiliar with him, many speculated he must be an insignificant newcomer seeking to gain favor with the beauty. Such characters were not uncommon, and it seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Amidst the scornful whispers and sardonic remarks from the gathered artists, Wang Congcong boldly seated himself beside Yang Mi, instantly becoming the center of attention. Even those seated in the front row felt the stir behind them. Glancing back at Wang Congcong, notably, prominent figures like the small tables, Mr. Wang from Hawaii squinted in his direction, all wearing expressions that suggested they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 6. In the entertainment industry, there is no one I dare not sign. At this moment, Yang Mi was acutely aware of someone taking a seat beside her. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of elation and disappointment. She felt joy that someone was daring enough to sit next to her despite the looming threat of the director's blacklist. Yet she was also troubled by the fact that this young man was a complete stranger. He was either an obscure artist or a minor heir with a little money. Regardless of his identity, he offered no potential assistance to her current predicament and could even bring her more trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Mi kindly advised, "If you have nothing pressing, I suggest you move to another seat." Wang Congcong feigned ignorance to her warning, retorting, "What? Is this seat off limits?" Yang Mi, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, "Not at all, but your presence here might attract unwanted attention." She continued, "I have offended a prominent figure in the industry for certain reasons, and now everyone is avoiding me. If you're unbothered by that, feel free to stay. I have no objections. I've heard about it." Wang Congcong nodded, then, with a dismissive tone, declared, "But I'm not like the others. They fear that director, while I do not. In fact, I wish to sign Miss Yang into my newly established entertainment company." This statement caused Yang Mi to turn her head in surprise. Giving him a quick glance, clad in a tailored black suit, he was not the most striking figure in the entertainment industry. Yet he exuded a unique confidence that suggested he was anything but ordinary, making it hard to dismiss his words as mere bravado. She averted her gaze, considering that he might possess some wealth. However, she was skeptical of his ability to sign her. She jested, "Sign me? I would be inclined, but I fear you may lack the means." She deliberately elongated her tone. Wang Congcong smiled calmly, a hint of amusement in his voice. So, if I can prove my capabilities, Miss Yang would consider signing with my company? Yang Mi dismissed his comments lightly, replying with a smile, indeed. As long as you can demonstrate your prowess, signing with you is not out of the question. No sooner had she finished speaking than Wang Congcong turned, formally extending his right hand while introducing himself. Hello, I am Wang Congcong, your future employer. In a moment, I shall show you what true capability entails, proving that in this industry, there is no one Wang Congcong, would hesitate to sign. His sudden formal demeanor and a masculine aura he exuded momentarily caught Yang Mi off guard. She had intended to clarify that her previous remarks were merely jest. But before she could speak, she felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she extended her right hand and shook his. Hello. Yan Mi. In the next instant, the venue's lights abruptly dimmed, and the spotlight sliced through the darkness like a sword, illuminating the stage before the audience. Welcome to tonight's Bashar Star Charity Night. The host, donned in 10-centimeter red-soled heels, ascended the stage, her pearl earrings swaying with her intonation. The organizers promised that all proceeds from tonight's auction will be directed towards aiding children in mountainous regions or supporting medical endeavors. Following the customary flow of the charity night, the host continued her speech. Subsequently, staff members entered the stage with velvet trays, ready to introduce the first item for auction. This is the exquisite jade jewelry piece, Brilliant Star, generously provided by Miss Yang Mi, with a market value of approximately 80,000 RMB. Starting bid at 100,000, with minimum increments of no less than 5,000. As the host's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. All eyes converged upon Yang Mi's location once again, and inwardly, many expressed their disdain, deeming the organizers desperate for mere traffic and attention. It was evident to all that the organizers had deliberately orchestrated this to target Yang Mi. After all, why else would they place her auction item at the forefront? The commencement and conclusion of a charity gala are typically the most captivating points of interest. Is this not blatant targeting? Given the predicament Yang Mi currently faced, who would dare to bid on the jewelry she donated in the presence of the director's wife? At this moment, Yang Mi found herself with but two choices: either watch her donated item go unsold or purchase it herself. Regardless of her actions, embarrassment was an inevitability. After all, how could a prominent young star find herself in a position where she had to buy back her own donation? The thought of such a scenario becoming public was mortifying. At this juncture, Yang Mi felt the weight of the world's malice upon her. She was deeply aggrieved and believed she had committed no grave offense, merely a scheduling conflict, which hardly seemed a cardinal sin in the entertainment industry. Is it not common for stars of some renown to juggle multiple projects simultaneously? Why then was she singled out? Contemplating fleeing the scene, she refrained, for she understood that doing so would irrevocably sever ties with the influential circles of the capital. Should she depart, her prospects in that realm would be utterly extinguished. She endeavored to quell her tumultuous emotions. Yet the auctioneer's voice rang out. 100,000 going once. 100,000 going twice. Each utterance struck her heart like a hammer, leaving her despondent. With a bitter expression, she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. She recalled the myriad challenges she had faced, the admonitions from her peers and agent. In the entertainment world, to achieve fame, one must first learn to humble oneself. This industry is not merely a battleground. It is a realm governed by social intricacies, where sometimes one must swallow their pride. She conceded to the situation. Gradually, she raised her right hand, preparing to bid on the jewelry she had donated. 5 million. Beside her, Wang Congcong, quicker on the draw, proclaimed in a voice that seemed to resonate like music throughout the venue. The announcement of such a figure plunged the room into an eerie silence, soon followed by a surge of hushed whispers. Even the distinguished Mr. Wang from Hawaii, seated in the front row with a cigar in hand, tightened his grip momentarily. Everyone present was astonished by Wang Congcong's bid. At that moment, all gazes turned toward him, as if seeking confirmation of what they had just heard. 5 million? That was no trifling sum. It was understood that only individuals of Mr. Wang's caliber, seated at the front, had the financial standing to voice such a bid. As for the celebrities and artists, their contributions rarely exceeded a few 100,000, which was already considered impressive. The crowd began to murmur, "Good heavens! Who is this person? To bid 5 million right off the bat? Is he some hidden heir to a fortune? I don't know. I've never heard of such a figure in our country. And anyone bold enough to bid 5 million for a mere trinket must surely be extraordinary. I initially thought he was just an unknown nobody, but it seems he truly possesses the means to pursue Yang Mi." No longer could anyone dismiss Wang Congcong as inconsequential. Even the media, who had previously looked down upon him, hastily raised their cameras, snapping photos of Wang Congcong and Yang Mi with fervor. In that instant, they envisioned headlines for the evening's news. Stunning. Mysterious young heir splashes out for a smile from Yang Mi, or astonishing. Mysterious young heir takes on a notable director in the industry. Sir, are you certain you wish to spend 5 million to acquire the brilliant star donated by Miss Yang Mi? The host, now somewhat breathless, responded first. She had encountered wealthy individuals before, yet Wang Congcong's bid was so unexpected that it was entirely outside the program's anticipations. Her repetition was a gentle reminder that this was a charity event, a place where bids required actual funds, not mere play. Wang Congcong casually nodded. I am certain. Is 5 million? With his confirmation, gasps echoed throughout the venue once more. Some began to pull out their phones, frantically searching for information on Wang Congcong. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, they could not uncover the identity of this enigmatic young man. 5 million, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with exhilaration. Only when the first item was conclusively sold did Yang Mi snap back to reality. She swiftly turned to Wang Congcong, her face alight with gratitude, her throat tightening as she prepared to express her thanks for his generous bid. She also intended to inform him that she would repay him the auction funds. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, realization struck her. Had Wang Congcong not just bid 5 million? This meant that to reimburse him, she would need to pay him that very sum. Was this a jest? How much could she possibly earn from a single job? 5 million was enough to sustain her for an entire month. She froze, her earlier gratitude swiftly morphing into reproach. Why did you bid such a high price? The host clearly stated the starting bid was 100,000. Wang Congcong, fiddling with the bidding paddle, replied nonchalantly. I believe that jewelry worn by Miss Yang should be valued at this price. Besides, did you not mention that as long as I prove my worth, you would sign with me? Yang Mi felt her cheeks flush at his words, for his assertion that the jewelry should be worth 5 million nearly overwhelmed her. She had never encountered a young man so eloquent. However, she quickly recalled the matter of Wang Congcong wanting to sign with her. Lowering her gaze, she felt compelled to clarify, I was merely joking. Running an entertainment company is no small feat. I don't even know you. And your bid hardly constitutes proof of worth. You were simply spending recklessly. As she spoke, she absent-mindedly picked at the armrest of her seat, fragments cascading onto her dress. Wang Congcong shrugged. I never claimed that my bid was proof of my worth. We are only just beginning. Miss Yang, perhaps you should wait until the entire charity gala concludes before making a decision. Before his words could fully settle, the next auction item was brought onto the stage by the staff. The host, now holding the microphone, began the introduction. This exquisite necklace has been meticulously crafted by an internationally renowned jewelry master, with a market value of 500,000. The starting bid is set at 600,000, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 10,000. The moment this auction item was unveiled, it immediately captivated the attention of many, including Wang Sha, one of the 4 young masters of the capital. In truth, he held little affection for the necklace itself, and his companion, Zhou Sun, seemed equally indifferent to the ornament. However, Zhou Sun's preferences were inconsequential. Recently, he had gleaned some inspiration from Wang Congcong's pursuit of Yang Mi. Although Wang Congcong had just stolen the limelight with his extravagant opening bid, which irked him considerably, he could not deny that Wang Congcong's display of wealth was indeed impressive, especially considering Yang Mi's reaction. It would not be long before the two would likely become entwined. At that moment, he was also in pursuit of Zhou Sun. As a second-generation rich heir, he believed that when bestowing gifts upon a lady, her preferences should not dictate his choices. Rather, it was the value of the gift itself that mattered. As long as the price was sufficiently high, even if the lady was not entirely pleased with the gift, she would graciously accept it. This was a delicate game of courtship between the sexes, and he resolved to emulate Wang Congcong's ostentatious display by bidding extravagantly on the necklace for Zhou Sun. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Zhou Sun's stunning visage adorned with the necklace. With unwavering confidence, he raised his bidding paddle, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. 2 million. Chapter 8. The Second Generation. Striving for Reputation. As soon as this price was declared, a palpable silence enveloped the room, with all eyes converging on one of the 4 young masters of the capital. Particularly among the numerous starlets present, glimmers of envy and complexity flickered in their gazes. A charity auction is typically a realm where mutual respect prevails, provided there are no personal grievances. Ordinarily, if one person places a bid, others would merely offer a token gesture, refraining from genuinely contesting the item. However, Wang Shua's audacious bid was astonishing. A mere 600,000 necklace was suddenly valued at 2 million, leaving no one daring enough to challenge him. Consequently, following Wang Shua's declaration, the venue fell into a profound hush, and he became the focal point of attention, reveling in the spotlight. He believed he was destined to bask in such admiration. At this moment, even Zhou Sun's gaze upon him shifted, tinged with a newfound regard. Admittedly, Zhou Sun did not harbor a particular fondness for the necklace. Yet the fact that someone was willing to spend 2 million on a piece valued at 500,000 in her honor spoke volumes about her allure and worthiness to incite such fervor from a wealthy heir. In front of the assembled crowd, she pressed her crimson lips against Wang Shua's cheek, whispering, "Thank you," listening to Zhou Sun's soft murmur and feeling her warm breath against his earlobe. He felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, rivaling and perhaps even surpassing the earlier scene with Wang Congcong and Yang Mi. After all, Yang Mi had not publicly kissed Wang Congcong, whereas the illustrious Zhou Sun had chosen to kiss him, Wang Shuo, in front of everyone. The exhilaration coursed through him, tingling from his heels to the crown of his head. 2 million. First call. Is there a higher bid? Such a precious necklace would be a shame to miss. The host, recovering from the momentary shock, resumed the proceedings. The prominent figures in the front row shook their heads, showing no intention of bidding. The other 3 young masters of the capital remained silent, each content to pursue their own interests without stepping on toes, as they already had their own romantic pursuits and had no need to vie for Zhou Sun's affection. At that moment, it seemed that the necklace crafted by the international jewelry master would soon belong to Wang Shua, and he would be rewarded with the beauty by his side. However, in the next instant, an unexpected voice rang out from within the venue. 2 million won. As this figure was announced, the atmosphere froze as if turned to ice. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at the source of the bid, Wang Congcong, unable to comprehend his motives for bidding. Moreover, raising the bid by only 10,000 seemed a blatant affront to Wang Shua. If Wang Congcong truly desired the necklace, given the previous bidding increments, he should have raised the bid by at least 100,000. A mere 10,000 increase clearly indicated that he was not genuinely interested in the necklace, but was merely seeking to provoke. While the crowd was baffled by Wang Congcong's actions, they understood that the charity night was about to become much more entertaining. A clash was brewing, and they hoped for an escalation. The media present began to fervently snap photographs, a cascade of flashes illuminating the room. Some journalists were so excited that they nearly toppled their tripods. After all, nothing thrilled the media more than sensational stories of second-generation heirs vying for the affections of starlets. The more heated the situation, the more jubilant they became. Everyone was eager to witness the unfolding drama, except for Yang Mi, who looked anxious as she grasped Wang Congcong's arm, whispering urgently, "What are you doing? Why are you bidding on this necklace? You're not just showcasing your prowess. You're making enemies. Do you realize that?" Wang Congcong had no intention of explaining himself to Yang Mi. Instead, he added fuel to the fire, raising an eyebrow in Wang Shua's direction. At that moment, Wang Shua had lost the earlier bravado. Watching Wang Congcong's provocative gesture, he clenched his bidding paddle tightly, his expression contorted with rage, wishing he could eliminate Wang Congcong. For these second-generation heirs, reputation was paramount. If he, Wang Shua, were to be overshadowed by an obscure nouveau riche today, how could he possibly maintain his status in the capital? He had just been on the verge of winning over the beauty by his side, and now, to have his face publicly slapped by Wang Congcong was intolerable. Determined not to lose face, he resolved to bid relentlessly, eager to see how far this nouveau riche would go. Gritting his teeth, he raised his bidding paddle once more. 2,500,000. 2,501,000. Wang Congcong's voice flowed smoothly, lifting his paddle without hesitation the moment Wang Shua declared his bid. The veins on Wang Shua's forehead throbbed with fury. 3 million. The atmosphere in the room was electric, with no one willing to break the silence, all eyes glued to the spectacle. Even Mr. Wang, seated in the front row, set down his wine glass. Yang Mi's nails were digging into Wang Congcong's arm, unable to comprehend his actions, desperate to persuade him to stop his reckless spending. Yet the man beside her remained composed, the buttons of his shirt gleaming coldly under the flash of the cameras. 3 million won. Wang Congcong elegantly raised his bidding paddle once again. His relentless advances shattered Wang Shua's last vestiges of reason. For a million. Wang Shua nearly shouted in fury for 1 million. Wang Congcong offered no respite to his opponent. The atmosphere fell into a near silence, as the two engaged in their frenzied bidding. However, at this juncture, Wang Shua found himself unable to continue. As merely a second-generation heir, His allowances had been nearly exhausted, leaving him devoid of the means to raise his bid further. To call out a price he could not afford would only invite greater humiliation. His arm, once extended, hung limply in midair, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. The gazes of the onlookers felt like a crushing weight, shattering his last vestiges of stubbornness and reason. Wang Shuo felt that, from the moment of his birth. He had never endured such indignity. With a fierce determination, he slammed his bidding paddle onto the table, causing champagne to splash from the glasses, and rose to threaten Wang Congcong. "You dare to challenge me? Just wait." With that, he stormed off, the chair scraping against the marble floor with a jarring sound. His retreat marked by a palpable sense of disgrace. Yet, the crowd showed no inclination to dissuade him. Even his companion, Zhou Sun, merely reached out without any intention of following him. The reporters, seizing the moment, raised their cameras, eager to capture this iconic scene. Truth be told, had the charity night not yet concluded, they would have already succumbed to jubilation. Each of them mused that tonight's Beijing Star Charity Night had proven to be anything but mundane. Any snippet of news from this event could easily dominate the entertainment headlines. Chapter 9. Tonight's expenses will be covered by young Master Wang. Subsequently, Wang Congcong could be seen decisively besting the four young elite of the capital, outmaneuvering Hawaii and Guangxin, and managing to leave the charity night without acquiring a single item. In a manner akin to his earlier humiliation of Wang Sha, he brazenly insulted the assembled elites and second-generation heirs. Whenever anyone dared to bid, he would merely raise it by a mere 10,000, pressing until they dared not call out again. At this moment, the president of Hawaii, seated at a small table in the front row, extinguished a cigar, the acrid scent mingling with the stagnant air. No longer did he possess the amusement he had earlier. His expression was decidedly grim. The president of Guangxin regarded Wang Congcong with a venomous glare. The youth of today are something else. Even a certain director's wife wore a flickering expression. The charity night, typically a bastion of social grace, had never been so humiliating for her. She was keenly interested to see how this charity night would conclude, and how the organizers would manage the situation. At this moment, everyone present recognized that Wang Congcong was not merely attending the charity night. He was there to stir trouble. Yet, no one dared speak out of turn, each speculating on Wang Congcong's true identity. Having already spent tens of millions, whose favor did he disregard? What was his intention? Even the wealthiest could not squander money so recklessly, nor could they so thoughtlessly offend every guest of the charity night. The expressions of the assembled elites were decidedly unflattering. Even the host on stage appeared at a loss, having never encountered such audacity. One individual had managed to offend the entire congregation of Beijing Star Charity Night's elite. She felt compelled to inquire who this audacious figure was, uncertain of how the charity night should proceed. Did it truly come to allowing Wang Congcong to claim all the items, leaving the rest with nothing? As the organizers, how could they orchestrate such a catastrophic auction mishap, knowing that next year, no one would wish to attend their charity night? Yet, they hesitated to expel Wang Congcong, for it was clear that he was no ordinary individual. What if he were a hidden tycoon or the offspring of a national leader? What if Wang Congcong truly possessed the strength to confront everyone present? In contrast to the prideful elites, the performers in the audience appeared to relish the spectacle, some even surreptitiously capturing the moment on their phones, snapping photos of Wang Congcong. They were both terrified and exhilarated, unafraid that he might snatch their prized items, especially since the elite had already been bested by Wang Congcong. What did they mere artists have to fear? As for the reporters, they were already in a frenzy. The venue's flashes seemed relentless. As media personnel debated how to headline this extraordinary event, mysterious young master slaps Hawaii's president, or mysterious young master confronts Guangxin CEO, or perhaps the four young masters of the capital are nothing, or the entertainment industry welcomes a new king. To be honest, they had never faced such a dilemma in their years in the media. Each headline was worthy of the front page. Meanwhile, the head of the charity night organizers hid backstage, desperately leveraging his contacts to uncover the identity of this young master. Beside Wang Congcong, Yami was visibly anxious. Her long dress nearly wrinkled from her tight grip. At that moment, she recognized Wang Congcong's prowess. Yet, she felt compelled to voice her concern. Having offended every elite in the entertainment industry, even if he possessed genuine strength, his future within that sphere would be fraught with difficulty. Despite her agitation, Wang Congcong remained nonchalant, even displaying a hint of boredom on his face. This calmness in the face of chaos was undeniably captivating. She began to contemplate the idea of signing with Wang Congcong. After all, no other man had ever dared to confront the entirety of the entertainment elite solely to demonstrate his capabilities, just to secure her signing. With that thought, Her gaze toward Wang Congcong shimmered with admiration. Meanwhile, he remained comfortably seated, legs crossed, the tips of his shoes tapping lightly to the rhythm of the stage music. Looking down upon the somber faces of the elites seated in the front row, he suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice ringing clear as a sword shattering ice. It seems you all have only reached this level. How utterly uninteresting. Before anyone could retort, Wang Congcong rose, pulling Yang Mi with him as he strode toward the stage. In the midst of the astonishment, he snatched the microphone from the host. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Congcong." His voice resonated through the speakers, ensuring that every individual present could hear him clearly. "I hope you will remember this name. Moreover, I do not have the luxury of time to continue playing this game with you. How about this? Tonight, all expenses will be covered by me, young Master Wang. I will take all the auction items." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the venue for 3 full seconds, before being shattered by the sound of overturned chairs. Hua Yi, the young master, rose abruptly, his eyes ablaze with fury as he slammed his hand on the table. "How dare you boast? Do you have any idea how much the items at the charity auction are worth? Do you possess such wealth?" His voice nearly erupted into a roar. He had never felt so humiliated as he did today. Initially, he had anticipated an evening of splendid entertainment, only to find himself ensnared in the drama. This was something he could not abide. His words ignited a powder keg of tension, prompting Wang, the CEO of Fiber Optics, to rise in tandem, his gaze sharp and menacing. "Wang Congcong, is it? I will remember you. But charity is no trifling matter. You claim to cover tens of millions in auction bids. Do you have the means to do so? This is not a venue for idle boasts." Upon hearing this, those who had previously been misled by Wang Congcong began to realize the gravity of the situation. They had been momentarily dazzled by his ostentation, speculating on his identity and the source of his apparent wealth. Yet, they had never truly considered whether he possessed such funds. As the realization settled in, the crowd erupted with fervor, clamoring in unison. "Indeed, do you possess the funds? Verification is essential. The organizers must provide us with an explanation, or we shall not grace the Basha event again." The din within the venue threatened to lift the roof, and security personnel began to converge towards the stage, hands poised on their radios, ready for action. Yang Mi, her nails nearly digging into her palm, cast a worried glance at Wang Congcong, who remained unflustered, microphone in hand. Unperturbed by the public skepticism, Wang Congcong turned his attention back to the host, his voice low yet resonant. "You have yet to address my earlier question. I will cover all auction items tonight. Name your price." The host, momentarily stunned, instinctively replied, "That has never been done before, nor auctioned in such a manner." Wang Congcong offered a calm smile. "That is merely because you have never encountered someone like me. Do not waste my time. Is 100 million sufficient?" These words detonated within the now silent venue like a bombshell. The host widened her eyes in disbelief, her lips parting in shock. The guests below gasped collectively, whispers rising like a wave. The expressions on their faces froze, having just questioned Wang Congcong's financial capacity, only to hear him declare an astonishing sum. 100 million? That was an extraordinary amount. Historically, the Basha Charity Gala raised between 30 to 50 million, with 30 million being the norm. The organizers had anticipated that this year's event, featuring an even more illustrious guest list, might yield around 50 million if all went smoothly. Yet here was Wang Congcong, proposing a sum that could easily cover multiple galas. The host, recovering first from the shock, nodded vigorously, seemingly eager to affirm the offer. "That will suffice, indeed." Without further ado, Wang Congcong retrieved a checkbook from his suit pocket and swiftly wrote out the sum, signing his name with an air of nonchalance. As he handed the check, emblazoned with that staggering figure, to the host, the entire venue fell into a breathless stillness. The host, momentarily dazed, hastened aside, trembling as she reached for her phone to verify the authenticity of the check with the bank. Seizing the moment, Wang Congcong turned his gaze to the assembled guests once more, raising the microphone to his lips, his voice echoing throughout the hall. "The auction matter is settled. I now wish to announce another venture. I have just launched an entertainment company. Should you have any promising projects, feel free to contact the staff at Puchong Entertainment. If your ideas are compelling and you harbor dreams, I welcome you to approach me. I must clarify that, in addition to entertainment industry projects, I am open to investing in other sectors as well. So bring your aspirations to me." Before his words had fully faded, he unexpectedly wrapped an arm around Yang Mi's slender waist. Still reeling from shock and confusion, she found herself enveloped in his firm embrace. Instinctively, she wished to resist, yet his subsequent declaration captivated her attention. "From this day forth, Yang Mi is the first signed artist of Puchong Entertainment. I am aware that there are those within the industry targeting her. However, I wish to make it clear, having signed her, all her past transgressions shall be borne by me and my company. I look forward to your tactics and any retaliatory measures you may devise. Wang Congcong's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Yang Mi lifted her gaze, captivated by the chiseled profile of the man before her, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had never imagined someone would stand so steadfastly behind her, shielding her from the storm. In that moment, all her resistance melted away, leaving her feeling powerless, yet safe in his embrace. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, realizing she had never envisioned a man could possess such striking allure. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Wang Congcong boldly descended the stage, holding the now weakened Yang Mi, leaving the charity night behind. The flashes of cameras erupted behind them, journalists clamoring to capture this electrifying moment. They had anticipated the earlier events would be the pinnacle of shock, but they could not have fathomed that Wang Congcong would dare to challenge the titans of the entertainment industry. As they absorbed this revelation, their astonishment morphed into admiration for what a true man should embody. The so-called four young masters of the capital paled in comparison to this enigmatic gentleman. How could one individual exude such audacity and charm? The only regret lingering in their minds was their inability to ascertain the origins of this mysterious scion. As they watched the confident, retreating figure of Wang Congcong, Hua Yi's clenched fists turned pale from tension. He yearned to confront him, to voice his disbelief. The check has yet to be verified. Do you think this is child's play? Anyone can sign a check. The real question is whether it can be redeemed. Yet, before the assembled moguls could articulate their thoughts, the moment had passed. The host on stage suddenly let out a sharp cry, her fingers gripping the phone, flushed with excitement as her eyelashes trembled vigorously. She repeatedly confirmed into the phone, "Is this really true? The check can be cashed, right?" A reassuring voice on the other end affirmed. Indeed, at least in terms of anti-counterfeiting, coding, and other apparent details, no issues have been discovered. Unless something unexpected occurs, the check can be directly cashed at the bank. Although the crowd could not hear the voice on the other end, the host's ecstatic expression struck everyone present like a heavy hammer, leaving them momentarily breathless. They watched as her trembling hand held the phone aloft, incoherently expressing gratitude into the microphone. Thank you, I appreciate it." At that moment, no one dared to question Wang Congcong's identity as a wealthy heir any longer. The prominent figures in attendance, their faces ashen, huffed coldly and swept away. Chapter 11. 100 billion assets delivered to your door? Meanwhile, a black Maybach sped through the streets of the capital, the leather seats quivering slightly within the vehicle. The overhead lights illuminated Yang Mi's slightly reddened cheeks as she fidgeted with the hem of her long dress, her eyelashes drooping as she softly inquired, "Songa, where are you taking me?" Wang Congcong, driving, stole a glance at Yang Mi from the corner of his eye, intending to tease her with a quip about her rhetorical question. However, before he could utter a word, a thunderous roar of an engine shattered the night, akin to a ferocious beast's growl emanating from behind his vehicle. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel as he cast his gaze toward the rearview mirror. A black Audi was tailing him closely, its headlights illuminating the rear of the Maybach like a spotlight. Squinting through the blinding glare, he vaguely discerned the contorted face of Wang Shuo behind the wheel. Wang Shuo, what could he possibly want? Trouble? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a vivid memory surfaced. Wang Congcong recalled that in his previous life, Wang Shuo and Wang Ku had clashed due to a public banquet, resulting in Wang Shuo crashing Wang Ku's luxury car after the event. This incident had made headlines in the entertainment section, with reports indicating that Wang Shuo had brandished a handgun, firing a few shots near Wang Ku as a form of punishment before swaggering away. Following the incident, Wang Shuo had leveraged his family's influence to receive a mere slap on the wrist, 3 years probation, effectively meaning he faced no real consequences. In this life, however, due to his intervention, Wang Shuo and Wang Ku had not clashed at the banquet. Now, it seemed Wang Shuo had set his sights on him, perhaps intending to employ the same tactics he had used against Wang Ku to teach him a lesson. The thought nearly made Wang Congcong chuckle. After all, he was not the Wang Ku who relied on a celebrity wife, Lu Tao, to settle debts. He was no mere pretender from a wealthy family. Originally, Wang Congcong had merely aimed to leverage the reputation of the four young masters of the capital to establish his own prominence. Yet, it appeared Wang Shuo desired not only to solidify his own reputation, but also to deliver a grand gift to him. In a place like the capital, teeming with influential figures, brandishing a gun was tantamount to courting death. If the other party dared to fire a weapon in the capital, Wang Congcong could assure that Wang Shuo's family's assets, worth billions, would swiftly become his own. This was no exaggeration. If Wang Shuo was merely targeting soft targets, then any public display of gunfire would likely amount to nothing. However, this time, Wang Shuo had clearly bitten off more than he could chew. Should he dare to draw his weapon, Wang Congcong's parents could rightfully seize Wang Shuo's family's wealth. Wang Shuo's family, for their part, would not dare to utter a word of protest, as he had crossed a line. Historically, the conflicts among aristocratic families have adhered to two unwritten rules. 1. Elders disdain engaging with juniors. Any squabbles among the younger generation are merely child's play. If a family elder intervenes, it would be deemed undignified, leading other aristocratic families to shun them. 2. In aristocratic disputes, no matter the method employed, firearms must never be used, nor should any physical harm be inflicted upon the heirs of rival families. This principle is easily understood. If one party resorts to guns, the other will inevitably follow suit, rendering the world devoid of rules. The safety of these aristocratic heirs would be jeopardized. Thus, in the domestic arena, any prominent family would avoid violating these two unwritten rules. Failure to adhere would render them the target of scorn within the circle. Contemplating the prospect of Wang Shuo's billions becoming his own, and the possibility of stepping atop the Wang family to cement his own reputation both within and beyond the circle, Wang Congcong couldn't help but let a smile grace his lips. He shifted his gaze back, his voice turning icy as he commanded Yang Mi. Buckle your seatbelt and take out your phone. No matter what transpires, do not be afraid. Be ready to discreetly capture any scenes you witness. Yang Mi, wishing to inquire further, hesitated, but Wang Congcong's authoritative tone left no room for defiance. Following his instructions, she fastened her seatbelt and retrieved her phone, activating the camera. At that moment, Wang Congcong deliberately eased off the accelerator, reducing the vehicle's speed. The growling engine behind them drew nearer, tires screeching against the asphalt. Wang Shuo, driving the Audi like a wild beast, suddenly accelerated, the metallic body brushing against the side of the Maybach and creating a gust that rattled the windows. Yang Mi gasped, instinctively gripping the door handle, her pearl necklace swaying violently. Then, Wang Shuo abruptly swerved the Audi to block the road, halting the Maybach. Amid the piercing sound of brakes, the two vehicles confronted each other, forming a sharp crossroad in the streets of the capital. After forcing Wang Congcong to a standstill, Wang Shuo lowered his window and, with a brazen demeanor, shouted, "You little brat, if I don't teach you a lesson tonight, I'll write my surname backwards." With that, he brandished a silver-black handgun, firing at the Maybach's hood, wheels, and headlights in a rapid succession of shots. Following this, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots into the sky, self-indulgently threatening the ostensibly terrified Wang Congcong inside. "Kid, next time, open your eyes. Some people are not to be trifled with. If it weren't for the capital, you would have been a goner by now." Spitting defiantly, he launched a glob of phlegm that arced through the night sky, landing squarely on the Maybach's windshield. Having made his theatrical display, Wang Shuo slammed the accelerator and sped away from the scene. Whether he had intimidated Wang Congcong remained unknown, but at that moment, Yang Mi had already cowered into Wang Congcong's embrace, her voice trembling as she stammered, "He has a gun." "Fear not," Wang Congcong reassured, regaining his composure as he patted Yang Mi's back, his gaze fixed on the receding Audi, his expression flickering with intrigue. "It's all the better that he possesses a firearm. I have yet to receive such a grand gift in my lifetime." Chapter 12. Trending nationwide, the national husband. At the same time, this evening, the events of the Basha Star Charity Night have been disseminated across various media outlets. Consequently, the trending topics on numerous internet platforms exploded. Trending top 1. Wang Congcong spends $100 million at the Basha Star Charity Night. The auction reveals a sensational scene. Trending top 2. Is Yang Mi allegedly being blacklisted in the capital? Wang Congcong signs her on the spot. Trending top 3. The 4 young masters of the capital, Hawaii, and the Fiber Charity Night achieve 0 transactions. A mysterious young heir slaps several tycoons in public. Trending top 10, all expenses tonight are covered by young Master Wang. These entertainment headlines have delighted the online audience, leaving them momentarily uncertain about which trending topic to delve into. Each title, regardless of its nature, possesses the potential to dominate the entertainment sector's headlines. Thus, a fervent discussion surrounding Wang Congcong has ignited across the internet. Among the most liked comments is, "Look at him. This is what a true young master looks like. His financial prowess is unparalleled. This is the real national husband. No one should stop me. I want to bear Wang Congcong's children." From the front lines of gossip, I once thought the 4 young masters of the capital were the pinnacle of domestic second-generation wealth. Yet young Master Wang has taught us a lesson with 100 million cash. It is said that General Manager Wang of Hawaii raised his paddle 3 times, only to be outbid each time, his face turning as green as chives. Haha, is this even a rumor? The image of General Manager Wang of Huawei and Old Wang of Fiber, both visibly distressed, has long been circulating under other topics. Financial assassin. Allow me to clarify. 100 million cash at the Basha Star Charity Night is equivalent to the total fundraising amount over 3 years. Young Master Wang's single night expenditure rivals the efforts of Su Meng and the fashion group over several years. Shanghai's social elite. Art Congcong's statement that all expenses tonight were covered by my young Master Wang is simply too impressive. This is the essence of a CEO novel coming to life. He genuinely envy Young Mi. Entertainment Supervisory Committee. Speaking of Young Mi, I believe she was the true leading lady of the entire soiree. Just as she was being subtly blacklisted in the capital, young Master Wang signed her on the spot. Honestly, this is the pinnacle of female-centric entertainment narratives. Honey Warrior, cry my eyes out. My sister, wiping away her tears from the blacklist. Just caught young Master Wang's olive branch. The scene of my sister being embraced by young Master Wang as they left the charity night is undoubtedly the zenith of the aesthetic of female revenge. The iron fist of the second generation ultimately shattered the entertainment industry's unspoken rules. I declare that this year's best female-centric narrative belongs solely to my sister me. Aside from the adulation and envy, the entire internet is abuzz with speculation regarding who exactly is Wang Congcong, the young heir. A prominent entertainment influencer directly published a lengthy analytical post entitled The New Nobility of the Capital, Wang Congcong, comparing Wang Congcong's stature to that of the four young masters and delineating the disparities. The wealth and arrogance of the four young masters are overt, whereas Wang Congcong's audacity is deeply ingrained. He does not bid incrementally, but rather reserves the entire venue, showcasing a level of confidence that epitomizes the hallmark of top-tier aristocracy. Regardless, this analysis piece covered everything except for identifying which family Wang Congcong hails from. Numerous netizens angrily chastised each other. Clickbait. Do we need you to reiterate how formidable Wang Congcong is? Just tell me which family's second generation he belongs to. Of course, some financial media seized the opportunity to analyze. Wang Congcong spends 100 million at the charity night. The underlying logic of capital manipulation. The analysis pointed out that Wang Congcong's expenditure of 100 million effectively purchased a premier exposure package for Puchong Capital and Puchong Entertainment. Based on current market rates, the value of each 100 million in online exposure is approximately 30 million RMB. Merely from the perspective of promotion, Wang Congcong's return on investment exceeds 300. More crucially, through this act, Wang Congcong has established himself as the sugar daddy in the entertainment circle. Henceforth, any artist signed by young Master Wang will undoubtedly garner considerable attention. Essentially, any artist contracted by him will leapfrog the novice phase and enter the realm of well-known artists. I assure you, young Master Wang's venue reservation was far from reckless spending. It was a meticulously planned capital maneuver. Upon the release of this professional analysis, the onlookers exclaimed, 6666666. With young Master Wang's maneuvering skills, other young heirs or capitalists would find it hard to replicate. Your life is my dream. I envy young Master Wang every single day. Speaking of which, what is young Master Wang up to now? Has my darling me already succumbed? From this point onward, the comments began to veer off course. In previous instances, Yang Mi's fans would have undoubtedly erupted in outrage, unable to accept the fact that their beloved sister was involved with another man. However, this time, Yang Mi's fans fell silent. They perceived that if their sister could seize the opportunity to marry young Master Wang, it would be an exceptional choice. Some even expressed a desire to replace their sister and marry young Master Wang themselves. It felt almost as if they were saying, with such a wealthy boyfriend, can you negotiate? If you can't, let's take a turn. Through this star charity night, Wang Congcong has acquired the title of national husband. As one netizen commented, Songa has demonstrated with 100 million that in the face of absolute financial power, all the unspoken rules of the circles are but paper tigers. He also revealed to everyone what it truly means to be a top-tier second generation. At that moment, the Weibo platform, in pursuit of traffic, prominently featured the account verified as Puchong Capital at the top of the trending list. Subsequently, Wang Congcong's follower count surged at an astonishing pace, with countless fans sporting Little B avatars, Yang Mi's fans, flocking to Wang Congcong's account in droves. Under Wang Congcong's account, the sole text post celebrating the establishment of Puchong Capital became a veritable hub of effusive praise. The top comment from a female user with a pink rabbit avatar read, "Help. Is this the kind of CEO from novels manifesting in reality? Does my husband need someone to warm his bed? I can provide my own electric blanket." Moments after this comment was posted, it garnered thousands of likes. Following that, the outlandish comments escalated. Do you need a robot vacuum at home? I can clean better than a Kobos on all fours. Look at me, husband. I am fluent in 8 languages, including but not limited to cheesy lines, flattery, and absurd literature, and my annual salary is merely the cost of a spicy hot pot. Suddenly, I discovered the commonality between my husband and me. He shares the surname Wang, and so do I. We are essentially family. Other comments expressed a willingness to lower their standards, stating they could live in a doghouse as long as they were taken in by their husband. Meanwhile, in a villa in the capital, a weary Wang father, having just finished his evening hygiene routine, lay in bed with his eyes closed, attempting to relax. Meanwhile, Wang mother sat at her vanity, applying hand cream and preparing for bed. At that moment, Wang father, slightly impatient, urged, "It's quite late. Why don't you rest? You apply those things every day. It won't make a difference if you skip today." Without turning her head, Wang mother retorted, "If you're tired, you could just sleep. Why are you so chatty?" Upon hearing this, Wang's father let out a sigh, saying nothing. With the lights on and his son incessantly fiddling with various bottles and jars, it was a wonder he could even manage to sleep. Resigned to the situation, he propped himself up against the headboard, picked up his phone, and began to scroll through financial news to pass the time. Unfortunately, just as he unlocked the screen, before he could even access the finance section, notifications from various apps began to flood in. Headlines such as Wang Congcong spends $1 billion at the Beijing Star Charity Night. Auction features iconic moments. In Yangmi allegedly blacklisted in the capital, Wang Congcong signs are on the spot. Fill the screen. The news of the 4 young masters of the capital, Hawaii. In Fiber Charity Night sees 0 transactions. A mysterious young lord publicly slaps a group of big shots. Followed by tonight's expenses are all covered by young Master Wang. Eradicated any semblance of drowsiness that Wang's father had left. At that moment, a foreboding feeling took root in his heart. He had long anticipated that the 500 million yuan he provided for Wang Congcong's entrepreneurial endeavors would be squandered. But he never imagined it would happen at such a staggering pace. Striving to calm his emotions, he clicked on these trending topics, only to find himself increasingly agitated. What is a prodigal son, if not this? A full 100 million spent in a single charity event? At this rate, in 4 days, Wang Congcong would exhaust the entirety of his 500 million. Even a billionaire would hesitate to spend money as recklessly as Wang Congcong. The most troubling aspect was that this extravagant expenditure was all for a female celebrity. This made him even more uncomfortable to families like theirs. A female star was merely an actress, a profession of the lowest order. He had always taught Wang Congcong that their family must adhere to certain standards in every endeavor. When it came to romance, it was advisable to avoid entanglements with those in the entertainment industry. If there was genuine interest, it should merely be a fleeting dalliance, and certainly never to bring those actresses home. Yet, Wang Congcong seemed entirely oblivious to his father's counsel. The most infuriating part was not just the extravagance. How could he offend all the guests at the charity event over a single female celebrity? How could he publicly slap the faces of numerous entertainment companies for the sake of one actress? It is worth noting that their family's Wanda Cinemas had already been at odds with companies like Hawaii and Fiber over box office revenue sharing. Tensions had been simmering, and Wang Congcong was merely adding fuel to the fire. The more he read, the angrier Wang's father became. He turned to his wife, who was at the vanity, and shouted, "Enough with the skincare. Look at your precious son. In just a short while, what has he done out there?" Startled, Wang's mother paused her skincare routine, instinctively preparing to retort, but upon hearing her son's name, she swallowed her words. Without needing to think, she knew it had to be Wang Congcong causing trouble again. Even without seeing her son's actions, she set down her bottles and jars, instinctively defending him. What could he have done? He's just spending money, isn't he? That 500 million was merely his allowance. This was all previously agreed upon. Why are you so worked up? Before her words could settle, she took the phone that Wang's father offered and casually glanced at the entertainment news, only to find herself rendered speechless. 100 million, just like that. And all because of a female celebrity. The most critical point was that Wang Congcong had directly offended a multitude of entertainment industry investors because of this actress. She was left dumbfounded, struggling to find any justification for her son, while she understood that he might frivolously squander their 500 million in startup funds. She never anticipated he could do so to such an extent. Embarrassed, she looked up at her increasingly furious husband, saying, "Well, old Wang, don't be too upset. Tomorrow, I will speak to him. I'll personally discipline him and make him kneel to apologize to you." Wang's father, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, receiving no comfort from her words, and directly retorted, "Tomorrow? You should call your precious son back right now." As he spoke, he reached for the phone, but Wang's mother swiftly hid it behind her back, defending Wang Congcong once again. What good would it do to call him back at this late hour? Besides, even if you wanted to, I doubt you could reach him. At these words, Wang's father froze in place. Suddenly realizing that Wang Congcong might very well be off in a hotel with that female celebrity. The thought nearly took his breath away. He snorted in frustration and turned off the lights, resigning himself to sleep. What could he do? Confront them directly. The room was plunged into darkness as he turned his back on his wife, the blanket rustling angrily. Wang's mother quietly climbed into bed, and just as her head hit the pillow, she heard her husband mutter, "First thing in the morning, we will go find your precious son." His words were laced with a bitterness that felt as if he were grinding his teeth. Outside, the moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting mottled shadows on the carpet. Though they had both settled into bed, new trending topics continued to flood the internet like a relentless tide. Headlines such as Wang Congcong, the national husband, Puchong capital, business landscape, Yang Mi's new backer, and the domineering CEO and his little darling proliferated across the web. It could be said that anyone who ventured online was met with the news of the mysterious young lord, Wang Congcong. The following morning, at a certain Wanda hotel in the capital, morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gradually illuminating the bedroom. Still feeling a bit unwell, Yang Mi crept out of bed, moving quietly as if afraid to wake the still-sleeping Wang Congcong. Last night, lost in her infatuation, she had followed him into the hotel without fully grasping the severity of the situation. It was crucial to remember that she was a rising star in her career. In the entertainment industry, it was well known that female celebrities had to remain single. Even if they had a boyfriend, they could not disclose it publicly. Even if paparazzi captured evidence, they could never admit it. In many ways, having a boyfriend as a female artist was akin to receiving a death sentence in the entertainment scene, resulting in a mass exodus of fans, a certainty without a doubt. Last night, her clandestine entry into the hotel with Wang Congcong was devoid of any semblance of concealment. She could assure herself that the events of the previous evening had undoubtedly been exposed. The mere thought of this sent her into a frenzy, and she hurriedly exited her bedroom, making her way to the living room, where she opened her phone, greeted by a barrage of news about her and Wang Congcong. She lacked the inclination to delve into the salacious gossip, for she was acutely aware that she was one of the central figures in this media storm. She knew precisely what had transpired. Without hesitation, she accessed her social media account to gauge whether she had suffered a significant loss of followers. To her astonishment, her jaw dropped as she stared in disbelief at the screen. Her follower count had surged from over 30 million to more than 40 million. The comments section overflowed with admiration, with fans exclaiming their envy and lauding her for seizing a fortuitous opportunity, urging her to cling tightly to the affluent Wang and aspire to marry into high society. Simultaneously, numerous admirers expressed their eagerness to be privy to the identity of Wang Congcong, speculating about which prestigious family he hailed from. They suggested that, given her meteoric rise in followers, she should consider rebranding herself as Yang Qianwan, for only she could boast such an astonishing surge in popularity overnight, rivaling that of Wang Congcong. They playfully advised her to abandon acting altogether and transition into the role of a wealthy matron, introducing them to the finer things in life. It was in this moment that Yang Mi's previously anxious heart finally found solace. As an artist who had navigated the entertainment industry from a young age, she understood the value of self-reliance. Her foundation rested upon the unwavering support of her fans. As long as they remained steadfast, engaging in a romantic relationship was not out of the question. Historically, the most advantageous path for female stars in the industry has been to marry into affluent families, a truth evidenced by numerous cases from Hong Kong and Taiwan to the mainland. Of course, one must ensure that such families are genuine and not merely pretenders to wealth. With this thought in mind, she unconsciously glanced back towards the direction of her bedroom, where the door remained ajar, allowing her to faintly hear Wang Congcong's rhythmic breaths emanating from within. The mere mention of Wang Congcong made her cheeks flush involuntarily. While she could not guarantee much, she had no doubts regarding Wang Congcong's genuine status as a member of the elite. The extravagance displayed last night was far beyond the reach of any ordinary nouveau riche. Indeed, the narrative arcs of contemporary dramas paled in comparison to the lavishness exhibited by Wang Congcong. Based on current observations, Wang Congcong's identity undoubtedly eclipsed that of the four young masters of the capital, belonging instead to a family of billionaire status, which represented the pinnacle of what Yang Mi could aspire to both now and in the future. Contemplating her fans' online suggestions, she began to entertain the notion of becoming a wealthy matron herself. She envisioned a future where she mingled with social elites and attended high-end gatherings, raising a glass in celebration. In her daydream, she could see herself leisurely cruising on a private yacht during vacations at sea, a scene she had never dared to imagine before. For, at the end of the day, a star was merely an entertainer, a profession that held little prestige in the eyes of true social elites. Even a so-called international star like Zhang Zi was often regarded merely as a socialite by the powerful. This was not prejudice, it was a reality. A female artist could only ascend to a certain height in her career. It seemed that there truly existed a way to alter one's fate through romance. She found herself smiling softly at her phone screen, her fingers absently tracing the delicate jewelry around her collarbone, an exquisite necklace that Wang Congcong had previously acquired at a charity auction. However, alongside the opulent necklace, there were also a few suggestive marks on her neck. Just as she was lost in her reverie, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. The name displayed was Zhang Jia, her manager. She quickly answered the call, only to be bombarded by Zhang Jia's rapid-fire inquiries. Mimi, what on earth did you do last night? Why did you agree to sign with someone without my consent? Do you even acknowledge my role as your manager? Now that you've secured a powerful suitor, have you forgotten about me, your sister? Do you know him? Do you truly understand what a wealthy family entails? He is merely playing with you, and you're willing to gamble your career on this? Have you forgotten the stories of those starlets who failed while trying to attach themselves to the elite? Yang Mi was unable to interject, left to silently endure the barrage of questions. She wished to explain, but Zhang Jia showed no signs of relenting. In the eyes of those unfamiliar with the industry, a star's manager might seem like a mere errand runner. Yet, this perception was fundamentally flawed. The reality was quite the opposite. Artists were viewed as commodities by capable managers, who worked tirelessly to elevate their value through their connections and insight. Yang Mi owed her rise to fame to Zhang Jia's unwavering support. Without her, there would be no Yang Mi. Hence, she held deep respect for her. It was only when Zhang Jia paused to catch her breath that Yang Mi seized the opportunity to clarify. Sister Jia, the signing was something I discussed with Songa last night, and I even recommended you to him. He agreed to appoint you as the president of Putsai Media. And he also promised that if you made significant contributions during your tenure, you might even receive a share of the management's equity. Jia, why not join me at Putsai Media? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jia fell silent. The truth was, her most valuable asset at present was Yang Mi, the renowned starlet. However, not long ago, due to her rapid money-making and an overwhelming number of engagements, she had inadvertently offended the wife of a prominent director, resulting in their covert ostracism from the capital S circle. Given Zhang Jia's current connections, she knew she could not resolve the situation. Her initial plan had been to relocate with Yang Mi to the Hong Kong entertainment scene, where the ban from the capital would not reach them. Yet, she realized she was not particularly well acquainted with the Hong Kong industry. Her connections had been cultivated primarily in the mainland over the years. Transitioning to Hong Kong would necessitate starting anew and rebuilding her network. Previously, her circumstances had left her with no choice but to take such drastic measures. If there were an opportunity to acquire a stake in management, she could readily join Puchong Media. After all, Wang Congcong possesses considerable wealth, even though she remains unaware of his true identity. However, from Wang Congcong's audacious demeanor last night, she discerned his confidence, suggesting he could indeed support them. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jia's tone shifted immediately. Well, Mimi, I wasn't blaming you. I was merely concerned for you, you understand, right? Also, could you enlighten me on which affluent family Wang Congcong hails from? Upon detecting the change in her tone, Yang Mi realized that Sister Jia had tacitly agreed to join Puchong Media. She understood this woman, who had catapulted her to fame, all too well, astute, worldly, yet grounded in reality. Bringing her into Puchong Media could be deemed the most prudent choice. Even if she were to lose favor with Wang Congcong later on, she could still continue to associate with Sister Jia. This arrangement was indeed perfect, and considering her long-standing bond with Zhang Jia, abandoning her was simply out of the question. Yang Mi picked up her phone and hesitated momentarily, uncertain on how to respond to Zhang Jia's query. She could only offer a vague reassurance. Sister Jia, you needn't worry about this. I can assure you that Song Ji's identity is far from ordinary. We can discuss the particulars when we meet. The other end of the line paused, refraining from further inquiry, as it was evident that anyone capable of intimidating the four young masters of the capital and the elite of Huai and Guangxian was indeed formidable. The two women reached a mutual understanding. Just as Yang Mi hung up the phone, a series of knocks resonated from outside the hotel room. Quickly tucking her phone away, she approached the door with curiosity, murmuring, "So early. Who could it be? Perhaps room service?" With this thought, she quickened her pace. After last night's exertions, a breakfast will be most welcome. However, upon opening the door, she was met by an impressive middle-aged couple. She paused momentarily, regarding the two with confusion. "May I ask who you are?" At that moment, Wang's father and Wang's mother assessed Yang Mi, still clad in her pajamas, their expressions betraying no emotion as they coldly inquired, "Is Wang Congcong here?" Yang Mi instinctively nodded. Yes. He is still asleep. Upon hearing this, Wang's father could no longer contain his fury, pushing past Yang Mi and entering the hotel room. Wang's mother followed closely behind, adding sternly, "Close the door. We are Wang Congcong's parents." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi hurriedly shut the door, hastening to keep pace with the elderly couple, calling out, "Uncle, Auntie, would you like to sit for a moment while I wake Songa?" Unfortunately, the elderly couple showed no appreciation for her kindness. Just as they approached the bedroom, Wang's mother turned and blocked Yang Mi's entry. "If you have nothing of importance, you may rest in the living room. Of course, if you do have matters to attend to, feel free to leave the hotel. We have no objections." With that, Wang's mother slammed the bedroom door shut. Yang Mi stood outside, gazing at the closed door, her fingers unconsciously brushing the edge of her pajamas, though she felt a twinge of irritation. Lamenting that her warm demeanor had met with their frigid attitude, the disdain from Wang's parents only confirmed the formidable background of the Wang family. This was a well-known, unspoken rule within the industry, which elder from a wealthy family would welcome a starlet as a daughter-in-law. In an instant, she had unraveled the complexities of her situation. Meanwhile, from within the bedroom, Wang Congcong's pleas for mercy echoed. "Mom, please don't hit me. I swear I'm not wasting money. Just hear me out. Dad, please intervene." The sounds of his desperate pleas mingled with the dull thuds of slippers striking flesh, nearly causing Yang Mi to burst into laughter. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, covering her mouth. Simultaneously, she mused that this so-called affluent family was not so different from an ordinary one after all. Everyone had their methods of discipline. After eavesdropping for a while, Yang Mi leaned against the bedroom door, pondering the identities of Wang's parents. She felt an unsettling familiarity with the middle-aged couple inside, though she could not place them. Chapter 16. I shall remain in the Wang family. Yet, since she had a fleeting memory of them, it proved she had encountered their profiles before. Her only exposure to the wealthy had likely come from the Forbes list published annually. Thus, she pulled out her phone and searched for the latest Forbes, China, rich list for the past 2 years. Yang Mi assumed Wang Congcong's family was wealthy, but certainly not to an extraordinary extent. Hence, she scrolled from the bottom up, noting that the individual ranked 8th was the illustrious Ma from Hangzhou, with a personal net worth of approximately 50 billion renminbi. Continuing her search, she found the 5th-ranked figure, a certain penguin magnate from Shenzhen, with a personal net worth of around 70 billion renminbi. At this point, Yang Mi furrowed her brow, beginning to doubt, could the Wang family be some hidden clan? Their wealth unlisted? She and T even considered the possibility of them being the richest. It was T her fault for not recognizing Wang's father. Although the Wang family topped the Forbes list, they operated an offline business, which rendered them less well-known compared to large internet conglomerates like B, A, and T. Especially prior to Wang Congcong's return and the revelation of his identity, the Wang family had been exceedingly low-key. Just as she was about to give up hope, she accidentally stumbled upon the first entry on the rich list, revealing Wang's father as the individual with a personal net worth exceeding 100 billion. Yang Mi froze, her fingers trembling around her phone as the screen illuminated the staggering figure. She couldn't quite believe it and refreshed the Forbes page several times, pondering why Wang's father seemed familiar yet remained elusive in her memory. It turned out he was the discreet richest man in China. The wealth represented in this list accounted solely for visible personal assets. The untold family wealth was surely astronomical. Moreover, rumors within the industry suggested that Wang's mother was even wealthier and more powerful than Wang's father, if their fortunes were combined alongside the unaccounted wealth of the Wang family. It was unfathomable what kind of riches they could amass. She had always thought of Wang Congcong as an exceptionally privileged second-generation heir, but she never imagined he was the son of the richest man. She muttered to herself, her nails almost leaving marks on her phone screen. She has navigated the entertainment industry for many years, encountering countless self-proclaimed scions of affluent families. Yet, there exists no true family that can rival the Wang clan. Wang Congcong's wealth transcends the mere definition of being affluent. In light of such opulence, her spontaneous expenditure of 100 million last night to secure the entirety of the Bashar Celebrity Charity Night seems not only justifiable, but also reasonable. After all, a mere 100 million yuan is but a trifling fraction compared to the vast fortune of the Wang family. She is acutely aware that this could be the golden opportunity to transform her destiny. Yang Mi, having discerned the true lineage of Wang Congcong, gazed up with a flicker of determination in her eyes, contemplating the closed door before her. She resolved that, come what may, she must cling tenaciously to her illustrious brother's coattails. She even began to fantasize about the possibility of inadvertently marrying into the Wang family. Such a leap in status would be an achievement that her lifetime of effort could never hope to attain. She resolved that even if Wang's parents disapproved of her, she would find every conceivable means to remain within the Wang household, even if it meant foregoing any official recognition of her status. Just as she made this determination, the muffled sounds of slippers striking flesh and Wang Congcong's pleas abruptly ceased from the bedroom. Observing this, Yang Mi swiftly concealed her phone and hurriedly departed from the bedroom door, fearful that Wang's parents might misconstrue her presence as eavesdropping. Meanwhile, within the bedroom, Wang's father and mother, having exhausted themselves, sat on the sofa, panting heavily, preparing to seize this intermission to hear how their wayward son intended to explain last night's events. Speak. You had better elucidate clearly why you squandered 100 million on a mere actress. Why did you offend so many individuals during the charity night? Are you aware that companies like Huawei and Guangxian have long-standing grievances with us in the cinema sector? They have sought to unite various domestic distribution companies against us over box office revenue, sharing on multiple occasions. Witnessing the somber expressions on his parents' faces, Wang Congcong felt a wave of indignation as he gingerly touched his sore backside. He patiently began to explain to them. Entering the entertainment industry was not an act of frivolous spending or mere attempts to court women. Rather, it was an endeavor to assist his family in creating a comprehensive business ecosystem aimed at attracting substantial foot traffic to Wanda Plaza. He was addressing multiple issues simultaneously, including the development of a corporate identity. After thorough contemplation, he concluded that his entry into the entertainment realm was not a hasty decision made on a whim. Upon finishing, it was evident that his parents remained skeptical of his explanation. Wang's father, brandishing the slipper once more, prepared to strike again. His gesture seemingly implied that he believed his son to be merely making excuses for his reckless spending. Perceiving this, Wang Congcong quickly leaped back onto the bed and continued his explanation. Dad, I understand that whatever I say now will be met with disbelief. The biases in your hearts are like an insurmountable mountain. Until I achieve results, you will forever see me as nothing more than a spendthrift. Let me not speak of the future. Let me focus on the present. My expenditure of 100 million to secure the Bashar Celebrity Charity Night has generated immense buzz across the entire online community. This attention is all directed towards me. And currently, people are unaware that I am the son of the wealthiest Wang, nor do they know I am the heir to Wanda's future. Have you considered that once my identity as the Prince of Wanda is revealed, it will draw monumental attention to our company? Have you thought about whether this level of interest surpasses the value of spending vast sums on advertisements through CCTV or other major media platforms? Over the years, how many advertisements have you run, and how many people truly know of Wanda Commercial? Yet now, I merely need to unveil my identity and declare that I am the Prince of Wanda, and all the attention will be inexorably linked to Wanda Commercial. Moreover, this attention will not only be fleeting. As long as I remain active online, Wanda Commercial will never lack for visibility. Let us not delve into excessive details. Consider the annual advertising budget of leading real estate giants in the country. Wanda's yearly advertising expenditure must reach several hundred million yuan, right? Now that I am part of the equation, aren't you poised to save several hundred million in advertising costs annually? At this, Wang's father, with the slipper still raised, found himself momentarily halted. Wang Congcong's words were akin to a key that suddenly unlocked a valve in his reasoning. As a seasoned veteran in the business world, he could not overlook the tremendous value that the entertainment industry holds in brand influence and market appeal. However, he had instinctively viewed his son's reckless spending through the lens of a father rather than that of a businessman. Observing his son, who had retreated to the safety of his bed, he suddenly felt as though Wang Congcong had matured significantly. Indeed, he was correct. As a leading real estate enterprise, Wanda's annual advertising budget easily reached hundreds of millions. Given the current online fervor, should Wang Congcong's identity as Wanda's heir be exposed, the company would instantly become the focal point of discussions across the digital landscape. Such a level of attention would be difficult to achieve even through countless advertisements on national television. Moreover, thanks to Wang Congcong's actions, he had established himself as a wholly independent personal brand. As long as he remained active online, Wanda would enjoy a continuous influx of recognition. With Wang Congcong's presence, it would be feasible to eliminate the entire advertising department of Wanda. When one considers the math, the investment of 100 million could yield savings of several hundred million, especially when it comes to annual expenditures. This transaction, when viewed through the lens of return on investment, is undoubtedly a shrewd financial maneuver. Previously, he had always perceived Wang Congcong's extravagant spending with a father's disapproval, never analyzing how such expenditures could benefit Wanda commercially. Now, having been prompted by Wang Congcong's insight, he found himself somewhat swayed, if not convinced, by his son's financial choices. Yet, as a father who had just raised a hand against him, how could he openly acknowledge his own misjudgment? Contemplating this, Wang's father raised the slipper once more, stubbornly declaring, "What of it? Even if your reckless spending can be considered a worthwhile investment and experiment, how do you explain your affront to numerous entertainment companies?" Witnessing the softening of his father's tone, Wang Congcong recognized that his explanation had indeed resonated. No longer fearful, he comfortably settled back on the edge of the bed, gazing earnestly at his father. "Dad, are you truly oblivious or feigning ignorance? In a world where people exist, conflict is inevitable, wherever there are interests at stake. Disputes will arise. The disagreements between distribution companies and cinemas over box office revenue sharing are not new. Everyone desires to maximize their profits. In the current ecosystem of the domestic entertainment industry, distribution companies wield control over the entire content monetization process, encompassing production, distribution, and channel resources. Incorporating major entertainment companies such as China Film and Hawaii, which even boast their own cinemas, these entities undoubtedly represent the very core of the industry. Their authority is unparalleled and far exceeds that of our Wanda theater chain. As for our position, we have consistently occupied the role of a downstream terminal within the entertainment sector. Should these distribution companies unite to sever our supply of film sources, how can one possibly respond? This is not mere speculation from Wang Congcong, if memory serves him right. It is likely that this year or the next during the Spring Festival, a coalition of distribution companies will form an alliance. This so-called distribution alliance comprises the 5 leading distribution companies, including Hawaii and China Film, with the intention of increasing the box office revenue sharing ratio from the existing 43-57 distributor theater to 45-55, thereby attempting to disrupt the theater-dominated revenue sharing model. The primary target of this distribution alliance is the foremost cinema chain in the country, Wanda. By leveraging the limited quota of imported films and the monopoly of domestic blockbusters by these distribution giants, they threaten to cut off film supplies to compel concessions from theaters like Wanda. With this in mind, Wang Congcong feels emboldened. I can assure you that even if I do not offend them, these distribution companies will eventually band together and demand an increase in their box office share. This is one of the reasons I chose to enter the entertainment industry. Only when theater companies also engage in film distribution will Wanda, unencumbered by film supply shortages, be able to stand firm against the incessant demands for higher revenue shares from these entertainment companies. At that point, having our own film suppliers would render any coalition formed by Hawaii and others utterly insignificant. We could even turn the tables and demand rebates from the distributors, asserting that we would not screen their films otherwise. If prominent distribution companies can own cinemas, why shouldn't large theater companies like ours venture into film distribution and production? Upon hearing this, Wang's father fell silent. Wang Congcong was indeed correct. In recent years, conflicts between distribution companies and theaters have intensified, primarily due to disputes over box office revenue sharing. This is especially true for films by renowned directors, such as Zhang Yimou, who enjoy separate revenue sharing arrangements. Should one disagree, the distribution companies can simply control the availability of film sources, their only means of exerting power over theaters. Without the distribution key, theaters cannot screen films no matter their desire to do so. He had previously pondered whether to enter the film production and distribution sector. But prior to the formation of the distribution alliance, when Wanda had not yet been collectively targeted, he truly lacked the time to embark on such endeavors. Now, his son has also recognized this reality and begun to plan ahead. This leads to the conclusion that Wang Congcong is not merely spending lavishly. Rather, he is doing so with a calculated and strategic mindset. Realizing this, Wang's father cast aside his slippers and scrutinized Wang Congcong with a discerning eye. I can see that your extravagant expenditures are indeed justified and irrefutable. However, I have a question. The charity night at Bashar can only raise around 30 million at most. Even if you wish to make a bold statement to enhance your reputation, you could easily achieve that with 50 million for a private screening. So why spend 100 million? As the saying goes, one should be frugal when necessary and spend when required. If you can achieve your goals with minimal funds, why waste money? All right, since Congcong's spending is justified, why are you still fixated on that 50 million? At that moment, Wang's mother interjected, coming to Wang Congcong's defense. She too felt a sense of pride, recognizing that their son had truly matured and was proactively preparing for the future of the family. Wang Congcong was well aware that a private screening at Bashar could be arranged for 50 million. His decision to spend 100 million was purely to round up the figure, a mere facade. Had the incident with Wang Shuo brandishing a gun not occurred the previous night, Wang Congcong would have found it difficult to justify his spending. However, following that incident, he felt entirely justified. Chapter 18. I did it. What can you do about it? He picked up his phone from the bedside table, opened the video secretly recorded by Yang Mi the night before, and presented it to Wang's father. Without this video, Wang Shuo could have denied his actions, claiming he had never fired a gun. With some connections, the matter could have been swept under the rug with minimal consequences. Yet, once this video surfaced, Wang Shuo's entire family would inevitably face ruin, their vast wealth being systematically dismantled. If Wang Congcong recalled correctly, Wang Shuo's family was also involved in the real estate sector, specifically commercial real estate. Rumor had it that they owned a commercial building in a prime location within the second ring road of Kyoto. This establishment encompassed commercial spaces, dining, office areas, and parking facilities. The surrounding transportation was exceptionally convenient, with avenues leading to both the north and south, as well as access to the Forbidden City to the west and Jinbao Avenue to the east. The western side of the building, stretching 28 kilometers, bordered the remnants of the Royal City Park, juxtaposed against a bustling commercial area. The value of this single commercial building alone could easily amount to tens of billions. It is important to note that this is Kyoto. In certain areas, even if one possesses wealth, acquiring land is a formidable challenge. Once Wang Congcong takes down Wang Shuo's family, all that will be necessary is to renovate the interior and rebrand it as One Plaza. What a perfect plan. Not to mention, beyond this commercial building in the Golden Business District of Kyoto, Wang Shuo's family possessed numerous other assets. It could be said that the few shots fired by Wang Shuo in an attempt to show off shattered the wealth that his family had accumulated over generations. At this moment, Wang's father had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation or realize the immeasurable benefits that Wang Congcong's bravado had brought to the Wang family. He accepted the phone that Wang Congcong extended to him, and, upon seeing the video of someone brandishing a firearm at his son, his expression darkened to an extreme. Seeking death, Wang's father nearly roared in fury, veins bulging in his neck. He had never imagined that someone would dare to threaten his son with a gun. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Which family dares to act so recklessly? Firing a gun in Kyoto? How dare they target a member of the Wang family?" As these words left his lips, Wang's mother swiftly snatched the phone from Wang's father's hands, her pearl necklace tangling in her hurried motions. Trembling, she scrolled through the video, and upon witnessing someone threaten her son with a firearm, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Her immediate concern drove her to Wang Congcong's side, reaching out to check. "Congcong, are you hurt? Why didn't you tell your mother right away?" "Mom, I'm fine." After receiving her son's reassuring response, she turned to him with a serious demeanor. "Clever. I do not care who stands behind him or the power of his family. I demand retribution for their actions, and I shall ensure their utter ruin. Do they not comprehend the rules? I shall annihilate them, eradicate them." This time, the normally placid Wang father, who adheres to the philosophy of harmony yielding wealth, showed no inclination to oppose Wang mother's decision, and assured Wang Congcong, "You need not worry about this matter. We shall take care of it." At that moment, the air in the entire bedroom seemed to crystallize into ice. Observing the seething fury in his parents' eyes, Wang Congcong realized that the Wang Shuo family was destined for complete destruction. It was then that he languidly articulated his scheme. "Father, mother, now you understand why I so extravagantly flaunted my wealth to those young masters last night, do you not? I sought to discern if any short-sighted nouveau riche would dare to overstep their bounds under provocation. With this video in hand, the Wang Shuo family's vast fortune will inevitably become the property of the Wang family. And my expenditure of 100 million last night will prove to be an astute investment." Upon hearing this, both Wang father and Wang mother were momentarily taken aback. It was Wang mother who quickly regained her composure, bending down to retrieve a slipper from the floor, which she then aimed at Wang Congcong's backside. While striking him, she fumed, "Do we truly lack that little money? Do you even realize the gravity of your actions? I shall beat you to death today. You clearly do not care for your own safety." Wang Congcong began to dart around the room, pleading, "Mother, mother, I was wrong. I shall not do it again. I never anticipated there would be such foolish second-generation heirs willing to resort to gunfire in the capital." Observing Wang Congcong's erratic demeanor, Wang father seized his phone and contacted the family's security team. "From this day forth, you are to follow Wang Congcong with a full team. Aside from matters concerning personal safety, do not report anything else to me." Wang Congcong initially wished to protest against being followed. Yet a glance exchanged between his parents revealed their unified stance, leaving no regard for his sentiments. Seeing this, Wang Congcong tentatively inquired, "After the Wang Shuo family is bankrupted, will their assets be transferred to my name?" Wang mother, once again wielding the slipper, retorted, "You are still thinking about money? With such a fortune, you cannot manage it. Allow me to safeguard it for you. When you take over the family business, it will all rightfully belong to you. Simultaneously, the Maybach that had halted on the street last night, with bullet holes adorning its hood and tires, was exposed by relevant media. At this moment, Wang Congcong found himself at the epicenter of controversy. The revelation sent his trending topic on Weibo soaring at an astonishing rate. The entry suggesting Wang Congcong was allegedly shot echoed with a glaring explosive label that stung the eyes, amassing over 50 million clicks within 10 minutes. The comment section was inundated with hundreds of thousands of messages. Oh no, is our husband injured? Have the police been notified? In the capital, beneath the imperial gaze, someone dare to fire a gun? This is lawlessness. Marketing accounts, sensing an opportunity, quickly began to post analyses speculating who might have targeted Wang Congcong. Given Wang Congcong's lavish spending of 100 million at the Bash charity night and his high-profile contract with the band Yangmi, such extravagant behavior surely offended many. However, the leaders of companies like Huawei and Guangxin are not ignorant of the consequences. Therefore, I believe the most likely culprits are the notoriously arrogant 4 young masters of the capital. Only they would dare to act with such impunity. This analysis ignited a fervor among netizens, who found it plausible. At that moment, Wang Shuo directly dispelled any doubts. Posting a dynamic on Weibo that contained nothing but a night-filtered photograph of the Maybach, unmistakably the very car Wang Congcong drove last night. Wang Shuo seemed to be brazenly proclaiming to netizens, "What are you going to do about it?" His audacity was palpable, leaving the audience in uproar. Chapter 19. He has no evidence. This brazen display incited an even greater uproar among netizens, who began commenting, "Isn't this an outright provocation? Are you admitting to your actions?" 66. The enmity between second-generation heirs is indeed more thrilling than television dramas. I look forward to a confrontation between young Master Wang and our husband. Let us see who emerges victorious. Some envious netizens lamented Wang Congcong's wealth, remarking, "He deserves it. Wang Shuo is doing well." However, the majority criticized Wang Shuo's reckless behavior. Despite both Wang Shuo and Wang Congcong being second-generation heirs, their approaches to life were starkly different. Ordinary people are not inherently envious of wealth. They merely care about the legitimacy of its acquisition. If one's wealth is obtained lawfully, others may only feel a twinge of envy. Yet, for those like Wang Shuo, who openly disregard the laws of Huaxia, there is little goodwill from the public. Subsequently, the phrase Wang Shuo, what can you do about it, rapidly ascended the trending topics. Yet clicking on it revealed nothing but a photo of Wang Shuo pointing arrogantly at the camera. Meanwhile, the door to Wang Shuo's father's office was abruptly flung open, and the secretary rushed in, visibly anxious. "This is bad. This is terrible. Young Master Wang is causing trouble again." The secretary caught his breath momentarily before explaining to Wang Shuo's father the chaos that Wang Shuo had stirred on the internet. Wang Shuo's father shot up from his seat, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you saying Wang Shuo fired a gun in the capital?" The secretary nodded. "It seems so, but the specifics are unclear. It appears to be related to last night's Bash charity night." Outrageous. How could I have such a son? Almost 30 years old, yet still indulging in frivolities. Only bringing trouble to the family. Always competing over those entertainers. Wang Shuo's father seethed with frustration. He had consistently urged Wang Shuo to temper his behavior. Yet Wang Shuo seemed to disregard his counsel entirely, repeatedly embroiling the family in scandal, all due to jealousy over female celebrities. Their family merely possessed some wealth. They were not an invincible clan. Moreover, in Huaxia, there were countless wealthy and powerful individuals who surpassed them. If one day Wang Shuo were to provoke a significant figure, the entire Wang family could face ruin, especially in this capital city, where formidable figures lurked in the shadows. With this thought, Wang Shuo's father lost all interest in company matters. He snatched the car keys from his desk and dashed out of the office, starting his vehicle and speeding towards a villa district in the capital. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, swiftly arriving home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of women's lingerie carelessly strewn across the floor, igniting his fury. He could no longer contain his rage and drew the belt from his waist. He stormed toward Wang Shuo's bedroom, and even before getting close, he could faintly hear the sounds of playful antics between a man and a woman emanating from within. He was unashamed as he pushed open the door, seized the belt, and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Wang Shuo. Meanwhile, the disheveled woman seized the opportunity to flee the bedroom. In that moment, the only sounds that filled the room were the crack of the belt against flesh and Wang Shuo's anguished cries for mercy. Dad, are you out of your mind? Stop, please." Wang Shuo's father showed no signs of relenting. "I am not insane. You are the one who has lost your senses. Have I not advised you to temper your behavior, to refrain from provoking others? Yet here you are, brazen and arrogant, even brandishing a pistol. Do you comprehend where you are? This is the capital. If you seek your own demise, at least do not endanger our entire family. At this juncture, Wang Shuo protested vehemently. Dad, what are you so frantic about? While I may have been a bit reckless, I am not a fool. Though I brandished a firearm, I utilized our family's connections to erase all surveillance footage from the surrounding streets last night. Consequently, even if they suspect me, without evidence, what can they do? Upon hearing this, Wang Shuo's father halted the belt mid-swing, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze upon his son. Are you serious? Wang Shuo, rubbing his already bruised back, replied with a sense of aggrievement. Of course. I am not truly foolish. I had old Zhao handle the situation. What could possibly go wrong? Upon learning that old Zhao had cleaned up Wang Shuo's mess, Wang Shuo's father finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Old Zhao, whose real name was Zhao Qianfeng, had been a trusted family associate for many years, known for his adept handling of matters. Crucially, he had always managed their dealings with the underworld, ensuring that his involvement would guarantee success. Having confirmed this information, Wang Shuo's father, relieved but still shaken, discarded the belt and sank onto the edge of the bed, gasping for breath as he inquired about the specific circumstances surrounding the incident. Wang Shuo, equally distressed, recounted the entire series of events, detailing his conflict with Wang Congcong, the latter's audacity, and his own retaliatory actions. As Wang Shuo's father listened, his alarm grew, and he turned to his son with disbelief. Are you saying that Wang Congcong spent $1 billion in a single night, booking the entire Bashar Star Charity night? Yes. Wang Shuo, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nodded. At this revelation, Wang Shuo's father immediately bent down to retrieve the belt from the floor, resuming his assault while simultaneously cursing, "You wasteful son, do you know what it means to squander $1 billion? Even our family would not dare to spend like Wang Congcong to draw a gun on someone of his stature. Have you any sense at all?" Wang Shuo remained defiant. So what? Even if his family is extraordinary, he has no evidence against us. What can he do? Wang Shuo's father's forehead bulged with veins as he exclaimed, "Fool! Fool! Without evidence, that may suffice for ordinary people. But for someone like Wang Congcong, even in the absence of proof, resolving this matter will undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Do you not understand?" Just then, as Wang Shuo's father was imparting some earnest familial wisdom, the shrill ring of his phone interrupted. He paused, retrieving his phone to find it was a call from a senior executive at the company. Upon answering, the news he received left him stunned, as if the very sky had fallen upon him. You mean to say that the police, fire department, economic investigation bureau, tax authority, and market supervision bureau have all formed a joint investigation team and are now stationed at our company? The executive on the other end spoke urgently. Yes, boss. Who have we angered? How could this situation escalate so dramatically? The company's accounts and management have been effectively seized. Had I not arrived late today, I might not have had the chance to inform you. Hearing this, Wang Shuo's father felt his grip falter, stumbling back as the phone slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground. Even Wang Shuo, still wailing in pain, sensed that something was amiss. 5 departments joining forces? What a jest. He did not need to ponder long. It was undoubtedly due to Wang Congcong, the enigmatic young heir he had recently offended. At that moment, Wang Shuo, despite his previous bravado, recognized the formidable influence of Wang Congcong's family and was gripped by fear. He did not wish to spend his life behind bars. Dropping to his knees, he clung to his father's leg, pleading, "Dad, you must save me. I did not want to go to prison. I was wrong. I promise to listen to you from now on, and I will never cause trouble again." Hearing his son's cries, Wang Shuo's father was jolted back to reality. Looking down at his son, now a blubbering mess. "I have long warned you that the capital is a place filled with hidden dangers, where countless individuals can manipulate our family. But you refuse to heed my words, and now look where we are, facing an iron wall. Not just you, but our entire family could be ruined." Wang Shuo trembled with fear, incessantly muttering, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Observing his son's genuine remorse, Wang Shuo's father sighed. As his only child, despite his failures, he could not abandon him entirely. He shook his head, as if resolving to take a certain course of action. "Fortunately, you managed to erase the evidence of the shooting last night. Otherwise, our family would have faced utter ruin. Now, while the opposition is formidable without evidence, I can leverage some connections and incur a few costs to resolve this. Then, you'll need to visit Wang Congcong to apologize. That should settle the matter. However, this would not come without a hefty price." And Wang Shuo's father knew that the cost of resolving this issue could amount to 30% of their family's wealth, his life savings. Had it not been for his wayward son, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, Wang Shuo ceased his tears and looked up at his father. He had initially intended to protest against apologizing to Wang Congcong, but the thought of the young heir's immense power the ability to prompt a coalition of 5 departments for an investigation, silenced his objections, though he found the situation humiliating. The looming threat of imprisonment compelled him to nod in agreement, trembling as he declared, "Dad, I will do as you say. Whatever you instruct me to do, I will follow." Simultaneously, the news of the joint investigation team, formed by the police, fire department, economic investigation bureau, tax authority, and market supervision bureau entering Wang Shua's family business, sent shockwaves through the online community. The trending topic swiftly dominated the charts within half an hour, as 5 departments jointly investigated the enterprises of the Wang Shua family. The striking red character explosive caught the eye. Comments from netizens on Weibo surged, refreshing at a staggering rate of over 1,000 per second. Remarks included sentiments such as, "The law of Huaxia supersedes all, firing weapons in the capital. Wang Shua deserves this, and justice will not be delayed. It was high time to investigate the origins of his family's wealth. Is it not a case of the wealthy being unkind, perhaps acquired through illegal means and exploitation?" Of course, amidst the usual spectators, astute netizens quickly detected an unusual undertone. What an uncanny coincidence. Gunfire last night, and today, a joint investigation by 5 departments? A well-known influencer released 3 lengthy analyses, stating, according to standard investigative procedures, they should first identify the suspect, namely, Wang Shua. The absence of an investigation into Wang Shua and the immediate focus on his family businesses suggests there must be a hidden hand at play. Summarizing, it became clear the Wang family was doomed. In the comment section of this update, the name Wang Congcong was also thrust into the limelight. Users fervently questioned Wang Congcong's Weibo account. "Wang Xiao, did you orchestrate this?" Impressive, the Wang family with assets in the hundreds of billions is being reduced to nothing before you. The so-called 4 young masters of the capital seem trivial next to Wang Xiao. At such a moment, could you finally reveal to everyone who your father truly is? The fan circles erupted in chaos. The comment section of Yang Mi's account flooded with curious onlookers, as fans both controlled the narrative and inquired, "Sister, please disclose the true identity of our husband." The discussion surrounding Wang Congcong versus Wang Shua, akin to a real-life drama of familial strife, caused Weibo's servers to crash multiple times. Following this turmoil, the targeted Wang Shua family scoured through every connection accumulated by Wang Shua's father over the years. Yet they could not uncover who was behind their plight. Initially, Wang Shua's father believed that lacking substantial evidence meant he would only have to sacrifice a portion of his wealth to resolve the matter. However, he was taken aback to find that, as a billionaire, he could not even secure a meeting with the person who initiated this downfall. During this time, their family situation deteriorated increasingly. First, Wang Shua's mother, his stepmother, a well-known artist, was found guilty of tax evasion. Subsequently, Wang Shua himself was implicated in various violations, including operating an illegal casino and tax fraud. His son, Wang Shua, faced arrest by law enforcement for multiple charges, including illegal possession, trafficking, and use of firearms, as well as attempted homicide. It could be said that within a mere few days, the Wang family faced complete annihilation. The swift collapse of a 100 billion family was indeed hard to fathom. On that day, a gentle rain washed the glass facade of the Century building in the capital. With the red and blue lights of police vehicles flashing incessantly through the downpour, the alternating rhythm seemingly narrating the demise of the Wang family. Wang Shua's father, along with 2 others, handcuffed, was escorted out of the Century building by law enforcement officers. He gazed at the law enforcement vehicles parked outside, knowing that his life was irrevocably over. The family had resigned themselves to their fate, for they had no recourse. To this day, they had not even discovered who had set this calamity in motion. With such a vast disparity, what could they do but accept their fate? Meanwhile, numerous media outlets, having congregated near the Century building, fervently captured the scene of the Wang family being led away. "Isn't that Wang Xiao? Has Wang Congcong arrived too? Is he here to watch the spectacle?" Suddenly, a voice from the crowd rang out. Upon hearing this, the resigned Wang Shua abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fury as the rain mingled with his anger. He spotted a black Maybach slowly approaching. As the vehicle came to a halt, the door swung open, revealing the familiar face of Wang Congcong. The latter appeared self-satisfied, wrapping his arm around Yang Mi's slender waist as they exited the car, high heels splashing in the puddles, strolling towards them as if taking a leisurely walk, heading into the Century building. Simultaneously, the Wang family brushed past Wang Congcong and Yang Mi. Wang Shua distinctly heard Wang Congcong remark, "How can this person's vision be so poor? Such a prime location wasted on that bunch of useless Wang family members. I'll have my family renovate it to breathe new life into the Century building." Statements laden with disdain flowed from Wang Congcong's lips. As he casually surveyed the buildings and layout surrounding the Century Building, a smug smile gracing his face, embodying an air of nonchalant mockery. It was as if the Century Building already belonged to him, Wang Congcong. At that moment, Wang Shuo could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Wang Congcong!" He struggled desperately against the grips of the officers, attempting to lunge forward. Alas, his efforts were futile, as law enforcement held him firmly in place. All he could do was impotently curse, "I'll haunt you even in death. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have fallen to such depths." His voice barely escaped when it was drowned out by the incessant clicking of cameras. Journalists paid no heed to the Wang family's plight, swiftly redirecting their attention towards Wang Congcong. Before they could approach, a throng of media members thrust their microphones forward. "Young Master Wang, hello. Are you here today to admire your masterpiece? Is the Wang family's arrest due to your influence?" The barrage of questions flowed relentlessly. Wang Congcong, noticing the commotion, paused, turned, and raised his hand to signal for silence. The media quickly grasped the cue, ceasing their clamorous inquiries, and the atmosphere fell abruptly quiet. Wang Congcong, with a dismissive smile aimed at the cameras, declared, "Firstly, I can assure everyone that I am not here to relish the arrest of the Wang family. I lack the time for such trivial pursuits. Furthermore, the Wang family's arrest stems entirely from their own criminal actions and violations. They have not offended me. Rather, they have transgressed the laws of Huaxia, and their current predicament is solely of their own making." As he spoke, he nonchalantly glanced at the Wang family being ushered into the law enforcement vehicle, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "However, since you've asked, I have nothing to conceal. I am here for an inspection. Henceforth, the Century Building will officially be renamed Wanda Plaza." Upon uttering these words, everyone present, save for the previously silent Yang Mi, stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, momentarily forgetting to ask further questions, until the media personnel fully grasped the situation and sought to continue their inquiries. They realized that Wang Congcong had already elegantly wrapped his arm around Yang Mi's waist as they entered the Century Building. They wished to pursue them for further interviews. Eager to uncover why the Century Building had been renamed Wanda Plaza, was this not a subtle indication of the inextricable ties between Wang Congcong and Wanda Commercial? Unfortunately, as they reached the entrance, a multitude of security guards promptly halted them, announcing that the Century Building would be closed for renovations starting today, and that the specific reopening date would be communicated by Wanda Commercial. At that moment, someone in the crowd finally had an epiphany. Wanda Commercial, Wang the richest, Wang Congcong, all sharing the surname Wang. Chapter 22. Identity revealed. Is he the son of the tycoon? Is he the Prince of Wanda? As these words took flight, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. All eyes were fixed intently on the figure that had vanished behind the glass doors. It was no wonder Wang Congcong had previously exhibited such extravagance, spending $100 million to book the Bashar Celebrity Charity Night. Nor was it surprising that he disregarded the so-called 4 young masters of the capital and the myriad of capitalists in the entertainment industry. The swift downfall of the Wang Shuo family, worth billions, within mere days was now comprehensible. It turned out Wang Congcong was indeed the son of the wealthiest individual. This revelation cast light on everything, and a seasoned entertainment reporter, slapping his thigh, lamented that despite years of experience in the industry, he had never dared to consider Wang Congcong as the son of a tycoon. He had thought Wang Congcong might be a somewhat capable second-generation heir, but never to such an astonishing degree. Yet now, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to reflect on the stark disparities among individuals. In the presence of the richest man, the so-called capital of the entertainment industry appeared rather insignificant, let alone the fact that even if Wang Congcong had offended them, or openly slapped the faces of numerous entertainment capitalists, they would be left with no choice but to endure it. This was not mere speculation or an exaggerated elevation of the tycoon-esque status. It was substantiated by concrete data. For instance, in recent years, the total box office of the domestic film market had surged explosively to over $20 billion. Income for top-tier celebrities had exceeded $100 million, and the collective earnings of the top 100 celebrities on Forbes' list had reached $38.2 billion. When considering the revenue from television dramas, variety shows, performances, and music markets, the total scale of the domestic entertainment market amounted to approximately 200 to 300 billion renminbi. While this market seemed quite robust, the comparison was daunting. The wealth possessed by the richest man alone could rival the total scale of the entire entertainment sector. Moreover, there were rumors within the industry that the tycoon-esque wife was even more formidable and affluent. With such a background, Wang Congcong's previous actions at the Bashar Celebrity Charity Night truly paled in significance. His extravagant spending was but a mere drop in the ocean before the tycoon. Spending $100 million for him was akin to a common person purchasing a steam bun on the street. Once the initial shock wore off, the first-hand news was swiftly disseminated across the internet. Headlines emerged at lightning speed. The national husband is actually the son of the tycoon. He is the Prince of Wanda. The billion family has fallen in an instant. The Wang Shuo family's enterprises have been completely taken over by Wanda Commercial. And similar phrases top trending searches. The reactions from netizens were nothing short of a grand spectacle of astonishment. What did it matter that the Wang Shuo family possessed $100 billion in assets? Before the son of the richest man, they were merely fish on the chopping block. This plot was even more riveting than a drama. Poverty had indeed restricted our imagination. I hereby declare that henceforth, impoverished directors and screenwriters shall not be allowed to create dramas about wealthy families, for they lack the flair. I always suspected that Wang Congcong's presence was extraordinary. Previously, I assumed he was merely affluent, but I never fathomed the extent of his wealth. Other second-generation heirs may have been born in Rome, but upon encountering Wang Congcong, one realizes that there are indeed distinctions between starting points and endpoints in Rome. Ordinary second-generation heirs are born at the starting line, while our young master was born at the finish line. He need not strive further, for there is no room for improvement. Even a blogger with millions of followers expressed, "He is young Master Wang, the long-lost brother. Please adopt him back home." The comments section exploded with humorous remarks. "We urgently seek the Wang family genealogy to see if we can claim a distant relative." Suggestions flowed in urging young Master Wang to change his name to Wang Outyen, for only the title of Prince of Wanda is worthy of such a grandiose name. As netizens indulged in the sensational news and marveled at Wang Congcong's identity, Yang Mi's fans also erupted in collective ecstasy. Flooding the comment section with the phrase "me is amazing." Fans, like treasure seekers, burst forth in excitement. "Help! My sister has directly vaulted from the pinnacle of the entertainment industry to the heights of a prestigious family." A prominent fan shared a comparative image that garnered 300,000 likes. On the left, Yang Mi sat alone in the guest area during the charity night, and on the right, she was confidently embraced by Wang Congcong, accompanied by the caption, "Sister's comeback story, I can support it until I'm 80. The comments section devolved into a battleground of flattery and vanity. Had I known following Sister Me would yield such rewards. This ISN team merely clinging to a golden thigh. It's akin to boarding a spaceship. Some ardent fans declared, "If Mimi marries into the Wang family, I'll be the first to volunteer as a handmaiden, serving tea, walking dogs, driving 24/7 on call." Meanwhile, some resentful fans targeted those who had previously criticized their sister, were those who said my sister was stealing scenes. "Come out and face the music. With my sister's status, acting in the entertainment industry is already a favor to them. Anyone daring to criticize my sister in the future should beware." Young Master Wang may just buy out the entire entertainment circle. This post sparked a cascade of responses. Even some little fairies were calling for calm. "Sisters, let's not get carried away. While young Master Wang is handsome and wealthy, our Mimi is also a formidable leading lady who earned her place through talent." Overall, Yang Mi's entire fanbase was engulfed in this grand celebration of viral sensations, eagerly awaiting to see how their idol would continue to weave her legend amidst both the aristocracy and the entertainment world. Of course, with Wang Congcong's identity as the Prince of Wanda now revealed, those in the entertainment industry who had previously been affronted by him found a legitimate opportunity to retaliate against the Wang family. Chapter 23. The Distribution Alliance? Upon witnessing this news, the various Wang entities of Hawaii immediately contacted the four major distribution giants in the country: China Film Group, Bona Film Group, Xingmei Media, and Fiber Media, convening a dedicated distribution meeting. As the last participant took their seat, the lights in the conference room distorted the shadows of the attendees. After a few brief pleasantries, no one seemed inclined to broach the main topic at hand. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wang, the director of Hawaii, as if inquiring about the grand spectacle orchestrated by Hawaii. Wang leisurely lit a cigar and, after exhaling a plume of smoke, began to speak. He did not immediately address the matter at hand. Rather, he commenced by sharing his grievances. In the eyes of outsiders, our film and television industry appears glamorous. Yet the struggles we endure remain known only to us. Within our field, it is commonly said that 9 out of 10 ventures end in loss. All of you present are my peers, and I do not wish to conceal the truth, for it is evident in our financial reports. Despite Hawaii being the leading private entity in China's entertainment sector with a staggering market valuation of $60 billion, we are all too aware of the reality behind our industry. The market value we boast is often inflated. Take, for instance, our net profit over the past 2 years. For a company valued at 60 billion, our annual net profit amounts to a mere 665 million. This is a concept I trust you all comprehend. Over the course of a year, we have invested in numerous projects, yet the truly profitable ones can be counted on one hand. Such lucrative projects typically involve prominent casts or renowned directors. Only these can ensure our profitability. I am certain that, aside from Hawaii, many of you share similar circumstances, with some even facing a bleaker financial outlook than ours. We entertainment companies expend substantial resources and effort, undertaking significant risks while investing in a multitude of films. However, the ultimate returns from these films predominantly benefit the cinema chains. Do any of you not find this arrangement unjust? Why is it that cinema chains, with no effort on their part, can claim a staggering 57% share of the revenues from projects we painstakingly bring to fruition, while we, the distribution companies who manage the organization, investment, and production processes, bearing the entirety of the associated risks, only receive 43%? As he grew more impassioned, Wang's tone intensified, and he cast a fervent glance around the room. I wish to ask you all, are you truly content with this situation? Upon hearing this, Wang from Guangxian shrugged helplessly. What can we do if we are dissatisfied? Our distribution company has clashed with cinema chains numerous times over box office revenue sharing. Yet, when it comes to this matter, cinema chains seem to have conspired in advance, refusing to yield an inch. What recourse do we have? Following suit, you from Bona nodded in agreement. Indeed, what can we do if we are dissatisfied? Although the sentiment was shared, it became clear to all present that the purpose of Hawaii's assembly was to unite in opposition against the cinema chains led by Wanda, aiming to negotiate a more favorable revenue-sharing arrangement. However, while they understood the situation, none wished to be the first to step forward, fearing backlash from the cinema chains. Given Hawaii's substantial stature, it would be illogical for them to charge into battle while smaller companies remain passive. With this realization, the room fell silent as they collectively turned their attention to Wang, signaling that aside from China Film, he was the most influential figure present, and they urged him to speak plainly. Wang, noticing their reaction, understood their reluctance to be the scapegoat, fearing collective targeting from the cinema chains. Although Hawaii was indeed a significant player, the true titans in attendance were not from their ranks. Thus, Wang instinctively glanced at the representative from China Film, who had remained silent. Seeing the nod from San Yi, it was evident that he tacitly approved of Hawaii's initiative. In truth, while China Film did possess its own cinema chains, its primary focus lay in film distribution, particularly in monopolizing the distribution rights for imported films. The revenue from distribution constituted a substantial portion of the group's overall income, whereas cinema operations were merely an extension of the group's industrial chain. Moreover, the profitability of cinema operations had been continuously squeezed by rental and labor costs, which limited net profits after expenses. Consequently, China Film had been deliberately reducing its investments in cinema operations. To summarize, increasing the distribution share would directly enhance distribution profits, providing a far greater financial contribution to China Film than the marginal gains from cinema revenue sharing. This led China Film to firmly align itself with the distribution alliance. With San Ye's nod of approval, Wang's confidence surged, and he stood before the gathering of distribution magnates, boldly declaring, "Since we are all dissatisfied with the cinema chains claiming 57% of box office revenues, allow Hawaii to take the lead. I propose that, starting today, we 5 major distribution companies formally establish a distribution alliance, demanding that the cinema chains elevate the current revenue-sharing ratio from 43-57 distribution, cinema, to 45-55. Otherwise, during this year's Spring Festival, our alliance will halt the supply of films to certain cinema chains or restrict the quantity of film sources, leaving them helpless as they watch their companies suffer losses." Following his statement, Wang surveyed the assembly of distribution leaders. "What say you?" In unison, they nodded eagerly. They had long desired an increase in the box office revenue share, but had previously struggled with insufficient influence as individual companies. Now, with Hawaii leading the charge, they readily rallied in support. Wang's words ring true. "I, Guangxian, am the first to endorse this initiative. Moreover, we now possess a valid reason." Citing Wang Congcong's previous arrogance at the charity gala, where he showed no regard for us industry veterans, it is only reasonable that, in our anger, we seek to teach this upstart a lesson. In this united front, our demands for an adjustment in box office revenue sharing can be justified, even to the extent that we are compelled to apologize to Wanda-san. Thus, they felt justified, holding the moral high ground and a legitimate cause. As this sentiment echoed through the room, a resounding applause erupted, solidifying the alliance among the 5 major distribution giants. Chapter 24. How to spend the remaining 400 million. Meanwhile, in a hotel in the capital, Wang Congcong sat in his slippers at his computer desk, perusing the emails from Puchong Capital and Puchong Media, searching for promising projects to invest in. He contemplated how to judiciously allocate the remaining $400 million in entrepreneurial funds at his disposal. Behind him, Yang Mi thoughtfully kneaded his shoulders. Due to the confines of the hotel room, both of them were dressed in exceedingly loose attire. As she leaned forward, the allure of her neckline was plainly visible. While she massaged him, she occasionally chimed in, "Songge, it's been quite some time since we established Puchong Media. Has the company yet to finalize its first investment project?" At this juncture, her tone feigned a softness as she lamented, "If I don't venture out soon, my fans will start to think I've withdrawn from the limelight." Wang Congcong pouted, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Do you think I don't wish to confirm our first project sooner? I'm actively seeking it out. You're no longer just a minor celebrity. Your online fan base is nearing 50 million. We can't just film any random movie. If we're going to do this, let's create a blockbuster. Moreover, with Puchong Media being the first enterprise established by me, Wang Congcong, the entire online community is keenly observing our every move. In such circumstances, the inaugural project must be approached with the utmost caution. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, wouldn't that just provide fodder for ridicule? Wouldn't everyone merely perceive me as a privileged heir relying solely on my family's wealth?" As Wang Congcong elucidated, he perused the emails in his inbox. This task had become his primary focus in recent days, ever since he had donned his facade of affluence and publicly declared that those with dreams could directly approach him. His identity as the son of a billionaire had been thoroughly unveiled. Consequently, the influx of project proposals seeking his investment had become overwhelming. It could be said that his company's public email received new messages every minute. Regrettably, many of the projects presented were entirely unfamiliar to him. Could he invest in them? Absolutely not. He was merely affluent, not foolish. In a moment of frustration, Wang Congcong pointed at the computer screen and vented, "Look at these people. What sort of emails are they sending? Some even come with blank PowerPoint presentations, expecting to pull a fast one. Do they think that just because I'm the son of a billionaire, I'm an easy mark? Do they really believe that by merely providing a bank account number, I would transfer funds?" Just as he lamented to Yang Mi, a new email suddenly arrived in the Puchong Media inbox. Initially indifferent after perusing countless subpar projects, Wang Congcong's attention was abruptly captured by the sender's account nickname. His finger on the mouse will tightened abruptly. He had spotted something, a message from an account named Kaisemaji Zhangchun. The name stood out amidst the plethora of spam like a searing brand, igniting a tension in his throat. His nimble fingers rapidly clicked on the mouse, and the PDF file unfolded seamlessly. Though he did not meticulously scrutinize the email as content, it was evidently a request for investment. Most people might not be familiar with Kaisemaji, but few would be unaware of the renowned comedy duo Shun Tung and Ma Li in later generations. Established in 2003, Kaisemaji rose to prominence through stage plays, transitioning to films and achieving a meteoric rise, culminating in a comprehensive entertainment brand encompassing theater, cinema, variety shows, and cultural tourism. After its foray into the film industry, it birthed numerous small-budget comedic hits, such as Goodbye Mr. Loser, Never Say Die, and The King of Comedy, raking in billions at the box office and propelling Shun Tung and Ma Li to stardom. In subsequent years, their films collectively amassed over $50 billion in revenue, dominating the box office of domestic comedies. Industry insiders have come to accept the unspoken rule that their collaboration guarantees a blockbuster. Moreover, Kaisemaji's market valuation soared to an astounding 5 billion renminbi. It was undeniable that Wang Congcong could not afford to overlook such a comedic enterprise. The moment he laid eyes on that email, he resolved to acquire Kaisemaji. Successfully securing this acquisition would mark a significant stride toward fulfilling his family's vision of a comprehensive business ecosystem. With Kaisemaji in his portfolio, the comedy troupe would become a powerful tool to draw substantial foot traffic to Wanda Plaza during critical movie release periods such as the Dragon Boat Festival, Summer Vacation, National Day, and the Spring Festival. Wang Congcong understood that Wanda was a distinct entity compared to other cinemas. They operated as a commercial plaza, where patrons would invariably indulge in refreshments like cola and popcorn after viewing a film. Couples might even book a room at the Wanda Hotel for a night, while families would likely bring their children to enjoy the amusement park within the plaza. Thus, the revenue generated by Wanda would far exceed the price of mere movie tickets. This realization underscored why Wanda prioritized strategies to attract substantial consumer traffic as a central developmental focus. Filled with excitement at this prospect, Wang Congcong impulsively embraced Yang Mi, showering her with fervent kisses. She feigned resistance for a moment, just as she was about to playfully scold him. However, He whispered in her ear, Mimi, our first project has been decided. Once I acquire Kaisamaji, you'll be the star of the film. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi instantly softened, ceasing her resistance and playfully tapping Wang Congcong's chest a few times, as they reveled in their affectionate moment. Just as Wang Congcong's collar button was nearly undone, a sudden ding-dong from the Puchong Capital inbox interrupted them. Initially disinterested, Wang Congcong was about to close the email when he noticed an account named Byte Zhang Yiming. The moment he saw that name, the celebratory mood he had shared with Yang Mi evaporated entirely. He pushed Yang Mi away forcefully. As her slender fingers had just grazed his warm neck, they were abruptly repelled by his sudden action, prompting her to pout. Songa, why are you being like this? Wang Congcong paid no heed to Yang Mi's complaints, his excitement propelling him to click open the email. As the web page loaded, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Byte Zhang Yiming. Was this the internet giant he had envisioned? While the name Byte might not be familiar to many, surely everyone knew of Douyin, or today's headlines. The trajectory of Byte's development was almost surreal, initiating with today's headlines at its core, spearheading an algorithm-driven information revolution during its startup phase, and later achieving global expansion through Douyin and TikTok in its explosive growth period. Its valuation has escalated from an initial $1 million level to a staggering $400 billion in later years. He initially believed that Happy Mako was already a delightful surprise. But little did he expect that Zhang Yiming from ByteDance would come knocking at his door. It seems that Wang Congcong's reputation for being naive yet affluent has been thoroughly established. The $100 million he spent at the Bashar charity night now appears to have been well invested. It wasn't until the webpage on his computer screen fully loaded that he confirmed that the Zhang Yiming who emailed him was indeed the owner of the future Douyin. Previously, Wang Congcong had been contemplating how to respond when giants like Alibaba and Tencent eventually entered the entertainment industry. However, it now appears that he could indeed engage with these traditional internet behemoths. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Wang Congcong's face as his fingers flew across the keyboard in response. Your idea is commendable. I'm in. Let us discuss further at the Wanda Hotel on XX Road in Beijing tomorrow. Simultaneously, he switched email accounts to respond to Happy Mako. My parents also enjoy a bit of comedy. Let us discuss the investment at the Wanda Hotel on XX Road in Beijing tomorrow. Meanwhile, backstage at a theater in the capital, the cast of Happy Mako was engaged in makeup and idle chatter. The entire backstage area was permeated with a mingled sense of cheap hairspray and makeup remover. Yet, the performers remained unfazed by the somewhat frugal atmosphere. Shen Tong was diligently adjusting his tie in front of the mirror. Mary's distinctive voice rang out. Tung Ge. When we took our bows today, the audience stood up and applauded. Our newly polished play, Charlotte's Woes, has truly struck a chord with the audience. If this play ever makes it to film, it would undoubtedly be a box office success. Upon hearing this, the other actors eagerly chimed in. Sister Mary is right. I saw many audience members laughing until they were doubled over. The excited discussions mixed with the clinking of hangers created a cacophony in the cramped backstage area. Everyone was filled with aspirations for Happy Mako's future, especially after the tremendous success of Charlotte's Woes, and thoughts of transforming it into a film danced in their minds. After all, who wouldn't want to transition from stage actors to film stars? At that moment, the company's owner, Zhang Chun, was also inspecting the backstage. Observing the confidence radiating from the comedic troupe about the company's future, he couldn't help but shake his head. If even these employees could conceive such ideas. As the owner, he was acutely aware of the challenges ahead and contemplated even more deeply than they did. He fully understood the predicament confronting Happy Mako. Initially founded on stage performances, the company had achieved significant market recognition through its formidable comedic creativity and precise marketing strategies. However, one must consider the limited market size of the theater industry. Even with relentless efforts, how much could one truly earn? Moreover, with the continuous expansion of the domestic film and television market, companies like Huai Brothers have reached an astounding market valuation of 60 billion renminbi. As the owner of Happy Mako, he believed that with their comedic prowess and the accolades they garnered in the theater sector, should they venture into the film industry, they could rival the market value of Huai Brothers. This was indeed their sole opportunity to significantly enhance the influence and market share of the Happy Mako brand. In truth, it wasn't just him. Anyone involved in the cultural industry was well aware of the vast potential of the future film market in Huaxia. Additionally, the film market represents the ultimate endpoint of the cultural industry, serving as the pinnacle stage in the hearts of entertainers. Who wouldn't want to seize a piece of that pie? However, the funding required for the film industry far surpasses that of theater. For instance, a low-budget play could be produced for a few tens of thousands, with the upper limit reaching a mere million. Yet in the film industry, Every project starts at a minimum of several million. It's important to remember that this is merely the starting point, not the total cost of a film project. While the actors of Happy Ma Ku yearned to break into the film industry, Zhang Chun shared the same aspirations. Clinging to this notion, he had begun seeking like-minded partners early on. Coincidentally, at this juncture, he caught wind of the news that Wang Congcong, with his naivete and wealth, was preparing to enter the entertainment sector, particularly after the recent revelation that he was the son of a billionaire. Zhang Chun felt that Happy Ma Ku could seize this opportunity to align with Wang Congcong. After conferring with the company's shareholders, he sent a financing proposal to Putzing Media, hoping they would take notice. Otherwise, they would have to continue seeking other investors. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. Zhang Chun picked it up, and the sight of the words Putzing Media in the pop-up made his eyes burn with excitement. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as he unlocked the screen. Upon opening the email and reading Wang Congcong's clear expression of investment interest, he leapt for joy. Yes, yes, yes. His exuberance caused him to accidentally topple a prop box at his feet. The backstage actors immediately turned their attention towards him. Before anyone could inquire, Zhang Chun, in a flurry of excitement, began to explain. Brothers, we've secured an investment. Happy Ma Ku is stepping into the film industry. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the backstage makeup room for 2 seconds before it erupted into chaos. Really? Who is investing in us? Wanda? No, it's Wang Gongzi from Putzing Media. Wang Gongzi? Which Wang Gongzi? The one trending online? Isn't that obvious? In this country, who besides Wang Congcong could possibly bear the title of Wang Gongzi? Meanwhile, in another part of the capital at the ByteDance office, the naturally reserved and low-profile Zhang Yiming was intently focused on his computer screen, repeatedly scrolling through the mouse wheel and refreshing his email inbox in anticipation of a response from Putzing Capital. As a quintessential tech enthusiast, he genuinely disliked the idea of personally delivering business proposals to investors unless absolutely necessary. After all, typical investors rarely scrutinize business plans. Their funds are not simply conjured from thin air, and most domestic investments are made through familiar connections. As a serial entrepreneur who had faced multiple failures, he had a keen understanding of the domestic investment landscape. His interest in the internet industry began during his university years, and, after graduating, he participated in the development of a collaborative office system, though it did not succeed. He then accumulated technical and managerial experience through various roles at Kusun and Fanfin. He believed that today's internet landscape was vastly different from what it once was. Previously, people sought information and news online through active searches to find what they wanted to see. However, in this day and age, as the influx of information on the internet grows exponentially and the digital realm becomes increasingly sophisticated, individuals often find themselves at a loss regarding what they truly wish to consume. It was during such contemplative moments that he conceived an innovative idea to leverage technological means to create a digital persona for users. By employing personalized recommendation engine technology, the system would discern users' preferences without necessitating any active searches on their part, proactively presenting them with the content they yearn to discover. He believed this was the key to unlocking the next generation of the internet, prompting him to resolutely resign from his position and establish Byte Company. Yet, after the inception of the company, a significant dilemma emerged, one that every entrepreneur inevitably confronts: the question of capital. Naturally, after years of diligent work, he had amassed some savings, but such an amount was negligible in the grand scheme of entrepreneurship. Moreover, it is a well-established norm in the industry to utilize external funding whenever possible, as relying solely on personal finances could lead to ruin, regardless of one's financial background. At this juncture, news of Wang Congcong's exclusive hosting of the Bashar Celebrity Charity Night, wherein he proclaimed, "If you have a dream, feel free to approach me directly," caught Zhang Yiming's attention. Initially, Zhang dismissed the statement, perceiving Wang's wealth as trivial and his invitation as mere bravado. However, following the swift downfall of the Wang family and the revelation of Wang Congcong's connections to the influential Wu family, Zhang Yiming became acutely aware of the substantial wealth Wang possessed. Having encountered several setbacks, Zhang Yiming took a chance and sent Wang Congcong a business proposal. He did not expect Wang to grasp the intricacies of his plan, but he hoped that amidst the chaos of financial recklessness, luck might favor him. Thus, Zhang spent an extended period in his empty office, browsing the web until hunger struck, prompting him to shut down his computer and venture out for a meal. At that moment, a notification pinged in his inbox. Zhang's heart raced as he turned to the computer screen, where a pop-up indicated an email from Putzing Capital. He steadied his nerves, and with trembling fingers, opened the message. The words, "Your idea is intriguing. I'm investing. Let us discuss further at the Wanda Hotel on XX Road, XX District, tomorrow," leapt out at him. Success. He could scarcely contain his elation. Erupting into a fit of manic laughter, his excitement propelling him from his chair, the metallic legs screeching against the floor. Thus, Zhang Yiming spent the day in a euphoric haze, even losing sleep over his exhilaration. By dawn the following day, he hailed a cab to the designated meeting place with Wang Congcong. As he stepped through the revolving doors of the hotel, the signature scent enveloped him. Adjusting his glasses, he surveyed the lobby, and with a casual glance, he spotted Wang Congcong in a booth conversing animatedly with a middle-aged man. He nervously straightened his attire, ensuring his business proposal was in order before approaching the group. Before he could draw nearer, he overheard a confident woman beside Wang Congcong, Zhang Jia, passionately dissecting the current state of the theater market, punctuating her analysis with a pointed gaze at the man opposite her, Zhang Chun, the owner of Kaisen Meikua. "Mr. Zhang, do not underestimate my boss. Nor should you perceive our young master Wang as an uninformed investor simply because of his wealth. Let us examine the domestic theater market, which is primarily driven by Beijing and Shanghai, utilizing small theaters and leveraging stars to create a nearly 1 billion yuan annual scale. This figure represents the total market size, from which we must deduct approximately 5, equating to about 50 million yuan in value-added tax and cultural fees. What remains is 950 million yuan, of which theaters and venues will take a significant portion. Let's estimate around 55, resulting in approximately 520 million yuan for the market. After accounting for distribution, agency, and ticketing fees, taking a middle ground of about 7, we arrive at around 66 million yuan. Ultimately, the profit left for producers is approximately 360 million yuan, which reflects the annual earnings for all producers in the theater market. As for your Kaisen Meikua, being merely one of the leading companies in the industry, how much do you truly stand to gain from this? Let us assume you can secure 100 million yuan in market profit, dividing that across 12 months. How much does that equate to monthly? What remains is merely your gross revenue. And after factoring in costs related to staff, performances, and operational expenses, what is your net profit? Can you truly break even? Surely you aren't still subsidizing your own losses, are you? At this juncture, even Wang Congcong, who had been silently observing, nodded in agreement with Zhang Jia, acknowledged as one of the top agents in the entertainment industry. She had successfully elevated her company to a valuation in the billions. It seemed prudent to continually engage Zhang Jia in dialogue to garner her support. Zhang Jia's barrage of inquiries left Zhang Chun momentarily flummoxed. Indeed, as she articulated, the theater market is notoriously unprofitable. Despite being one of the leading companies, the industry's valuation often does not translate into actual monetary returns. Zhang Chun had initially assumed that he could easily manipulate Wang Congcong, a seemingly reckless scion, into investing copiously. However, he had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable woman at the meeting. As the reality of the situation set in, he realized that securing a high price was becoming increasingly improbable. With a resigned sigh, he asked, "Then, Mr. Zhang and young Master Wang, what do you believe Kaisen Meikua is worth?" Zhang Jia boldly countered, 50 million, and I assure you, this figure is based solely on the future potential of the theater market. Zhang Chen opened his mouth, contemplating a counteroffer. While 50 million was feasible, he insisted on retaining 20 to 30 of their management shares. Unfortunately, before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Congcong, who had remained silent until now, interjected, casting a glance at Zhang Jia and feigning a scolding tone. "Sister Jia, one must not solely focus on profit. Let's not be so calculative. When I purchase items, it is not the value of the item that captures my attention. Rather, I buy based solely on my personal preferences and desires." After delivering this admonition, Wang Congcong turned to Zhang Chun with an air of nonchalance and remarked, "Let's make it simple. I will offer 100 million to acquire your Kaisen Meikua. This should not pose a challenge for you, correct?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jia immediately contemplated dissuasion. Yet, before Zhang Chun could fully absorb the shock, he reacted swiftly, denying Zhang Jia the opportunity to speak. He abruptly rose, grasped Wang Congcong's hand, and with a face full of sycophancy exclaimed, "No problem at all. We shall heed young Master Wang's words. 100 million it is. We are selling." Subsequently, under Wang Congcong's directive, Zhang Jia, albeit reluctantly and with a face of resignation, produced the standard contract that had long been prepared. It was only after Zhang Chun inscribed his name on the document that Zhang Jia, with a subtle smirk, reflected on her earlier dismissal of Kaisen Meihua's worthlessness as merely a tactic in negotiation. She played the role of the villain while Wang Congcong assumed the role of the benefactor. The market valuation of Kaisen Mahua had indeed surpassed 100 million, and Wang Congcong's offer was, in essence, a reasonable price. The swift agreement from the other party was largely attributable to her adept portrayal of the antagonist, coupled with Wang Congcong's reckless extravagance, which had become ingrained in public perception. This led Zhang Chun to feel as though he had struck a veritable goldmine when Wang Congcong suddenly raised the price from 50 million to 100 million. However, in reality, Wang Congcong had merely added a premium of 10 to 15% to the acquisition price of Kaisen Mahua, a feat that was significantly aided by Zhang Jia's influence. Without her, the negotiation would have surely faltered. Likewise, Wang Congcong would not have been able to secure Kaisen Mahua for 100 million without her assistance. Of course, this perspective is only held by those well-versed in the industry. It is only those with a deep understanding of the entertainment realm and theater market who recognize that Kaisen Mahua possesses a modicum of value. Even if Wang Congcong had not possessed foresight, her optimism regarding the theater market rendered the 100 million acquisition a sound investment. However, when Wang Congcong brazenly elevated the price from 50 million to 100 million, Zhang Yiming was left utterly astounded. He had never witnessed such a reverse bidding tactic. Had Zhang Jia not just stated that 50 million would suffice? He even noted that when Zhang Jia initially proposed the 50 million price, a middle-aged man had already displayed signs of concession. At this juncture, standard negotiation strategy would dictate that one should press the advantage, even if a price increase were necessary. It would typically only be by 1 million or so. There was no precedent for such a dramatic doubling of the price. To Zhang Yiming, Wang Congcong's actions appeared as nothing short of reckless extravagance, further affirming the wisdom of his previous decision to submit a business proposal to Putsong Capital. Entrepreneurs are invariably drawn to investors like Wang Congcong, who are affluent yet do not hinder the normal operation of the company. From Wang Congcong's display of wealth, Zhang Yiming felt reassured about the investment prospects for the day, while Zhang Yiming remained in a state of astonishment at Wang Congcong's extravagance. Zhang Chun had already received the 100 million RMB check penned by Wang Congcong. He cradled it as if it were a precious treasure, carefully tucking it into the pocket of his suit lining. Once this was accomplished, he noticed, to his bewilderment, that a slender, bespectacled man had appeared behind Wang Congcong and Zhang Jia. He turned to Zhang Yiming, who had been silently observing from the side, and inquired, "Who is this gentleman?" As this question hung in the air, Wang Congcong and Zhang Jia glanced back at the newcomer. When all eyes converged on Zhang Yiming, he quickly realized the moment and stepped forward, taking a breath before retrieving the meticulously prepared business proposal from his briefcase. He introduced himself, "Young Master Wang, greetings to everyone. I am Zhang Yiming, CEO of Byte, and I am here in response to your email from yesterday." Wang Congcong accepted the business proposal and cast a glance at the seat beside Zhang Chun, casually stating, "Please, there is no need for such formality. Since I invited you here, it is because I'm interested in your creativity and ideas. I find your concept of distributing information through algorithms quite promising." At this juncture, Wang Congcong paused, fixing his gaze on Zhang Yiming. "Let us not waste time. I may not be well-versed in the internet sphere, but I possess ample capital. Simply tell me how much investment you require and what percentage of shares you are willing to cede." Zhang Yiming, just settling into his seat, was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Wang Congcong's wealth and considered that if he agreed to invest, the discussions might proceed smoothly. However, he had never envisioned that Wang Congcong would be so unreserved in his approach. Was there truly an investor who would ask for the amount needed without even inquiring about the business plan? Tentatively, he raised a finger, preparing to request 1 million RMB in startup funds. Yet, before he could utter a word, Wang Congcong nodded first. 10 million, correct? "No problem, 10 million it is. How much equity do you intend to offer?" Zhang Yiming was left utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape. He had intended to propose a 10% equity stake for the 1 million RMB investment, which is a standard practice for early-stage companies during their angel rounds. A 10% stake would satisfy the early funding needs of the company while preventing the premature dilution of the founder's equity. A figure below 10% might fail to attract investors, while exceeding 20% could compromise future financing and control stability. However, he quickly swallowed his words. If he only secured 100,000 in investment, offering 10% equity would pose no issue. Yet, given the current situation where Wang Congcong was willing to invest 10 million, proposing only 10% equity would be tantamount to taking advantage of him. Even if Wang Congcong was wealthy and extravagant, he was not a fool. Moreover, Zhang Yiming noticed Zhang Jia's demeanor, which suggested she was eager to persuade Wang Congcong. He understood that 10% equity was out of the question. While he was reluctant to cede too much equity in the early stages, for an entrepreneur, The more funding acquired early on, the higher the chances of success in launching a startup. After all, even a blind punch could occasionally land a blow on a seasoned master if he had only 10% confidence in achieving results with 1 million in startup funds. Then with 10 million, he felt he could secure a 50% chance of success. Given the uncertain future of Byte, his best course of action was to secure all the funding available. Having clarified his thoughts, Zhang Yiming promptly revised his proposal. 25%. How does that sound? After speaking, he worried that Wang Congcong might misunderstand, and he eagerly added an explanation. As you know, equity stakes offered during the angel round typically do not exceed 20%. In my perspective, divesting 25 of shares in a single transaction fundamentally contravenes the basic principles of the financing sphere. Wang Congcong nodded in agreement, casting a sidelong glance at the visibly anxious Zhang Yiming. He was acutely aware that in his previous life, Byte's angel round financing amounted to a mere 1 million RMB. The reason he had initially proposed 10 million was to secure as much equity in Byte as possible, all while ensuring that Zhang Yiming did not harbor any suspicions about his intentions. He needed to project the image of a wealthy individual with surplus funds rather than someone who merely had high hopes for Byte's future. At this moment, both parties felt they had struck an incredibly lucrative deal. The mere thought of Byte's future valuation reaching $400 billion made Wang Congcong want to leap for joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiming perceived that investing 10 million merely bought him a 25% stake in an idea. Could there be a more advantageous business opportunity than this? With mutual enthusiasm, Wang Congcong instructed Zheng Jia to present the standard investment contract. Zheng Jia hesitated, instinctively wanting to counsel Wang Congcong to remain composed. However, before she could voice her concerns, Wang Congcong's piercing gaze silenced her. Resigned, Zheng Jia produced the pre-prepared investment contract. Both parties swiftly filled in the percentage of shares being transferred along with their names. At this moment, Zhang Yiming, still dazed by the unexpected 10 million angel round, was entirely oblivious to a clause within the investment agreement that stipulated a priority investment right. This clause granted the investor, Putzone Capital, the right to preferentially purchase corresponding shares or equity during any future capital increase or share transfer by Byte. While this agreement seemed innocuous at present, the identity of Byte's owner could become uncertain after several rounds of financing in the future. With the collaboration now solidified, Zhang Yiming received a check for 10 million RMB written by Wang Congcong, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure, delicately placing it in the inner pocket of his suit jacket, as if fearful of creasing it. Even after securing the check, Zhang Yiming's palm frequently brushed against his chest, as if to confirm that this was not a mere dream. Observing Zhang Yiming's demeanor, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Reminiscing about his own earlier excitement, which mirrored Zhang Yiming's current state, he casually draped an arm across Zhang Yiming's shoulder, initiating a camaraderie. Brother, from now on, we shall serve under young Master Wang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Chen, the former owner of Kaisen Maza. I am now an employee under young Master Wang. Following this, Zhang Chen presented his business card. Zhang Yiming reciprocated by unveiling his own card. Hello, General Zhang. I am Zhang Yiming. As they exchanged pleasantries, their eyes briefly met. Igniting a feeling of mutual appreciation, both felt they had secured a significant advantage from Wang Congcong. Realizing it was prudent to depart, they tacitly understood the urgency, as if fearing Wang Congcong might reconsider his decision. Zhang Chen spoke up first. We shall not intrude upon young Master Wang's enjoyment any longer. Zhang Yiming quickly added, yes. Indeed, I must return to my coding, and I wouldn't want to disrupt young Master Wang's leisure. Just as they attempted to rise, Wang Congcong called out, wait a moment. Both men felt a surge of apprehension, exchanging glances that silently conveyed, surely young Master Wang, ISNT reconsidering? Zhang Yiming's pupils involuntarily constricted behind his glasses. They were acutely aware that they had already signed a contract. Even if Wang Congcong wished to backtrack, they would not acquiesce. After forming a brief alliance through eye contact, they turned their attention back to Wang Congcong, who relieved their anxieties with his next words. Hey, you two, don't leave just yet. After acquiring Kaisen Maza, I intend to officially enter the film industry. Lao Zhang, you've been at the helm of Kaisen Maza. I would appreciate your insights. And Yiming, ISNT your Tushio project yet to launch? Perfect. I can incorporate the advertisement for your project into Kaisen Maza's film, serving as my contribution to promoting Byte without charge. Upon hearing this, both men instantly realized their earlier misjudgment. Particularly Zhang Yiming, who upon learning that Wang Congcong planned to feature Tushio's advertisement in the film, felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and express his gratitude profusely. Though Wang Congcong's casual promise seemed trivial, to Zhang Yiming, It was akin to a multi-million investment. As is well known, the most significant challenge in launching a new app is attracting users. Typically, methods to draw new users involve purchasing advertisements in app stores or leveraging social media platforms to disseminate promotional content, all of which require funding. Yet here he was, acquiring a free advertising resource without lifting a finger, leading him to regard Wang Congcong as an exceptionally generous and supportive investor. If securing $10 million in initial funding gave him half the confidence in Tushio's future, the addition of Wang Congcong's promised advertising resources now ensured he could guarantee Tushio's success. He felt an unwavering conviction. While Zhang Yiming reveled in the unexpected boon of advertising resources, Zhang Chun began to outline the current status of Kaisen Maza. Young Master Wang, if you follow my suggestion, we could start with the drama Charlotte's Troubles. You may not be familiar with it, but the story revolves around an ordinary person who travels back to high school and fulfills various dreams. This drama has already undergone market validation. According to our statistics, it has maintained an impressive average attendance rate of 95 since its debut. Adapting it into a film would undoubtedly result in a blockbuster hit. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, seemingly envisioning the scene of the drama's successful film adaptation. Truth be told, had Kaisen Maza not been financially constrained, he would have already brought Charlotte's Troubles to the big screen. Wang Congcong, nodding along as he listened, was well aware of Charlotte's Troubles. It was indeed the breakout work of Shun Tung and Ma Li, achieving an astonishing box office of $1.5 billion. However, Wang Congcong believed that Kaisen Maza had another film that was even more aligned with the current film market, The Richest Man in Shihong City. Wang Congcong believed this for a reason. The film tells the story of a goalkeeper, Wang Duyu, who, after being expelled for a low-tier amateur football team due to a loss, is at his life's nadir when he accepts a challenge from a mysterious consortium, his second uncle, to spend $1 billion in a month. Wang Duyu initially believed that a joyous life was about to commence, yet upon acquiring his wealth, he experienced for the first time the vexation that accompanies spending. His funds seemed to multiply as he spent, reaching a point where it appeared impossible to exhaust them. Examining this narrative reveals a lack of distinctiveness. Indeed, the film's concept is largely inspired by the American movie Brewster's Millions. However, the serendipity lies in the striking similarities between the experiences of Wang Duyu in the film and those of Wang Congcong in the present day. In the eyes of netizens, Wang Congcong is akin to Wang Duyu. He, too, possesses immense wealth. With funds that appear inexhaustible, he extravagantly lavishes money, books entire venues, signs top-tier young actresses, and engages in numerous outrageous antics. If at this moment, Happy Ma were to directly adapt The Richest Man in Shihong City for the big screen, the audience's collective imagination would undoubtedly culminate in a euphoric climax, especially when associating the film with Wang Congcong. Perhaps he could make a cameo appearance as well. What is this phenomenon? It is the harmonious convergence of opportunity, favorable circumstances, and human connection. He could hardly fathom the impact of having a real-life example like Wang Congcong, whose popularity could elevate Wang Duyu's character in The Richest Man in Shihong City to unprecedented heights. The film's box office would surely surpass the previous staggering figure of $47 billion. Consequently, Puchong Media would achieve fame overnight. Moreover, the film's characters, such as the cunning strategist and the talented assistant, could elicit a series of comedic moments concerning investment. Wang Congcong could seamlessly incorporate an advertisement for today's headlines into The Richest Man in Shihong City without disrupting the narrative. He might even enlist Zhang Yiming for a cameo, which would feel entirely natural. This scenario is nothing short of perfection. At that point, Puchong Media would soar to new heights, and he would demonstrate his keen foresight to his parents, inching closer to taking over the family business. With the momentum from The Richest Man in Shihong City, today's headlines would ascend to become a new titan in the internet industry. In the previous iteration, today's headlines amassed over 10 million users merely 90 days post-launch, with its valuation skyrocketing from a few million RMB to $60 million US. A year later, the user base surpassed 50 million, capturing the attention of investors. This time, with Wang Congcong at the helm. He envisions today's headlines breaking the 10 million user mark right from its inception. Contemplating this, Wang Congcong abruptly interrupted the eloquent Zhang Chun. Hold on, old Zhang. I am familiar with the play Charlotte's Troubles, but I believe we can set that project aside for now. With that, he crossed his arms and cast a pointed glance at Zhang Chun, inquiring, aside from Charlotte's Troubles, does Happy Mahua have a project titled The Richest Man in Shihong City? Or perhaps a tale about spending $1 billion in a month? Zhang Chun paused, his face momentarily clouded with confusion. The Richest Man in Shihong City? Spending $1 billion in a month? I haven't heard of that. Before he could finish, he quickly amended his statement. Of course. if young Master Wang believes that a story about spending $1 billion in a month is more intriguing. Our creative team at Happy Mahua is fully capable of crafting a commendable comedy script to meet your expectations. Zhang Chen spoke with confidence, well aware of the capabilities of the Happy Mahua team. Although he had sold the entire team to Wang Congcong, it was merely an act of submission to financial gain. Upon hearing this, a knowing smile crept onto Wang Congcong's lips as he mused. Indeed, since the project The Richest Man in Shihong City has yet to materialize, why not allow Happy Mahua to recreate it? If they fall short, Wang Congcong could certainly take the reins himself, for his mind was brimming with the film's imagery. Wang Congcong felt that, having indulged in the pleasures of life in his previous existence, even directing the film would pose no challenge to him. While it is true that second-generation wealthy individuals may falter in certain areas, when it comes to revelry and cinematography, they often possess unique insights and experiences. At the very least, Wang Congcong believed his photographic skills rivaled those of the renowned actor and photographer Edison Chen. Practice makes perfect, after all. Subsequently, Wang Congcong gathered Zhang Chen, Zhang Jia, and Zhang Yiming for a group photo. Wang Congcong confidently stood at the center, arms crossed. Zhang Chen maintained a stiff V-sign pose, while Zhang Yiming shyly adjusted his glasses. Zhang Jia stood gracefully beside Wang Congcong. The accompanying caption read, "Successfully spent $1 billion to acquire the renowned comedy team Happy Mahua." Puchong Media's inaugural project in the entertainment industry has been officially confirmed. The film's release date was set for this year's Spring Festival. Simultaneously, various accounts, including Yang Mi and Shun Tong, contributed to promoting The Richest Man in Shihong City. Once the news broke, it ignited fervent discussions across the internet. Coupled with the retweets from Yang Mi and the Happy Mahua artists, phrases such as Prince Wanda spends another $1 billion, and Puchong Media officially ventures into the entertainment industry, quickly ascended the trending lists on major platforms. The comment section was inundated with thousands of new messages every minute, with many netizens expressing their astonishment. 6666. Wang Xiao is truly impressive. Prince Wanda is indeed deserving of his title. How long has it been since Wang Congcong spent $1 billion? And now he's done it again. Could this be the life of the wealthy? Isn't that just stating the obvious? If I were as rich as Wang Congcong, I'd spend even more extravagantly. A mere $1 billion is nothing to him. Exactly. For him, spending $1 billion is akin to purchasing a bottle of mineral water. Fans of Yang Mi flocked to inquire, are they planning to cast our sister as the lead in the new film? Some overly enthusiastic fans speculated. Of course. Perhaps Wang Congcong acquired Happy Mahua to promote our Mimi, just to make her happy. This statement quickly garnered the approval of numerous fans, with comments insisting Mimi must be the lead rising to the top. Simultaneously, some analytical enthusiasts and entertainment marketing accounts, like Entertainment Insights, published lengthy articles titled Second-Generation Wealthy Individuals Often Fail in Entertainment. The articles cited numerous cases of second-generation wealthy individuals failing in the entertainment industry, arguing that outsiders leading insiders inevitably leads to defeat. They contended that Wang Congcong's foray into the entertainment realm was destined for failure, positing that how could a second-generation rich kid comprehend the intricacies of filmmaking? I suspect Wang Congcong's true motive for entering the industry is merely to experience its glamour and pursue relationships with starlets. As for the film itself, expectations should remain modest. This sentiment resonated with many netizens, who, when placing themselves in Wang Congcong's shoes, believed they would indulge even more extravagantly. Clearly, Wang Congcong's entry into the entertainment industry was more about romance than entrepreneurship. One comment succinctly encapsulated this perspective. If my father were a tycoon and I were Prince Wanda, I'd also venture into the entertainment industry to find a princess. Do I really need you to enlighten me? This comment garnered an astonishing 10,000 likes. Some internet users have begun to engage in a playful chain of memes, with one individual creating a photoshopped image of Wang Congcong embracing various female celebrities, captioned, "Who will be the next to receive favoritism?" Speculation swirls around which entertainment company might be the next to be acquired. As news of Wang Congcong's formal entry into the entertainment industry spreads, particularly in light of his ambitions for the upcoming Spring Festival season, it has become common knowledge. Even our own President Wang from Hawaii has taken notice of the report regarding Puchong Media's acquisition of Kaisen Makin. Reclining in his office chair, one hand clutching a cigar while the other holds his phone, he casually drapes his leg over the desk, exuding an air of unrestrained leisure. What does that brat know about movies? He scoffs, releasing a puff of smoke. His disdain for Wang Congcong is not born of personal animosity. Rather, it stems from the industry's grim reality where 9 out of 10 ventures end in failure. Everyone is acutely aware that seasoned veterans of the entertainment realm often stumble and must tether themselves to prominent directors or star-studded projects to ensure stable profitability. With both Kaisen Makin and Wang Congcong being neophytes in the film industry, such a combination seems destined for inevitable loss, akin to tossing one's money into a bottomless pit. With such a spendthrift in the family, how could they not fear the decline of their enterprise? In my view, allowing Wang Congcong to squander resources may one day jeopardize the very position of wealth he occupies. A cadre of stage theater companies daring to venture into film is nothing short of ludicrous. Consequently, President Wang of Hawaii picked up the phone to call several major distribution titans, mocking Wang Congcong's foray into the entertainment sector. During the call, he emphasized the utmost importance of maintaining confidentiality regarding the impending adjustments to the revenue-sharing ratios within the distribution alliance, insisting that the announcement be made just before the Spring Festival to catch the industry off guard. Chapter 31. The more dissolute, the better. As soon as he spoke, the voice of the venerable Mr. Wang echoed through the line, responding with a light chuckle. You needn't remind me, President Wang. This matter is indeed critical to our interests, and everyone is well aware. The other executives, including those from major distribution companies like Bona, shared a similar sentiment. They collectively deemed it improbable that a debonair scion like Wang Congcong could navigate the film industry, viewing his endeavors as a mere pursuit of romantic escapades rather than a serious business venture, which would undoubtedly result in financial ruin. Meanwhile, in a solemn conference room on the top floor of the Wanda Group, LED screens displayed real-time performance data from various sectors, casting a glow that mingled with the reports in the hands of the executives seated around the walnut conference table. Wealthy Wang occupied the seat of honor, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, a slow cadence that sent shivers down the spines of the executives delivering their reports. Occasionally, he would interject, offering insights into the group's developmental trajectory, prompting the executives to jot down notes with fervor, including Yining, the general manager of Wanda Cinemas. As he concentrated on recording President Wang's remarks, his phone on the table lit up. Initially, he paid it no mind, intent on continuing his notes. However, before he could fully divert his gaze, he caught sight of a headline on his phone. Wanda's young master splurges another billion to acquire Kaisen Makin. Putzong Media officially enters the entertainment industry. The moment he read the headline, a smirk involuntarily crept across his face, and he placed the phone atop his notebook. Unlocking the screen, he scrutinized the news about Wang Congcong's official foray into the entertainment world. Having absorbed the details, he found himself aligning with the perspectives of President Wang and numerous internet commentators, perceiving Wang Congcong's entry as a frivolous endeavor driven solely by desire to court young starlets, a quintessentially dissipated air. Of course, the more dissipated Wang Congcong appeared, the more advantageous it became for executives at Wanda. Why, you may ask? This brings us to the intricacies of the successor dynamics within traditional enterprises. As the general manager of Wanda Cinemas, he understood that the rift between cinema chains like Wanda and distribution companies in the entertainment sector had reached a point of irreconcilability. He estimated that this conflict would likely erupt within the year or the next. When that moment arrives, Wanda would either have to submit to the distribution companies and concede on box office revenue-sharing ratios or establish its own distribution company, liberating its cinematic offerings from the constraints imposed by Hawaii, China Film, and others. Given his understanding of President Wang's financial clout and temperament, it was evident that President Wang would never capitulate. He would confront the distribution companies head-on. Thus, should Wanda venture into film production and distribution, who would helm the new Wanda Pictures? It would naturally be him, the general manager of Wanda Cinemas. At that juncture, Wanda Cinemas would possess a comprehensive resource network encompassing production, distribution, and cinema operations, making the prospect of Wanda Group splitting off and going public exceedingly plausible. As a result, he, the general manager of Wanda Cinemas, would find himself elevated to the helm of a multi-billion RMB entertainment conglomerate, a position far surpassing his current role. This transformation would signify a leap across the chasms of identity, status, hierarchy, and power. Yet, all of this hinges on one crucial condition. Wang Congcong, as the heir apparent, must remain a debauched scion. Otherwise, if Wang Congcong begins to achieve success in the entertainment realm and earns the recognition of his father, President Wang, it is entirely possible that Wanda Cinemas could eventually merge with Putzong Media, rendering him, the general manager, forever unable to ascend the ranks. This analysis stems not only from his position as the general manager, but also from the traditional rules governing successors in established enterprises. Generally, there are two pathways for succession. The heir model, where if President Wang were to step down, his son Wang Congcong would naturally take over. a scenario that none of Wanda's executives wish to witness. The alternative is that Wang Congcong proves inept, entirely lacking the capability to manage Wanda Group, at which point President Wang would be compelled to adopt a professional managerial model. This would mean appointing capable managers to steer the company, while Wang Congcong would receive only a modest allowance, devoid of any authority over the company's operations. Such a professional managerial approach is commonplace among today's affluent families. For instance, both domestic giants like Meiji Group and international entities like Toyota have resorted to professional management due to succession issues. After all, the adage that like father, like son is all too common, and not everyone possesses the capability to safeguard the vast fortunes amassed by previous generations. If, in the absence of Wang Congcong's capabilities, Wang Shoufu were to impose his succession, the inevitable outcome would likely be the gradual decline of Wanda, culminating in eventual bankruptcy and liquidation. Thus, to summarize, although Wang Congcong is the sole legitimate heir to the Wanda Group, the future authority within the company is not necessarily his to command. For Yi Ning and the cadre of senior executives at Wanda, the more extravagant and reckless Wang Congcong appears, the more advantageous it is for them. With this thought in mind, Yi Ning coughed lightly twice, deliberately attempting to draw Wang Shoufu's attention. In the tense atmosphere of the meeting room, these subtle coughs were indeed quite captivating. The assembly of executives, along with the seated Wang Shoufu, immediately turned their gaze toward Yi Ning's position. Wang Shoufu, instinctively furrowing his brow, inquired, "Yi Ning, are you feeling unwell, or do you have some insightful suggestions to share?" Yi Ning involuntarily swallowed hard, hastily gesturing to clarify, "Mr. Wang, I am perfectly well. I merely noticed that our young Master Wang seems to have stirred quite a commotion online, which momentarily caught me off guard." "Oh, what trouble has he caused this time?" As he spoke, Wang Shoufu retrieved his phone, and even without searching, the screen displayed a headline. Wanda's Crown Prince spends another $1 billion to acquire Happy Mac. Putzong Media officially ventures into the entertainment industry. The words danced across his screen with fervor. He shook his head. In the past, he would have immediately lost composure, exclaiming that Wang Congcong was a prodigal son, recklessly squandering the $5 billion he had provided as startup capital. However, since their last heart-to-heart with Wang Congcong, he had come to realize that his son was not merely a wastrel. That previous display of bravado had brought immeasurable benefits to Wanda, including the $100 billion fortune of the Wang family and the monumental building in the second ring of Beijing. Moreover, Wang Congcong's contributions had elevated Wanda's advertising presence to the point where even 3-year-olds now recognize the company's name. Given these factors, he felt no qualms about how Wang Congcong chose to spend that $5 billion. Similarly, Wang Shoufu was no fool. He understood the sentiments of the executives who had fought alongside him to build this empire. The world of business is not merely about conflict, but about human relationships. Although Wanda is indeed a family enterprise under the Wang name, and he holds over 99 of the company's shares through various means. For a smooth transition of leadership to Wang Congcong, 2 conditions must be met. First, Wang Congcong must possess the capability to take over Wanda, a matter still under consideration. Second, for Wang Congcong to ascend to leadership, he must win the hearts of these competent executives, ensuring their willing support. If these conditions are not fulfilled, forcing Wang Congcong into the role would only jeopardize the future of Wanda. Now, seizing this opportunity, he could test the thoughts of those under him regarding the situation. For those executives who firmly oppose Wang Congcong's succession, he could prepare preventative measures in advance to avoid unforeseen losses to Wanda when the time comes for Wang Congcong to assume leadership, should he prove capable. Deep down, he preferred to cultivate his son rather than entrust the company to professional managers. With this in mind, Wang Shoufu set his phone aside and surveyed the executives present, feigning casualness as he remarked, "Since we have concluded our work discussions, let us now share our thoughts on the recent stir caused by Wang Congcong online. Please feel free to express yourselves without reservation." Upon his declaration, a profound silence enveloped the meeting room. No one dared to speak first or voice opinions freely. Some executives hurriedly lowered their heads to sift through documents, pretending they had not heard anything. While Wang Shoufu presented it as casual conversation, the seasoned executives, having navigated the business world for decades, were well aware that this was a test from him. At this juncture, the best choice was to remain silent. By doing so, they implicitly aligned themselves with Wang Shoufu. They would follow his lead, even if Wang Congcong were ultimately incapable of managing Wanda. They would still respect Wang Shoufu's decision and support Wang Congcong as best they could. Everything hinged on Wang Shoufu's personal will. However, the silence of these executives also left an impression on Wang Shoufu. casting them in a light of mediocrity, as capable individuals would never remain voiceless or willingly subordinate themselves. Wang Shoufu's test was both a trial and an opportunity, a chance for these executives and board members to demonstrate their discernment. Should Wang Congcong prove inadequate in the future? And Wang Shoufu, pressed by circumstances, resort to professional managers to run the company. Those who had previously voiced their opinions would naturally become his first choice. With this in mind, Yi Ning, the general manager of Wanda Cinemas, was the first to rise, ready to critique Wang Congcong's acquisition of Happy Mac and his foray into the film industry. This was also a necessary process to affirm his own capabilities and foresight. Clearing his throat, he articulated his perspective. The film industry is notoriously complex. While I understand that young individuals like Wang Congcong may wish to make their mark, which is commendable, I too have experienced youth. I personally believe that his acquisition of Happy Mac and hasty entrance into the entertainment sector leans more towards frivolity than entrepreneurship. This is not a judgment made through biased lenses, but rather one supported by tangible data. Firstly, it is widely recognized that the film industry is fraught with peril, with 9 out of 10 ventures resulting in loss. To illustrate, let us consider Huai Brothers, the leading company in the film sector. Last year, they invested in various projects, including but not limited to equity investments, film communes, cultural tourism, cinema construction, film production, television production, new media, and music. While these projects may seem diverse, the reality is that only equity investments and tourism-related ventures yielded profits. The rest consistently recorded losses, particularly in film investments, according to public financial reports. Aside from the slightly profitable film 1942, directed by Feng Xiaojiang, all other projects turned out to be failures. What does this phenomenon indicate? It underscores that, in the entertainment industry, especially in film, profitability hinges on the influence of prominent directors, star-studded casts, substantial investments, and high-profile intellectual properties. One must invest in works or ensembles that have already been validated by the market to ensure stable profitability for the company. Now, let us examine Wang Congcong's recent actions. He has acquired a theater company. To my knowledge, this company has little to show aside from performances by Shun Tung and Mary, who have dabbled in skits. The remaining individuals, I cannot even recall their names. To embark on the film industry with such a team is akin to attempting a leap from 0 to 1. And achieving profitability with this lineup seems exceedingly challenging. Were I at the helm, I would undoubtedly opt for a currently popular intellectual property or a seasoned film production team for adaptation or investment. For instance, adapting an IP like Ghost blows out the light for the big screen, or transforming a phenomenon from the online literature market. Alternatively, I would seek a strategic partnership with established film teams such as the Golden Triangle, Su Zheng, or Huang Bo, as this would ensure the company's profitability. Regardless of the choice made, it would be far superior to investing in the acquisition of Happy Mahua, with Yi Ning leading the charge, coupled with this well-reasoned analysis. The remaining faction, some of whom are exceptionally self-assured and believe that Wang Congcong is merely privileged by birth and utterly unworthy of their deference, immediately interjected. Indeed, I concur with President Ye's perspective. Analyzing from a financial standpoint, the 1 billion acquisition of Happy Mahua raises questions about its reasonableness. This theatrical company lacks mature film production experience. Since this is an acquisition rather than an investment, subsequent projects will still require Prince Wang to finance them himself. In essence, spending 1 billion to acquire Happy Mahua will necessitate an additional investment of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions for future projects. This results in a swift expenditure of nearly 2 billion without having accomplished anything, rendering such an investment undoubtedly a failure. Many executives opposed Wang Congcong, doubting his capabilities, asserting that he was merely squandering money. There were also numerous silent executives present. Of course, those who remained silent and refrained from voicing opinions did not necessarily harbor great faith in Wang Congcong. Rather, they wished to avoid trouble and sought a stable landing. If truth be told, their outlook on Wang Congcong was far from optimistic, especially after hearing the logical analyses from Yi Ning and others, further solidifying their belief that Wang Congcong was not up to the task and would struggle to inherit the Wanda Group. Meanwhile, Wang Shoufu, seated at the head of the table, merely nodded in response to the collective analysis, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger. He lifted the teacup before him, taking a small sip of the scalding tea, yet it failed to dispel the chill within his heart. After a brief probing, he had already etched the names of those who had voiced their opinions most vocally into his memory. Should Wang Congcong prove ineffectual in the future, these individuals would become his primary candidates for cultivation. Conversely, if Wang Congcong earned his recognition and demonstrated the capability to inherit the Wanda Group, Then those who had protested most stridently would be among the first he would cleanse from his ranks. The atmosphere in the conference room appeared harmonious, yet beneath the surface, everyone harbored their own motives. Chapter 33. The Wealthiest in Shihong City, the star production. Subsequently, under Wang Congcong's guidance, the project The Wealthiest in Shihong City was progressing methodically. Zhang Yiming had also assembled his own team, pouring all his thoughts into the code for today's headlines. Time gradually advanced to December 1st, the day of the launch ceremony for The Wealthiest in Shihong City. A makeshift stage had been erected, adorned with posters of The Wealthiest in Shihong City, and a banner proclaiming the commencement of the ceremony, the gilded letters gleaming brightly. The host, microphone in hand, stood on the temporary stage, articulately introducing the proceedings of the launch ceremony. The Wealthiest in Shihong City tells the absurd tale of a small character experiencing growth after sudden wealth. And it is a comedic film adapted from the life of our very own Prince Wang. A multitude of media representatives in the audience symbolically clicked their shutters. As the procedure concluded, Wang Congcong, wearing multiple hats as producer, director, and screenwriter, ascended the makeshift stage alongside Yang Mi, Shen Tong, and a host of other leading and supporting actors. The throng of media below erupted in excitement, clamoring to approach with their microphones. Had the security not intervened, the scene would have descended into chaos. At this moment, Wang Congcong took the microphone handed to him by the host, signaling for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me a moment. Today marks the launch ceremony for The Wealthiest in Shihong City. Everyone will have the opportunity to ask questions. Upon his utterance, the previously agitated crowd fell into an immediate hush. Under the host's direction, a media representative who had received an envelope was selected to pose the first question. Young Master Wang, I noticed from the poster behind you that you hold the roles of producer, director, and screenwriter. While I can understand your role as producer, how do you reconcile being both director and screenwriter? Is it possible for a wealthy second generation who has never lifted a finger to possess such talents? At this remark, the remaining media representatives echoed their doubts. Indeed, according to public records, you are a second-generation heir from a prestigious European G5 university, and your major is not film-related, correct? How did you master the core skills of film creation across such disparate fields? This seems entirely implausible. In their minds, they believed Wang Congcong to be merely a figurehead as a director and screenwriter. Before Wang Congcong could respond, Shen Tong immediately seized the microphone to clarify on his behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, I must step forward to speak fairly for Prince Wang. The project The Wealthiest in Shihong City was conceived, crafted, and meticulously refined by him. From the initial setup and creative ideation to the story framework and even the final shot-by-shot script. Our Happy Mahua team merely provided auxiliary support. In fact, Prince Wang was initially reluctant to have his name attached. However, we unanimously agreed that given his contributions to The Wealthiest in Shihong City, if he does not take credit as director and screenwriter, then none of us in the Happy Mahua team would be deserving of that title either. Shen Tong's assertions were delivered with unwavering conviction, sincerity, and heartfelt emotion. This was no mere flattery directed at Wang Congcong. Initially, he had perceived Wang as a wealthy heir devoid of any real talent, entering the film industry solely for the convenience of courting women. However, after spending time together and witnessing the birth of The Wealthiest in Shihong City, he found himself thoroughly impressed by Wang's aptitude. At least in terms of comedic insight, Wang's ideas eclipsed their own. He marveled at how, despite Happy Mahua's years of dedication to the comedy industry, they felt like novices in the presence of Wang Congcong. Yet to the assembled media, Shen Tong's words appeared as nothing more than an employee ingratiating himself with his boss. They had witnessed sycophancy before, but surely one could not speak such blatant falsehoods? Did Wang Congcong truly understand film? Naturally, they would refrain from vocalizing such rebuttals. After all, they had been compensated for their attendance at the launch ceremony. Regardless of whether the film turned out to be a disaster, they were obliged to offer praise. Thus, this contentious issue was swiftly brushed aside. The host on stage then pointed to a female journalist in the second row who had raised her hand. Young Master Wang, what is your vision for The Wealthiest in Shihong City? Or how much box office revenue do you anticipate the film will generate upon release? Originally, this issue was merely a procedural matter, regardless of the responses from the other party. Those who had accepted the fee would undoubtedly employ their eloquent rhetoric to lavish praise. However, Wang Congcong's subsequent reply once again took them by surprise. With an unhurried demeanor, Wang Congcong confidently grasped the microphone and declared, I believe that with the creativity of the richest man in Shihong City and the fervor of the domestic film market, achieving a box office of 3 billion yuan should pose no significant challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the room. as if all sounds had been siphoned away by his words. Some journalists couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After all, the highest-grossing film in the country today remains the Hollywood blockbuster Avatar, released several years ago, with a total box office of 1.4 billion yuan. Wang Congcong's audacious claim of aiming for 3 billion seemed nothing short of ludicrous. Everyone understood that promotional rhetoric often exaggerates, but surely it should not defy all logic? In that moment, even the assembled media personnel felt the weight of the hard-earned fee. It was indeed no easy task to accept. Yet, as the saying goes, having accepted their payment, could they possibly return it? Consequently, they suppressed their conscience and began to employ their eloquent rhetoric across various platforms. Astounding. The Prince of Wanda, Wang Congcong, has just entered the film industry and is already aiming for 3 billion. This spring festival season, he will face no rivals. A myriad of Hollywood blockbusters will soon bow in submission. The Richest Man in Shihong City, a film adapted from Wang Xiao's personal experiences. The joys of the wealthy need not be imagined. The Richest Man in Shihong City will take you into the world of affluence. Such captivating headlines instantly attracted countless netizens. Various marketing accounts, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, felt compelled to publish lengthy analytical posts regarding any news related to Wang Congcong in pursuit of traffic. The comment sections of numerous entertainment bloggers quickly became inundated with netizen critiques. I can't breathe, folks. A rich second generation is dabbling in film and dares to declare 3 billion? I admit Wang Congcong excels in wooing women. Thumbs up emoji. But when it comes to filmmaking, he merits only this pinky finger emoji. This comment garnered thousands of likes. Another user pointed out, indeed, The Richest Man in Shihong City boasts a seasoned comedic team, which may offer some redeeming qualities. Alas, its director and screenwriter is none other than Wang Congcong himself. I shudder to think what sort of film he will produce. Some netizens expressed regret, stating, "It turns out the only thing separating me from the film industry is a hefty bank account and a wealthy father." In the Dubon Film Group, an analytical post titled "The Film Industry" was fervently shared by users. The original poster utilized data to compare the average box office earnings of renowned domestic directors, sharply noting, even seasoned directors like Zhang Yimou and Feng Xiaojiang, who have garnered countless awards and produced numerous acclaimed works, have yet to achieve the miracle of a single film surpassing 3 billion at the box office. Not to mention the golden triangle of Su Zheng, Huang Bo, and others, whose highest-grossing film barely reached around 1.3 billion. How could an inexperienced, rich second generation possibly achieve this? If it weren't for Wang Congcong's wealth, I might suspect he is attempting to launder money through the film market. This reasoned analysis was met with widespread agreement among netizens, who felt that Wang Congcong's assertion of a 3 billion box office was merely a ploy for attention. Particularly troubling was the fact that the project The Richest Man in Shihong City bore Wang Congcong's name as director and screenwriter, further undermining its credibility. It is safe to say that the film's launch ceremony sparked countless doubts and ridicule from online commentators, who perceived Wang Congcong as merely a source of amusement. Meanwhile, preparations for The Richest Man in Shihong City were already underway. The film's first shooting location was set in a hotel-themed scene, specifically utilizing a lavish 5-star Wanda hotel in the capital, thereby seamlessly integrating Wanda's advertisement into the film. At this moment, the entire hotel lobby had been transformed into a filming set, with crew members bustling beneath the golden chandeliers. Staff hurriedly navigated with reflectors, casting flickering reflections on the gilded columns. The cinematography team was busy fine-tuning their equipment, while the costume, makeup, and props teams were all in a flurry of activity. The enthusiastic cast members instinctively surveyed their opulent surroundings, marveling at the grandeur of the hotel's decor. The colossal chandelier and unique artistic reliefs left them in awe. One actor, unable to suppress a swallow, mused, "Is this truly the fabled 5-star hotel? To be honest, I've never stayed in a place of such high caliber." Upon hearing this, others chimed in, "Indeed, I just inquired at the front desk, and a standard executive suite here costs 1,000 yuan per night. The highest presidential suite is a staggering 40,000 yuan a night, equivalent to several months or even a year's worth of a common person's salary." It wasn't just the lesser-known actors. Even a moderately famous Shun Ting couldn't help but join in, exclaiming, "Isn't it? If we could stay in such a hotel while filming, it would be utterly blissful." Yet, as the words escaped his lips, Shunting quickly realized he had misspoken and promptly covered his mouth. He was merely being candid, not genuinely lacking in judgment. Had it not been for Wang Congcong's connections, they might not have even secured the venue, let alone stayed here. Wasn't that a case of overstepping bounds? With this thought, he turned to glance at Wang Congcong, who was resting in the director's chair, engrossed in examining the crew's surveillance equipment, seemingly oblivious to his earlier comment. At that moment, the assistant director, Peng Damo, confirmed that all preparations were in place and approached Wang Congcong. With a hint of hesitation, he advised young Master Wang. The preparations for the scene have been completed. If you have no objections, we can commence filming now. As soon as Peng Damo finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. All eyes turned to the seat in front of the monitor, typically reserved for the director. However, Wang Congcong remained comfortably seated, showing no intention of relinquishing his position to Peng Damo. This left everyone with expressions of discomfort. The role of director undeniably requires considerable experience. While the creativity behind the richest man in Shihong City may stem from Wang Congcong, most believed he possessed talent but was better suited for directing the broader vision rather than the intricate details of filming, which should ideally be handled by seasoned directors. Yet, out of respect for Wang Congcong's status, no one dared approach him with counsel, fearing they might offend this privileged young man. As the tension mounted, the crew collectively thought of the female lead, Yangmi. They turned their gaze toward her, dressed impeccably in a women's suit, signaling for her to step forward and offer some gentle persuasion. This particular menial task was best left to Master Wang, who could merely observe from the sidelines without taking matters into his own hands. Otherwise, such a splendid concept as the richest man in Shihong City would be squandered in vain. Yangmi furrowed her brow, instantly grasping the sentiments of those around her. She shared the same perspective as the crew members, acknowledging that Wang Congcong, the young master, possessed considerable talent in cinema. However, directing is undeniably a profession that demands practical experience. Wang Congcong's brilliance could at most guide the overarching direction of the production, while the intricate details should be entrusted to the assistant director, Peng Damo. With this in mind, she moved forward, intending to persuade Wang Congcong to allow Peng Damo to handle the specifics of directing. Chapter 35. 100 million a month. Surely that isn't too much to ask? Unfortunately, before Yangmi could approach him, Wang Congcong had already seized the walkie-talkie from the surveillance station, pressed the talk button, and commenced fine-tuning the entire crew's details. The lighting team, your angle is incorrect. Shun Tung, quickly adjust your position. The other actors should adhere to their designated spots, as per the storyboard. Ensure your distance from Shun Tung does not exceed 3 body lengths, or will disrupt the overall composition. And Yangmi, stop dawdling and return to your position at once. At that moment, Wang Congcong appeared to transform into an experienced director, with every minutiae of the production escaping his keen gaze. Moreover, his commands were not baseless. It is said that a true expert knows the craft with a mere demonstration. Particularly, Peng Damo, standing beside Wang Congcong, was left astounded after witnessing the young master's methodical direction of the crew. He could hardly believe his eyes and struggled to comprehend how a privileged young man could possess such directing acumen. Where had Wang Congcong acquired this knowledge? The persona he exhibited was far from that of an inexperienced novice. Initially, Peng Damo had assumed Wang Congcong's role in the crew was limited to providing guidance on the larger themes, perhaps engaging in some theoretical discussions. He never anticipated that Wang Congcong not only harbored talent, but also possessed the capability to manifest that talent in practice. At this moment, Peng Damo felt that his years of directorial experience paled in comparison to Wang Congcong's prowess. Was this what netizens meant when they claimed that the affluent not only enjoy better backgrounds, but also exhibit greater diligence? His eyes widened with intrigue, eager to inquire how Wang Congcong had mastered such skills. However, Wang Congcong, fully aware of the astonishment and disbelief surrounding him, felt no obligation to explain. After all, he could not divulge that he was a reincarnate. In his previous life, he had produced numerous film and television projects, as well as talent shows. While he might lack knowledge in some areas, he was well-versed in the realms of leisure, entertainment, and the influencer industry. Even if he were not inherently skilled, exposure alone could foster understanding. Ultimately, directing boiled down to orchestrating a collective effort, with professionals managing the specifics. This was evident from countless individuals who transitioned into directing from diverse fields, such as novelist Gu Xiaoxi and Han Han, as well as actors Deng Chao and Wang Baoqian. From these tangible examples, it became apparent that as long as one harbored a vision, the role of a director was not insurmountable. In his past life, he simply deemed it beneath him to engage directly. In this new existence, with a plethora of brilliant ideas swirling in his mind, it was only natural for him to familiarize himself with the crew's shooting rhythm. After all, he could not depend entirely on others for every task. With this thought, Wang Congcong picked up the walkie-talkie and officially issued the command to commence filming. Attention all departments, we will begin in 30 seconds. The cinematography team, prepare for a tracking shot. the camera will slowly pivot from the chandelier in the hotel lobby to showcase the opulence, before cutting to the entrance where Shun Teng will lead the team into the lobby. Wang Congcong's succinct instructions prompted the crew members to instinctively shift into work mode. On 3, 2, 1, hotel, reverse bargain, scene 1, take 1 action. Wang Congcong's voice resonated throughout the lobby. The scene transitioned. The clapperboard snapped shut before the lens. The camera began sweeping from the top of the lobby, completing a 360-degree panorama that captured the entrance to the hotel. Wow, wow, wow. Even before the actors appeared on screen, the lobby echoed with their astonished exclamations. In the next moment, the extravagantly dressed Wang Duyu, played by Shun Teng, strode into the hotel lobby, turning back as he exclaimed, "Brothers, isn't this magnificent? This is the most luxurious hotel in Shihong City, the Wanda Hotel. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent." He added, hey, don't touch anything. This might actually be real. Don't break it." The ensemble of actors, seemingly unacquainted with such grandeur, wandered about, touching and gazing in awe. Their performances, even when scrutinized through the monitor, were flawless. Observing the footage, Wang Congcong nodded in approval and promptly picked up the walkie-talkie. Camera 2, cut to the front desk actors, capture their disdainful expressions. The shot shifted. Other staff members gradually entered the scene. Sir, photography is not permitted here." The lobby manager approached Wang Duyu, inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you? I would like to treat my team to a meal at your hotel. Do you have a larger private room available?" The manager offered a professional yet insincere smile. "I'm sorry, sir, but we operate on a membership basis, and our hotel requires formal attire for entry." Wang Duyu glanced down at his attire, questioning, "Is this not considered formal wear? Please call your manager and tell him the richest man in Shihong City requests to see him." With that, the manager approached, and, as she attempted to explain further, the manager waved her off, signaling for her to step aside and allowing him to converse with this self-proclaimed wealthiest man in Shihong City. Subsequently, the manager addressed Wang Duyu, casually stating in English, "May I help you, sir?" Wang Duyu, perplexed, replied, "What assistance do you require?" The manager, maintaining a forced smile, clarified, feeling slightly affronted. Wang Duyu promptly exclaimed, "Nothing much, I just want to book the entire place. How much would that cost for a day?" The manager could not stifle a chuckle. "Sir, you may be jesting. We are the highest-rated hotel in Shihong City, although our establishment is not particularly large. To reserve the entire venue would certainly cost at least $1 million per day. Furthermore, as a membership-based hotel, we are only open to members. I fully understand your desire to host a gathering with friends, but I must respectfully decline." Shun Teng nodded. "Well, you are the most polite among the many snobs we've encountered." Turning to the other actors, he remarked, "If this place seems manageable, we could consider renting it as our dormitory." "Absolutely. That sounds perfect." The others chimed in eagerly. "Let us occupy every room. Nothing should remain vacant." All right. With that, Wang Duyu turned to the hotel manager and began calculating the costs. "I see. The membership for one day amounts to over $1 million, and for non-members, it must be around $2 million, correct? Therefore, I must negotiate the price with you. Let us proceed with courtesy before resorting to conflict. Our group consists of rather straightforward individuals, and we must take into account the issues of the hotel's aging, wear and tear, and depreciation. Thus, we're looking at a figure exceeding $2 million. Additionally, considering that our package spans a month and you will be overseeing us daily, it is only natural that this would weigh heavily on your minds, warranting some compensation for mental distress. Consequently, we are approaching a total of $3 million. How about this? I propose a straightforward figure of $100 million for the month. Would that be too burdensome for you?" Chapter 36. All for the sake of adhering to cinematic logic. Continuing on, the manager was left astounded. Yami expressed that Wang Duyu had indeed negotiated an impressive price. At this rate of extravagance, his 10 billion assets would soon be depleted. The hotel manager, too, shed his previously arrogant demeanor. Overall, the plot of this reverse bargaining scene bore little difference from that of the original wealthy man of Shihong City, with perhaps the sole distinction being that the female lead had been replaced by Yangmi. The original film's monthly package price of $20 million was revised to a staggering $100 million, mirroring Wang Congcong's earlier incident of spending $100 million for a charity event. Observing the flawless performance on the monitors, Wang Congcong joyfully exclaimed, "Great. Cut. The first scene, first shot, reverse bargaining, is a go." As his words resonated, the previously tense atmosphere in the hotel lobby instantly relaxed. It was only at this moment that the cast began to cast incredulous glances toward Wang Congcong, who had taken the reins as director. They had been concerned that his insistence on directing might adversely affect the film wealthy man of Shihong City. They recognized that Wang Congcong was indeed the core of the production, having contributed significantly to the script's narrative and numerous ingenious comedic elements. However, all of these ideas required a capable individual to present them flawlessly. While many had presumed that the one to bring wealthy man of Shihong City to life would be the assistant director, Peng Damo from Kaisen Malin, Wang Congcong had just demonstrated through his prowess that he was not only talented, but that the so-called experience of directing paled in comparison to his capabilities. It is widely acknowledged that directors typically ascend from roles such as assistants, cinematographers, and deputy directors, accumulating years of experience and effort to master their craft. This may appear to be a common journey of struggle for an ordinary person, yet it is also a process of accumulating experience. At this moment, the cast of Wealthy Man of Shihong City was not merely impressed by Wang Congcong's talent. They were equally awed by his capabilities. Shen Teng, in particular, hurried excitedly to the monitor, reviewing the playback footage repeatedly, murmuring, "The cinematography, the rhythm, the control over the shots, and the crew's management are simply exceptional. I've been in this industry for many years. Honestly, I have studied directing skills a bit and have dreamed of directing my own film one day." Unexpectedly, before I could even get started, Wang Xiao has shown me that true genius can self-learn even without prior exposure to the film industry. As these words escaped his lips, the others naturally joined in with flattery, proclaiming that the three major directors in the country were utterly inconsequential compared to Wang Congcong. They merely came into prominence before him. Otherwise, the title of international director might very well belong to Wang Congcong. Conversely, some voiced dissenting opinions, asserting that with Wang Congcong's wealth, even the most impressive cinematic achievements were insufficient to measure his talent. Given his affluence, directing was merely a pastime for him. Listening to the mindless accolades, even Wang Congcong felt a hint of embarrassment, waving his hand modestly. All right, I am not as remarkable as you claim." Before he could finish, Yang Mi approached, grasping Wang Congcong's hand with a gaze full of admiration. As a seasoned actress, she had encountered many so-called crossover directors, but talent like Wang Congcong was indeed a rare find. Wang Congcong's life experiences were no longer a secret, yet the online community had never revealed any prior involvement he had with the film industry. Despite being a complete novice, he possessed an uncanny understanding of everything, even mastering intricate details. How could she not be astonished? Shaking her head, she interrupted Wang Congcong's humility, earnestly stating, "Brother Cong, or should I say Director Wang, had I known you possessed such prowess, I should not have sought guidance from industry acting teachers and seniors. I should have consulted you beforehand." Thus, amidst the praise and admiration of those around them, night swiftly approached, and the day's filming drew to a close. The crew began to bustle about, packing up equipment, while the actors bid farewell to Wang Congcong, saying, "Director Wang, see you tomorrow. Young Master Wang, I shall take my leave." After exchanging pleasantries, they prepared to exit the hotel. However, just as they were about to leave the lobby, a tall, stunning beauty, pulling a suitcase, approached them. Clad in a form-fitting white mermaid gown and sporting 10-centimeter stiletto heels, her pearl-adorned hair swayed enticingly, making her an undeniable focal point. Even Shen Teng couldn't resist pausing to admire her. Some could hardly contain their excitement and let out wolf whistles. Yet the next moment, the beauty's actions left them utterly stunned. She suddenly called out towards Wang Congcong, "Congcong Appa, is that you?" This affectionate address immediately silenced Shen Teng and the other actors, halting their raucous behavior. The South Korean accented shout captured Wang Congcong's attention, prompting him to turn and recognize the woman in the white gown, Klala, the actress he had cast as the supporting role, designed to entice Wang Duyu to breach moral boundaries and embody the trending character of seeing people truly accurately. Wang Congcong's decision to cast Klala stemmed from a need to adjust certain details to align with cinematic logic. The original protagonist was rather unremarkable in appearance, but now with Yang Mi in the lead, it was essential to find a supporting actress who could rival or surpass Yang Mi in both stature and beauty to maintain plausibility. Otherwise, it would be absurd for a stunning actress like Yang Mi to be accompanied by a less attractive counterpart in the role of seduction. Klala's memorable entrance in her film The Love Saint, where her red dress billowed in the wind, remained vivid in Wang Congcong's memory. Thus, when selecting a supporting actress, he immediately thought of Klala, believing her presence would undoubtedly generate a memorable scene in Wealthy Man of Shihong City. Without further ado, let us address the astonishing physique of Klala, which undoubtedly leaves many cinephiles drooling during screenings. Just as Wang Congcong was preparing to approach, Klala had already taken the initiative, almost sprinting into his embrace. With an endearing familiarity, she expressed her gratitude. "Congcong Appa, I am thrilled that you invited me to Huaxia to star in your film." As her delicate form nestled against him, The intoxicating scent of white musk, mingled with her warm breath, enveloped him. The soft pressure against his chest prompted Wang Congcong to silently ponder, are South Korean actresses this forward? Chapter 37. Is young Master Wang's girlfriend not Yangmi? In reality, Klala's demeanor was not indicative of South Korean actresses' openness. Rather, as a well-mannered South Korean, she held a rather disdainful view of Huaxia and its people. This was not merely a personal bias, but a reflection of the educational ethos prevalent in South Korea, where citizens often believe their nation to be the pinnacle of greatness. In her mind, South Korea was a developed country, while Huaxia was merely a nation struggling to afford basic sustenance. South Koreans possess a profound sense of national identity and expectation, frequently overestimating their country's capabilities and achievements to an absurd degree. Even the world maps produced in South Korea depict their territory as the largest. Initially, when she received the invitation from the Huaxia film crew, she paid it little mind. However, fate took an unexpected turn when she recently found herself embroiled in a serious legal dispute with her management company's president. In pursuit of resources within the entertainment industry, she sought shortcuts, but was unwilling to entertain the notion of compromising her integrity with older men. Consequently, she began to seduce her boss during phone conversations, meticulously recording only the portions that would benefit her. She intended to use these recordings to threaten her boss into allocating more resources to her, warning that she would expose the edited recordings if he refused. When negotiations broke down, her boss was naturally unwilling to capitulate to her coercion. Subsequently, she released the edited recordings, aiming to garner support from the uninformed netizens and achieve unconditional termination of her contract or compensation. She publicly accused the president of attempting to sexually harass her. The news sent shockwaves through the South Korean internet, igniting outrage among fans who perceive female artists as often being in vulnerable positions. Consequently, Klala's entertainment company faced severe backlash from the online community. As the president of the entertainment company, he was not without his own tactics. Klala had not anticipated that every call from him would automatically activate a recording feature. Her edited recordings proved utterly useless as he promptly released the complete recordings online, countersuing her for attempting to orchestrate a scheme for extortion to obtain more resources from the company. Once the truth emerged, the deceived netizens were incensed, and Klala's retaliatory actions led to a catastrophic blow to her image, resulting in an almost unanimous blacklisting by South Korea's mainstream media and production companies, effectively ending her career at home. In her moment of desperation, Klala suddenly recalled the film invitation extended by Wang Congcong. It was then that she began to comprehend his true identity. News of a grand film screening, the son of the wealthiest tycoon, and the heir to the Wang family fortune soon flooded her awareness, and it dawned on her that she had been oblivious to the gold mine before her. She promptly researched the wealth of Huaxia's richest, discovering that the Wang Group was a premier commercial real estate conglomerate in Huaxia, encompassing diverse sectors including commercial real estate, cultural entertainment, hotel management, and financial services. In a nutshell, they were staggeringly wealthy. To further understand the power dynamics, she compared the Wang Group's standing to that of South Korea's chaebols. According to the CEO score, the total assets and rankings of South Korea's 5 largest chaebol families were as follows. The Samsung family, leading with 386 trillion won, approximately 35 trillion renminbi, followed by the Hyundai family with 292 trillion won, around 26.5 trillion renminbi. The SK family with 145 trillion won, about 13.2 trillion renminbi. The LG family with 137 trillion won, around 11.9 trillion renminbi. And lastly, the Lotte family with 96.4 trillion won, approximately 877 billion renminbi. While the exact wealth of the Wang family remained elusive, she knew that any truly remarkable tycoon would not publicly disclose their entire fortune. Nonetheless, she was certain that the Wang family would rival even South Korea's top chaebol families. Thus, prior to arriving in Huaxia, Klala had already resolved to win Wang Congcong over and cling to his coattails. As for how to do so, if she required instruction in that regard, she would hardly belong in the entertainment industry. Hence, her familiar demeanor upon meeting Wang Congcong, engaging in hugs and embraces, stemmed not from any affection for Huaxia, but rather from sheer submission to wealth. At this moment, influenced by Klala's exuberant demeanor, Wang Congcong instinctively cleared his throat and subtly distanced himself from her embrace. Regaining his composed demeanor as a gentleman, "Lala, I trust your journey was not too arduous. The lead actors have yet to depart. Allow me to introduce you to them." Klala, like a gentle bird, instinctively linked her arm with Wang Congcong's. "Appa, I will follow your lead." The sweetness of her tone may have been lost on Wang Congcong, but it certainly resonated with Shun Tung and the others still lingering in the hotel lobby. As Wang Congcong introduced her to some of the actors from the wealthiest family in Shihong City, they exchanged pleasantries. During the cordial exchanges, Wang Congcong casually inquired, "Klala just arrived from South Korea and must be hungry. I will take her out for a late-night snack. Would you care to join us?" Upon hearing this, Shun Tung and the others immediately shook their heads. They were not foolish. Given the closeness exhibited between the two, if nothing transpired that evening, they would write their names backward. What could they possibly do in that situation? Be third wheels? They hurriedly declined, exclaiming, "No need. We've been filming all day. I need to head back to rest. Yes, I'm also fatigued. I wouldn't want to intrude on young Master Wang's elegance." Only after their hasty exit from the hotel did the group feel emboldened to discuss the earlier scene and the relationship between Wang Congcong and Klala. "What do you think is going on between young Master Wang and that Klala? Do I even need to say? I can't guarantee their past relationship, but after tonight, her status will undoubtedly surpass ours." With that remark, they exchanged knowing glances, and the unspoken understanding was palpable. Of course, there were still some oblivious individuals among them who inquired, "Isn't young Master Wang's girlfriend Yang Mi?" If this matter were to reach Yang Mi's ears, would the two engage in a confrontation? Chapter 38. Just switching girlfriends, the internet erupts. Hey, when did young Master Wang ever publicly announce that Yang Mi was his girlfriend? Some immediately retorted. Those who had previously harbored doubts about this affair were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, Wang Congcong has never openly declared that Yang Mi is his girlfriend. As a wealthy second-generation heir, isn't it common for him to merely toy with relationships? Even if Wang Congcong's previous courting methods were somewhat exaggerated, it is reasonable to consider that spending a few billion to woo a girl is akin to a regular person taking a girl out to a movie. On the other hand, as the host, Wang Congcong has been seen driving luxurious cars, taking Kilala to various renowned entertainment venues in the capital, their closeness apparent. With no hint of concealment, many recognized Wang Congcong on the spot. While dining in a trendy restaurant in Sanlitun, some bold young women even approached him for a photo. "Young Master Wang, may we take a picture together?" A fan approached, holding up her phone. Wang Congcong nodded in agreement, while Kilala reached out to link her arm with his, tilting her head with a sweet smile towards the camera, flashing a peace sign. That night, news of Wang Congcong's late-night rendezvous with a mysterious woman, suspected to be the latest favorite of the prince of the Wan family, ascended the trending topics with remarkable speed. Marketing accounts rapidly edited clips of their intimate gestures at the bar, their dining moments, and their eventual entry into a hotel, with headlines boldly proclaiming, "Prince of the Wan family, new romance exposed." The comments section erupted. "Wow, did Wang Xiao really switch girlfriends this quickly? That's Yang Mi, after all." Yes, indeed. It's perplexing. He spent billions on Yang Mi, and after such a brief time, has he already moved on? Is he treating money so casually? Of course. Some netizens, having viewed the media's revealing images, remarked, "Given the figure and beauty of that mysterious woman, if I were Wang Congcong, I would also choose to replace Yang Mi." Overall, the multitude of netizens did not express much surprise at the news of Wang Congcong's girlfriend switch. Rather, they lamented, "At least that's Yang Mi. Couldn't you have stayed together a little longer? Did you get bored so swiftly?" More than anything, netizens exhibited envy and playful teasing, while simultaneously expressing interest in Wang Congcong's new girlfriend. On the internet, there are always netizens with remarkable investigative skills. One user managed to uncover Kila LA's detailed background in just 3 hours. Kila La, of Korean descent, was born in Switzerland in 1986, her real name being Li Qingmin. She graduated from El Camino College in the United States and is an Asian actress of European nationality. In 2004, she won first place in South Korea's inaugural online beauty contest. In 2006, she gained recognition through her role in the South Korean drama The Transparent Man Choi Jang-soo. On July 9, 2009, she appeared in the South Korean anthology film Five Senses of Eros, subsequently starring in various South Korean productions, but recently faced a ban in South Korea. Now, having connected with young Master Wang, it seems she is preparing to transfer her career from South Korea to China. The extensive introduction posted by the blogger did not garner much attention from netizens. However, the images of Kila La from various film stills and beauty pageants captivated many viewers. The most liked comments simply stated, "With a figure and beauty like that, it's no wonder Wang Congcong made this choice. I would choose Kila La too." Praise for her waist and legs flooded the comments, racking up thousands of remarks in seconds. At that moment, Yang Mi's fans were irate, with a swarm of little bees rushing to Wang Congcong's Weibo to condemn him as a scoundrel. Some fans shared screenshots of his past sweet interactions with Yang Mi, questioning him tearfully. Were those custom jewels you gifted mere tokens of insincerity? Have you forgotten the promises made at the charity gala? Just days ago, you attended events with Yang Mi, and now you flipped faster than a page in a book? They initially believed that young Master Wang was different from other rich heirs, but alas, it turned out they had misjudged him. Even some fervent fans lashed out at those merely commenting on Keela LA's beauty, asking if they were blind, asserting, in what way does Keela La surpass our Mimi? Naturally, the criticized spectators were not willing to remain silent, retorting that Yang Mi is nowhere near Keela La. A particular male blogger, in an effort to counter the little bees, even posted a comparison titled Yang Mi versus Keela La, the ultimate battle of beauty and figure, igniting further conflict. With likes surpassing 1 million within half an hour, this post meticulously compared photos of Keela La and Yang Mi, from their figures to their appearances. Whenever Yang Mi's fans spoke up, a chorus of onlookers would echo, "Young Master Wang is making no mistake. If it were me, I would also choose Keela La." It was a one-sided attack, unmatched in its ferocity. Some of the more sensitive little bees expressed that without young Master Wang, Yang Mi could still thrive independently. They argued that Yang Mi's current popularity and status were achieved through her own efforts. Young men pursuing her could line up from the capital to Shanghai, asserting that Wang Congcong must be blind to choose someone else. Meanwhile, whenever someone praised Keela La, they would immediately condemn them. Your taste is vulgar. You only focus on a woman's figure. Amidst the most heated exchanges between the little bees and the gawkers, the official Weibo account of the richest man in Shihong City, seeking traffic and publicity, released a post featuring a photo of Keela La in a red gown. The accompanying text welcomed her to China and introduced her joining the cast of The Richest Man in Shihong City, promising a new comedic feast for the Spring Festival. Simultaneously, Puchong Media also announced, "Welcome Miss Keela La to our agency." This maneuver ignited the public discourse, prompting the little bees to swiftly redirect their ire toward the official accounts of The Richest Man in Shihong City and Puchong Media, inundating the comments with criticisms. Using our sister to gain publicity is disgusting. They questioned Puchong Media. Why sign Keela La? Which side are you on? Our sister is the lead actress, while Keela La is merely a supporting character. What are you even doing? Some frustrated fans, feeling their complaints were insufficiently satisfying, escalated their outrage to Keela LA's only text post, vehemently accusing her of shamelessness in stealing their sister's boyfriend. Gawkers naturally followed suit, leading to an intense confrontation. Keela LA's personal account rapidly gained followers, skyrocketing from a few thousand to the hundreds of thousands. Eventually, Weibo itself, in pursuit of traffic, pinned Keela LA's account to the top, making her a featured recommendation, with the trending topics dominated by discussions about Wang Congcong and Keela La. Consequently, the entries for The Richest Man in Shihong City and the Wan family group also surged in popularity. At this juncture, it can be said that a few astute individuals, alongside Wang's father and mother, have genuinely come to grasp the remarkable prowess of Wang Congcong's previous extravagant expenditure of 100 million, renting out Basha and squandering funds with reckless abandon. Wang Congcong, by merely changing his girlfriend, propelled a South Korean actress, devoid of any fan base in China, into the trending searches, garnering nearly 10 million followers overnight. It is nothing short of a meteoric ascent from anonymity to prominence for Keela La. Following closely were The Richest Man in Shihong City and the Wanda Group, both of which reaped a substantial influx of traffic. This exemplifies the formidable nature of personal branding, an existence that others cannot replicate. Henceforth, will Puchong Media, in its endeavors to promote female artists, merely require them to date Wang Congcong to swiftly navigate the entertainment industry? How absurd. Chapter 39. When did he ever acknowledge you as his girlfriend? Meanwhile, on the other side, after attending an impromptu event and returning to her hotel, Yang Mi, who was washing up in the bathroom, heard her phone incessantly buzzing in the living room. The incessant ding-dong of notifications was merely from trivial messages, prompting Yang Mi to disregard them until she had finished washing up and drying her hair. Only then did she leisurely pour herself a glass of water, sipping it delicately while reaching for her phone on the coffee table to investigate the persistent notifications at this late hour. Upon catching a glimpse of the screen, she choked, spraying the tea from her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the trending topics being pushed to her by various online platforms. Wang Congcong in a clandestine late-night rendezvous with a mysterious woman, rumored to be the new darling of the Wan, the heir Keela La, the second future princess of Puchong Media. A series of such headlines made her tremble as she magnified the intimate photograph of Wang Congcong embracing Keela La while entering a hotel. Wang Congcong, her complexion shifted dramatically, fury surging within her as feelings of betrayal overwhelmed her. She yearned to confront Wang Congcong immediately, demanding to know the truth behind this woman in the news and why the company had signed her. Fueled by anger, she rose to seek out Wang Congcong for clarification. She flung open the door, only to collide headlong with Zhang Jia. Ouch! That hurts! Zhang Jia stumbled back, steadying herself against the wall with one hand while rubbing her chest with the other, scolding, Mimi, what were you thinking? You could have knocked me out. Before she could finish, she noticed Yang Mi's demeanor was decidedly off. The rebuke that had been on the tip of her tongue was swallowed back. Upon seeing Zhang Jia, Yang Mi seemed to find a release for her pent-up emotions, throwing herself into Zhang Jia's embrace, sobbing, Jia Jia, Wang Congcong has another woman. He doesn't want me anymore. Feeling the tremors of Yang Mi's body as she cried, her hair still damp, Zhang Jia gently patted Yang Mi's back, guiding her back into the room while closing the door behind them. She retrieved a tissue from her bag and dabbed at Yang Mi's reddened eyes. Zhang Jia was acutely aware of why Yang Mi was in such distress. In fact, she had come specifically to check on Yang Mi due to this very matter. To be candid, Zhang Jia had just been summoned by Wang Congcong to finalize Keela LA's artist contract. After concluding the contract, she feared that if Yang Mi learned of the situation, she might become despondent, prompting her visit. Had she not come today, Yang Mi might have already confronted Wang Congcong directly. At that moment, Yang Mi would have witnessed Wang Congcong frolicking with Keela La, and in such a scenario, who knows what irrational act Yang Mi might have committed. If Wang Congcong decided to distance himself from Yang Mi due to this incident, Zhang Jia, as the CEO of the company, could also face repercussions. After all, it was Yang Mi who had introduced her to Puchong Media, and their relationship was firmly established. Thus, she could not bear to see Yang Mi and Wang Congcong's relationship become irreparably strained. Otherwise, not only would Yang Mi's career be jeopardized, but her own future could also be uncertain. Reluctantly, she offered some words of comfort. You should try to let this go. Gradually, Yang Mi, as if exhausted from crying, lifted her head, looking earnestly at Zhang Jia, tears still clinging to her lashes. What should I let go of? It's Wang Congcong who has wronged me. I must confront him. Jia, you need to come with me to find Wang Congcong. You must judge for us. How could he treat me this way? How could he seek out another woman behind my back? Zhang Jia shook her head, refuting Yang Mi's assertions. When has Wang Congcong ever acknowledged or publicly declared you as his girlfriend? Yang Mi's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard something utterly unbelievable. She retorted loudly, Jia, what do you mean? If I'm not his girlfriend, then who is? In her agitation, she stood up defiantly. Zhang Jia, exasperated, gently pushed Yang Mi back onto the sofa, conceding, fine, I'll accept that you were his girlfriend. But have you ever seen a wealthy heir who only dates one girlfriend? Don't you understand? To Wang Congcong, you Keela La, or any yet unknown starlet, are all of the same status. There is no distinction among you. In Wang Congcong's eyes, you are merely a fleeting pastime, devoid of any uniqueness. Impossible. This cannot be. Zhang Jia's words struck like a hammer, shattering Yang Mi's dreams of being the Wanda princess. In a state of disarray, Yang Mi clutched her head, shaking it vehemently. She could not accept Zhang Jia's claims, or rather, she was unwilling to believe the harsh reality presented to her. Yet, she had to acknowledge that Zhang Jia's words held no fallacy. Tears streamed down her cheeks, for as Zhang Jia had pointed out to this day, Wang Congcong had never publicly recognized her as his girlfriend. She had endeavored to make it work. Yet every time she sought to have Wang Congcong introduce her to his family or to make their relationship public, he had always met her with indifference or outright avoidance. Previously, she had instinctively overlooked such details, believing that with sufficient effort, she could eventually gain Wang Congcong's acceptance, as well as that of his father and mother. Regrettably, it has only been a short while, and already, Wang Congcong has been embroiled in scandalous rumors with another woman, leaving her in tears as she once again seeks solace in Zhang Jia's embrace. In Chapter 40, The Wealthiest in Shihong City, the filming has reached its conclusion. Zhang Jia remains unperturbed by Yang Mi's weeping. She does not relent in delivering a harsh reality check, for she understands that the sooner Yang Mi relinquishes her illusions, the better. Short pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. As an outsider, she is acutely aware that, given the Wang family's social standing and stature, it is virtually impossible for them to marry a celebrity. It is imperative that she disabuses Yang Mi of her fantasies before she sinks deeper into despair. This is the only recourse available to her. Thus, she commences an education on the grim realities of failed aspirations to marry into affluent families, citing gruesome examples from the past. Take, for instance, a certain Taiwanese starlet who, at the zenith of her career in 2004, wed a man she had known for less than 2 months. What was the outcome? Instead of bliss, she was met with chaos. Even on the eve of her childbirth, her husband was reveling in nightclubs, returning home at dawn with another woman. To add insult to injury, His parents looked down upon her, considering her to be of low academic achievement and riddled with scandal, even demanding a DNA test for their grandchild before she could enter their home, a humiliation of the highest order. Moreover, this celebrity had merely married into a family worth billions. Just consider this. Even if you were to marry into the Wang family, what makes you think you could secure the position of matriarch? While there have been instances of actresses successfully marrying into families worth trillions, like a certain beauty from Hong Kong, the reality was that she too received only a monthly allowance of a few million. Such a life hardly compares to the freedom of being single. After Zheng Jia's impassioned counsel, Yang Mi begrudgingly comes to terms with reality, yet she refuses to yield. She is determined that one day, Wang Congcong will carry her over the threshold in grand fashion. If merely being a simple starlet is insufficient, she vows to become a force of capital. She will ensure that Wang Congcong, along with his father and mother, will come to regret their choices. She will one day proclaim to all that she, Yang Mi, is unlike any other starlet. Time swiftly passes, and a little over a month later, the project concerning the wealthiest in Shihong City is nearing its conclusion. Today marks the filming of the final scene. In the conference room, a long rectangular table is surrounded by staff, with Wang Guiyu occupying the main seat, nodding occasionally as he listens to a group of analysts discuss the current domestic investment market. Indeed, when it comes to buying stocks, we must be conservative. All those stocks flashing green, purchase them all. Upon uttering this, the financial analysts exchanged perplexed glances, wondering if they had failed to communicate clearly. The staff member standing before the projection screen immediately pointed out, "Mr. Wang, did I hear you correctly? Those are all sunset industries, on the brink of delisting." Wang Guiyu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Did you hear that? They're about to be delisted. If we don't buy now, we'll miss out. Hurry, run, buy them all." Although the analysts were bewildered by Wang Guiyu's actions, they naturally complied when their boss spoke. At that moment, a group performer, who had been standing behind Wang Guiyu, interjected with his own thoughts on the matter. "Yes, if we're buying, let us buy in moderation." Wang Guiyu high-fived the performer and said, "We're in sync. With you managing this, I feel much more at ease." Just then, other extras barged in, declaring, "I want to see Mr. Wang. I'm here to discuss a project." A performer clad in shorts pushed in a contraption he had designed, a land swimming device, and implored, "Please grant me a minute to introduce my invention." Others attempted to intervene, but Wang Guiyu halted them, stating, "I'll give you 2 minutes. Please explain how you came to have a mental breakdown." The performer began detailing his product and design philosophy, asserting, "The greatest advantage of my device is that it liberates swimming from the constraints of seawater. If you adore the ocean, add salt. If you desire a different setting, add milk, juice, or beer." After a demonstration, everyone concluded that the individual was indeed unhinged, except for Wang Guiyu, who immediately declared, "I'll invest in this project. Let us go into mass production." Seeing such a ludicrous project garner investment, others quickly stepped forward, eager to share their dreams and seek funding. Wang Guiyu, exhilarated, encouraged, "Speak up. The more outlandish your dream, the better." A performer in a suit pulled out a map from his pocket and spread it across the conference table, introducing himself. "I hail from Alassan, where a glass of ice water costs 20 yuan. He pointed to a location on the map. "This area is the Arctic. My dream is to select a suitably sized iceberg, bore out a series of holes beneath it, and equip it with a diesel engine. Then we can navigate the iceberg along the Siberian Sea, traversing the Yenisei River, all the way to the Alassan Gobi Desert." At this juncture, the performer in a suit faced skepticism from the crowd. What if the iceberg melts halfway? The performer promptly defended, "I've calculated ahead. When the sun is out, we'll speed up, and the total loss 1T exceed 30%. I only need 2 million. Wang Guiyu shook his head. 2 million ISNT enough. The performer in a suit, looking disdainfully at him, interjected, "Do you think my brother is a fool?" Before he could finish, Wang Guiyu suddenly announced, "I'll invest 5 million to accelerate the iceberg." Everyone was once again astounded, utterly puzzled by Wang Guiyu's reckless spending. However, only he understood that to inherit 3 billion in assets, he must legally expend 1 billion within a month. Clearly, at his current rate of expenditure, it was far from sufficient. He then loudly urged, "Is there anyone else with a dream?" Soon after, chefs, janitors, and waitstaff all raised their hands to express their aspirations. Among them was Zhang Yiming, the owner of today's headline news, who boldly stepped forward to present his internet app. Unlike traditional software, this app employs a personalized recommendation engine, curating content based on user interests and locations. Excellent. Cut, cut, cut. The final scene of The Wealthiest in Shihong City. The last shot. We got it. Wang Congcong's voice rang out on set, prompting an eruption of cheers from the cast now aware of the impending wrap. The conference room was instantly filled with rousing applause. In Chapter 41, "This glory shall not be solely mine." After a brief celebration, the main cast, extras, and staff began a cheer. "Everyone has been working so hard. Master Wang must treat us well." Calls for a wrap party and a feast echoed throughout the room. Yet, Wang Congcong merely smiled and shook his head, knowing that such trifles were of little concern to him. Could his production truly lack for a celebratory banquet? After thoroughly reviewing the recently filmed scenes and finding no issues, he stood up and declared, "Tonight, let us head to the nearest Wanda hotel. Everyone should indulge themselves. All expenses for tonight will be on me." As soon as the words left her lips, a cacophony of wolf-like howls erupted from the crowd, and the lighting and crew members sprang into action, hastily preparing to tidy up and ensure they did not miss out on the evening's grand feast. Among them, the supporting actress Klala, donned in 10-centimeter stilettos, pranced forward, twisting her body in a feigned demeanor, and approached the lead actress, Yang Mi, with an overture of friendliness. "Sister Mi, may we sit together later? I loathe the idea of sharing space with those obnoxious men." The glitter at the corners of her eyes danced with her smile as she reached out to take Yang Mi's arm. Yang Mi cast her a disdainful glance, her almond-shaped eyes widening in incredulity. "Enough of this pretense of youthfulness. I'm not someone like Wang Congcong, who would fall for such antics. You are a few months my senior. The thought of you calling me sister is utterly revolting." With that, Yang Mi flung her arm away and, in her high heels, strode off, showing no intention of attending the wrap party. Once Yang Mi had departed, Klala, with a face full of grievance, scampered over to Wang Congcong's side, linking her arm through his as she lamented, "Appa, look at how Mi Jie treats me. What have I done to deserve this?" I genuinely wanted to get along with her. Wang Congcong shook his head in disbelief, offering a dry remark. "The tea is quite good, but you would do well to avoid provoking Yang Mi. If she truly strikes you, I will not intervene." The other attendees, witnessing the subtle rivalry between the two women, shook their heads in disapproval, not daring to cast sidelong glances, and hastily exited the scene. Shortly thereafter, Wang Congcong escorted Klala to the nearby Wanda Hotel. Given the proximity to the new year, the hotel was adorned predominantly in red hues. Even the entrance to the wrap party was festooned with red lanterns, Chinese knots, and paper cuttings, creating an atmosphere that was incredibly festive. At the wrap banquet, Shen Teng and the other principal actors began to clink their glasses of red wine and engaged in casual conversation, inquiring, "Young Master Wang, when can we expect our film to hit theaters? Is it truly slated for release on the first day of the Lunar New Year, as advertised?" That time slot is notoriously competitive, dominated by major IPs, renowned directors, and star-studded casts. Upon hearing this, the others quickly chimed in, "Indeed, young Master Wang. This year's Spring Festival slot is of utmost significance. We are not afraid of them. Rather, it is unnecessary for us to contend directly. We can certainly adjust our release date slightly. This would maximize the box office potential for West Rainbow City's richest while avoiding mutual destruction." At this juncture, Wang Congcong raised a hand to signal Klala to cease her attentions momentarily. He then addressed Shen Teng and the other principal actors with certainty. "Indeed, this film is set to premiere on the first day of the Lunar New Year. As for the big IPs, renowned directors, and star-studded lineups you mentioned, I remain unaware of their significance. Why should I shy away from their brilliance?" Shen Teng promptly clarified. "According to the records from the General Administration and the promotional material already in circulation, there are several hotly anticipated films set for the Spring Festival. For instance, Journey to the West. The Monkey King is a large-scale action fantasy film jointly produced by Xinghao Films and China Film, boasting an investment of 500 million yuan, crafted by a well-known director from Hong Kong. Its cast is simply outrageous, featuring the likes of Universe Dan, Zhou Ruanfa, and Qinghua in leading roles. This film capitalizes on the IP of the classic Journey to the West. It is an all-encompassing grand production in terms of IP, investment, and cast." Just then Wulong, having just swallowed a hefty piece of pork knuckle, interjected, "Aside from this film, I've heard that the variety show film Where Are We Going? Dad has also garnered significant buzz online." "What is a variety show film?" someone queried, puzzled. "Don't you know? It is a direct continuation of a variety show IP, targeting an audience primarily composed of family-oriented viewers and fans of the program during the Spring Festival. Such films generally sell tickets in pairs or threes, as parents are unlikely to send their children to the cinema alone. Additionally, there are Australia City Wind and Cloud and X Exempt Strategy, funded and distributed by Bona and Hawaii. The latter, though a low-budget film, has consistently performed well in the domestic market as a romantic comedy and should not be underestimated. As for Australia City Wind and Cloud, its total investment reaches 500 million yuan, making it another sequel following Gambling Hero, Gambling Saint and Gambling God, directed and written by Wang Jing. Starring Zhou Ruanfa and Xie Tingfeng in an action comedy gambling flick. Considering the aforementioned films, which among them is easily trifled with. Our Happy Machi team has only just entered the film industry, and young Master Wang, this is your first endeavor as a director and screenwriter. Temporarily shying away from the spotlight is hardly shameful. The group continued to explain, each eager to ensure that the project for West Rainbow City's richest would not falter and affect subsequent endeavors. However, they held no authority to make such decisions, hence subtly advising Wang Congcong that, if feasible, it would be prudent to adjust the release schedule. An earlier or delayed release could help avoid a direct clash with these blockbusters. Nevertheless, after listening to their explanations, Wang Congcong felt even more emboldened. In this country, aside from a few underdog projects, he truly did not regard these colossal productions he had never heard of with any seriousness. He raised his hand to signal Klala to continue her attentions and, with unwavering confidence, reassured the group, "You all need not worry about the release date of West Rainbow City's richest. I shall not change it. Even if the film's performance is less than stellar, it will not adversely affect the upcoming projects for Happy Machi. Moreover, I am confident that West Rainbow City's richest will indeed succeed. Rest assured, this spring festival, if we lose, it will be on me. If we win, the glory will belong to you. Prepare to ascend to the throne of the Spring Festival box office champion and await your rise to fame. This glory shall not be mine alone when the time comes. Victory, fame, and box office success will belong to us all." Chapter 42. Stuffing Klala into the Spring Festival Gala. Thus, the rap banquet concluded amidst the revelry of feasting and toasting. The others naturally dispersed in a flurry. However, just as Shun Tong prepared to bid farewell to Wang Congcong, he was beckoned to stay behind. Wrapping his arm around Klala's slender waist, he hinted to the slightly inebriated Shun Tong, "Brother Tong, look at Klala's rising popularity. She has only just begun and requires projects to showcase herself publicly. I've heard that you and Mary have prepared a splendid program for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Is there any way you could incorporate Klala into your performance?" Upon hearing this, Shun Tong, who had been slightly dazed, immediately perked up. Rubbing his eyes to dispel the remnants of intoxication, he cast a troubled glance between Klala and Wang Congcong, awkwardly attempting to explain, "Young Master Wang, this might not be appropriate. Our skit this year consists of only 3 roles. Who could we possibly replace? Surely, we cannot substitute Mary. She's my longtime partner. And without her, our skit would lack any comedic effect. There exists another character who, despite the possibility of slight alterations, is nonetheless a comedic mentor with whom we have collaborated for many years. Even if I were to consent to their replacement, it would not be an easy situation for Mary. Moreover, Miss Lala's unique status as a foreign artist raises significant concerns regarding the approval process from CCTV. Are you not placing me in a difficult position?" Shun Tong lamented, subtly implying that while a replacement is feasible, it presents certain challenges. Why would he wish to offend others by substituting Lala for K? Although he is currently an employee under Wang Congcong, he can afford to forego flattery for the sake of his own dignity. When it comes to matters of personal interest, clear accounting is imperative. Wang Congcong discerned the underlying meaning in Shun Tong's words. It was evident that securing a spot for K on the Spring Festival Gala posed considerable difficulties. For instance, the issue of foreign artists is a substantial hurdle. Without the endorsement of a prominent figure in the industry, the aspiration to grace such a prestigious stage is nearly unattainable. However, Wang's esteemed status serves as the most formidable guarantee. This is not mere boastfulness on his part, nor is it an attempt to leverage their family's influence. Even setting aside the impacts of power, connections, and wealth, considering their annual advertising budget, their company, Wanda, remains one of CCTV's major sponsors. Despite the recent turmoil caused by Wang Congcong, Wanda has significantly reduced its advertising expenses, yet has not diminished its budget allocated to CCTV. After all, navigating the domestic landscape hinges on interpersonal relationships. While other advertisements may be curtailed, the connection with CCTV is primarily a matter of social obligation. They are not particularly concerned about a few advertising dollars. In this context, if CCTV possesses any sense, they would not hinder Wang Congcong's rumored girlfriend during the approval process. The remaining issue pertains to the character replacement in the skit. Shun Tong had mentioned Mary several times during their conversation. Wang Congcong surmised that Shun Tong's grievances stemmed from his decision not to cast Mary in the project The Richest Man in Shihong City, thereby voicing discontent on behalf of his longtime partner. Realizing this, Wang Congcong nodded at Shun Tong and spoke again. "Brother Tong, I understand this puts you in a somewhat awkward position. However, you need not worry about the approval process. I trust that CCTV, out of respect for Wanda, would not deliberately obstruct anyone. As for the matter of connections, please inform Mary that I assure her a leading role in our next film project. Upon hearing this, Shen Tong, having had his intentions unveiled, awkwardly chuckled and quickly clarified. Young Master Wang, what are you saying? Even if it presents challenges, if it is your directive, how could I, Mary, not take it to heart? Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Mary. As for Miss Lala's participation in the Spring Festival Gala, I will take care of that. Wang Congcong nodded in agreement, offering a courteous remark. Are you certain this won't be a burden? Not a burden at all. Absolutely not. For our skit support or not, aside from Mary and myself, a third individual can be easily substituted. We can seamlessly replace her with Miss Lala, a foreign artist, which aligns perfectly with our nation's ongoing advocacy for global unity among peoples. This resonates with the national policy promoting the democratization of international relations and the establishment of an open world economy. This is all about perspective. Who would dare raise objections? I would be the first to disagree. Shen Tong's flattery, clearly aimed at furthering his and his partner's interests, conveniently shifted away from the originally established role to encompass themes of international relations and global dynamics. Is this not a form of moral coercion? Nevertheless, as Shen Tong orchestrated the dismissal, Wang Congcong and Kay were unconcerned. At this moment, Kay, now aware of her impending appearance on the Spring Festival Gala, could hardly contain her excitement and impulsively pressed her crimson lips against Wang Congcong's cheek. After this, she remembered to express her gratitude to Shen Tong. Thank you, Brother Tong. Though she had recently arrived in Huaxia, she possessed some understanding of the Spring Festival Gala's significance. As she knew, the gala is a grand celebration that unites the nation, with an unparalleled influence and reach within Huaxia. On this day, artists from across the country gather to showcase their talents and passion, delivering breathtaking performances. Furthermore, the gala holds a prestigious status even among domestic artists. Many regard the opportunity to perform on its stage as a tremendous honor and the ultimate dream of their careers. Kane never anticipated that such a high-caliber platform could be so readily accessible to her as a foreigner, thanks to Wang Congcong's mere words. Indeed, the wealth and status of the Wang family are not dissimilar to those of South Korea's top conglomerates. Her decision to align herself with Wang Congcong was undoubtedly a fortuitous choice. Reflecting on this, immediately following Shen Tong's departure, Kay could not restrain herself and leaped into Wang Congcong's embrace, sharing a passionate kiss in the hotel corridor. Chapter 43, Joint Statement, Targeting Wanda. Subsequently, the richest man in Shihong City entered the phases of editing, music scoring, submission for review, publicity, and distribution agency. Kay began rehearsing alongside Shen Tong and others, preparing for her appearance on the CCTV stage. The headline app also entered its final debugging phase. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, especially with the approach of the Spring Festival. Suddenly, 5 major distribution giants, including Huai Brothers, China Film Group, Bona Film Group, Xingmei Media, and Fiber Optic Media, released a joint statement online. The content was extensive, but it could be summarized in 2 key points. 1. The distribution companies ordered that the original revenue-sharing ratio of 43-57 distributor-theater be raised to 45-55. Otherwise, the distribution alliance will cease to supply films to theaters led by Wanda during the Spring Festival period, tentatively set for New Year's Day. 2. This adjustment in profit-sharing ratios is due to the previous misconduct of Wanda's heir, Wang Congcong, who blatantly disregarded the hierarchy within the entertainment industry, exhibiting brazen behavior in public without regard for their dignity. Thus, they have decided to teach this young upstart a lesson. This collective adjustment by the distributors serves as an apology from Wanda's wealthiest individual to his son. Upon the release of this news, the trending topic 5 major distribution giants boycott Wanda swiftly ascended to the top of various online platforms. Confused netizens immediately remarked, "What on earth is happening in the entertainment industry? Are the distribution companies really cutting off film supplies to theaters? Does that mean there will be no movies to watch this Spring Festival?" Many echoed this sentiment, eagerly awaiting an insider to break the news about the reasons behind the distributors' united front against Wanda. Before I elaborate, let us consider the circumstances surrounding Huai's owner, who, after being publicly humiliated by young Master Wang at the Beishan Star Charity Night, has remained inexplicably silent. Initially, I presumed that the various capital players in the entertainment industry were cautious of Wang, the wealthiest tycoon, thus swallowing their pride in silence. However, their reticence is astonishing. I wonder how young Master Wang intends to respond to this predicament. Might he harbor regrets regarding his previous hubris? A significant loss like this could very well mean that young Master Wang will face repercussions upon returning home. The Distribution Alliance seems intent on dismantling the Spring Festival box office for Wanda. If the nation's leading cinema chain has no films to showcase during this prime season, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. It is imperative to consider the potential losses Wandada could incur if, during the Spring Festival, it truly has no film screening. At this moment, some netizens are speculating. Does young Master Wang not have an entertainment company under his belt? Moreover, isn't the richest man in Shihong City slated for release during the Spring Festival? If the distribution alliance withdraws film sources, couldn't Wandada simply premiere The Richest Man in Shihong City? This assertion was met with immediate mockery from numerous netizens. Dear brother upstairs, perhaps you should reconsider your statement. The Richest Man in Shihong City is merely a comedy, and aside from Yangmi, does it feature any competent actors? Shen Tong and Ma Li, who are primarily comedic performers, along with a director who is nothing more than a playboy. What quality can we expect from such a cast? Most viewers would merely watch it for amusement, while genuine film enthusiasts would undoubtedly opt for movies produced and distributed by the 5 major distribution giants. Simultaneously, some users swiftly enumerated the films from the top 5 distribution giants for this year's Spring Festival, which include China Film's 3D action fantasy journey to the West, The Monkey King, boasting a top-tier cast, substantial investment, and a renowned IP. Guangxin's variety film Where Are We Going, Dad?, which is another major IP targeting family audiences. Bonus sequels to the gambling film's God of Gamblers, featuring Chow Yun-fat, retaining the original charm, and Hawaii's romantic comedy X-File. Each of these films, in terms of cast, production team, IP, and investment, far surpasses what The Richest Man in Shihong City can offer. Perhaps aside from Hawaii's X-File, which has a slightly smaller budget. The rest are all major IPs with grand ensembles. The disparity in quality is glaringly evident. Aside from the casual spectators, various entertainment bloggers quickly discern the underlying reasons for the situation. One notable blogger, known as Entertainment Insight, promptly published an analytical post titled Analyzing the Distribution and Cinema Dispute Based on Domestic Revenue Sharing Rules. In this article, they meticulously explained that according to China's box office revenue sharing standards, after a film's release, the total box office revenue must first deduct the special funds for the development of the national film industry and the value-added tax, which are 5 and 33 respectively. The remainder available for revenue sharing is 917 million. From this, the cinema and distribution companies collectively take approximately 57, which can rise to 60 in first-tier cities, while it may be around 50 in third and fourth-tier cities. The remaining share, 43, allows the production company to typically receive 33 minus 40, while the distribution company collects a fee of 6 minus 15 or a fixed amount. Let us conduct a brief calculation using a film that generates 1 billion in revenue. After deducting the National Film Development Funds and value-added tax, the share available for the production and cinema would be 917 million. The cinema would take home 57, equating to approximately 526.9 million. The remaining amount available for the production and distribution companies combined would be around 394.31 million. Now, if the production company, which is also the distribution alliance, demands an increase of 2 in the revenue sharing ratio, that translates to an additional 18.34 million in profits. This is merely the profit from a film of the 1 billion caliber. Now, considering the recent total scale of the domestic film market, which stands at 217.69 billion Chinese yuan, we find that each year, the distribution company seeks to extract nearly 400 million in profits from the cinema. Furthermore, the growth rate of the domestic film market is accelerating at over 30 annually. Thus, by the following year, the cinema would have to seed profits amounting to about 400 million, 103, translating to 520 million. This figure continues to rise annually. Therefore, should the cinema agree to the adjustment of the revenue-sharing ratio, it would be akin to continuously inflicting self-harm for the benefit of the distribution company. In summary, the distribution alliance's purported intention to teach Wang Congcong a lesson is utterly ludicrous. The cinemas and distribution companies have clashed over box office revenue-sharing issues more than once, and this joint statement from the distribution alliance was a premeditated maneuver to target cinemas, led by Wandada. This well-reasoned analysis garnered widespread acclaim from netizens, as it is clear that such disputes are merely a facade. In the end, everyone is motivated by profit. Now, netizens are fervently observing Wang Congcong, anticipating whether the wealthiest tycoon will concede, personally apologize, and willingly reduce the cinema's share, or if he will stand firm against the distribution alliance. At this juncture, both Wandada and Wang Congcong find themselves thrust into the limelight, even overshadowing the upcoming Spring Festival Gala, which is feeling the heat from the Wang family's rising notoriety. Chapter 44. Entering Hollywood? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Wandada Group in the capital, The top-floor conference room was illuminated by the joint statement from the 5 major distribution giants, casting a shadowy and uncertain light on the faces of the board members and executives present. As the ornate golden door swung open, the soft clink of metal startled several executives, causing them to instinctively straighten their backs. There entered Wang, the wealthiest tycoon, impeccably dressed, accompanied by Wang Congcong, who strolled leisurely into the conference room. This marked Wang Congcong's first participation in a high-level meeting at Wanda since his return to the country. The executives inside the room watched as Wang Congcong audaciously took a seat beside the wealthiest tycoon, who showed no inclination to address the unusual arrangement. The atmosphere was charged with speculation. Has the wealthiest tycoon decided to introduce Wang Congcong to the operations of Wanda Group? Or is his presence in this high-level meeting a deliberate invitation due to the revenue-sharing dispute stemming from Wang Congcong? The executives were left guessing about the wealthiest tycoon's intentions, none daring to break the silence. After all, the corporate arena resembles a battlefield, and they had toiled to reach their current positions, making every word spoken a matter of careful consideration. As the oppressive silence of the office enveloped everyone, Wang Shoufu unscrewed his thermos, releasing a wisp of steam from the pu'er tea within. He took a delicate sip and initiated the conversation. Let us speak candidly. The myriad distribution companies in the entertainment industry are nearly squatting upon our cinema chains. As senior executives of the company, particularly in the context of Wanda Cinemas, a core pillar of the Wanda Group strategy to attract foot traffic, how do you propose we address this predicament? With these words, the director of the group's operations department adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, swallowing his anxiety as he inhaled deeply and ventured his opinion. The distribution alliance has evidently come prepared, catching us off guard without any prior indication. Their sudden strike, timed just before the Spring Festival, is a calculated maneuver intended to force us into submission. If we concede even a fraction, the profits we forfeit will not merely amount to tens of millions or billions. It represents a long-term loss. Given that our domestic film market is expanding at over 30 annually, a retreat now may not yield immediate consequences, but in the long run, we could be sacrificing hundreds of billions in profits. My recommendation is to stand firm. If these distribution companies can form an alliance, we must urgently reach out to stakeholders and establish a cinema alliance of our own. We should unite with other cinema chains to issue a statement of condemnation and jointly petition the relevant authorities, including the General Administration, the Cultural Department, and the Publicity Department, denouncing the monopolistic practices of the distribution alliance, which fundamentally contravenes the principles of a market economy. We must escalate this issue to compel intervention from above. As he concluded, he swiftly operated the laptop before him, projecting a document onto the large screen in the conference room, the highlighted clauses glaringly illuminated. Subsequently, he shifted to display data charts, depicting the attendance rates of domestic films versus Hollywood blockbusters within Wanda Cinemas. Simultaneously, we cannot remain passive. Mr. Wang, please observe. Our operations department has gathered data indicating that the average attendance rate for domestic films in major cinema chains is a mere 15, significantly lower than the 30 for Hollywood blockbusters. The dearth of quality domestic content, coupled with congested release schedules, has even led to the advent of the so-called Domestic Film Protection Month. Given the distribution alliance's blatant disregard for fair play, why not revive our previously shelved overseas strategy? We could take this opportunity to import and invest heavily in Hollywood teams, using their blockbusters as leverage against the domestic distribution companies. He then presented the screening data for Hollywood blockbusters such as Pacific Rim and Gravity, juxtaposing them against the attendance figures for domestic films. The success of these visually spectacular Hollywood productions, particularly in first and second-tier cities, boasts an astonishing attendance rate of over 80. This indicates that audiences in these urban centers are indeed willing to pay for grand spectacles. Furthermore, as a comprehensive commercial real estate company, our cinema chains serve as one of the primary conduits for traffic. From a holistic revenue perspective, our aim extends beyond mere box office figures. We seek to maximize attendance rates. We have no need for high-grossing films that fail to draw audiences, such as those inflated by fan-driven box office numbers or films designed merely for water-washing. Our priority is to attract a continuous influx of patrons to Wanda Cinemas, thereby ensuring the fundamental ancillary revenue for our group. Upon hearing this, the executives nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Wang, we can leverage this opportunity to revive Wanda's overseas strategy and penetrate Hollywood, which would not only resolve our sourcing issues but also further elevate Wanda's international profile, transforming the group into a global entity. This sentiment resonated throughout the room, as the executives rallied around the idea of expanding internationally, collaborating with Hollywood to address this sourcing crisis, while simultaneously establishing a domestic film company. They were poised to tackle the challenge from both domestic and international fronts, thus amplifying Wanda's brand influence. Amidst the fervent discussions, Wang Shoufu rapped his fingers against the conference table, bringing an immediate hush to the room, with all eyes turning towards him. The issue of Wanda's international expansion is not the focus of today's agenda. I wish to hear how we can resolve this matter with the least expense and the utmost simplicity. Your previous suggestions, be it overseas investment, entering Hollywood, or establishing domestic film studios, each necessitates billions or even hundreds of billions in funding. If financial expenditure is the only solution, why am I sitting here listening to your proposals? As his words hung heavily in the air, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The executives fell silent, averting their gazes to the table, silently acknowledging the truth in a statement. Everyone yearned for a solution that demanded minimal investment, even to the point of wanting to resolve the issue without any expenditure at all. Yet, such aspirations seemed futile. One cannot expect to reap rewards without providing sustenance. Just when the tension reached its zenith, the general manager of Wanda Cinemas, Yi Ning, slowly rose to his feet, sensing that this was his moment to shine. He was determined to demonstrate to Wang Congcong, the privileged heir, that certain talents are unattainable, regardless of one's affluent background. Unfazed by the prospect of overshadowing Wang Congcong, he recognized that should Wang ever gain the elder Wang's endorsement and inherit the Wanda Group, Wanda Cinemas would undoubtedly be his first acquisition. Everyone could see that Wang Congcong was quite taken with the allure of celebrity, making the cinema industry a natural interest for him. In such a scenario, Yi Ning understood that remaining merely a cinema manager would stifle his career. He could potentially transition to a CEO role of Hawaii, where his qualifications would be better utilized. After all, Hawaii is, at its core, the foremost private entity in the entertainment industry, while Wanda, despite its size, was substantially hindered by internal constraints that stifled his potential. Clearing his throat, he captured the attention of the gathered executives. Firstly, I wholeheartedly concur with several of the proposals from the operations department. What we must prioritize at this moment is to promptly unite the 13 major cinema chains across the nation to form a cinema alliance. We should issue a joint statement opposing, or rather threatening, the distribution alliance. Should the distribution alliance cease to supply films to the cinema alliance during the spring festival period, or deliberately restrict the quantity of film sources, the cinema alliance will resolutely refuse to screen any films released or financed by the distribution alliance. Furthermore, the cinema alliance will promptly enter the film distribution and production industry. At this point, he paused, his fingertips emphatically tapping the table. However, the suggestions I just articulated are not intended to lead to a mutual destruction with the distribution alliance. Those aforementioned actions are merely a form of deterrence to convey that we, as the cinema side, are not to be trifled with. We are prepared for a showdown if necessary. Initially, we must demonstrate our unwavering resolve. If the distribution alliance concedes, the matter can be resolved swiftly. Conversely, if the distribution alliance persists in adjusting the box office revenue sharing, we will then implement our contingency plan, which focuses on minimizing losses. The reason the distribution alliance has banded together is to increase their share of the box office revenue, correct? Very well. We shall accommodate them by adjusting the revenue sharing model for films of superior quality, such as Lost in Thailand, which grossed over $1.2 billion at the box office, through a tiered revenue sharing system. Conversely, increasing the revenue share for films of mediocre quality is utterly meaningless. Our stance is that they can release them or not, for no one will be interested in watching. The producers of such subpar films, who cannot even recoup their costs, expect cinemas to raise box office shares to subsidize them. Isn't that absurd? We shall only implement the tiered revenue sharing adjustment for films grossing over $1 billion. As soon as this proposal was presented, a wave of gasps filled the conference room, and everyone looked at Yi Ning, the general manager of Wanda Cinema, with admiration. This cinema general manager truly deserves his title. Such a constructive suggestion immediately garnered the approval of the executives present. Indeed, we have long been ensnared in the traps set by the distribution alliance. Yet we failed to realize that these substandard films offer no benefit to Wanda Cinemas. These lackluster films lack box office appeal and audience attendance. However, if we only adjust the revenue share for films grossing over $1 billion, the losses for the cinema side would be negligible, wouldn't they? Why do I say this? Because, to date, the number of domestic films that surpass $1 billion at the box office can be counted on one hand. In such circumstances, what harm is there in making adjustments? At most, they would earn slightly less. Brilliant, the marketing director exclaimed, slamming the table in excitement. There are only a handful of domestic films that can break $1 billion in a year. This minimal loss is insignificant to us. Other executives chimed in agreement. Films that exceed 1 billion at the box office will be split at a ratio of 45-55 distribution, cinema, while films below 1 billion will maintain the original ratio. Although we may earn slightly less from box office revenue, Wanda Cinemas will still reap substantial profits from the influx of patrons drawn by blockbuster films, along with ancillary earnings from popcorn, merchandise, shopping malls, offline entertainment, and hotels. Conversely, those shoddily produced films that the producers expect us to support with higher box office shares? No way. This proposal is nothing short of perfect. Even Wang Shoufu, who had been sitting at the head of the table, nodded in subconscious agreement, internally remarking, the tiered revenue-sharing model indeed has some merit. This way, should the two sides find themselves in a deadlock, they could easily propose the tiered revenue-sharing agreement put forward by Yining. This proposal provides room for negotiation and compromise for both the Distribution Alliance and the Cinema Alliance, as well as for official entities like the General Administration of Film, the Ministry of Culture, and the Central Publicity Department, preventing matters from becoming overly contentious. It will also minimize the losses for the cinema side to a nearly negligible degree. Excellent. With this contingency plan, the Distribution Alliance will achieve the high revenue-sharing ratios they desire, albeit limited to films at the 1 billion box office threshold. As for the Cinema Alliance, while they may have lost some profit, it is almost negligible, and this tiered box office revenue-sharing adjustment proposal is undoubtedly flawless. Just as Wang Shoufu was about to finalize the decision based on Yining's suggestion, Wang Congcong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, I do not hold a favorable view of General Manager Ye's proposal. Upon utterance, the conference room fell into an eerie silence, all eyes turning toward Wang Congcong. It seemed as though everyone was questioning whether they had misheard. It is worth noting that the suggestion put forth by Yining could be deemed the only solution that satisfies the cinema, distribution, and official parties at this stage. Even the seasoned veterans of the industry, along with some executives who were Yining's rivals, could not conceive of a proposal superior to his. Wang Congcong, a reckless scion, does he even comprehend the significance of the tiered box office revenue-sharing adjustment? At this moment, everyone was left questioning Wang Congcong's intelligence. Even Wang Shoufu cast a disapproving glance at Wang Congcong, signaling him to refrain from speaking, as the situation had already reached an impeccable resolution. Chapter 46. The tiered revenue sharing is nonsense. Wang Congcong was acutely aware of what the executives of Wanda meant by their expressions, as well as his father's intentions. The tiered box office revenue-sharing policy applies only to films surpassing 1 billion at the box office, with a split of 45-55 distribution, cinema, while films below 1 billion will maintain the original ratio. In the current context, this policy indeed represents the optimal solution to the crisis. However, as a reborn individual from a future era, Wang Congcong clearly understands that within a year or two, with the rapid development of the domestic economic market, the film industry will experience an unprecedented boom. At that time, even a mediocre film could easily surpass 1 billion at the box office. Some films might even reach astonishing box office figures of 4 billion, 5 billion, or 6 billion. After all, the future Neza 2 is on the brink of achieving 20 billion at the box office. If we look to the future, the tiered box office revenue-sharing policy is utter nonsense. Let us not delve into the overall scale of the future film market in China. Consider merely the 20 billion box office of Neza 2. After deducting the special funds for the development of the national film industry and the national value-added tax, the box office revenue available for distribution between producers and cinemas is approximately 18.34 billion, if calculated based on the unadjusted revenue-sharing ratio. The cinema side would receive 57 of the share, amounting to approximately 10.458 billion. If the tiered box office revenue-sharing policy were to be successfully implemented, the cinema side would forfeit around 400 million in profits from just this one film. This is a substantial loss. If we extrapolate this to the total scale of the film market in the future, how much would we have to sacrifice to compensate the producer's interests? Therefore, while the tiered box office revenue-sharing policy may be acceptable in the present, it cannot be sustained in the future. Wang Gongzi, what do you mean by that? Yining's throat rolled as he squeezed out words, his gaze fixed on Wang Congcong, glimmering with an icy light. The tiered revenue-sharing model allows all three parties to find common ground, minimizing the losses for the cinema chain. Since young master Wang opposes it, it indicates that you must have a superior plan to resolve this crisis. As the general manager of the cinema chain, I am keen to hear your insightful perspective on this matter. It would certainly broaden the horizons of us management personnel. With that, the director of the operations department of Wanda Group nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, General Manager Yi makes a valid point. Since young master Wang holds a dissenting opinion, he surely has conceived a more effective solution. Perhaps this crisis can be resolved without any cost to Wanda Group. Wang Congcong's arrogant words immediately drew the ire of the opposing executives from Wanda. They clamored in unison, "If you have any brilliant ideas, young Master Wang, please share them, so we can all gain some enlightenment." "Better?" Wang Congcong suddenly chuckled, interrupting the crowd as he surveyed the faces of Wanda's board members and executives. He clearly perceived the skepticism and disdain hidden behind their glasses and ties. These individuals wished to see him humiliated, to demonstrate before Wang, the richest man, that this heir possessed no capability to inherit Wanda Group, and that under his stewardship, the group would inevitably decline towards bankruptcy. Wang Congcong understood their intentions perfectly. They were not targeting him personally. Rather, they were attacking his identity as the heir to Wanda. They longed for him to be utterly inept. For it was only when the heir lacked ability that the capable professional managers within the group would gain more power and influence. Their authority would only amplify. Should the day come when Wang, the richest man, waned in energy and retreated from the forefront, and Wang Congcong proved incapable of inheriting Wanda Group, the future of the company would rest solely in the hands of these seasoned veterans, board members, and professional managers. Especially Yining, if Wang Congcong recalled correctly. This individual had later switched to Huai Brothers, ultimately becoming its CEO. The reason for his departure was simply that the constraints at Wanda were too great, far overshadowing the authority granted to him at Huai. He had etched this person into his memory. Wang Congcong now found himself unable to elucidate to Wanda's executives, board members, or his father that the future of the film market in Huaxia would surge at a rocket-like pace. The tiered box office revenue-sharing policy proposed by Yining, while seemingly innocuous at present, was in fact a poison pill, an enormous pit that the Cinema Alliance had dug for itself. He could not foresee the future, and even if he spoke up, no one would believe him. It was akin to the disbelief surrounding the box office potential of Ne Zha 2 before its release. No one could fathom that an animated film could approach 20 billion in box office receipts. Attempting to shatter entrenched perceptions with mere words was virtually impossible. Given this, he deemed it wiser to remain silent. After a confident chuckle, he stated, "I do not possess a superior method. However, I am quite confident in my commercial acumen. Coincidentally, I recently founded Putzong Media and invested in a film set to release during this year's Spring Festival. Since the Distribution Alliance intends to cut off our supply of films, I believe we need not pursue any tiered box office revenue sharing. If they choose not to release their films, then all the screenings they abandon can be allocated to my investment, the richest man in Shihong City." Upon this declaration, the conference room fell into a hushed silence. The hum of the projector amplified in the stillness. It took 3 seconds for whispers of incredulity, derisive laughter, and murmurs of disbelief to fill the air. Everyone was left questioning whether they had misheard. What did Wang Congcong just propose? He intended to reserve all the screenings originally designated for the Distribution Alliance for his own investment, the richest man in Shihong City? Was he truly jesting with the commercial brand of Wanda Cinema? If this film were to truly dominate the Spring Festival box office, that would be one thing. However, if it failed, Wanda would find itself in a perilous position, devoid of any films to showcase during such a critical period. The repercussions would extend far beyond mere box office losses. They would tarnish Wanda's entire brand image in the eyes of the audience. How could the country's largest cinema chain be left without any films during the national celebration of the Spring Festival? Was this a joke? Trust and brand reputation are notoriously difficult to establish, yet they can be lost in an instant. This invisible loss would be immeasurable for Wanda. Was this not sheer folly? Chapter 47. Betting on the richest man in Shihong City, as everyone murmured in disbelief. Questioning Wang Congcong's sanity, Yining, the general manager of Wanda Cinema, cast a disappointed glance at him. "I hope I did not mishear you, young Master Wang. Are you suggesting we stake all of Wanda Cinema's Spring Festival screenings on a film of questionable merit? Do you comprehend what this means for Wanda's brand? The collapse of trust often occurs in an instant. You are not merely conducting business or solving problems. You are wagering the entirety of Wanda Cinema on a losing bet." As Yining spoke, he involuntarily shook his head. "I had initially believed that you, as the sole heir to Wanda Group and the only offspring of Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang, would inherit their remarkable talents and possess at least a modicum of business acumen. However, your recent comments have genuinely astonished me, as well as the other executives at Wanda." At this point, Yining raised his voice involuntarily. "What kind of project is the richest man in Shihong City? It cannot be the project you previously financed with nearly 200 million in pursuit of romantic interests, can it? If you had not mentioned it, I would not have felt compelled to discuss your prior acquisition of Happy Ma Chiao. You have truly obliterated any notion of investment return ratios. From where did you deduce that Happy Ma Chiao was worth 100 million? What led you to believe that a theater company could successfully transition into the film industry? Even a novice in the investment realm would not conceive such an unwise investment plan. Yi Ning's disappointment grew with each word. Other executives shook their heads in disbelief. And had Wang Congcong not been the group's primary heir, they might have summoned security to escort him out for his mindless remarks. The atmosphere in the conference room turned hostile, akin to a barrage of arrows directed at Wang Congcong. Some shook their heads in exasperation, while others feigned disappointment, convinced that this group heir was utterly inept, merely a playboy with no understanding of responsibility. Amidst the diverse thoughts of the attendees, the specific sentiments remained elusive to all. Yet Wang Congcong's debauchery and incompetence were perceived as more beneficial than detrimental by the cadre of executives at Wanda. At this moment, even the wealthiest Wang paused in his habitual fidgeting with his prayer beads, as the anticipation in his eyes gradually transformed into a glimmer of disappointment. He began to question whether bringing his son to this high-level Wanda meeting was indeed a prudent choice. Initially, he had harbored hopes that Wang Congcong could offer some constructive insight on the matter at hand, even if it fell short of the tiered box office revenue sharing policy proposed by Yi Ning. At the very least, Wang Congcong would have made a name for himself in the high-level discussions, allowing the executives and board members of Wanda to recognize his potential. Such recognition could lay a solid foundation for his future as an heir. However, after listening to Wang Congcong's thoughtless remarks, Wang the Elder found himself doubting the wisdom of his decision to involve his son in this crucial meeting. Wang Congcong, naturally, noticed the subtle shift in his father's expression. He felt no inclination to explain, for he believed that only when the box office results of The Richest Man in Shihong City were revealed would all skepticism dissipate. On the day that The Richest Man in Shihong City dominated the Spring Festival box office, the doubts would vanish entirely. By then, the joint statement from the Distribution Alliance would be rendered obsolete. Wanda and the Theater Alliance could leverage the phenomenal success of The Richest Man in Shihong City to counteract the influence of leading distribution companies like China Film, Xingmei, Bona, and Hawaii, which integrated distribution and cinema operations. Despite the facade of the Distribution Alliance being comprised of entertainment companies primarily focused on distribution, many of these companies also own numerous cinemas. Among the 5 distribution giants, with the exception of Fiber Media, the other 4 maintain their own cinema operations. At that point, the issue would not merely be about the distribution companies ceasing to supply films. Rather, the Distribution Alliance would find itself in a position where they would need to implore Wanda or Wang Congcong specifically for access to the film The Richest Man in Shihong City. Contemplating this, Wang Congcong became increasingly resolute, for he was convinced that The Richest Man in Shihong City would undoubtedly succeed, achieving unprecedented box office records. Even if his father misinterpreted his motives for a time, he felt compelled to thwart the smooth advancement of the tiered box office revenue sharing policy. He slammed his hand on the table, instantly silencing the room. General Manager Yi, you are indeed correct. I did create The Richest Man in Shihong City for the sake of courting women. I do not wish to offer explanations. Let others think as they will. I do not oppose the suggestion made by General Manager Yi and the operational department to promptly contact the stakeholders and establish a theater alliance. However, I stand firmly against the tiered box office revenue sharing policy just proposed by General Manager Yi. As the primary heir of my group, I resolutely oppose this initiative. While the policy may minimize the losses for the theaters, it ultimately signifies their capitulation to the Distribution Alliance. If the theaters are compelled to submit to the Distribution Alliance, why can we not exercise patience? Did the announcement from the Distribution Alliance not state that the cessation of film supply would be temporarily set for the first day of the Lunar New Year? All I require is a single day to gauge the box office performance and attendance rate of The Richest Man in Shihong City on that day. Even if Wanda were to sign the so-called tiered box office revenue sharing agreement, could we not delay our decision until after the box office data for the first day is available? I believe that a mere day would not tarnish the brand reputation of Wanda. Would it? Just one day. What if The Richest Man in Shihong City succeeds? Should we win this bet, we would not only forego the need to sign the tiered box office revenue sharing agreement, but we might even launch a counteroffensive against the Distribution Alliance, compelling them to offer rebates to the Theater Alliance. Chapter 48. I offer 50 million as a New Year's gift. Though Wang Congcong's words were undeniably inspiring, the probability of this would have succeeding was exceedingly slim. The executives of Wanda remained skeptical, viewing Wang Congcong's confidence as misplaced. Particularly, the theater general manager, Yi Ning, was unabashed in his mockery. A day's delay will indeed not affect Wanda's brand reputation. If we were to intentionally postpone, we could feasibly gain a day. However, this would be utterly meaningless. I understand that young Master Wang may harbor blind confidence in his investment, But why should we waste everyone's time due to his unwarranted optimism? For Wanda Group and Wanda Cinemas, every day and every minute is of paramount importance. Policies that can be swiftly implemented should not be delayed. Does young Master Wang not realize that prolonged indecision can lead to unforeseen complications? Every minute on the battlefield is critical. At this point, Yining raised his voice unconsciously. In fact, I will say something rather presumptuous. I personally believe young Master Wang is merely wasting our time. The film The Richest Man in Shihong City holds no promise whatsoever. It cannot counter the distribution alliance. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. If I am mistaken, it would indicate that I, Yining, lack foresight and am unworthy to continue as the general manager of Wanda Cinemas. I would gladly resign and let young Master Wang take my place. Yining spoke with unwavering confidence, pressing forward relentlessly, leaving no room for Wang Congcong to retreat. He sought to prove his own capabilities by stepping on Wang Congcong's status as the heir, conveying to Wang the Elder that the future of Wanda Group would only flourish under the stewardship of capable professional managers like himself. Simultaneously, he was compelled to act thus. For once Wang Congcong began to inherit Wanda Group, Wanda Cinemas would invariably be the first business he would take over. It was apparent to all that Wang Congcong had a penchant for courting starlets, and naturally, cinema operations were an area of keen interest for him. However, Wang Congcong was not one to be easily intimidated by a mere theater general manager. Calmly, he retrieved a checkbook from his pocket. The sound of the pen scratching against the paper filled the air. Well then, since General Manager Yi has stated that a day's time will not impact Wanda's brand reputation, I, Wang Congcong, am acutely aware that the management team of Wanda is inundated with responsibilities and every minute and day is exceedingly significant. With the new year approaching, as a token of my personal apology for insisting on delaying the implementation of the tiered box office revenue sharing policy, which has inadvertently burdened the executives with unnecessary work, I am personally contributing $50 million as a New Year's gift to everyone present. This way, I trust there will be no objections, and we can prolong our negotiations with the Distribution Alliance for an additional day. Yes? With that, Wang Congcong tore the check from the book and handed it to the financial director of the conference table, the figure of $50 million gleaming under the lights. The financial director instinctively glanced at Wang the Elder, and seeing him remain expressionless, accepted the check presented by Wang Congcong. In the conference room, the other executives exchanged glances. Taken aback, it is noteworthy that there were merely 20 to 30 individuals present. Thus, the $50 million from Wang Congcong would amount to approximately $2 to $3 million for each person. This implies that, in addition to their substantial year-end bonuses from Wanda, they would also receive an extra $2 to $3 million as a Chinese New Year red envelope from the young Master Wang. The mere thought of this led everyone to conclude that granting Wang Congcong a single day to prove himself would not have significant repercussions. Although many executives present earned annual salaries in the millions, the prospect of receiving a $2 to $3 million red envelope was too enticing to dismiss. Particularly in light of Wang Shoufu's tacit endorsement, the demeanor of Wanda's executives and directors shifted dramatically. Wang Shoufu's implicit approval suggested a continued favoritism towards Wang Congcong, a willingness to afford him an opportunity to validate himself, and a preference for him to inherit the Wanda Group. While these executives were reluctant to witness Wang Congcong's ascension, they were not as vehemently opposed as Yining, who had a direct conflict with him. Even if Wang Congcong were to successfully take over the group, it was unlikely he would manage every aspect. Apart from his interest in the cinema industry, he would lack the energy to oversee all operations. Regardless of whether Wang Congcong eventually succeeded in his succession, the Wanda Group would still rely heavily on these professional managers. Moreover, they did not believe that Wang Congcong could substantiate his worth through the so-called the richest man in Shihong City. Following a thorough analysis of the pros and cons, the chief financial officer was the first to voice his dissent towards Yining. Mr. Yi, there is nothing inherently wrong with what young Master Wang just proposed. We, the veterans, ought to provide the youth with opportunities. The film The Richest Man in Shihong City has yet to be released. Who could predict its success? What if it becomes a hit? As young Master Wang suggested, if it succeeds, the joint statement from the Distribution Alliance would become mere scrap paper, and we could retaliate against the Distribution Alliance through the success of this film. Ultimately, young Master Wang merely wishes to delay the signing of the tiered box office revenue sharing agreement by a day. I see no significant impact from this one-day extension. Why must you be so confrontational? Other executives, swayed by the prospect of a nearly $2 to $3 million red envelope, began to support Wang Congcong, speaking favorably of him. Indeed, young Master Wang just opposed with the status of the group as primary heir. considering Mr. Wang's standing. Granting the youth a chance to showcase their capabilities seems reasonable. It is commendable for the young to be ambitious and proactive. I see no harm in deferring for a day, as per young Master Wang's suggestion. Exactly, the tiered revenue sharing agreement will not vanish overnight. Whether it is signed a day earlier or later, the impact remains negligible. Yining opened his mouth to counter, but with a multitude of executives backing Wang Congcong, any further objections he could muster would hold little weight. As long as the tiered revenue-sharing policy could be successfully implemented, Yining's contributions to Wandada would remain unassailable, and thus, he need not rush. Meanwhile, seated at the head of the table, Wang Shoufu, though skeptical of Wang Congcong's investment in the richest man in Shihong City, leaned towards granting his son an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities, trusting in his previous series of transformations. After all, a mere day's delay would not significantly alter the course of events. Given that Wang Congcong had garnered the support of the group's executives, the decision was made. Yining would be responsible for reaching out to the mainstream cinema chains in the country to form a cinema alliance to counter the distribution alliance. Furthermore, he would aim to prolong negotiations with the distribution alliance, at least until the first day's box office data from the richest man in Shihong City was available. To ascertain a specific response strategy, Wang Shoufu made the decision with resolute finality. Chapter 49. The Counterattack of the Cinema Alliance. Following this maneuver, under the auspices of Wandada, 13 prominent cinema chains in the country swiftly reached a consensus. These 13 chains collectively commanded over 80% of the current domestic market share. Additionally, several smaller chains subsequently joined the alliance led by Wandada. Ultimately, before the Chinese New Year, 27 cinema chains jointly issued a public statement titled the Declaration of the Huaxia Cinema Market. The announcement emphasized the necessity for equal dialogue to resolve revenue-sharing disputes within the film industry as supply chain and condemned the distribution alliance for utilizing coercive notifications to achieve unreasonable demands. The Cinema Alliance firmly opposed the distribution alliance's unjust demands, denouncing the unilateral increase in box office revenue-sharing ratios as unreasonable. The alliance collectively asserted that such actions disregarded the substantial operational costs incurred by cinemas and their multifaceted investments. They warned that the forced increase in revenue sharing would result in mutual destruction, with cinemas unable to endure the financial burden of adjusted box office revenue sharing, ultimately transferring losses to the audience and leading to increased ticket prices. Moreover, the Cinema Alliance highlighted that although cinemas did not directly participate in film production or distribution, their investments in venue rental, labor, equipment maintenance, and new screens were substantial. In fact, the capital invested in these offline industries far surpassed that of distribution companies in film production. Even if the Cinema Alliance agreed to adjust the revenue-sharing standard to 2, what about the smaller cinemas? The profit from this 2 revenue-sharing ratio might have a negligible impact on a large, comprehensive cinema like Wandada, but for many smaller cinemas, their very survival hinged upon this profit. Once adjustments to box office revenue sharing commenced, the resulting repercussions on the cinema market would be incalculable. In the conclusion of the declaration, the Cinema Alliance clearly stated that if the distribution party insisted on raising the revenue-sharing ratio, disregarding their counsel and the operational difficulties faced by the cinema market, the alliance would refuse to screen all films produced and distributed by the 5 major distribution companies until they voluntarily ceased and adjusted the box office revenue sharing. Additionally, the Cinema Alliance would swiftly enter the film distribution and production sectors, establishing its own entertainment company. Accompanying the joint statement were various evidential materials detailing maintenance costs, new screen expenditures, and payroll records of cinema employees, including the astonishing figure of 12.7 billion invested in equipment upgrades by Wandada over the past 3 years, contrasted with the total production costs of films by the 5 major distribution giants during the same period. Cinemas were not inactive. Rather, they were the terminal for screenings. And while they did not directly engage in production, their contributions were substantial. Upon the release of this statement, a tidal wave of reaction surged across the internet. Particularly, in response to the Cinema Alliance's declaration, the Distribution Alliance promptly issued a statement. Interesting. Let us see what happens during the Spring Festival. Wang Congcong also promptly shared the Cinema Alliance's statement, while the 5 major distribution titans, Optical Fiber Media, Huai Brothers, China Film, Bona, among others, replied, "Let us wait and see who kneels first." The intense confrontation escalated into a fierce battle, igniting an explosive scene that caused a surge of excitement across various online media platforms. The fervor of discussions among netizens reached unprecedented heights. Comments under news posts about the Distribution Alliance versus the Cinema Alliance were flooding in at an astounding rate of thousands per second. Supporters of the Cinema Alliance express their views. There's no denying it. The current investments in real estate are already substantial. With rising cinema rents and equipment costs each year, a two-revenue share might be manageable for major players like Wanda, but for smaller cinemas, it's tantamount to a death sentence. Without that two-revenue split, those small cinemas are bound to go bankrupt. Why should the cinemas bear the losses from poorly made films? Instead, the focus should be on improving film quality. If the box office is robust, wouldn't the audiences still be enticed? Yet, when your film fails to perform, you start pointing fingers. Some blame the market. Others claim the audience lacks taste and fails to appreciate your artistic endeavors. With all these excuses, why don't you scrutinize your own shortcomings? Everyone is at fault except the producers, right? This lament from cinephiles resonated with a multitude of netizens, who echoed, "The previous commenter is right. Some films are downright atrocious." Each promotional campaign boasts of investments in the hundreds of millions, but what do we get? A nonsensical plot. Subpar special effects that don't even rival films from decades past. Where did your millions vanish to? Even more astute commenters uncovered that a certain distribution company had, last year, released a grandly invested project, only to discover that many of its special effects had shamelessly appropriated material from foreign video games. Of course, there were those who rallied behind the distribution companies, stating, a distribution company invests $100 million in a film, yet requires $300 million at the box office just to break even, while cinemas do nothing and earn $57 effortlessly. That's outrageous. If it weren't for the distribution companies uniting to demand a revision of the box office revenue sharing, I wouldn't have realized that film production companies receive the least share. Moreover, some half-informed intellectuals muddied the waters by praising the U.S., proclaiming, our market should align with international standards. Hollywood producers can secure nearly 60% of the revenue share. So why is it that in the Chinese market, producers only receive 43%? What gives? As soon as this was said, a rebuttal emerged. Don't mislead us. While it's true that Hollywood producers can achieve a 60% share, that's a privilege. The majority of films maintain around a 45% share. Please, when you praise, ensure you understand their policies before defending them. Chapter 50. Forcing a revision of revenue shares? In addition, neutral onlookers were relishing the unfolding drama. This is riveting. The internal strife among the 5 major distribution companies and the Cinema Alliance is far more captivating than any blockbuster film. I suggest that this year's Spring Festival release should be turned into a business war film titled Revenue Sharing Turmoil. More insightful observers remarked, what is all the fuss about? Ultimately, it's the audience who bears the brunt. If the box office revenue sharing gets adjusted, the cinemas simply acquiesce, and the ticket prices will inevitably rise. In the end, it's we, the ordinary consumers, who will foot the bill. Were you all reveling in? Meanwhile, some thrill-seeking spectators, like the fervent Wang Congcong, clamored. Wang the young master is quite impressive. Previously, everyone thought he would be reprimanded by Wang the Rich after his brazen antics. After all, this debacle stemmed from his offense at the Bashar Celebrity Charity Night, upsetting a multitude of entertainment capitalists. Surely, Wang the Rich would need to teach him a lesson? Who would have thought that Wang the young master would quietly team up with Wanda to form a cinema alliance, aiming to topple the distribution alliance? Let us boycott their films and see how they react. Simultaneously, on the other side, after the Cinema Alliance issued a joint statement countering the Distribution Alliance, the head of Hawaii, Little Wang, immediately convened the leaders of Guangxin, Bona, and China Film in the meeting room atop Hawaii's office building. Little Wang paced anxiously before the conference table, while the other 4 sat expressionlessly in their chairs, each lost in thought. Despite their recent online exchanges with Wang Congcong, their earlier threats to cut off film supplies were merely bargaining chips to intimidate the cinemas. No one truly anticipated that Wanda would retaliate with such vigor, forming an alliance that now controls over 80% of the domestic cinema market. They had anticipated a counteraction from Wanda, which is why they chose to announce the supply cut close to the Spring Festival. Unexpectedly, the wealthy were indeed wealthy when they finally decided to act. They nearly crushed the distribution alliance. If the cinemas were to embark on a large-scale entry into film production and distribution, what would become of these established distribution companies? Particularly as the opposing side also uses the non-screening of distribution alliance films as leverage, it's akin to striking at their weakest point. Their final screening terminals in the film industry are one of their largest revenue sources, and should the Cinema Alliance significantly penetrate the film production and distribution sectors, they would not only command the largest cinema market, but also enjoy a continuous supply of films. At that point, they would create a commercial closed loop. How would these production companies retain the audacity to negotiate with the Cinema Alliance? They might find themselves begging for their films to be screened. After all, Once cinemas dive into production and distribution, the only bargaining chip the distributors hold, film supply, would lose all significance. This represents a complete inversion of the supply and demand relationship. Just imagine how diminished the status of distribution companies would become. Some representatives from certain distribution firms were already regretting their decisions, internally lamenting, if only we had known, we would not have joined Hawaii in opposing the cinemas. Now, we've shot ourselves in the foot. The anxious Wang of Guangxin was the first to speak up. Everyone, let us talk. When we resisted the cinema alliance led by Wanda, we should have foreseen the current predicament. Now, if Wanda and the other cinemas are truly determined to go to war with us, steadfastly refusing to adjust the box office revenue sharing, how will we recoup the costs of those heavily invested New Year's blockbusters? His face was etched with worry, as the distribution titans present, apart from Guangxin Media, owned varying degrees of cinema enterprises. They could still hold on, taking their films to their own cinemas for release, especially considering China Film Group, whose number of theaters is unparalleled among distribution companies. These individuals may remain unhurried, but the fiber optic network cannot afford such luxury. If a solution is not found today, once they exit this conference room, they must not blame the fiber optic network for abandoning principles and siding with the cinemas. As the words hung in the air, Bosu of Bona flicked the ash off his cigar, leisurely chiming in. Indeed, General Manager Wang, the proposal to adjust the box office revenue sharing was initially your idea. Now that issues have arisen, it falls upon you to devise a solution. Everyone has toiled for a year, anticipating the lucrative spring festival release. The cinemas are now openly threatening to overturn the table. Whether to fight or to reconcile, it necessitates a clear resolution. With that, he fell silent, for his thoughts mirrored those of the esteemed Wang of fiber optic. If the distribution alliance fails to present a reasonable solution, he too would have no choice but to seek refuge with the cinema alliance. After all, one must choose their adversaries wisely. Opposing money is never wise. Their earlier threats to halt the supply of films were merely bluster. If they genuinely seize supply, who could endure such a blow? In the film market, only a few crucial release periods exist throughout the year, with the Spring Festival being the primary battleground for numerous distribution companies. Bono would never easily relinquish the profits within reach. Should they betray their allies, the cinemas might even grant additional screening slots. As for pride, can it be converted into currency? Young General Manager Wang of Hawaii paused mid-stride, acutely sensing the shift in tone between the two men. He recognized that if a reasonable response was not forthcoming today, the so-called distribution alliance would rapidly disintegrate. With this thought, he could not help but glance at the silent figure of Master San, who had been seated at the head of the table. Anxiously, he implored, "Master San, please, share your thoughts. We need your guidance." The Cinema Alliance is advancing aggressively, publicly announcing in front of the media that they will no longer screen our films. Furthermore, they are poised to enter the film production industry, a sector where profits are already limited. If the Cinema Alliance floods in and begins self-producing and self-distributing, how will we survive? His face was etched with bitterness, for he bore a burden too heavy to voice. Outsiders assumed that the proposal for the Cinema Alliance to adjust revenue-sharing ratios originated solely from Hawaii. Yet, if one truly believed that, it could only be described as naivete. Although Hawaii was the first private film stock in the country, the true titan of the entertainment industry was not them. Without Master San's backing, how would a mere private entertainment company dare to provoke the wealthy Wang? At that moment, the conference room was enveloped in a profound silence, with all eyes fixed on Master San. Certain matters could not be openly articulated, yet everyone was acutely aware of the stakes. If this leader of China Film could not proffer a viable solution, they might as well disperse and return to their respective corners. Pretending the threat of supply cessation had never been uttered, Master San, astutely observing the turmoil around him, calmly extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, the sound of its extinguishing echoing sharply in the silent room. What is there to panic about? He leaned back in his chair. The adjustment of box office revenue sharing is an inevitable course of action. If the cinemas are amenable, we can negotiate amicably. If they refuse to cooperate, we will have no choice but to enforce a mandatory adjustment of the revenue sharing ratio. With Master San's words, the previously tense atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably. Wang of Fiber Optic and Bosu of Bona exchanged contemplative smiles. Some may not grasp the true strength of China Film. It is not merely the film itself, but rather the significance of the Chinese characters preceding it. Should the regulatory body intend to alter the box office revenue sharing within the domestic film market, even if the Cinema Alliance were to escalate their protests or if Wang's influence loomed large, such matters would pale in comparison to the overarching trends and policies governing the market. Shortly thereafter, An official microblog from a subordinate media platform of the regulatory body offered industry guidance regarding the dispute between the distribution and cinema alliances over revenue sharing. The document delineated the core rationale for adjusting the revenue sharing ratios, citing a recent internal symposium in the film industry that proposed guiding suggestions for adjusting revenue shares of domestic films. The final conclusion of the symposium stated that producers should receive no less than 43, while cinemas should generally not exceed 50. It was emphasized that this industry revenue sharing suggestion was not an official policy, but rather a constructive proposal crafted by industry experts based on the current state of the domestic film market. Subsequently, the deputy director of the China Film Archive also expressed personal views on the revenue sharing controversy, clarifying that these opinions were not official policy, but individual perspectives. The document articulated that, within the modern film industry chain, a revenue sharing ratio of 50 for producers is deemed reasonable, while producers have long been at a disadvantage, below 45, bearing the full investment risks of film production. This represents an exceedingly unreasonable situation. The core stance was to explicitly support increasing the revenue sharing ratio for producers from 43 to 45, arguing that this adjustment is a rational arrangement to ensure the development of Chinese cinema. Following this, prominent figures, including renowned artists, directors, and producers, began to publicly declare their support. Their statements compared the historical development of the film market, reflecting on the evolution of international box office revenue sharing ratios. From a 1995 Hollywood film The Lion King, which had a revenue share of 13, to the domestic film Red Cherry, which had a share of 33, to the current meager 43, it is evident that we fall significantly short of the internationally accepted standard of 50. Leaders in the cinema industry should not expect to reap benefits without contributing, nor should they treat the original revenue sharing ratios as immutable. The world is in constant flux, as is the film market. Every industry must evolve under fair and equitable conditions to achieve mutual benefits. If one fails to adapt, there will come a day when it is cast aside by the entire film market. Many industry titans vehemently refuted the cinema alliance's stance, asserting that increasing revenue sharing is an inevitable necessity of historical progression, urging cinemas not to resist blindly, but to respect the natural course of industry development. They also cautioned against transferring the cinema's inherent losses onto the audience, which would ultimately lead to rising ticket prices. The relationship between ticket prices and revenue sharing ratios is non-existent. Revenue sharing is fundamentally a redistribution of internal industry interests. Due to technological upgrades and rising labor costs, the production costs for domestic blockbusters have surged, making an increase in revenue sharing a necessary measure for sustainable industry development. The scale and momentum of the distribution alliances movement are formidable, as it seems the entire film market is rallying in support of adjusting the box office revenue sharing. Almost simultaneously, many began to share the content from the media platform, as a tide of well-reasoned supportive comments surged forth. The trending topics on microblogs were refreshed at a visibly rapid pace, reflecting the guiding adjustments to box office revenue sharing and the industry opinions therein. Swiftly ascending to the pinnacle, the viewership surpassed 100 million within a mere 10 minutes. An influx of netizens flooded in, causing the comment section to erupt with fervent activity. It seems that this adjustment in box office revenue distribution is an inevitable course of action. Concurrently, a multitude of users began fervently discussing Wang Congcong across various comment sections, eagerly anticipating his response. Prominent figures and numerous official media outlets began to voice their support for the distribution alliance, indicating that, in a certain sense, the adjustment of box office revenue sharing has become a foregone conclusion, an unshakable certainty. Even Wanda, despite his formidable reputation, would hesitate to confront all the stakeholders in the film industry, wouldn't he? Young Master Wang, with a host of state media and industry magnates now involved. How will you respond? Young Master Wang, we await your reaction to Wanda's approach. Young Master Wang, as I have previously stated, even the most powerful capital is not invincible. This time, with Wanda and the Theater Alliance, they may very well stumble. Naturally, Wang Congcong took note of the netizens' comments. He would not be intimidated by this rabble. He promptly took to his personal vlog account, disregarding anyone's sentiments. Wang Congcong first addressed a subordinate media account of the general administration, which does not represent the official stance, stating, "You yourself have acknowledged that the industry revenue sharing suggestions are not authoritative policies, but rather constructive recommendations formulated by experts based on the current state of the domestic film market. I cannot be bothered to refute your so-called constructive development suggestions. What do you even mean by constructive? If you possess the audacity, present a stamped official document from the general administration. If you cannot, then cease your posturing as if you were some formidable wolf." Subsequently, He directed his ire towards the deputy director of the Huaxia Film Archive, questioning why, at such an advanced age, he would stir up trouble. If you truly have personal opinions, then share them at home with your wife and children. Are film production companies bearing the entirety of the investment risks? Are you certain? Would you like me to expose what those so-called investment risks truly entail? Following this, Wang Congcong, alongside renowned artists and directors like Feng Xiaojing, uttered a mere dismissal. Yes. You all think Hollywood is so splendid. Why don't you pursue your careers there? Oh, you went, and they rejected you, didn't they? You can't even navigate the domestic market, and yet you speak of going abroad. I will not adjust. What can you do about it? Strike me if you dare. Remember your current countenance. You had better not change your tune later. Chapter 52, A Battle Among Official Media. Wang Congcong's fierce retort against multiple official accounts and industry titans instantly propelled him to the trending list. The comments section erupted, with a number of likes soaring at a meteoric pace. Young Master Wang is impressive. He dares to challenge them? I can hardly bear to watch. Wang Congcong's audacity in confronting the official's vague statements is indeed remarkable, isn't it? What prowess does the air of one to truly possess? In past instances, such matters were typically settled with certainty. However, this time, unexpected changes may be on the horizon. If it weren't for the support of Wang Shoufu behind the scenes, Wang Congcong might not have dared to be so bold. As Wang Congcong engaged in a heated exchange with various industry leaders and official accounts, reinforcements from Wanda and the Theater Alliance also began to emerge. The first to respond was News Evening Peak, a media outlet under CCTV, not officially recognized. The 5 major distributors, such as Huai, Guangxian, etc., jointly issued a statement emphasizing that production companies bear the greatest risks in the industry chain, yet receive a disproportionately small share, expressing a contrary viewpoint. Citing industry opinions, they asserted that the operational costs of cinemas, such as rent, equipment, and labor, necessitate that theaters take the lion's share of the revenue distribution for the industry's development. Subsequently, Huaxia Film News published an industry perspective on the matter, firmly opposing the unilateral increase of the revenue share to 45% by the distributors, arguing that such a move disregards the financial pressures facing cinema operations. Furthermore, they contended that revenue disputes should not be resolved through coercive means, as this violates the principles of market economics and constitutes monopolistic behavior. They noted that due to the surge in the number of screens, single-screen revenue has declined, and the proposed revenue adjustment could become a lifeline for small and medium-sized cinemas. The investment risks in the production industry are significant. However, cinemas bear substantial fixed costs, and a blanket increase in revenue share effectively forces cinemas to bear the costs of subpar films. Moreover, the Huaxia Film Distribution and Exhibition Association rebutted the argument of international norms, stating that while the revenue share ratio in Huaxia, 57, may appear higher than Hollywood's, approximately 50, it must cover much higher rental costs, accounting for 25 to 30 of revenue, significantly exceeding the 10 ratio in the United States. The Huaxia Daily Economics section commented, a simple comparison of the revenue share ratios between China and the United States overlooks the differences in national conditions. Huaxia cinemas must endure rental pressures stemming from real estate bubbles, while many American cinemas own their properties. An increase in revenue sharing must consider the survival space of all segments within the industry chain and cannot merely amplify points that benefit only one side. In questioning whether production companies engage in risk shifting, the General Administration's Film Research Institute, not official, stated, during prior internal meetings, some production companies made blind investments in blockbusters and, upon failing to meet box office expectations, demanded concessions from theaters. In reality, this is due to mismanagement by the production companies seeking scapegoats. The guiding opinions on adjusting the revenue share ratio for domestic films was one of the topics discussed in the meeting. The revenue sharing suggestions within this document are not authoritative policies, but rather constructive recommendations formulated by industry experts based on the current state of the domestic film market. The Distribution Alliance should not use this as a basis for industry policies regarding box office revenue adjustments. Simultaneously, they cited prior instances, such as Huai's investment in 1942, which cost $1 billion, yet performed poorly at the box office, attributing the failure to a disconnect between the subject matter and the market, rather than the revenue-sharing ratio. Quality content inherently possesses pricing power. For instance, the Lost on Journey series yields considerable profits for both production and theater parties. A good project does not require intervention from industry policy measures to succeed in the market. The Market Supervision Administration's affiliated media stated, market development should adhere to market principles, with all market entities enjoying equal rights and obligations, without being subject to coercive pressures from larger entities or monopolistic positions. The development of a market economy must follow fundamental market principles and cannot rely solely on policy adjustments and subsidies. Almost simultaneously, these semi-official media outlets began to publish supportive statements for the Theater Alliance. Online, the topics of various official media endorsing the Theater Alliance surged to trending status like wildfire. This time, the conflict between the Distribution Alliance and the Theater Alliance over box office revenue sharing has escalated into a significant industry battle. Observing the situation, netizens collectively reacted with excitement, astonished that the narrative had indeed taken a turn and that official accounts were engaging in conflict with one another. Furthermore, many media accounts belonged to the same entity, yet their statements diverged entirely. I was taken aback. Could this be the nature of social dynamics? Should we support the Theater Alliance or the Distribution Alliance? Regardless, I find merit in the arguments from both sides. Some netizens remarked, "Young Master Wang is impressive. Certain distribution companies have long needed to be held accountable. Strike them down and deny them any adjustments to the box office revenue sharing. I recommend a thorough investigation into the financial flows of those PPT films. There may be significant revelations lurking beneath the surface. I hereby declare that Box Office Turmoil is the most captivating film of this year's Spring Festival, and I am indifferent to whether Wanda Cinemas has any films releasing during this period. Regardless, I have thoroughly enjoyed this spectacle." The news of the Cinema Alliance's vigorous counterattack has swiftly caught the attention of the 5 major distribution titans, who were astonished at how arduous the adjustment of box office revenue sharing has proven to be. They have wagered their entire networks and influence, yet still find themselves unable to overcome the Cinema Alliance. At this moment, the chat group of the 5 distribution giants erupted into chaos. The CEO of Bona Film Group furiously hammered away at his keyboard. "Everyone, have you noticed the commotion online? These reports are clearly biased. And behind them must be Wanda and the Cinema Alliance exerting their influence." Wang, the head of Guangxin Media, also began lamenting in the group. "Indeed, I initially thought that with Sanya's involvement and the leadership of China Film, we could compel the Cinema Alliance to relent. Who could have anticipated that Wang Shoufu would be so unyielding? If 2 is unacceptable, surely 1 cannot be either? Why not negotiate? Perhaps a compromise could be reached. Why refuse to even discuss it, and instead choose to confront directly? Why is there an unwillingness to concede, even a single step?" Chapter 53, Stalemate. It can be said that, apart from San Yi, who remained silent, the other 4 distribution moguls were all in considerable distress, lamenting their plight. The situation had escalated to a point where neither the Distribution Alliance nor the Cinema Alliance could afford to halt proceedings at will. The conflict had devolved into a genuine battle of attrition, and at this juncture, neither side could afford to retreat. Otherwise, not only would the revenue sharing adjustment become impossible, but the standing of distributors with cinema chains would only diminish further. Even Guangxin and Bona, who had previously contemplated defection, dared not entertain any treacherous thoughts, for the matter had grown too significant. It was no longer merely a question of face. One must firmly choose a side, lest they become a target of scorn from both factions. When the situation was less dire, they could afford to defect or let things slide, with the worst consequence being a loss of face. However, now, it was no longer a matter of choice. Conflict had erupted, akin to 2 armies clashing, where one could not simply declare regret after striking their opponent. At the upper echelons of Wanda Group, the heads of various cinema companies convened to deliberate on how to effectively implement the tiered revenue sharing policy. The question of when to enact it loomed large. "We must hold our ground. We must be unwavering." The head of Lianhe Cinemas slammed the conference table, causing it to tremble slightly. "Now is the time for a tug of war. Whoever retreats is a coward. Are they not preparing to halt the supply of films during the Spring Festival? Let them see supply. Can our cinemas not survive without these distribution companies? We can seize this opportunity to directly engage in film production ourselves. If we do not subdue the Distribution Alliance this time, they will surely take advantage of us in the future. I have only one stance. If negotiations are to take place, then let the doors be wide open. If conflict is to ensue, then we will fight to the bitter end. Such coercive negotiations will see the first to kneel become the subordinate. If we do not compel them to yield, they will have escaped unscathed." The heads of large comprehensive cinemas, akin to Wanda, echoed in agreement. "Exactly. We cannot retreat at this juncture. We are suffering, but the Distribution Alliance is suffering even more. This is a test of endurance. Everyone must hold firm. We cannot sacrifice long-term interests for short-term gains, nor can we relinquish our voice in the entertainment industry. Today, if they dare to increase the revenue share to 2, what is to stop them from emulating Hollywood and demanding a 50 share tomorrow? Human nature is such that once we concede even an inch, they will take a mile. As these words were spoken, they garnered immediate support from leaders of major cinemas, such as Lianhe, Dadi, Hongdian, CGV, and UME. How easy it is to say. At this moment, the heads of smaller cinemas, or those purely focused on cinema operations, quickly voice their dissent. Even if the Cinema Alliance chooses to enter the film production industry, filmmaking is not something one can simply jump into. With our current preparations, film production, and all the various stages involved, do we not require time? A casual calculation reveals that even if the Cinema Alliance were to enter film production, they would not see a completed film for at least 6 months. 6 months. How are we smaller cinemas, or pure cinema operations, supposed to survive? Unlike you comprehensive cinemas that can profit through offline entertainment, shopping, and dining services, we have no such alternatives. Many of us are counting on the Spring Festival for our livelihoods. If we lose our film supply, how do you expect us to endure? You larger comprehensive cinemas can afford to wait 6 months. Your financial strength is robust, either backed by a wealthy magnate or a state-owned enterprise. But what about us? Are we smaller cinemas destined for bankruptcy? As these words were spoken, the remaining pure cinema companies immediately expressed their agreement. Indeed, what Zhang Zong said resonates with what we smaller cinemas or pure cinema companies wish to convey. I propose that we expedite the implementation of the tiered box office revenue sharing agreement previously proposed by General Manager Yi of Wanda, as this agreement poses no loss for our cinemas. After all, consider how many films in the domestic film market surpass 1 billion in box office revenue each year. Reaching a reconciliation with the distribution alliance sooner rather than later would benefit all parties. We all operate within the same ecosystem, so why exacerbate the situation? The larger comprehensive cinemas akin to Wanda and the smaller cinemas or pure cinema operation companies found themselves in a heated exchange, their voices raised in passionate debate. The distribution alliance was growing increasingly anxious, while the cinema alliance mirrored this urgency. The distribution companies feared that their investments in blockbuster films would not recoup their costs during the Spring Festival, jeopardizing their financial stability. Meanwhile, the Cinema Alliance was equally reliant on the Spring Festival for their profits. It can be said that at this moment, the tiered revenue sharing agreement previously proposed by Wanda is the best and only solution to navigate the current crisis. Wanda, as the leader of the Cinema Alliance, is uniquely positioned to mediate the conflicting interests. As the arguments escalated, all eyes turned towards the head of Wanda's cinemas, General Manager Yi Ning, who had remained silent throughout the discourse. General Yi, please share your thoughts. The stalemate between the Distribution Alliance and the Cinema Alliance cannot persist indefinitely. Prolonging this situation is detrimental not only to the Distribution Alliance, but also to us and the market at large. Conflicts have arisen, and it is imperative that we find a resolution. Chapter 54. Is this a jest? Yi Ning, twirling his pen with a sense of resignation, cast a glance over the seated cinema executives and began to reassure them. Please remain calm. The initial standoff is both necessary and essential. It serves as a lesson for the Distribution Alliance, ensuring they do not overreach after this battle. The proposal for a tiered box office revenue sharing agreement is a last resort, employed only when the distribution and cinema alliances find themselves at an impasse. If the Distribution Alliance concedes before the first day of the Lunar New Year, then all parties will benefit. However, should they remain obstinate, we will have no choice but to negotiate the tiered box office revenue sharing. After all, as General Manager Zhang just mentioned, we are all awaiting the Spring Festival for our livelihoods. Even if we wish to enter the film production industry, the preparation time alone will take at least 6 months. This is a time frame that the Cinema Alliance cannot afford to waste. The tiered box office revenue sharing proposal provides an excellent compromise for all three parties. The Distribution Alliance will adjust their revenue sharing ratio as desired, but will be constrained by films with box office levels exceeding 1 billion. The Cinema Alliance will incur virtually no losses, as films surpassing the billion mark are indeed rare. The official regulatory body can also use this agreement to mediate the revenue-sharing disputes between the distribution and cinema alliances. As he concluded, a brief silence enveloped the conference room, punctuated only by the hum of the central air conditioning. Soon enough, the heads of large multiplexes like Wanda and representatives from smaller chains or pure cinema operating companies nodded in agreement. This could well be considered the best solution available. The tiered box office revenue sharing agreement stands as a perfect compromise, satisfying the interests of all three parties. With Wanda's endorsement and a viable solution at hand, the Cinema Alliance's next step is to maintain a brief standoff with the Distribution Alliance. If the distributors falter and concede first, the box office revenue sharing dispute will naturally dissipate. If the distributors hold firm while the cinemas buckle, the tiered box office revenue sharing agreement will serve as a fallback, effectively resolving the matter. Contemplating this, the weight in everyone's hearts was finally lifted. At that moment, the CEO of a certain cinema chain sensed something amiss. breaking the silence. He stroked his stubble and turned to Yi Ning at the head of the table. Mr. Yi, I have a question. Why must we be so fixated on the first day of the Lunar New Year? There is little distinction between a 5-day standoff and a 10-day one. If the distribution alliance is determined to raise the revenue sharing ratio, then prolonging our standoff serves no purpose. Why not implement the tiered box office revenue sharing agreement sooner? Why must we be tethered to this specific date? Yi Ning offered a wry smile and shook his head. To be candid, we at Wanda are not ashamed to admit that this situation arises from our sole heir, young Master Wang. It won't be long before Puchong Media reaches out to all of you to ensure that the screening slots originally designated for the distribution alliance are entirely reserved for young Master Wang as prior investment, the richest man in Shihong City. This is an internal agreement at Wanda. At young Master Wang's insistent request, we are prepared to gamble on the box office performance and attendance of the richest man in Shihong City. If this film unexpectedly becomes a dark horse during the Spring Festival, we will no longer need to appease the distribution alliance. In that case, we can all enjoy a prosperous year, free from reliance on the distribution alliance's film sources. Moreover, should the richest man in Shihong City exceed expectations, our cinema alliance might even demand a rebate from the distribution alliance. Otherwise, we will exclusively screen the richest man in Shihong City this Spring Festival and forego any film from their distribution alliance. I am aware that the odds are slim, and it may seem irrational for Wanda to place its hopes on an uncertain film. Naturally, I opposed this at the time. However, as you all know, young Master Wang is the sole direct heir of the Wanda Group. His words carry significant weight within the company. Therefore, let us wait until the box office results for The Richest Man in Shihong City are released on the first day of the Lunar New Year before proceeding. As he finished speaking, the cinema executives appeared incredulous, momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. Absurd, a farce, exclaimed a representative from a major cinema chain, abruptly rising and sending his chair crashing to the floor with an ear-splitting noise. What is Wanda doing? What do they take us for? How can you place your hopes on a film meant for frivolity and romantic pursuits? We are aware of young Master Wang's reputation. His indulgences and reckless spending are matters for your family to contend with, not ours. But does he even understand cinema? Wanda is toying with the very existence of our enterprises. Is this a joke? Does young Master Wang comprehend the concept of market risk? Is he aware that the conflict between the distribution and cinema alliances has reached a critical juncture? The richest man in Shihong City? Are you serious? Relying on this film is folly. We should instead implement the tiered box office revenue sharing agreement without delay. As he spoke, the other cinema representatives joined in, scoffing and questioning whether Wang, the heir, was overly indulgent towards his son. Every film in the distribution alliance boasts substantial investments, star-studded casts, and renowned directors. For instance, consider The Monkey King, Havoc in Heaven, with a staggering investment of 500 million renminbi, or the sequel to the God of Gambler series, featuring another major director and cast. Which of these films could the richest man in Shihong City possibly contend against? The words of this cinema chain executive incited a wave of agreement, with voices of dissent and skepticism regarding the richest man in Shihong City echoing throughout the room, creating a cacophony that threatened to topple the conference's very ceiling. Each participant dissected the matter from perspectives of market viability, cast quality, investment scale, directorial talent, and experience, unanimously concluding that Wanda's strategy was sheer folly. Rather than pinning hopes on the richest man in Shihong City, it would be far wiser to proceed with the tiered box office revenue sharing agreement, minimizing the potential losses for the Cinema Alliance. Chapter 55. A Strong Halt, Spring Festival Gala. Although there were considerable objections to the matter under Wanda's mediation, the cinema executives ultimately agreed to reassess the situation on the first day of the Lunar New Year. After all, everyone finds themselves at a loss for viable solutions. Regardless of the potential success of the richest man in Shihong City, they must project an air of confidence. It would be quite the spectacle to allow the Distribution Alliance to witness their missteps. Thus, the conflict between the Distribution Alliance and the Cinema Alliance escalated to unprecedented levels. The internet was inundated with fervent exchanges between the two factions, with Wang Congcong emerging as the undeniable MVP of this tumultuous saga. He lambasted figures from the China Film Group to Huai Brothers, Fiber Optics, and a host of prominent personalities within the entertainment industry, demonstrating a one-sided offensive that was unparalleled. Some industry titans were left so rattled by Wang Congcong's barbs that they publicly decried his lack of decorum. However, such feeble retorts paled in comparison to the formidable prowess Wang Congcong wielded in his verbal assaults. As time swiftly passed, the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived, coinciding with the annual Spring Festival Gala. On this day, a formidable and enigmatic force descended from above. abruptly halting the discord over revenue sharing between the Distribution Alliance and the Cinema Alliance. All official social media accounts that had previously taken sides expunged their posts regarding the revenue sharing dispute, leaving only the respective statement from both alliances. The vitriolic remarks from Wang Congcong remained as the sole remnants. Without these scant traces, many netizens might have presumed that the contention was merely a fabrication. Consequently, a deluge of news related to this year's Spring Festival Gala began to emerge, such as Uncle Benshan serving as the co-director, Shintong and Mari's new work Fufu undergoing a last-minute cast change, and the rumored girlfriend of Prince Wan, Kilala, stepping in to perform on the gala stage. A series of entertainment news items radiated the spirit of a new year. As the momentous occasion approached, the exterior of the CCTV building sparkled with neon lights. Resembling a luminous crystal palace, Wang Congcong, accompanied by Kilala, gracefully entered the exclusive lane in a Maybach. The instant the car door swung open, flashes erupted like daylight, and dozens of microphones almost poked him in the face as a throng of eager media surged forth. The cacophony of inquiries was relentless. Mr. Wang, is the sudden cessation of the revenue-sharing dispute between the Distribution Alliance and the Cinema Alliance for the benefit of the CCTV Spring Festival Gala? Or have both sides reached an agreement? Will the box office sharing remain unchanged, or has the proportion been adjusted? Mr. Wang, will the Distribution Alliance cut off supplies to the Cinema Alliance tomorrow for the Spring Festival? If so, how will the Cinema Alliance respond? Will there be any film screenings on the first day of the new year? Mr. Wang, regarding the cast change in Fubufu for the gala, did you have a hand in it, or at anyone else? Such topics would be avoided during this festive occasion at the gala's entrance. Yet Wang Congcong was not just anyone. Regulations only constrained those who ought to be constrained. As long as he harbored a patriotic spirit in his heart, he would not shy away from creating a stir. Such antics would be trivial child's play to a true heavyweight who would not scold the Wan family over petty matters. After all, the entertainment industry, in the grand scheme of China, is merely a modest sector, and the cinema industry is but a minuscule fragment within the Wan group. This was trivial indeed. Such a controversy would have no bearing on national honor or the economy. Thus, while the apparent scale of the conflict seemed grand, it remained inconsequential overall. Given its insignificance, why should Wang Congcong exercise undue caution? With this thought, he casually slipped his hand into his pocket, his other arm draping around Kalala's slender waist, a signature smile of defiance gracing his lips as he raised a hand to signal for silence among the reporters. New Year's Eve is a splendid occasion for family reunions. Some matters cannot be addressed too bluntly. I can only state that all cinemas under the Cinema Alliance will screen The Richest Man in Shihong City on the day of the Spring Festival. I am here to celebrate the new year with you. This year, Shuntong will bring smiles to your faces, and you will witness the explosive growth of the film market. You will bear witness to history. The Richest Man in Shihong City is a film poised to disrupt the cinematic landscape and leave the Distribution Alliance astounded. I reiterate, The Richest Man in Shihong City will achieve a box office of $3 billion. All matters will be discussed after the new year. For now, on this New Year's Eve, allow me to extend my greetings in advance. As his words hung in the air, he ushered Kilala, clad in a resplendent red evening gown, towards the gala's broadcast hall. The throng of reporters behind him continued their relentless questioning, but they were soon halted at the entrance by CCTV's security personnel. Sorry. But media without invitations are not permitted entry. The reporters, resigned, returned to the entrance with their microphones and cameras, preparing to interview other guests. Meanwhile, Wang Congcong and Kilala entered the Spring Festival Gala Hall, illuminated by dazzling lights that made the stage and audience seats shine as brightly as day. As Wang Congcong stepped inside, he caught sight of the young head of Hawaii, engaged in jovial conversation with various entertainment moguls. Simultaneously, the young head of Hawaii and his companions noticed Wang Congcong and Kilala at the entrance, and upon seeing Wang Congcong, their expressions darkened instantly. It was said that enemies are particularly fierce upon meeting. They quickly concluded their pleasantries and approached Wang Congcong, with the young head of Hawaii unable to resist a caustic remark. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the Wan group? The flames are licking at your heels, and yet you seem utterly oblivious. At such a time, shouldn't you be home with the rich man Wang and his wife, understanding the tribulations of parenthood, and being a dutiful, considerate child? Yet here you are, in high spirits, bringing your girlfriend to the Spring Festival Gala? Flames licking at my heels?" Wang Congcong scoffed, stepping forward with Kilala in tow, confronting the young head of Hawaii's mockery. "When you mention flames licking at my heels, you must be referring to your Distribution Alliance's impending supply, cut tomorrow, right? To be frank, with the abysmal films you've invested in, you may cut off supplies as you wish. Go ahead and see who falters first. By the time that happens, you'll be the ones forced to concede. Not just adjusting box office shares, but also scrambling to offer rebates to the Cinema Alliance. I advise you, sometimes you ought to ponder who truly holds power in the entertainment industry. You need to open your eyes and see the world. Your distribution alliance is, at its core, merely a collective of second-rate filmmakers. If you don't take on this work, there will be plenty of others willing to do so. If you don't produce this film, others will step up. The economic impact, industry, and low-end job opportunities fostered by the Cinema Alliance are beyond your wildest imaginings. Just consider the full-time attendants, ticket sellers, ushers, merchandise vendors, and theater cleaners. Based on a staffing model of 8 to 12 individuals per cinema, and with Wang Group's nearly hundreds of cinemas nationwide, we provide at least thousands of foundational service positions. Not to mention security personnel, equipment maintenance specialists, film projectionists, and utilities maintenance staff, such as for air conditioning and lighting, and merchandise operations personnel. Regional economic stimulation. The convergence of cinema clusters attracts foot traffic to shopping malls, indirectly promoting surrounding sectors, such as dining and retail. A cursory calculation of the retail positions generated can easily amount to tens of thousands. According to the statistics from Wandada's Human Resources Department, the annual average employment absorption from Wandada alone exceeds 120,000 grassroots workers, including part-time positions. When considering other cinema companies, it should be evident to anyone with a modicum of sense who truly reigns as the monarch of the entertainment industry. Do not presume that China Film's alignment with you, due to your close ties with the general administration, will allow you to navigate this matter smoothly. Let me be clear. If the Distribution Alliance successfully adjusts the box office revenue sharing ratio, I will publicly apologize to you and to your esteemed General Wang of Hawaii. However, I fear that day may never arrive. Your attempts at convoluted reasoning are futile. We are currently discussing box office revenue sharing. And here you are rambling about employment and regional economic stimulation. What relevance does that have? Does raising the revenue share to 2 imply that the economy will cease to develop? General Wang of Hawaii immediately retorted. It is well known in the entertainment industry that there are no secrets. The adjustments to the Spring Festival screening schedules favoring the richest man in Shihong City are common knowledge within the circle. He believes that Wang Congcong's audacity stems from a forced bravado. He was about to turn the tables and mock Wang Congcong, questioning whether the Cinema Alliance intends to rely on the success of the richest man in Zahong City, a film he concocted through his romantic exploits, to navigate this Spring Festival period. Surely, your confidence does not derive solely from the richest man in Shihong City, does it? General Wang of Hawaii's neck muscles bulged with indignation, and just as he was about to speak, Wang Congcong suddenly sidled up to Kila La, pushing past him. Before departing, Wang Congcong cryptically remarked, "Compared to mere bravado, I suggest General Wang secure a spot in the back rows of the audience sooner rather than later. Lest you find that if you delay, the better seats may be taken by others. What then? This is my first time attending the live Spring Festival Gala. The staff only informed me that the front row seats are strictly allocated. As for the back row seating, I remain quite unaware of how it is arranged. Could it be as casually assigned as at the Bashar Star Charity Night?" These words cut like a finely honed blade, striking directly at the vulnerabilities of General Wang of Hawaii and his associates. They flushed red with embarrassment, clearly sensing the ridicule in Wang Congcong's remarks. It is common knowledge that the arrangement of seats at the Spring Festival Gala is not random, but rather contingent upon the audience's status and contributions, among various factors. Typically, the front row circular tables are reserved for prominent figures from various sectors of society, those who have made outstanding contributions to the nation and community. These individual seats are generally located in the first row of circular tables, each accommodating 6 people. Ordinarily, given Wang Congcong's standing, he would not qualify for a front row seat and would be relegated to the back. However, Wang Congcong was not occupying his own seat. He was seated in the places designated for his father and mother, which is entirely justifiable given their societal status. Not to mention, Wandada Group has always been a major benefactor to CCTV, consistently contributing substantial advertising fees annually. Thus, Wang Congcong's presence in the front row is entirely uncontroversial. In contrast, those within the entertainment industry, despite their glamorous appearances and being the center of attention wherever they go, find that when it comes to significant events, they often lack even the qualification to sit at the table. For them, securing a mid to back row seat at the Spring Festival Gala is already quite commendable. General Wang of Hawaii pointed at Wang Congcong's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, nearby, the rational fiber optic king interjected at an opportune moment. "General Wang, let go. This is the Spring Festival Gala. We should not let matters escalate too awkwardly. Tomorrow, when Wandada's cinema has no film screening, I wonder how young Master Wang will continue to be so arrogant. Let us resolve to cut off their film supply during the Spring Festival period. They may protest, but they will ultimately comply. General Wang of Hawaii snorted in frustration and begrudgingly made his way to a mid-row seat, returning to his place. Soon enough, the Spring Festival Gala commenced, the stage lights dimming abruptly and the giant screen illuminated with a soft glow as the opening short film, What is the Spring Festival Gala?, began to play in silence. This was a VCR performance, a short clip featuring a host of big-name stars portraying ordinary individuals, jokingly stating, "The greatest joy of watching the Spring Festival Gala is the opportunity to critique it. I never watched the Spring Festival Gala, etc." This was meant to reflect the audience's perspective and express the public sentiments. The entire scene was filled with warmth and humor. As the opening short film concluded, the audience naturally responded with a round of applause and bursts of laughter. Wang Congcong, propping his chin on one hand, leaned on the circular table and was on the brink of dozing off. However, upon noticing the applause from the crowd, he feigned enthusiasm and clapped a couple of times. Following this segment, the gala transitioned into the song and dance performances. Overall, Wang Congcong found himself increasingly fatigued. This year's gala, directed by Feng Xiaojing, displayed innovation, albeit limited. Nevertheless, it was certainly a marked improvement over the previous two editions. Next came Shinteng and Ma Li's skit To Help or Not to Help, adapted from the Peng Yu case, aiming to dissuade people from believing the notion, if you didn't cause the fall, why should you help? In line with the original, Ma Li falls, and Shinteng rushes to assist, ultimately leading to the entrance of the referee, Kilo La. The skit concludes with a moral. If we refuse to help those who have fallen, does that not lead to a decline in humanity? Should humanity falter, our desire to assist becomes futile. The overall effect of the To Help or Not to Help skit did not deviate significantly from the original version, as the referee's role was inherently limited. In fact, due to Kila LA's striking figure and appearance, several prominent figures in attendance couldn't help but steal glances toward Wang Congcong's front row seat, inwardly exclaiming, "This young man, while appearing somewhat unreliable in social dealings, certainly has an impressive array of beautiful partners." Chapter 57. The premiere of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Thus, amidst laughter and merriment, New Year's Eve gradually passed. And soon it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, Spring Festival. The echoes of the Spring Festival Gala's bells lingered. The city's neon lights still adorned with the remnants of New Year fireworks, and the glass facade of Wandada's cinema gleamed brightly under the spotlight. At 12:05 a.m., the electronic display in the ticketing hall incessantly flashed with glaring red letters. Showings of The Richest Man in Shihong City are selling out rapidly. A long queue had already formed in the ticketing hall, with patrons eager to purchase tickets. At this hour, when one would typically expect rest, the various cinemas and film halls were bustling, as everyone was eager to witness the unfolding of the box office revenue dispute. At this moment, a young couple who had just arrived at the ticketing hall, upon witnessing the large crowd, promptly joined the line. The girl incessantly chided the boy, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your procrastination, we would have bought the tickets long ago." The boy attempted to retort, but his voice was drowned out by the chatter and discussions of those ahead in line. "Brother, why are you all still awake at this late hour? Isn't that an obvious question?" The fierce dispute over revenue sharing between the Distribution Alliance and the Cinema Alliance has sparked significant commotion, compelling me to visit the cinema to witness the spectacle for myself. By the way, does the Wanda Cinema today feature any films from the Distribution Alliance? Alas, no. Just glance at the electronic screen above. It's filled with showtimes for films from the Cinema Alliance. This situation is quite telling. It seems that the Distribution Alliance and the Cinema Alliance are indeed at odds, which prompt me to enter and discern the merits of the films. I am particularly keen to assess the caliber of the film produced by young Master Wang. Who could argue otherwise? After watching young Master Wang's The Richest Man in Shihong City, I intend to visit a cinema under the Distribution Alliance to further compare the films from both factions. I am eager to witness the disparity in quality. As soon as these words left my lips, they resonated with the crowd of moviegoers waiting in line. Indeed, I share your sentiments. The worth of these films cannot be gauged solely by the promotional content of those marketing accounts online. Those who are paid can turn even a pile of dung into gold. I shall personally judge the outcome of this box office revenue dispute. After all, opportunities to observe the conflict between the Distribution Alliance and the Cinema Alliance are rare. Amidst the lively discussions, a couple who arrived last managed to secure tickets to The Richest Man in Shihong City. The boy, having acquired the tickets, couldn't resist venting to the girl, "Darling, what is so captivating about this? The internet is rife with claims that Wang Congcong lacks directorial experience. This is merely a film that young Master Wang concocted for amusement." The girl stomped her pink sneakers in irritation, furrowing her brows as she shot the boy a glance. "I want to allow you to speak ill of my husband. If you don't wish to watch, you can leave. I'll go in alone." With that, she clutched the ticket and marched, somewhat huffily, toward the screening room. The boy, seeing her determination, shook his head in resignation and followed suit. Though he harbored doubts about young Master Wang's ability to produce a good film, he had little choice, for his girlfriend was a devoted fan of Wang Congcong. Each time he reflected on this, a pang of frustration arose within him, especially as his girlfriend frequently referred to Wang Congcong as hubby. This left him, the official boyfriend, feeling utterly powerless. What made matters worse was that he could not refute her claims, as any attempt to do so would prompt her to extol her husband, Wang Congcong, citing his wealth and extravagance in spending, which further exacerbated his irritation. For instance, Wang Congcong had once rented an entire cinema for his ex-girlfriend, Yang Mi, and had even confronted numerous industry moguls on her behalf. He had acquired Happy Twist and invested in a film solely to please Yang Mi. Although the two had since parted ways, the money Wang Congcong spent was undeniably substantial. This brief romantic history only served to illustrate that Wang Congcong was the sort of man willing to lavish money on a girl, an ideal boyfriend in the eyes of many. As for infidelity, if someone could casually spend billions to woo her, then such behavior might be overlooked, due to the girl's myriad double standards. The boy's perception of Wang Congcong was increasingly unfavorable. After all, no self-respecting man would tolerate his girlfriend referring to another man as husband on a daily basis. "You claim to adore Wang Congcong, do you?" He resolved to accompany the girl to watch The Richest Man in Shihong City, determined to scrutinize the film thoroughly and uncover its flaws. Once the film concluded, he planned to anonymously critique Wang Congcong online, intent on delivering a scathing review. Today, he was determined to see Wang Congcong falter. He felt a surge of confidence, for once a person adopts a critical perspective toward a work, prepared to find fault. Even the most exceptional production will seem riddled with flaws in their eyes. He believed himself formidable, rivaling the online critics who could effortlessly churn out hundreds of disparaging articles about the richest man in Shihong City. Armed with this mindset, the boy followed the girl into the screening room. The theater was already filled with eager viewers. The boy swiftly guided the girl to their seats, adhering to the directions on their tickets, just as the movie was about to commence. The lights dimmed abruptly, plunging the previously raucous audience into silence. The large screen illuminated suddenly, displaying the dragon logo. The boy smirked, folding his arms across his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, as if fearing he might miss some critical detail or flaw. Chapter 58, Explosive Effects, today's headlines. Before long, the dragon logo faded, and the film officially began. Shen Tong's visage appeared prominently on the screen, introducing himself as he sought employment from his mistress. The profession of goalkeeper only grows more enchanting with age. I wonder which esteemed individual in this vast sea of humanity has recognized my age charm. Despite being 37, he boasted that his late development had left him in peak physical condition, perfectly poised to conquer the football world. Shen Tong's bravado elicited laughter from the audience. For any reasonable person understands that football is a physically demanding sport. The prime age for players typically hovers around 26 to 30. Beyond that, running becomes a challenge, let alone playing football. To suggest one could play until 60 is the height of absurdity. At this moment, the entire theater erupted in laughter, save for one boy, who shook his head in disbelief, internally criticizing, "Is this really it? Here we are in Huaxia, and this is the subject matter you choose to explore? As if Huaxia football still holds any appeal? I fear the richest man in Shihong City may soon be doomed to the same fate as Huaxia football." Amidst the laughter and banter, the film's camera panned back, revealing Wang Duiyu's mistress seated at a table, dressed impeccably in a suit, bemusedly gesturing to the sumptuous dishes before them. "What is this? The food is still warm. Why not have a bite?" Wang Duiyu, while stating no need to be courteous, demonstrated his sincerity by shamelessly scooting closer to sit opposite his mistress. "I'll just nibble a bit." His unabashed demeanor left his mistress utterly at a loss for words. In the intervals of Wang Duiyu's eating, she began to recount his life story, claiming profound familiarity with him. This introduction served not only to unveil Wang Duiyu's background, but also to provide a comedic showcase of Shun Tang's hilariously shameless life. After hearing her account, Wang Duiyu, feeling indignant, was eager to demonstrate his professionalism as a goalkeeper, only to face failure once again, a process that was equally rife with humor. At the very least, the audience in the theater was in stitches, laughing and applauding. The wealth of the richest man in Shihong City is indeed remarkable. Just based on Shun Tang's performance in this segment, the ticket price feels well justified. At this moment, whispers of plot discussions have begun to resonate throughout the cinema. It is evident that if the richest man in Shihong City can maintain its current momentum, it will be considered a modest success. While everyone else is laughing, one young man sits with a despondent expression, struggling to suppress his amusement. Even when his girlfriend offers him popcorn, he declines it, inwardly insisting, "What is this?" Even if the richest man in Shihong City has a modicum of appeal, it is solely due to Shun Tung's talent. Wang Congcong is nothing more than a nominal director. At best, a mascot for the production team. Apart from his wealth, what does he possess? Look into my eyes. Answer me. What does Wang Congcong have besides money? As the film progresses, the second uncle reveals that they invited Wang Duyu not to sign him, which infuriates Wang Duyu, prompting him to express his irritation towards the second uncle. However, before he can finish his thought, the second uncle presents several stacks of cash, indicating that he invited Wang Duyu to play a fixed match. If Wang Duyu deliberately concedes 3 goals in an upcoming amateur league game, the sum of 200,000 will be his. In essence, the second uncle seeks to test Wang Duyu's character, to see if he would forsake his football dreams and moral integrity for this sum. Wang Duyu promptly asserts that he will not abandon his principles for 200,000. He would sell anything in his life, but never engage in match fixing. Humor ensues shortly thereafter, as despite his subjective decision not to fix the match, Wang Duyu's skills fail to keep up, and he ends up conceding 3 goals while giving his all. This segment of the plot sends the audience in fits of laughter, with a man in the front row laughing so hard that he pounds on the armrest, spilling popcorn everywhere. Even the boy who has always held disdain for Wang Congcong seems to forget his original intentions, momentarily overlooking the fact that he is calling Wang Congcong husband. He yearns to critique Wang Congcong for creating this film merely to impress women. Yet, he must concede that every expression, every movement of Shun Tung, along with the overall narrative structure, perfectly aligns with his sense of humor. Despite his internal insistence that the film is unworthy and unamusing, the comedic moments and the laughter resonating from the audience sway his emotions. He can no longer contain himself and joins in the uproarious laughter. At this moment, he completely forgets his objectives and biases, becoming just another ordinary moviegoer. When the plot reaches its climax, he turns to his girlfriend to discuss it. "Baby, listening to you was indeed the right choice. Wang Congzi has crafted a remarkable film. I dare say it is the best domestic comedy in recent years." The girl, with a hint of pride, retorts, "Of course. Just the other day, you insisted on watching The City of Gambling, claiming it was another sequel following The Gambling Hero, The Gambling Saint, and The Gambling God. Directed and written by Wang Jing, starring Zhou Ruanfa and Xie Tingfeng. It is a massive production with a total investment of 500 million. Now, what do you have to say?" The boy fervently admits his mistake and, to express his remorse, promises to take her shopping at the Wanda Plaza after the movie. However, this is not his ultimate goal. His true intention is to take her to a hotel, as it is the most convenient location. Here, they can indulge in dining, entertainment, and even rest, all without leaving the Wanda Plaza. As they bicker, the movie continues to play. After the amateur match, the consensus among everyone is that Wang Duyu intentionally threw the game, leading to his dismissal from the amateur team. His friend Wulong immediately declares, "Wang Duyu is my brother. If the coach dares to expel him, I will leave too." The coach, elated by this loyalty, shakes Wulong's hand, proclaiming it's a deal, a win-win. On their way home, a staged accident occurs, and the heroine, Yang Mi, makes her entrance. Unaware of the full context, Yang Mi firmly stands by the side of the elderly individual involved in the incident, believing Wang Duyu to be the one responsible for the collision and attempting to evade accountability. Consequently, with the assistance of Yang Mi and a crowd of onlookers, Wang Duyu is promptly taken to the police station. At this juncture, Wang Duyu finds himself at a low point in life. However, since he never sought the 200,000, despite losing the match, it was merely due to his lack of skill and not a reflection of his character. Thus, he passes the initial test set by the second uncle, who subsequently resolves the matter financially. The plot then transitions into the main narrative arc where, within a month, by legally and reasonably spending 1 billion, he can inherit a fortune of 10 billion. This marks the climax of the richest man in Shihong City. Whether it's Wulong, Feng Zhu, or Ditsong Ming, you've heard my story, and your face is etched with tales. I admit there's an element of gambling involved. The barrage of punchlines ensures that laughter within the cinema never ceases. Particularly memorable is the scene where Ditsong Ming appears with a folding fan emblazoned with the Today as headlines logo, prompting the audience to instinctively pull out their phones to capture this iconic moment. Furthermore, during the scene featuring Wang as he proclaims, "I too have dreams," the cameo by Zhang Yiming, who once again references Today as headlines, piques the audience's interest in this unfamiliar app. Curiously, some audience members, eager to explore, hastily pull out their phones to search for today's headlines in various app stores and online. Chapter 59. User Search. Naturally, there are also those with unique imaginations who, while searching, inquire about land-swimming devices and iceberg engine modifications. Due to today's headlines having already invested in various app stores and search engines, the results for these keywords yield only today's headlines. As a result, interest in Wang Congcong's investment in today's headlines grows exponentially, including that of the boy who has harbored biases against Wang Congcong, prompting him to download the app. Soon enough, the system notifies him that the installation is complete. Upon entering the app, a pop-up appears. Do you allow this application to access your device? Without hesitation, the boy clicks the agree button, as these days, users are accustomed to apps requiring access to their phones. Moreover, refusing access would lead to the app's immediate closure, a common issue among all applications. From this point onward, the recommendation mechanism of today's headlines begins to gather user data, generating a digital twin of interest profiles. Today, the news platform can construct dynamic user profiles comprising hundreds of tags through the analysis of users' mobile access histories, clicks, dwell times, likes, comments, and shares. For instance, if a user frequently searches for entertainment-related information, the system will categorize them with interest tags such as entertainment. Moreover, these tags are updated in real time, reflecting the user's evolving interests and crafting an immediate user profile. The moment a boy clicks, allow this app to access your device. The location information on his phone reads, Wanda Cinemas, XX Road, XX District, Capital City. His recent searches include land swimming equipment, iceberg engine, today's headlines. And a series of online behaviors have already been intercepted by the platform. Thus, as the opening logo of the app vanishes, the screen displays nothing but entertainment news, particularly related to the richest man in Shihong City. Headlines such as, were the untold stories of Yang Mi during the filming of Richest Man in Shihong City. Did Keela La gain her position through unspoken rules? Breaking, during the filming of Richest Man in Shihong City, Keela La was allegedly vying for screen time with Yang Mi, and is Wang Congcong suspected of cohabiting with Keela La? Flash before him, their allure causing his pupils to constrict as his finger instinctively clicks on them. In the brief moment of page loading, the algorithm has already tagged him with labels such as entertainment industry scandals and celebrity gossip, based on his mobile history and initial click behavior. The articles vividly depict the details of the two actresses' disputes over screen time and a series of conflicts arising from Wang Congcong. As he delves deeper, he becomes increasingly engrossed, unaware that today's headlines is fundamentally different from other news platforms, as it is, after all, an application invested in by Wang Congcong. This results in a plethora of insider news regarding the richest man in Shihong City project, news that other apps lack or have not disclosed, such as the revelation of Keela La almost being slapped by Yang Mi and the insider information about Wang Congcong kissing Keela La and the crew, complete with photographs. Consequently, the boy becomes utterly captivated in a matter of moments, oblivious to the fundamental differences between today's headlines and other news aggregators. Typically, when a user opens an app like Weibo, the platform has no knowledge of what the user wishes to see. The user must utilize the search bar to seek out relevant news, and even then, the recommendations based on keywords may not be accurate. For instance, searching for Yang Mi may only yield her latest updates. What if the user is actually interested in the gossip between Wang Congcong and Yang Mi from some time ago? In contrast, today's headlines alleviates such concerns entirely. As a fan of Yang Mi, the moment the user opens the app, multiple news articles related to her are simultaneously pushed to the forefront. The system then refines its understanding of the user's interests based on their initial click behavior, discerning whether they wish to read about Yang Mi's gossip, her filmography, or her rivalries with other actresses. Just as the boy is engrossed in scrolling, he is suddenly nudged by his girlfriend beside him. Are you playing with your phone in the cinema? Are you out of your mind? The boy, as if having discovered something amusing, eagerly thrusts his phone toward her. Initially uninterested, the girl's curiosity is piqued upon seeing the sensational headline, Wang Congcong and Keela La caught in a midnight rendezvous, kissing photos leaked. She takes the phone and begins to browse intently. Due to the shift in user behavior, the girl's dwell time on news about Wang Congcong scandals decreases while her attention lingers longer on articles praising his family background. The system promptly reacts, attempting to deliver more positive news regarding Wang Congcong, such as his graduation from prestigious G5 universities in the West and his upbringing in elite overseas education. Revealed. Wang Congcong's overseas elite school report card exposed. The algorithm, akin to a keen hunter, swiftly adapts to the changes in user behavior. In the next instant, the news on the today's headlines homepage seems to have transformed entirely. Shifting from gossip to articles like from foreign universities to the entertainment industry. The capital maneuvering path of a genius rich second generation. Keela La praises Wang Congcong in an interview. He is the most knowledgeable investor in films and the most understanding young man towards women. In a matter of seconds, the girl is thoroughly engrossed, her enthusiasm escalating as she scrolls through the news while simultaneously asking the boy, "Baby, what app is this? Can you install it for me too?" Her eyes sparkle as she unconsciously grips the boy's wrist, shaking it. Today, as headlines. It's the app featured in the richest man in Shihong City advertisement. The boy exclaims, "Today as headlines?" The girl responds, startled and puzzled. "ISNT, that just an advertisement? ISNT it part of the movie's plot? Does this app actually exist?" As she speaks, she takes out her phone, searches the App Store, and confirms the existence of Today as headlines. Without hesitation, she clicks to install it. This phenomenon is not confined to this particular cinema, but is unfolding across numerous theaters, leading to a rapid surge in the user base of Today as headlines. Chapter 60, Out of Money? Meanwhile, in a certain office building in the capital city, all floors are shrouded in darkness. As nearly all companies are on holiday during this spring festival, only the 17th floor shines with a blinding white light. The logo of Today as headlines glowing red against the frosted glass. At this late hour, when everyone is expected to be resting, the public office of Today as headlines remains brightly lit. The rhythmic clatter of keyboard typing mingles with the hum of the coffee machine. As colleagues in the data department fixate on the back-end data displayed on their computer screens, they observe the number of registered users on the platform surge from just a few dozen, internal testers, company employees, to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, reaching 982, 324, and ultimately surpassing 1 million. The pupil of one employee dilates in astonishment. It's happened. We've broken through. General Zhang, Today as headlines has surpassed 1 million users. He abruptly rises, knocking his chair back, the metallic wheels screeching against the floor. At that moment, the entire office erupts into celebration. Someone overturns a bowl of instant noodles, spilling broth across the cubicle partitions. A programmer, wearing noise-canceling headphones, yanks off his equipment and rushes over without even putting on shoes. The planning department girls huddle together, rejoicing that this year's year-end bonuses will be doubled, as the air fills with exhilaration and disbelief. Everyone celebrates the success of Today as headlines, fully aware as professionals in the internet industry of the immense challenge involved in launching a new app and achieving over 1 million users. In Today's mobile internet market, there is a severe concentration of power, with leading applications almost monopolizing all traffic within the domestic internet landscape, particularly in the realm of instant messaging, where platforms like WeChat and QQ dominate. In the realm of e-commerce, platforms such as Taobao and JD dominate, while in the short video sector, apps like Douyin hold a commanding presence, with penetration rates exceeding 70% for leading applications. Giants such as WeChat, QQ, and Alipay boast over 90% market share in their respective niches. The survival of new applications can be likened to a nightmarish challenge. This is particularly evident in the news distribution sector, which is teeming with formidable players, including Weibo, a comprehensive information and social platform, along with Penguin News, Wangyi, and Tushio, all of which are backed by domestic internet titans. Which of these applications does not have the support of a major domestic internet conglomerate? Remarkably, Tushio managed to carve out a path amidst this monopolistic landscape, achieving over 1 million users in less than just a few hours post-launch. This astonishing rate of user growth is undeniably explosive within the annals of internet history. At this moment, Zhang Yiming, the founder of Tushio, was overwhelmed with excitement. Rushing out from the break room, in a flurry of movement, he hurried to the computer in the data department, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the edge of the monitor. His eyes widened as he beheld the back-end data on the screen, almost in disbelief at the meteoric rise in users. Removing his glasses, he rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misread the figures. Yet, upon refocusing on the screen, the 1 million user mark seemed to directly affirm his success. Tushio had arrived. His throat constricted as he trembled while clicking the mouse to refresh the backend. When the data reflecting 1 million users reappeared on the screen, this typically composed and reserved man burst into loud laughter before his colleagues. His mirth tinged with a hint of emotion and nostalgia. Gazing at the rapidly escalating registration numbers, his eyes glistened with tears, recognizing that the years of toil and struggle had finally borne fruit. His resolute decision to resign from a stable executive position and immerse himself in the tumultuous world of entrepreneurship had proven to be the wisest choice of his life. The success of Tushio rendered the hardships he had endured into tangible rewards. Originally, he had estimated that with the promotional resources promised by Wang Congcong, Tushio's unique algorithmic strategies. In a seed capital of 10 million, achieving 1 million users within 3 months would constitute success. This target was not arbitrarily chosen. It was a vision meticulously crafted by comparing the developmental history of Weibo. In its early days, Weibo leveraged celebrity strategies, such as enlisting stars like Yao Chen and Wang Lihong from the entertainment industry, and mobile adaptation to capitalize on the early growth wave. Alongside substantial support from Sina, it took Weibo a full 3 months to surpass 1 million users. This illustrates the daunting challenge for a brand new app to reach that milestone. However, Zhang did not anticipate that this seemingly insurmountable goal would be achieved in a mere 2 hours. 1 million users. That is an entire million, he murmured to himself, removing his glasses to wipe them repeatedly on his sleeve, struggling to clear the fog of excitement, nerves, or perhaps the fatigue from coding late into the night. Just as Zhang Yiming reveled in his triumph, the fervent cries of his employees and colleagues pierced his reverie. Zhang, don't just stand there. Wake up. The back-end traffic surged past 1 million concurrent requests. Memory usage soared to 98, and the database began to lag. According to our agreement with the server company, the allocated servers can only support up to 1 million users. Even with the backup redundancy they provide, reaching 2 million users would exceed our data limits. If we surpass this threshold, our system will collapse entirely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiming jolted back to reality, his speech faltering. Quick, notify the server company to add equipment to ensure Tushio can accommodate 10 million users. Yet, this was during the New Year holiday. Notifying the server company at this sudden juncture would be challenging, as most personnel would be unavailable. Zhang was acutely aware that during the New Year, having anyone at work was a feat in itself, let alone dispatching requests for additional resources. Offer them more money. Regardless of whether it's utilizing existing servers or any alternative method, we are willing to pay whatever it takes to resolve this issue swiftly. Tushio is at a crucial growth juncture. We cannot afford a collapse, nor can we let our users down. Concurrently, the HR department was instructed to immediately post recruitment advertisements to expand the company's workforce. Furthermore, as the user base continued to grow, we must simultaneously advance the Tushio creator program we had previously devised, leaving no stone unturned. Zhang Yiming exhaled, outlining numerous tasks, all of which required funding. Employees from the finance department swiftly gathered around him, quietly reminding him, Zhang, I must inform you that, based on your recent directives, the company's funds will soon run low. If you do not pursue financing, we may not be able to disburse next month's salaries. Chapter 61. Wealth acquired, romance pursued. Tushio is also his. Funds are insufficient. Financing? Momentarily caught off guard by this reminder, Zhang Yiming realized the truth. Although Tushio's launch had been a resounding success, every subsequent operation would require capital, especially the recently proposed Tushio Creator Program. This initiative was designed to allow users to profit directly from the Tushio platform from the comfort of their homes, providing a suite of services and functionalities for all creators or users. They could create and publish diverse content ranging from articles, photo albums, videos, QA, microtouts, short videos, columns, original serials, audio, to live broadcasts. Creators could choose formats that aligned with their interests and expertise. Moreover, these creative outputs could be monetized directly, distinguishing Tushio from other news distribution sites. While other platforms primarily relied on their own journalistic teams for content creation, resulting in a limited and homogeneous output. Some did establish self-media platforms or allowed user submissions, yet these efforts paled in comparison. Today, Tushio's content sources, aside from aggregating news from other portals via web crawlers, were predominantly entrusted to its users to generate. This approach positioned Tushio as an unparalleled giant, encompassing what other platforms offered while also introducing unique features that others lacked. With the inclusion of these creators, Tushio's content would undoubtedly flourish in diversity, as one individual's creativity and talent are inherently finite. However, Tushio does not encounter this issue, as every user employing its platform is also a creator within it. Naturally, this unabashed appropriation of news from other websites, while fostering rapid growth for Tushio in the short term, will inevitably provoke retaliation from other news distribution platforms. Yet, the ascent of any company is seldom devoid of its share of controversy and the proverbial corpses left in its wake. If Tushio can successfully establish itself as a formidable giant, it will undoubtedly have eminent scholars to defend its actions in the future. Moreover, should other internet entities come knocking, Tushio would have no cause for trepidation. For in today's business arena, the 4 titans of legal affairs are not the so-called prestigious law firms, but rather 4 colossal corporations: Nanshan Pizza Hut, Longang Invincible, Yuhang Evergreen, and Hadian Unyielding. These 4 companies correspond respectively to Tencent, Huawei, Alibaba, and Wanda Group. When these giants engage in their home turf, they are virtually invincible. Thus, if other news distribution platforms were to seek legal action against Tushio, they could easily redirect the lawsuit to young Master Wang. With the unparalleled legal team of Hadian Unyielding at their disposal, Tushio need only focus on its growth, while all other matters could be referred to Wanda's legal team. After all, we are all striving to thrive in the realm of cultural production. How can the notion of plagiarism even arise? It is all in pursuit of the company's development. As for Tushio's financing, Zhang Yiming cannot help but reflect that in this world, there truly is no such thing as a free lunch, nor do opportunities fall from the sky. Initially, upon receiving the 10 million angel investment from Wang Congcong, he believed he had struck a remarkable deal, effortlessly securing a substantial sum for startup capital. However, once he regained his composure and revisited the investment agreement at home, he discovered a stipulation within that delineated a priority investment clause. When ByteDance seeks to increase its capital or transfer equity, the investor, Putzone Capital, retains the right of first refusal for the corresponding shares or equity. This clause effectively constrains ByteDance. Any financing endeavors must first involve Putzone Capital, and without their consent, any collaboration with other companies becomes moot. As a founder and captain of the company, he naturally wishes to avoid a situation where a single investor perpetually increases their stake. However, given the critical phase of Tushio's development, he cannot afford to let this issue create discord with Wang Congcong. After all, the growth of a company and the credibility of its founder are paramount. Having signed the agreement, he cannot simply retract his commitment at this juncture. If this matter escalates, how will ByteDance secure future financing? Moreover, with his ownership of nearly 75% of ByteDance, even if Wang Congcong were to invest multiple times, as long as his share does not surpass Zhang S, he retains control over the company. Thus, pursuing further financing from young Master Wang seems feasible. At least he is affluent, non-intrusive, and could be deemed an ideal investor. Taking a deep breath, he reconciled with the situation, acknowledging that regardless of his reluctance, there was little choice. The agreement had been signed, the funds expended. What could be done? He turned to the finance personnel beside him and murmured, "Do not fret over the company's finances. We cannot allow minor monetary concerns to impede Tushio's progress. Expedite collaboration with other departments to complete the tasks I just assigned." Meanwhile, on the other side, the lights in the cinema hall suddenly illuminated, and the sounds of popcorn buckets clashing and chairs rebounding filled the air. The premiere of the film The Richest Man in Shihong City had finally concluded. Groups of patrons exited the theater, animatedly discussing the film as plot. Wow, I only just realized what the promotional company meant when they said this film was based on Wang Congcong's true experiences. What a brilliant concept. It seems the only worry young Master Wang has is that he has too much money to spend. Indeed, many assumed that The Richest Man in Shihong City was merely a whimsical venture for Wang Congcong. However, it is now evident that he possesses genuine talent, right? While charming women, he also managed to profit, and I can guarantee this film will emerge as a dark horse in this spring festival release. It appears that the Distribution Alliance's decision to cut off supplies may backfire spectacularly. With The Richest Man in Shihong City, they can sever supplies as they please. I concur. The audience's reactions were palpable, with laughter resonating from the onset of the film until the credits rolled, and even after, they continued to discuss the storyline. Some viewers were nearly laughing themselves to the brink of breathlessness. Enthralled, the audience expressed their desires for a second viewing right then and there. Others engaged in conversations about the advertisements for Jinri Tushio featured in the film, with some scrolling through Tushio's news as they departed. Among them was the boy who, while browsing, sensed something amiss. This app was evidently newly launched, so why was young Master Wang advertising it? After all, he is not lacking in funds. It is implausible that he would promote an obscure app so prominently in his film. Contemplating this, the boy instinctively opened Baidu to search for Jinri Taoxiao as registration information. After some effort, his phone screen displayed the registration details of ByteDance, the parent company of Tushio. The data revealed that Zhang Yiming held 75% of the shares, with Putzone Capital owning 25%. While he did not recognize Zhang Yiming's name, he was all too familiar with Putzone Capital. Realization dawned upon him, and he murmured, "So the Tushio app is also backed by Wang Congcong? Damn, this guy is truly playing both sides." Not only did he premiere his film, but he also advertised his investment app within it, and he even managed to charm the ladies. The boy found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts drifting to Yang Mi and the stunning figure of Kilo La from the film, stirring a yearning within him. At that moment, he could genuinely empathize with the envy felt by the supporting characters in the movie towards Wang Congcong. His girlfriend, leaning in, caught sight of the registration information on his phone and exclaimed, "Our husband is truly impressive. It turns out Toshio is also one of his investments." Chapter 62. The Cinema Alliance, a Celebration. The boy was utterly flabbergasted. Had it not been for the girl's promise to stay at Wanda's hotel tonight, he would have been tempted to storm out immediately. Meanwhile, the audience's enthusiasm for the richest man in Shihong City was captured in real time by the cinema's surveillance cameras. Relayed to the monitoring room. Security guard Xiao Zhang gazed at the screen, filled with awe, and turned to the manager. Li Ge. The screening of The Richest Man in Shihong City has seen laughter from the opening until the closing credits, and even after the film ended, the audience is still discussing the plot. I haven't witnessed such a phenomenon in years. Manager Li swiftly grabbed the mouse, toggling through the status of other screening rooms, only to find that the situation was similarly vibrant across the board. The attendance and enthusiasm for The Richest Man in Shihong City were soaring. As an exceedingly experienced cinema manager, he was confident that based solely on the audience's reception of The Richest Man in Shihong City during its premiere, this film was destined for success. The audience's reactions were unequivocal. Laughter echoed throughout the screening, and even as the credits rolled, viewers engaged in animated discussions about the plot. If this film were to fail, it would be a profound injustice. Upon realizing this, he immediately retrieved his phone and began reporting the viewing conditions to the regional manager of Wanda Cinemas. He dialed the number, only to be met with a mechanical voice. "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy." After several attempts, the call finally connected. On the other end, the regional manager, phone in hand, wasted no time and inquired directly, "Did The Richest Man in Shihong City explode in terms of audience reception?" "Absolutely." Just as the screening ended, a multitude of viewers were eager to watch it again. "Our midnight show tickets have been completely snatched up." The regional manager was elated and promptly hung up. This was not the first call he had received. Merely 10 minutes after the film's debut, various cinema managers had begun reaching out to relay the on-site situation. All confirmed that the film's reception was nothing short of explosive. If only one or two cinemas had reported such enthusiasm, one might suspect data discrepancies. However, the unanimous response from all cinemas under his jurisdiction indicated that The Richest Man in Shihong City was indeed poised for a breakout success, potentially becoming the dark horse of the spring festival box office. The Cinema Alliance was now positioned to confront the Distribution Alliance with renewed vigor, free from concerns over a lack of films to showcase during the festival. Excitedly, he picked up his phone to inform the head of Wanda's North China region about the situation. Although the precise box office numbers from the film's first day were not yet available, feedback from various cinemas had already begun pouring in, revealing the overwhelming success of the film's initial screenings. The metaphorical weight that had been pressing on everyone's minds finally lifted. The Distribution Alliance had evidently encountered an insurmountable challenge. Initially, there had been little hope for the film produced by Wang Congcong, perceived merely as a playful venture, yet it had indeed yielded an unexpected delight. Amidst this excitement, the general manager of the Joint Cinema Alliance swiftly took to his phone, sharing real-time feedback from their cinemas in the Alliance's group chat. "Hey, everyone, wake up. Time to report in." The feedback we're receiving indicates that The Richest Man in Shihong City is a monumental success, with attendance rates soaring to 90. Currently, it's impossible to purchase tickets, as both on-site and online reservations have shattered our historical records. How are things on your end? Speak up. How can you sleep at a time like this? We must let the distributors know that our alliance is not to be trifled with. In response, the manager of Dottie chimed in. "We're already popping champagne over here. Why are you still asking questions? Cut to the chase. Water Rhythm Club needs one more. Are you in?" Following this, he shared their internal data. "Just look at this ticket reservation curve. Fantastic. We need to make sure those distributors know we won TB sidelined." Once the box office numbers for the first day of The Richest Man in Shihong City are released, he would relish seeing how they would respond. "Wait, you're celebrating halfway through the screening? Give me 10 minutes, and I'll be there," the head of Genie exclaimed, sending a photo of a long line outside their cinema accompanied by the caption, "Now, this is what a spring festival release looks like." The Distribution Alliance thought they could hinder us? They're now begging for our cooperation. But I'm only backing The Richest Man in Shihong City. The LL face dire consequences without our cinemas. Brothers, are we having an early celebration? Count me in. I need to celebrate after this frustrating period. Let us see how the Distribution Alliance reacts now. I'll make sure they regret crossing us. Messages flooded the group like wildfire, a cacophony of notifications ringing out. Some even shared videos of champagne toasts, the clinking of glasses mingling with cheers. Others chimed in, praising Wang Congcong. He truly lives up to being the son of The Richest Man. Who would have thought he could create such a beloved film with a casual effort? One cinema executive shared insights from the trending app, stating, "I finally understand the business strategy of that young Wang. He leveraged extravagant behavior to elevate his reputation as a second-generation tycoon, entering the entertainment industry, acquiring Happy Mahua, and promoting the richest man in Shihong City for mutual benefit. Remarkably, each step has been a resounding success, creating a complete business cycle, and he even managed to win over a girl in the process. This young heir is truly navigating life with clarity. As soon as this message was sent, others eagerly joined in, asserting if Wang Congcong maintains this momentum, inheriting the title of the richest man is only a matter of time. There were also apologies from those who had previously underestimated the richest man in Shihong City, requesting that Yi Ning convey their regret. Yes, indeed. If it weren't for Wang Congcong, our entire cinema alliance might have been left in a dire situation. Yi Ning, please arrange a gathering to introduce Wang Congcong to everyone. We're counting on him to produce more films. We're all relying on him for our livelihoods. At this moment, every member of the cinema alliance was in a state of jubilation, except for Yi Ning, who, with his phone in hand, could only lament his predicament, fully aware that his career at Wanda was likely an end. Chapter 63. The Internet Erupts. The success of the richest man in Shihong City was sufficient to showcase Wang Congcong's talent within the entertainment industry, as he single-handedly turned the tide. Ignoring the opposition from Wanda's higher-ups, he forcefully impeded the implementation of a tiered box office revenue-sharing system, managing to suppress the distribution alliance without incurring any costs. Wang Congcong faced significant resistance in promoting the richest man in Shihong City and in obstructing the tiered revenue-sharing system. Should he fail, it would tarnish his reputation with his father, the richest man, branding him as a frivolous and ineffectual figure. However, if he succeeded, it would further validate Wang Congcong's talent and vision, proving that his capabilities rivaled those of the professional managers at Wanda. Even the cinema executives and Wang Congcong himself had to concede that the film's success underscored his remarkable contributions in this revenue-sharing battle. Thus, as his father, the richest man, observed his son's capabilities, what could he possibly worry about? Rather than entrust the family business to a cadre of unrelated professional managers, why not hand it over to his capable son? Before young Master Wang could prove his capabilities, the wealthy Wang might have hesitated in selecting a successor, likely plagued by concerns that his life's work could collapse with a single misstep. However, once young Master Wang demonstrated his competence, the identity of heir to the Wandai group became unequivocal. It is essential to note that through mechanisms such as equity penetration and indirect shareholding, the affluent Wang directly controlled over 99% of the shares of the entire Wandai group. In simpler terms, Wandai Group represents the private estate of the Wang family. For Wang Congcong to ascend to leadership, he merely needs to substantiate his ability to inherit. Consequently, within the group, no one could obstruct Wang Congcong from wielding power over Wandai. Once Wang Congcong earns the recognition of the affluent Wang, he will indeed become a prince with substantial authority. It is believed that following this incident, Wang Congcong's voice within the Wandai Group will rank just below that of Wang himself, while Yi Ning, who previously sought to prove his superiority over the so-called heir and inadvertently offended Wang Congcong, will find little room for advancement within the company. As Yi Ning pondered his career at Wandai, time subtly slipped by while the cinema alliance reveled in its success. Online discussions regarding the richest man in Shihong City proliferated, swiftly dominating the trending lists across major platforms. For instance, reports surfaced of long queues at the cinema for the early morning screenings of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Accompanying these entries were several blurry mobile phone photographs depicting crowds bundled in thick coats, patiently waiting in the ticket hall, with an endless line stretching out of sight. The cinema's LED screen was laden with showtimes for The Richest Man in Shihong City, each marked as fully booked. Help! Upon seeing this trending topic, I shot up from my bed, exclaimed a user known as Milk Tea Without Sugar, punctuating their post with exclamation marks. So many people at the cinema in the early hours. Are they about to overturn the Spring Festival box office? Others unearthed earlier taunts aimed at Wang Congcong, predicting his film would flop. I said if this movie succeeds, I'll do a live-streamed headstand while washing my hair. Family, hold me accountable. Those who had jokingly claimed they would eat their words were also called out, with one user who had just watched the film immediately recanting his statements, admitting he had not anticipated such quality from a film born of frivolity. I declare this the best domestic comedy in recent years, he proclaimed, asserting it surpassed even the legendary Golden Triangle. Moreover, some expressed disbelief that an ordinary elementary school could simultaneously nurture both a crouching dragon and a hidden phoenix. They were astonished that, centuries later, crouching dragon and hidden phoenix had become pejorative terms. In the ensuing discussions, users shared iconic scenes from the film, adorning them with various humorous memes. Once, those who spoke of crouching dragon and hidden phoenix were destined for greatness. Now, I can't breathe from laughing. This statement immediately prompted a rebuttal. So what? Although Crouching Dragon and Hidden Phoenix might seem unreliable, they have indeed generated significant profits for Mr. Wang. They deserve that title. Others lamented. Wang Congcong's sole dilemma is having too much money to spend and being unable to choose which beautiful girlfriend to date. Underneath these entries, the screen was awash with stills of Yang Mi and Kila La, with lemon-flavored comments incessantly refreshing. Countless users gushed over the actress's photos, exclaiming, Wang Congcong is truly enviable. Just thinking about the fact that young Master Wang possesses wealth, talent, and stunning girlfriends left many feeling disheartened. Echoing the sentiments of previous posters, one remarked, the character Wang Duyu in the film is essentially a reflection of young Master Wang. Is it true that the wealthy have reached a point where they can scarcely spend their riches? Furthermore, the scene where Wang Duyu commands excavators to dump stacks of cash led to inquiries about whether the money depicted was real or counterfeit. After second viewing, one user pondered, that looked like real money to me. Could it be that the vault overflowing with cash in the film is indeed the Wang family's place for storing wealth? It is quite possible. If others produce films, they typically use fake currency, but with young Master Wang at the helm, how could he possibly settle for anything less than reality? A mere 10 billion might seem substantial to us, but to young Master Wang, it is hardly sufficient to cover 10 charity galas. For ordinary individuals, such wealth is indeed unfathomable, yet for young Master Wang, it is merely routine. As for the Wandai Hotel in the capital, do any affluent patrons care to confirm if it truly costs 4,000 a night? And what about that app Today headlines? I initially thought it was just a standard movie plot, but it turns out this software genuinely exists. Moreover, when you search for land swimming device in the App Store, Today headlines pops up as well. What on earth? This is simply extraordinary. Is it really? I'm currently using this app, and it feels even more impressive than Weibo. It seems as though it has implanted a monitor in my brain. Whatever I wish to see, it instantly provides me with a pop-up of related content. Does anyone know what this Today headlines is all about? Countless questions flooded in, as users seem to possess an unending curiosity. Some remarked, what good is asking here? Just look to Wang Congcong himself. He treats us like family, sharing everything except his girlfriends, and has never regarded us as outsiders. Thus, the comments on Wang Congcong began to proliferate. Additionally, users reveling in the chaos commented beneath the entry titled The Distribution Alliance's threat to cut supply has become a joke. They frantically discussed the Distribution Alliance, sarcastically stating, well, now you don't need to cut supplies. I suspect they won't even bother with your films now. Chapter 64, Timing, Location, and Harmony? A lengthy analytical post surfaced, a detailed examination of young Master Wang's capital maneuvering. A well-known influencer, Entertainment Insight, published a lengthy article dissecting Wang Congcong's extravagant investments. From his 100 million yuan deal to secure Yang Mi's participation to the acquisition of Kaisen Media and the launch of Today headlines. Each step of his capital operations was meticulously analyzed. On the surface, this seemed like a wealthy second generation stepping into the entertainment industry for amusement. But in reality, it was a strategic positioning of a burgeoning business empire. The article concluded by asserting that Wang Congcong's actions reveal that the wealthy's play is also a means of generating profit. While Wang Duyu may be fictional, young Master Wang is undeniably real. In the comments section, users transformed into diligent note-takers, highlighting key points. How much did Wang Congcong gain from his 100 million yuan investment? First, he secured Yang Mi's contract, persuading her to join Puchong Media, effectively turning her into a significant asset. Next, he countered Wang Shaw, who had been devouring the Wang family's 100 billion fortune. Although this wealth may not have all gone to Wandai, the group certainly reaped the lion's share. Lastly, the revelation of young Master Wang's identity has brought immense traffic conversion to the Wandai group, a critical point. I ask everyone present, did anyone previously know the Wandai group? Likely not. Under normal circumstances, unless you were in the real estate industry, you would hardly be aware of Wandai group. But after young Master Wang's investments, everyone now knows he is the Prince of Wandai and that Wandai group is a leading player in domestic commercial real estate. Even my younger cousin, who is still in primary school, is aware of Wang Congcong and knows that he is the wealthy heir. The impact of this advertisement is undeniably worth at least $1 billion, and there can be no doubt about it. Following the acquisition of Happy Maha, everyone assumed that the young master merely wished to dabble in the entertainment industry. However, when today's headlines emerged, I realized just how formidable his financial maneuvering truly is. Once all these elements are interconnected, a wave of excitement and jealousy surged among netizens. Initially, they believed the young master was merely affluent. Little did they know that while he indulged in pleasures, he, much like Wang Duyu, manage to earn money, woo women, and dominate the headlines. This is not merely filmmaking. It is evidently a meticulously orchestrated grand strategy in the realm of capital, reminiscent of the prowess exhibited by the richest man of his time. Is this truly the product of a wealthy family's upbringing? Moreover, the query regarding whether the richest man from Shihong City can aim for a staggering $3 billion in box office revenue has also ascended the trending topics. The top comment comes from a prominent entertainment influencer, who first utilized the growth data from the domestic film market to calculate the total box office for this year's Spring Festival period, which spans from the 1st to the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, at a staggering 141.2 billion yuan. Excluding these 7 days leaves over a month for the film The Richest Man in Shihong City to potentially shatter historical records and achieve an astonishing $3 billion in box office revenue. 1. In addition to the advantageous timing, comedies inherently possess a distinct advantage. For instance, the film Lost in Thailand, released 2 years ago, garnered nearly $1.3 billion in box office revenue. Based on the growth rate of the film market, it is not entirely implausible for The Richest Man in Shihong City to break records and reach the extraordinary milestone of $3 billion. 2. The young master has also cleverly intertwined absurd comedy with pressing social issues. The film's premise of spending $1 billion in a month is a vivid reflection of his own life. Such a movie caters to the audience's curiosity about wealth, while simultaneously allowing netizens to feel a sense of involvement through its realistic framework, thus creating trending topics that are both humorous and thought-provoking. This family-friendly film appeals to a wide demographic ranging from teenagers to middle-aged audiences. 3. Most importantly, the young master commands an exaggerated screening rate of nearly 80 to 90% in the film market, a phenomenon that effectively propels The Richest Man in Shihong City to new heights. Such a scenario would have been inconceivable in the past, had it not been for the disputes between distribution alliances and cinema chains. Who would dare to imagine that over 80 to 90% of the Spring Festival screenings would be allocated to a single film? In conclusion, The Richest Man in Shihong City can be regarded as a film that has achieved the pinnacle of timing, location, and human connection. I confidently assure that it will shatter historical records and reach a box office figure of $3 billion. If it does not, I will eat my words. A well-reasoned analysis has garnered widespread agreement among netizens. Indeed, if one were to merely evaluate a film based on its potential box office performance, in a domestic market where films surpassing $1 billion are few and far between, and someone suddenly claims that a film could achieve $3 billion, they would undoubtedly be met with disbelief and ridicule for defying conventional wisdom. While others may be content with box office figures in the hundreds of millions, the young master's film amalgamates numerous factors, seemingly harnessing the collective force of the film market to elevate it. Whether it's the disputes between distribution and cinema alliances, the current gossip entanglements between top male and female stars, or the substantial traffic accumulated by the young master, all point towards The Richest Man in Shihong City. From marketing to scheduling, casting, and every aspect in between, the film's execution is nothing short of impeccable. If other directors, including those hailed as international giants, produce mere cinematic works, then Wang Congcong, since his inception into the entertainment realm, has woven every action and decision into the very fabric of his narrative. If others direct films, Wang Congcong directs life itself. As Liu Ziqiao aptly stated, every day of life is a live broadcast. Yet, the orchestrator behind this broadcast, guiding every individual and force on how to navigate life, is none other than Wang Congcong. At least within the entertainment industry, he resembles a grand director manipulating the narrative. Incredible, magnificent, my darling. Beyond this singular phrase, netizens struggle to find other words to encapsulate Wang Congcong. Of course, in this world, where some find joy, others inevitably face disappointment. Following the explosive success of The Richest Man in Shihong City, films from the Distribution Alliance have also surged into trending topics. Their titles are arguably even more eye-catching than that of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Explosive, City of Gambling, with a staggering investment of $500 million. A sequel to The Gambling Hero, The Gambling Saint, and The Gambling God? Please, spare us the indignity of insulting Stephen Chow and Andy Lau. Where did Dad go? The so-called variety film is merely a transfer of variety shows to the cinema? Are you really that desperate? Can you really exploit the audience this way? The infamous Journey to the West, The Monkey King, boasting a claimed investment of $500 million, has actors pocketing $9 billion, staff splitting a mere $999 million, leaving just $10,000 for the film. Chapter 65. Are they all just bots? Simply perusing these trending topics reveals an abundance of criticisms towards the films from the Distribution Alliance, to the extent that netizens are unsure where to direct their sarcasm. For instance, under the city of gambling topic, the top comment features a direct comparison. On the left, the charismatic gambling saint from Stephen Chow's film. On the right, a still from City of Gambling showcasing a lead actor with a greasy wig, captioned, 500 million for this dreadful special effect? Even the gambling saint coffin can't be concealed. Zhou Ruinfa was once a two-time champion. Why has the quality of films deteriorated so much? How much more are they planning to fleece us this time? One irate netizen lamented, what I despise most are these cash grab films masquerading as classic sequels, with plots as shredded as a sofa torn apart by a husky. And effects worse than the browser games I played a decade ago. Moreover, regarding Where Did Dad Go?, the comments are even more disheartening. Apparently, the so-called variety film is simply a transfer of variety shows to the cinema. Have you gone bankrupt? Can you really exploit the audience this way? Had I known that this so-called blockbuster was no different from a standard variety show, just a haphazard compilation of segments thrown onto the big screen, I would have saved my money and enjoyed free variety shows at home. You production companies are only interested in cashing in. Your greed is truly off-putting. Enjoy this dead-end meal. I doubt anyone will watch your future variety programs. In the discussions, many parents shared their harrowing experiences of taking their children to watch the film. A mother, affectionately known as Little Orange, has penned a lengthy lament, expressing her disillusionment. She anticipated a family-friendly film, yet was met with a mere compilation of variety show clips, inundated with advertisements that exceeded the actual content. Her child was left yawning throughout the experience. Refund. Refund. Do you think we are mere chives to be harvested? After witnessing this program, I hope it is never produced again, she exclaimed. What a travesty of a grand film. Should TU simply compile all future variety shows into a single weekly feature film? That would expedite the profits even more. Moreover, beneath the entry for the so-called 500 million investment in Journey to the West, the Monkey King Conquers Heaven, it has become a veritable disaster zone. One jested, so this is what they mean by actors carrying the weight. The special effects rely solely on the actors' glares, and the scenery is left to the audience's imagination. Perhaps it should be renamed Journey to the West, the actor's salary saga, for the plot is so abysmal that even Sun Wukong yearns to stir up trouble in heaven once more. Toppling these money-grabbing fiends. The comment section is rife with outrage, clamoring for refunds, contrasting sharply with the resounding praise for the richest man in Shihong City next door. A multitude of deceived viewers have banded together in protest. Initially, I believed that as a film production entity, they bore considerable risks, receiving a meager 43 of box office revenue, which seemed rather dismal. However, after witnessing the film they produced and distributed, I now deem them deserving of their fate. These failures clearly aim to deflect their risks. With such a dreadful film, where is the evidence of a 500 million investment? Even if the cinema chains agree to adjust the box office revenue share, the audience remains unconvinced. I suggest that the Cinema Alliance should retaliate, demanding rebates from the Distribution Alliance. After all, such films have sullied the audience's experience and tarnished the cinema's projection equipment. They are not even entitled to the 43 revenue share. I am now inclined to support the richest man in Shihong City. Let the Distribution Alliance await their demise. Indeed, we must rally behind the Cinema Alliance, and I intend to download that today S-Headlines app, simply to infuriate you, the distributors. This sentiment sparked a flurry of enthusiastic likes from netizens, with comments reaching into the tens of thousands. Meanwhile, in an upscale village district of the capital, Mr. Wang, the head of Hawaii, had just risen and was perusing news on his phone over breakfast. He, of course, noticed a flood of negative reviews. With a derisive scoff, he dismissed them entirely, believing that Wang Congcong's petty tricks, merely spending money to buy trending topics and hiring online trolls, were tactics they had long since mastered. In his mind, the so-called richest man in Shihong City was merely a film concocted by Wang Congcong as a whimsical endeavor. What merit could such a film possibly hold? How could it possibly garner solely positive reviews? If the Cinema Alliance hoped for this film to revive their fortunes, he could only chuckle. Yet, as a veteran of the entertainment industry, he quickly discerned the underlying issue amidst the overwhelmingly negative online commentary. The Distribution Alliance had released numerous films. If only a few received poor reviews, it would be an expected scenario. However, the current situation, where every film from the Distribution Alliance garnered scathing reviews, signified something more sinister. It could only imply that Wang Congcong and the Cinema Alliance had spent a considerable sum on purchasing online trolls. Otherwise, how could there be a complete absence of positive feedback? Even a piece of excrement would attract flies and dung beetles, right? If one or two films received poor reviews, he could still believe it was a normal audience response. But with every film from major companies like China Film, Hawaii, Guangxin, and Bona receiving negative feedback, it became evident that the online narrative was entirely fabricated by Wang Congcong and the Cinema Alliance. With such a vast audience, not a single person found enjoyment. This was undeniably problematic. If he allowed himself to be intimidated by such trivial tactics, he would have wasted all those years in the entertainment industry. At this point, Mr. Wang couldn't help but chuckle as the negative press intensified. It only served to demonstrate that the Cinema Alliance was beginning to panic. The distributors merely needed to hold their ground for a day or two, and this facade of prosperity would surely shatter. The more urgent the situation became, the more composed they needed to remain. In this standoff, whoever faltered first would have to concede. With their revenue share already plummeting to 43, they could not afford to yield. If they did, would they even turn a profit? As he pondered this, Mr. Wang finished the last spoonful of porridge, wiped his mouth, and prepared to head to Hawaii. Just as he hummed a tune while driving in his luxury car, his phone rang insistently. Seeing it was a call from the cinema division's head, he raised an eyebrow, expecting good news. The online disparagement was fierce, but nothing could surpass the on-the-ground feedback from the cinemas. As long as the attendance was satisfactory, the Cinema Alliance could buy online trolls just as easily. However, upon answering, the cinema head's urgent voice rushed through the line. Mr. Wang, it's bad. It's really bad. According to our cinema statistical data, the films from the Distribution Alliance are performing poorly. Many viewers left before the end of the film, and some even cursed while watching. Mr. Wang straightened in shock, exclaiming, "What? Are you joking? That's impossible. There must be an error in the statistics. Is the Cinema Alliance up to something? Perhaps hiring actors to perform in our cinemas?" Mr. Wang, the reason I'm calling now is that I feared the Cinema Alliance might be tampering with the results. So I specifically contacted the heads of various cinemas under the Distribution Alliance. The feedback is consistent. Attendance is alarmingly low, and many viewers simply walked out halfway through. Old Zhang nearly wept, lamenting, "Our own Hawaii cinemas are as cold as ice." Even the cleaning staff said tidying up is more lively than watching these films. We, as a Distribution Alliance, should have had the most screenings and the best time slots during the Spring Festival. Yet our cinemas, including Hawaii and China Film, are seeing no audience during this festive period. What are we to do? Mr. Wang's anxiety grew with each word, to the point where he struggled to steady his phone. This was not merely the online commentary. It was real feedback from the cinemas. Online opinion can be manipulated, but the reactions from actual viewers cannot be faked, especially when all cinemas under the Distribution Alliance reported similar issues. He felt as though the sky was falling upon him, his temples pounding and cold sweat forming on his brow. He realized that the overwhelmingly negative comments circulating online might not have been orchestrated by a hired army from the Distribution Alliance, but rather genuine sentiments. Was it possible that the richest man in Shihong City had indeed struck a chord? Had the Distribution Alliance truly suffered a setback? While the Cinema Alliance managed to turn the tables with Wang Congcong's seemingly frivolous film, he hung up the phone, his mind racing as he muttered, "What can I possibly do now? What can I possibly do?" Gazing out at the bustling streets beyond the car window, he felt as if the flickering billboards were mocking him. Promises of assured victory and feigned prosperity crumbled under the weight of reality, which struck him like a heavy blow, shattering his blind confidence into pieces. Just as despair began to engulf him, a thought sparked within him. He quickly turned to the driver, urging, "Hurry, turn around and head to China Film." After issuing the command, he trembled as he began tapping on his phone screen, reaching out to Guangxin and Bona, among other distribution companies. Shortly thereafter, in the upper conference room of China Film, what should have been a jubilant occasion turned somber as several moguls from the Distribution Alliance sat in silence, their faces darkened. They chain-smoked cigars, the smoke coiling around them like a shroud. No one dared to speak. None could have anticipated that a situation they believed to be a guaranteed one would instead result in their defeat. The Cinema Alliance had indeed managed to reclaim their position through Wang Congcong's lighthearted film. What do they do now? Seek reconciliation? However, given the scale of the debacle, even if they were to approach the Cinema Alliance to negotiate, wouldn't they inevitably have to concede to their demands? Would they be able to accept such terms? After this incident, wouldn't the cinema side have them under their thumb? How would they maintain any influence within the entertainment industry moving forward? Contemplating this, Wang, the head of Hawaii, and his three companions shifted their gazes toward the presiding figure, Master San. Master San, at this juncture, you must speak up. If nothing else, could you devise a way for the authorities to mediate? They implored. We cannot continue down this path. If this persists, the entire box office for the Spring Festival will be devoured by the richest man in Shihong City. Our investment from last year would be utterly wasted. If we delay further, we won't even be able to cover our special effects payments. Master San rubbed the rosewood armrest, exhaling a plume of smoke with palpable resignation. Appearing aged beyond his years, he had initially hoped to contribute to China Film before his retirement, aiming for one last term. Who could have predicted that the Cinema Alliance would be so resolute, leading to their downfall? He sighed at this point. Our only recourse is to reach out to the cinema side for reconciliation. What other options do we have? As for the authorities stepping in, you needn't entertain that notion. This mess was instigated by us, and now that we've faltered, we expect them to clean up our mess. Do you think the authorities are mere mediators in a marketplace? Do you believe the cinema side can be easily intimidated? Now, all they could do was hope that the Cinema Alliance would not press too hard or take undue advantage. Otherwise, the resolution of this matter might remain elusive. The others exchanged glances, their expressions steeped in frustration and disbelief. They had not anticipated that, even with China Film at the helm, they would be unable to manage the Cinema Alliance. In this revenue-sharing dispute, the Distribution Alliance had not only failed to secure any gains, but had also lost what little they had. After all the turmoil, they had gained nothing. And the Cinema Alliance now had a legitimate reason to engage in film production. In light of all this, the distribution side was left with no choice but to concede. At that moment, a series of phones on the conference table buzzed simultaneously, causing a wave of unease to wash over the room. They exchanged anxious glances before unlocking their screens. The headlines from various online platforms widened their eyes in shock. The Cinema Alliance's joint statement demands a minimum of 20 revenue sharing for films exceeding $1 billion at the box office. Chapter 67. Unprecedented First-Day Box Office. The content was extensive, but could be distilled into two key points. First, regarding the prior unilateral increase of the revenue-sharing ratio through coercive notifications by the distribution side, which severely undermined market principles. In response to the unreasonable demands from the Distribution Alliance, the Cinema Alliance had now decided to unilaterally require the Distribution Alliance to provide a minimum of 20 revenue share for films surpassing $1 billion at the box office. Otherwise, the Cinema Alliance would cease to screen any film project issued by the Distribution Alliance. Second, due to the Distribution Alliance's blatant disregard for market rules and its monopolistic behavior in imposing sanctions on the cinema side, the latter felt a profound sense of uncertainty regarding industry development. Thus, the Cinema Alliance formally decided to enter the realm of film production, distribution, and artist management within the traditional entertainment sector. Such egregious overreach, exclaimed Wang from Hawaii, his fury ignited as he slammed a cigarette ashtray onto the floor. This humiliating revenue-sharing agreement must never be signed. The distribution side already receives a paltry 43 of box office revenue. Now the cinema side dares to demand that we pay them back? What kind of absurdity is this? If we were to follow through with such an agreement, we would effectively become mere laborers for the cinema side. Before he could finish, the head of Guangxin, Wang, also felt his temper rise. What Xiao Wang said is absolutely correct. Were we not already prepared to humble ourselves before the Cinema Alliance? We will be laying our dignity at their feet. Now they have the audacity to demand we give back to them. Is this not the height of insolence? We expended immense effort and resources to resist and sanction the Cinema Alliance, merely to secure a slight increase in the revenue-sharing ratio. Yet here we stand, having not only failed to improve our terms, but losing even what we already had. I cannot accept this. I simply cannot. Let us go out and see if there is any country where the distribution side receives only 43 of box office revenue and is still expected to pay the cinema side back. It's utterly ludicrous. The head of Bona echoed in agreement, loosening his tie. So be it. We'll confront them head-on during this spring festival. We can't afford to retreat now, regardless of the losses. I refuse to believe that the headquarters will allow us to continue this clash indefinitely. We must stand firm until the end, compelling the higher-ups to intervene forcefully. Surely, this is preferable to sacrificing our core interests. The collective outrage expressed by the crowd seems to have solidified a certain resolve. Meanwhile, the two major state-owned enterprises, China Film Group and Stellar Megamedia, already command the remaining 20 of the cinema market. As the principal instigator of this revenue-sharing dispute, China Film is naturally reluctant to compromise its core interests. Asbona, the veteran, remarked, given that they have already incurred losses during this year's spring festival, it would be better to embrace total loss. They should consider the films released during this spring festival as if they had never invested in them. In the grand scheme of long-term benefits, it is preferable to sacrifice short-term gains. After all, the Cinema Alliance cannot indefinitely refrain from distributing films from the Distribution Alliance, and the headquarters will not permit such an unhealthy competitive model to persist. The longer this stalemate drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for the Distribution Alliance. The five major distribution giants swiftly reached a strategic consensus, determined to stand their ground and absolutely refuse to bow to the Cinema Alliance. They must not enter into any rebate agreements. Thus, during the impasse between the distribution and cinema alliances, time continued to pass. The box office earnings from the first day of The Richest Man in Shihong City were soon tallied. When the staggering figure of 300 million yuan in single-day box office revenue was revealed, the entire film industry erupted in excitement. The moment the cinema executives received this data, their hands trembled ever so slightly. Even seasoned professionals, who have long occupied high positions, could not resist sharing their reflections and insights on social media. After 2 decades in the industry, I have witnessed a domestic film rewrite history for the first time. We owe our gratitude to young Master Wang. Thank you to the audience for their support. We are grateful for the rapid development of the market, and we must especially thank our nation's leaders for their contributions. The instant this post went live, it garnered numerous likes, comments, and shares from peers. In the comments section, colleagues chimed in, some expressing their astonishment. Finally, we no longer have to be overshadowed by Hollywood films. Others jested, this isn't just filmmaking. Young Master Wang has clearly administered a shot of adrenaline to domestic cinema. Throughout my career, I have encountered countless individuals hailed as geniuses in filmmaking. Yet these talents pale in comparison to young Master Wang. The netizens collectively erupted with excitement. They had anticipated that The Richest Man in Shihong City would break records. But they never imagined its first-day box office would be so extraordinary. At this moment, topics related to The Richest Man in Shihong City continued to dominate major social media platforms. Under the trending search term, The Richest Man in Shihong City, first day, 300 million box office, thousands of new comments flooded in every minute. Some unearthed the box office data from 2 years ago for Transformers 3 to draw comparisons, expressing shock. No super IP, no Hollywood special effects. Relying solely on imaginative story and hilariously entertaining plot, it has shattered records by nearly threefold. This is what domestic cinema should embody. With such comparisons, netizens increasingly recognized just how impressive the 300 million first-day box office figure truly was. To put it in perspective, prior to The Richest Man in Shihong City, the highest first-day box office record domestically was held by Transformers 3, which grossed 1 billion yuan 2 years ago. This film, benefiting from summer release, childhood nostalgia, IMAX effects, and major IP advantages, attracted a vast audience. In stark contrast, The Richest Man in Shihong City shared all the characteristics of a failed film. It featured a novice director and a cast of newcomers, lacking any well-known IP. Yet this so-called 3-0 film managed to eclipse a plethora of Hollywood blockbusters and big-budget domestic films, ascending to the pinnacle of domestic cinema records against the odds. If this isn't remarkable, then what is? With such an achievement, numerous state media outlets sprang into action, praising the film across various platforms, proclaiming that the domestic film market had entered a phase of rapid development, with a promising market outlook. The Huaxia Daily could not resist commenting. From The Richest Man in Shihong City, we see the infinite possibilities of domestic cinema, noting that the film's success represents not only a breakthrough in box office figures, but also a spectacular release of potential within the Chinese film market, signifying that the domestic film industry is entering a new phase of high-quality development. CCTV News analyzed in its report, the resurgence of The Richest Man in Shihong City proves that quality content is the core competitive advantage of the market and points the way forward for the future development of domestic films. It also indirectly demonstrated that a film's box office success ultimately hinges on the quality of its content. Even the stock market felt the direct impact. Chapter 68. A bunch of turncoats? The stocks of Huai Brothers and Guangxin, which have been viewed pessimistically due to the failures of Spring Festival films, surged dramatically following the announcement of The Richest Man in Shihong City's first-day box office of 300 million. As trading commenced, stockholders gazed at the ascendant curve on the big screen, erupting in exclamations of astonishment. A seasoned investor remarked incredulously, "This is the first time I've seen a film capable of driving the entire film sector upward." Wang Congcong's maneuvering is akin to turning stone into gold. They could hardly fathom what would happen if Puchong Media were already publicly listed. The stock price would surely skyrocket. This is not mere speculation. Considering Huai Brothers and Guangxin's disastrous performance during the Spring Festival, their stock prices should logically have declined. Yet, due to the phenomenal performance of The Richest Man in Shihong City, the entire film market surged. Huai Brothers and Guangxin were thus buoyed by the extraordinary 300 million first-day box office of The Richest Man in Shihong City. If such indirect elevation is impressive, a direct uplift would surely lead to the most conservative estimates predicting a limit up. It can be said that, at this moment, many investors wished to purchase shares of Puchong Media or Wanda Group, but unfortunately, the Wang family has no publicly listed companies. The leading commercial real estate enterprise in the country has yet to find a single listed entity. This is also one of the main reasons why, despite being the wealthiest individual in Huaxia, Wang's personal wealth remains unquantifiable because the Wang family simply does not possess publicly traded assets. What could one possibly quantify? Furthermore, on the second day of the new year, the richest man in Shihong City set a record with $3.2 billion in box office revenue. On the third day, it experienced a slight drop, grossing $2.8 billion. By the fourth day, it shattered the $10 billion box office milestone, rendering all other films released during the same period as mere fodder. This year's Spring Festival was a true embodiment of the winner-takes-all principle. As the richest man in Shihong City surpassed the 10 billion threshold on the fourth day, Huai Brothers and both Na's distribution companies finally began to buckle under the pressure. After much deliberation, Huai's general manager Wang could no longer resist and covertly called the cinema operators. Prior to this, he had gathered Huai's senior executives at a high-level meeting to meticulously examine the cinema operators' proposal for a rebate agreement for films grossing over $1 billion. In simple terms, this agreement stipulated a 2 rebate for the distribution side for films surpassing the $1 billion box office, while maintaining the existing ratio for films below that threshold. Although this agreement may appear somewhat oppressive, when one considers the years that Huai Brothers has been entrenched in the film industry, having invested in and distributed numerous films, the actual number of profitable films that can meet the rebate requirements is exceedingly few. For instance, in 2010, the film Aftershock amassed an impressive 6 billion yuan. In 2011, If You Were the One, 2 garnered 7 billion yuan. The following year, Chinese Zodiac achieved 8 billion yuan. In 2013, Personal Tailor brought in 700 million yuan. These films are the hallmark productions of Huai Brothers, and while they have proven to be lucrative ventures, one must ask which of these films has surpassed the billion yuan box office milestone? It seems that the sole film to have crossed the billion yuan threshold during Huai's development is the collaboration with Stephen Chow, Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons. Intriguingly, this film was primarily guided by Chow himself. The irony lies in the fact that Huai, despite having their only billion yuan box office film, failed to maintain a fruitful relationship with Chow following its release. The circumstances were rather straightforward. During the initial phase of their collaboration, both parties had reached a verbal agreement stipulating that if Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons exceeded 500 million yuan at the box office, Huai would owe Chow additional royalties, 100,000 yuan for every 10 million yuan increase in box office revenue. However, upon the film's release, it exceeded expectations, achieving a staggering 248 billion yuan. Logically, Huai should have paid Chow 1 million yuan in royalties, but they refused to do so, citing the lack of a legally binding agreement due to an unsigned supplementary document. Consequently, unless Chow were to act irrationally, it is highly unlikely that he would consider collaborating with Huai again. Thus, it can be concluded that for Huai, producing films that surpass the billion yuan box office mark is akin to an insurmountable challenge. The proposed billion yuan box office revenue sharing rebate agreement from the cinema operators would have no bearing on Huai, although some executives had expressed dissent at the time, citing the rapid development of the domestic film market, such as the currently screening Dying to Survive, which experts estimate may surpass 3 billion yuan at the box office. CEO Wang of Huai remained skeptical, believing that replicating such success would be exceedingly difficult. He did not envision Huai casually producing multiple films that could achieve billion yuan box office status. The proposed billion yuan box office revenue sharing rebate agreement held no significance for Huai, as the future market development remains uncertain. Market growth is not guaranteed year over year. It is a variable landscape. In light of this unpredictability, immediate interests take precedence over nebulous future prospects. As for his previous indignation at the distribution alliance, one might as well disregard it. Before long, the call was connected, and CEO Wang of Huai quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi? It's me. It's Wang from Huai. No waities, no waities. With the new year upon us, we are all in the same industry, and there is no need to let our relationship become so strained. How about this? Regarding the proposed billion yuan box office revenue sharing rebate agreement, Huai is in agreement. However, could we possibly adjust the rebate ratio to 1? If that is not feasible, 1.5 would suffice." Huai, after all, is the first to concede. Before he could finish, laughter erupted from the other end of the line. "Mr. Wang, to be frank, I have no desire to conceal the truth from you. You are now in a position to sign or not. But Guangxian and Bo have already beaten you to it and signed a rebate agreement with the cinema operators. Their films are now integrated into the Cinema Alliance and are adjusting their screening schedules. So, Huai is not the first to concede." CEO Wang of Huai was momentarily stunned, nearly losing his breath in disbelief. "What did you say? Guangxian and Bo have already capitulated? They signed a contract? How could they do this? A bunch of traitors. They were so indignant before, vowing never to sign such a humiliating agreement. Just a few days after the Spring Festival, and they've already bowed down? As he vented his frustration, he simultaneously softened his stance. All right, I'll sign. 2 is acceptable. I kindly ask, mister, you to take care of our films and provide us with as many screenings as possible. The rest of the matters can be easily resolved. Perhaps, mister, you could spare some time for a private chat? Mr. Yi, on the other hand, remained silent for a moment. Despite his seemingly superior position in the distribution realm, he found himself at a crossroads, facing a dire situation. The higher the box office for dying to survive, the greater Wang Congcong's influence would grow within the Wanda Group. It was becoming increasingly clear that Wang Congcong's succession as the heir to the group was all but assured. At this juncture, if Mr. He did not seek alternative paths, he risked losing his position as the general manager of the cinema chain. Furthermore, he did not believe that alienating Wang Congcong, a qualified heir, would bode well for his future within the Wanda Group. He was now compelled to seek new opportunities within the domestic entertainment industry. Only a few entities could support Yi's aspirations. As the leading private entertainment company, with a market value of 60 billion yuan, Huayi was his primary choice. With this in mind, he did not decline CEO Wang's invitation, instead adopting a more accommodating tone. Of course, I will certainly keep Mr. Wang's suggestions in mind. How about this? If you have time, let us meet tonight for a chat. Although CEO Wang found Mr. Yi's sudden change in demeanor puzzling, he had expected Yi to be more arrogant at this moment. He quickly seized the opportunity to respond. No problem. Since Mr. Yi has invited me, even if I have something on, I must attend. Let us meet tonight. I'll arrange the location. As time passed, the entire distribution alliance, with the exception of China Film and Xingmei, succumbed to the pressures and signed the billion yuan box office revenue sharing rebate agreement with the Cinema Alliance. The state-owned enterprises, true to form, wasted no time after the new year. The National Film Special Fund Committee officially issued industry guidelines regarding this matter. They unequivocally declared that the disputes between distribution and cinema operators concerning box office revenue sharing were baseless and detrimental to the orderly development of the market. The revenue sharing ratio would remain unchanged at 43-57 distribution, cinema. Additionally, the Film Special Fund Committee established a dedicated fund to support high-quality domestic films, providing subsidies to producers of successful domestic films and returning a portion of the special film funds to cinemas with a high proportion of domestic film screenings, thereby indirectly balancing the interests of both parties. On the same day, the personnel department of China Film underwent a significant change, with the third master stepping back from the forefront and a new chairman ascending to the position. The moment these series of announcements were made, netizens were momentarily shocked, but quickly became engrossed in even more sensational news. First and foremost, the box office of The Richest Man in Shihong City has triumphantly surpassed 2 billion, propelling this topic to the top of trending searches. This news was, in many ways, anticipated by the online community, yet it still took them by surprise. While it was widely believed that the film would shatter the 2 billion mark, the swiftness of its success was unexpected. Both the male and female leads, Shun Teng and Yang Mi, reaped the rewards of this cinematic endeavor almost immediately. Shin Teng's personal online account witnessed an astonishing surge in followers, skyrocketing from several hundred thousand to millions in the span of a single spring festival. Many of his longtime fans expressed their astonishment in the comments, remarking, "How impressive. You've really made a name for yourself. Before long, you might just be the first male lead in the country to have a single film surpass 3 billion. Enthusiastic fans also bombarded Shun Teng with inquiries about Wang Duoyu, the next film from Puchong Media, eagerly asking when production would commence, especially now that the New Year celebrations were nearly concluded. In contrast, the fervor surrounding Yang Mi's fans, known affectionately as Little Bees, was even more frenzied. Her comment section was filled with promotional images celebrating her as the leading lady of a film that had achieved a 30 billion box office milestone. The Little Bees had creatively edited an image of Yang Mi, adorned with a crown, seated atop a mountain of renminbi. Their emotions were a blend of pride and bewilderment, as they believed their sister's success was solely the result of her relentless hard work and determination. Yet, they could not deny the prowess of Wang Congcong, with seemingly minimal effort, had propelled their sister to the pinnacle of box office glory. Just how remarkable was this achievement? It could easily be said that she ranks at the top among domestic actresses, surpassing even the most prominent stars. If anyone disagreed, they were challenged to star in a film that grossed 30 billion. If they could not, they were advised to refrain from complaining. Beyond the leading duo, the actors portraying the characters of Wulong and Fengshu also enjoyed a significant boost in visibility. However, their comment sections were largely filled with memes rather than substantive discussions. just as the audience was still reeling from the miraculous box office numbers of The Richest Man in Shihong City. The trending topic of today, as headline, achieving over 10 million registered users, suddenly ascended to the top of search rankings. The public was once again astounded, pondering the rapid development of this investment by Wang Congcong. Some netizens expressed their confusion, asking, what does having a million users signify? In response, a user with the ID Internet Observer promptly elaborated in an extensive comment. What does a million users mean? It signifies that today, as headlines information flow, is formidable. Even more astonishing is the user retention of today as headline, which cannot be compared to platforms like Weibo. I've only just begun to grasp the brilliance of their recommendation algorithm, which seems to predict what users wish to see next. Though the analysis was intricate and difficult for most netizens to fully comprehend, they grasped the ultimate conclusion, based on capital market feedback. The market valuation of today as headline had reached $60 million. This revelation caused many to draw in sharp breath, increasingly believing that The Richest Man in Shihong City was not merely a film, but a vivid reflection of Wang Congcong's real life. Wang Congcong had evidently reached a level of wealth where his spending knew no bounds. How recently had today as headline been launched? Merely half a month ago. Following Wang Congcong's marketing maneuvering, what had begun as an obscure app had rapidly transformed into one valued at $60 million. Converting this to renminbi equates to over 400 million. According to business registration information, Wang Congcong held nearly 25 of today as headline shares, amounting to around 100 million. Some lazy netizens even pinned posts asking, can anyone tell me how much money Wang Congcong has secretly made behind our backs? It was common knowledge that typical angel round investments for companies were only several million, suggesting that today as headlines angel round likely reflected similar figures. In other words, Wang Congcong had invested a few million and within a mere fortnight had reaped over 10 times that amount in profits. The most crucial point was that once an internet app gained traction, achieving tens of billions or even hundreds of billions was entirely feasible. It's possible that today as headline could become the next Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent in the country, an unpredictable prospect. Financial influencer Capital Hunter even revealed in the comments, there are numerous investors eager to back today as headline. Everyone is waiting for it to officially commence fundraising. Just as discussions among netizens were heating up, the corporate registration information for ByteDance subtly changed, with Wang Congcong's shareholding increasing from 25 to 35 following an internal A-round financing. This slight alteration did not escape the keen eyes of netizens, who quickly took note. Soon, the phrase today as headline has seemingly completed its A-round financing surged to the top of trending topics as well. The comments section was buzzing with excitement, filled with inquiries such as, how much has Wang Congcong invested this time? Why would the founder of today as headline allow Wang Congcong to invest again and increase his shareholding? Netizen Gossip Frontline posed a provocative question. Is Wang Congcong making movies to gain fans, to accumulate wealth, to attract romantic interests, or merely for leisure? This isn't just filmmaking. It's clearly a showcase of his privileged life, with soaring box office numbers, an expanding fan base, rising stock values, and an increasing number of girlfriends. If Wang Congcong continues on this trajectory, he might one day find himself at the pinnacle alongside his wealthy father. Chapter 70. Wanda Film Industry? As the new year slowly passed, Wanda Group commenced its annual traditional ritual, the kickoff meeting, focused on determining the strategic priorities for the year ahead. While many of the group's strategies have been pre-established, the specifics of their implementation required thorough examination. Thus, this kickoff meeting was particularly significant, attended exclusively by Wanda's core executives and board members. At that moment, the top-tier conference room of Wanda Group was gradually filling with numerous executives, including the general manager of Wanda Cinemas, Yi Ning. It could be said that everyone was engaging in pleasantries and exchanging New Year greetings. Yet Yi Ning sat in the corner, largely ignored. The glances cast toward him were tinged with barely concealed mockery. After all, whether Yi Ning would remain with Wanda Group post-meeting was uncertain, and he would no longer have the privilege to sit at the same table as the others after today. Under such circumstances, who would bother to exchange pleasantries with Yi Ning? As casual conversations flowed, a steady sound of footsteps echoed from outside the conference room. The footsteps approached steadily, resembling the precise ticking of a second hand against the floor. The previously buzzing conference room fell silent in an instant. Everyone instinctively straightened their spines, their gazes turning toward the entrance. Soon, the familiar silhouette of Wang Congcong appeared before their eyes, prompting all the executives and board members to rise promptly. The finance director, sitting at the front, even went so far as to pull out a chair for Wang Congcong, facilitating his entrance. Young Master Wang, how is it that you've come alone? Whereas your father? Did he not accompany you? Wang Congcong naturally noticed the attitude of the executives towards him, particularly the chief financial officer, who had unconsciously shifted from addressing him as young Master Wang to Manager Wang. It seemed these individuals were quite adept at discerning the situation and were concerned about their own positions. He did not stand on ceremony and simply took a seat. Oh, he went to the restroom. He will be here shortly. With that said, Wang Congcong cast a glance around the room. Please, everyone, take a seat. No need for such formality. This isn't my first time attending a high-level meeting at Wanda. I didn't see you all being this courteous last time. This subtly pointed remark sent a chill down the spines of the executives and board members, causing beads of cold sweat to form at the nape of their necks. Had Wang Congcong not followed it up with a reassuring comment, they would have truly been at a loss as to how to proceed. As seasoned veterans of the business world, they quickly grasped Wang Congcong's underlying message. He had taken note of previous events. However, since they were first-time offenders, he was willing to overlook those past transgressions, allowing them to remain in their current positions. Should there be a next time, if they failed to recognize the prevailing circumstances, they might very well find themselves without seats beneath them. At this moment, the executives at Wanda felt fortunate they had not acted as impulsively as Yining, nor had they rushed to prove themselves. Otherwise, their future at Wanda would have been in jeopardy. Previously, before Wang Congcong had established himself to Wang Shoufu, he was merely an heir with succession rights. Whether he could truly take the helm of the Wanda Group depended on his capabilities. Now, with his investment in Jean Rituccio recently soaring to a valuation of $60 million, financial experts had commented that it could become the next bat-level internet company in the country. Furthermore, he had successfully navigated through the numerous obstacles created by Wanda's executives, resolving the revenue-sharing disputes without incurring any costs and compelling companies like Huai, Guangxian, and Bona to sign box office rebate agreements with the cinemas. Coupled with the anticipated box office success of The Richest Man in Shihong City, expected to reach $3 billion. Every single one of these achievements could stand alone as a testament to his abilities. Now, all these remarkable accomplishments were concentrated on Wang Congcong, making it conceivable that Wang Shoufu, in his youth, may not have been as formidable as Wang Congcong is today. In the past, even as the heir to the Wanda Group, Wang Congcong lacked the authority to determine the fates of the executives and board members. Now, however, there was no one more suitable than Wang Congcong to succeed the Wanda Group, both in terms of capability and lineage. It was now indisputable who would steer Wanda's future. If one still failed to perceive the situation clearly, they might as well resign and leave, rather than linger in Wanda. At this juncture, Wang Congcong truly embodied the essence of the Wanda heir. As the atmosphere settled, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, prepared to take their seats when a steady sound of footsteps echoed from outside the conference room, causing their movements to freeze mid-air as they turned to the entrance. Wang Shoufu entered the conference room, and the crowd hurriedly greeted him with, "Hello, Manager Wang." He nodded and quickly took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for everyone to sit. "Please, no need for these formalities. We have quite a bit to discuss in today's meeting, so let us not waste time." Upon hearing this, the executives promptly took their seats, some opening notebooks, others booting up laptops, all waiting for Wang Shoufu to speak first. Wang Shoufu, however, took his time, leisurely unscrewing his teacup and savoring a sip of tea amidst the rising steam. Yet, his gaze deliberately scanned the area where Yining was seated. He had been assessing whether Wang Congcong possessed the capability to manage the vast Wanda Group. If Wang Congcong proved to be incapable, then someone like Yining, a competent professional manager, would be his focus for development. Conversely, if Wang Congcong demonstrated potential, then he would need to rein in these individuals. There were many in the Wanda Group with their own agendas, not just Yining. Today marked the beginning of his formal efforts to pave the way for his son. If these individuals were willing to assist Wang Congcong in managing the entire Wanda Group, all would remain harmonious. If not, they should vacate their positions promptly so others could be trained. Having resolved to cultivate Wang Congcong as his successor, Wang Shoufu's gaze towards Yining unconsciously gleamed with coldness. He withdrew his gaze, gently placing the teacup down, and spoke, "Recent disputes over revenue sharing have made it clear that the Wanda Group must establish its own film production company. Previously, I found it cumbersome and lacked the time, but given the lessons learned from past experiences, we cannot allow similar issues to recur. The group has decided to allocate $5 billion in funds to establish Wanda Film. Additionally, the internal Wanda Cinemas will be integrated into Wanda Film, and Putzing Media will also be acquired by Wanda Film. There will be a series of personnel adjustments within the group. Firstly, Wang Congcong will assume the position of chairman of the board of Wanda Film, preparing for the eventual spin-off and public listing. If anyone has thoughts on this, please feel free to express them. Chapter 71. Yining is out. Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, internally acknowledging that the price Wang Shoufu was willing to pay for nurturing a successor was indeed substantial. Do not be misled by the mere allocation of 5 billion. In reality, this includes funds from the Wanda Cinemas accounts set to be integrated, as well as the unrecovered box office shares from Putzing Media. When all these financial resources are combined, the liquidity available to Wanda Film, or rather to Wang Congcong, could exceed 10 billion. This son is indeed his son, after all. If an ordinary executive were in Wang Congcong's position, they would require preliminary approval from the finance department, even for amounts exceeding 100 million. This would then be escalated for further review by higher management to ensure the decisions were reasonable and scientifically sound. Finally, approvals would be secured from the group's general manager or CFO, along with necessary documentation. Through these procedures and the collaboration of multiple departments, one could legally access the approved funds. Yet, Wang Shoufu had immediately placed Wang Congcong at the helm of Wanda Film, effectively granting him direct access to 10 billion as a trial run. Should Wanda Film succeed, it would naturally usher in the era of Wang Congcong's leadership at Wanda Group. While they were pondering this, they also caught the underlying implication of Wang Shoufu's earlier remarks regarding personnel changes at the subsidiary Wanda Film. Realizing this, the Wanda executives couldn't help but glance sympathetically at Yining. It is evident that Wang Shoufu is employing a strategy to instill caution among his subordinates. And the chief financial officer of the group was the quickest to respond. He promptly interjected, "Mr. Wang's proposal is indeed far-sighted. Given the previous disputes regarding profit sharing, it is imperative for Wanda Group to establish its own film production company. As for the allocation of funds and the suggestion of appointing young Master Wang as the chairperson of the subsidiaries board, I see no issues whatsoever. With young Master Wang's remarkable talent, his understanding of the entertainment industry, his adept management of today's headlines, and the brilliance of the box office rebate agreement, each of these aspects sufficiently demonstrates that he is the unequivocal choice to lead Wanda Film Industry. I firmly believe that under young Master Wang's leadership, Wanda Film Industry will undoubtedly surpass all other film companies in the industry. Mr. Wang's recent suggestion is nothing short of perfection." The CFO first showered flattery to establish his position before aligning himself with the underlying implications of Wang Shoufu's remarks. He paused momentarily, his tone taking on a more playful nuance. "However, I personally have a minor suggestion regarding the personnel changes within the newly established Wanda Film Industry. Given the recent series of disagreements between General Manager Yi Ning and young Master Wang concerning the company's development, I find myself contemplating whether, once Wanda Film Industry integrates Wanda Cinemas, General Manager Yi Ning will be able to adequately support young Master Wang. Will the two of them be able to achieve harmonious collaboration in their work? Will Yi Ning be able to grasp young Master Wang's forward-thinking strategies and insights for the development of the entertainment sector? The position of General Manager is undeniably crucial in the soon-to-be-established Wanda Film Industry, essentially serving as the second-in-command of the subsidiary. If the top two executives of a new company hold divergent opinions and cannot achieve alignment regarding the company's developmental direction, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow to the nascent Wanda Film Industry. I personally suggest that we consider allowing General Yi to take a temporary respite or perhaps reassess his role. The responsibilities of the general manager could easily be managed by several vice presidents in the cinema division. Alternatively, if young Master Wang has individuals he values highly, it would not be amiss for him to make his own decisions. Upon hearing this, the other executives at Wanda Group finally seized the opportunity to realign themselves, echoing in agreement. Indeed, what the God of Wealth says is absolutely correct. In the structural framework of the new company, a unified decision-making philosophy is of paramount importance. He cast a knowing glance at Yi Ning. General Yi recently found himself at odds with young Master Wang over the tiered box office profit sharing, which clearly indicates that he may struggle to align with young Master Wang in the industry's development. As the God of Wealth mentioned, if the top two executives of a new company cannot find common ground, Wanda Film Industry may very well encounter unnecessary detours in its growth. My perspective aligns with that of the God of Wealth. Perhaps we should consider replacing the individual who will work alongside young Master Wang? Absolutely. The director of the group's investment department suddenly slammed his tablet down, directing a pointed gaze at Yi Ning. General Yi advocates for a conservative approach, relying on the old formulas of the entertainment industry: large casts, hefty investments, prominent IPs, established directors, and seasoned film teams. Yet, this is the very path all film companies are following. If Wanda intends to outshine established entertainment giants like Huai, Guangying, and China Film, we cannot tread the same old path. If we continue to trail behind them, what prospects for growth remain? The film industry is in a state of constant flux. We may be aging, but young Master Wang's innovative thinking, youthful perspective, and unique insights into the entertainment sector are the keys to Wanda film industry's breakthrough. Consider the film The Richest Man in Shihong City. Many perceived it as a trivial endeavor, believing it was merely young Master Wang's ploy to woo women. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would overcome numerous internal obstacles to produce a film that achieved such monumental success? Over $3 billion at the box office is a foregone conclusion. From investment return perspective, a film with a mere $40 million investment has yielded profits in the billions. This figure pertains solely to the domestic market. The box office revenues and rights in Southeast Asia, South Korea, Japan, and other Asian countries have yet to be accounted for. Most importantly, The Richest Man in Shihong City is more than just a film. It serves as an advertisement. Wanda headlines and Wanda hotels have undoubtedly benefited from the exposure brought by this film. During the new year, the head of the hotel services department even casually mentioned to me that many customers, even those who could not afford to stay at Wanda hotels, would specifically inquire at the front desk, "Is it true that the presidential suite costs $40,000 per night?" Currently, Wanda has yet to venture into overseas markets. Otherwise, with just the film The Richest Man in Shihong City, we could have established a significant influence abroad. The director of the investment department's remarks immediately sparked a wave of agreement, with everyone concurring that General Yining was no longer suitable for the role of general manager. As they continued to speak, their gazes shifted toward Yining's position. Chapter 72, Going Abroad? Listening to the chorus of criticism directed at him, Yining felt as though his heart had turned to ash. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning pale. He had joined Wanda Group in 2002 as the general manager of the development department, tasked with expanding the business of Wanda's commercial real estate. At that time, Wanda Group was actively transitioning its strategy towards commercial real estate. During his 6-year tenure, he led his team in expanding the company's reach, laying a solid foundation for Wanda Group to become the largest commercial real estate enterprise in the country and the top commercial real estate brand domestically. In 2008, the group's cinema business officially became a core focus, and upon Mr. Wang's appointment, he transitioned to the Wanda Cinemas department as general manager, tasked with expanding the group's cinema operations. After taking office, he initiated the restructuring of Wanda Cinema's operational system, advancing the standardization of cinema construction, management, and services. Under his leadership, in 2010 and 2012, Wanda Cinemas won the highest honors in the film screening industry, namely the Exhibitor of the Year award at the Asia-Pacific Film Festival, Cine Asia. It is fair to say that no one within Wanda Group can overlook his contributions. He had anticipated that, amid the intensifying profit-sharing disputes between cinemas and distribution, he would seamlessly ascend to the CEO of Wanda Film Industry, becoming a significant figure within the group, wielding considerable power. However, he never expected that everything would unfold as he envisioned, save for the emergence of Wang Congcong, who shattered all his expectations. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Shoufu's somber voice echoed in his ears. "Yining, personnel changes within the group are a normal occurrence. Do not overthink it. Since everyone believes you are unable to collaborate with Wang Congcong, then you should take a break for a while. Once the group has deliberated on the specifics, we will decide your new position." Yining, upon hearing this, was jolted awake and abruptly turned his gaze towards Wang Shoufu, the esteemed leader seated at the head of the table. He yearned to voice his thoughts, yet he understood that this was the price he had to pay for offending the prince. It was a necessary sacrifice, a proverbial chicken offered to appease the gods. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of Wang Xiaofu's character. The man was not one to speak falsely. The expansive Wanda Group could surely accommodate him. However, the prospect of reclaiming a core position within the organization seemed nearly impossible, unless, by some stroke of fate, Wang Congcong chose to overlook past grievances and reinstate him. He would remain relegated to leading some peripheral departments for the duration of his tenure at Wanda. With a deep breath, he surveyed the faces of the executives who had once fought alongside him. Memories surged forth, evoking a sense of nostalgia as he reflected on his journey within Wanda. Retracting his gaze, he sighed heavily, recalibrating his mindset before addressing Wang Shoufu once more. "Mr. Wang, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance over the years." His voice resonated with clarity in the otherwise silent conference room, suggesting he had resolved upon a significant decision. He rose, bowing deeply towards Wang Shoufu. "You know me well. I have always been one to accept the outcomes of my bets. Regarding the previous disputes over the tiered box office revenue sharing, I concede my defeat with humility. Your talent, Mr. Wang, and your foresight in the entertainment industry far surpass my own. While I am disheartened, I also find a measure of joy in this realization. I cannot remain idle. If you insist that I rest, it would be akin to sentencing me to death. At this juncture, He straightened his posture and cast one last glance at Wang Shoufu. I shall promptly submit my resignation to the HR department. With those words, Yining exited the conference room, leaving behind an air of solemnity. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded until the heavy soundproof door closed with a definitive thud. Only then did Wang Shoufu allow himself a fleeting glance at the door, uttering not a word. Wang Shoufu too wished for Yining to stay. He recognized the man's exceptional talent and the significant investment he had made in his development as a professional manager. Yet sometimes, the world operates beyond notions of right and wrong. Unavoidable sacrifices must be made. This was the price of the group's growth, as well as Wang Congcong's evolution. He diverted his gaze back to Yining's now vacant chair and sighed deeply, steering the conversation back to the pressing matters of the group's development. Well, since Yining has resolved to submit his resignation, we cannot allow the position of general manager of the cinema chain to remain vacant. The cinema division still has 4 vice presidents. Who will step into the role is a matter for Wanda Film to decide internally. The high-ranking executives, upon hearing this, expressed no dissent. Soon, the meeting transitioned to the second agenda item, one of immense importance since the establishment of Wanda, with the potential to determine the company's fate and future direction. This topic had been a point of contention for quite some time, remaining unresolved. Fortunately, both the new generation and the old guard of decision-makers were present. One executive seized the opportunity to bring up the topic, Mr. Wang. Regarding the issue of Wanda's expansion overseas, there has been persistent debate within the group. The proposal for international development has been delayed repeatedly. However, this issue can no longer be postponed. Given Wanda's current industrial layout domestically, we find ourselves devoid of any growth prospects. If we wish to continue our trajectory, our only option is to venture abroad, transforming Wanda into a world-class commercial brand akin to Walmart or Disney. Furthermore, as a company of Wanda's stature, mitigating operational risks through global diversification is essential. Whether it be to hedge against economic cycles, avoid putting all our eggs in one basket, or reduce systemic risks stemming from fluctuations in a single country's economy, the need is clear. Additionally, in alignment with national policies that encourage enterprises to globally allocate resources, Wanda's international expansion is a strategic move in harmony with the country's broader objectives. The executives proceeded to analyze the situation, concluding that Wanda had reached a critical juncture necessitating a strategic transformation from a domestic giant to a globally recognized enterprise. In the short term, international expansion would facilitate resource acquisition and mitigate risks associated with a singular economic entity. In the long run, building a global brand influence was imperative for Wanda's evolution from the largest in China to a world-class entity, a necessary endeavor to establish Wanda as a centennial enterprise. As Chapter 73 unfolded, Wang Congcong found himself confronted with a complete denial of these proposals. Listening intently to the well-reasoned analyses from Wanda's executives, his brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Their arguments mirrored the past strategies of Wanda, advocating for an overseas expansion led by cultural entertainment. The plan was to center on the film industry chain, acquiring American entities such as AMC Theaters and Legendary Pictures, alongside European cinema chains like Odeon UCI, to construct the world's largest cinema network. The intention was to leverage films and sports events as conduits for cultural export, simultaneously enhancing Wanda's influence and recognition abroad. Additionally, high-end real estate investments in first-tier cities across the U.S. and Europe were to be pursued, replicating the successful domestic business model. What was particularly alarming was that this entire series of financial maneuvers relied heavily on high-leverage acquisitions and domestic bank financing. Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? A single misstep could lead to accusations of asset transfer, a label that would spell doom for Wanda. Wang Congcong recalled that in the years to come, domestic regulations regarding overseas investments would tighten, especially in non-core sectors such as real estate and entertainment, making them prime targets for scrutiny. He was unwilling to let Wanda tread the perilous path of the past, relying solely on the liquidation of assets to fill the corporate void. In summary, the proposed overseas strategy for Wanda entailed 1. Reproducing the domestic buy-by development strategy, and 2. Focusing on entering mature and developed markets, such as Europe and the United States, as strategic objectives. Both of these approaches were destined for failure. The replication of the domestic strategy, with its heavy asset layout, lacked the resilience to withstand risks and was susceptible to domestic policy influences, an entirely unviable development strategy. As for targeting mature markets like Europe and the U.S., this was fundamentally misguided. The geopolitical tensions between China and the U.S. would inevitably impact Wanda's operations in these regions. Should they heed the executive's counsel and pursue a heavy asset overseas expansion strategy, predominantly targeting Western markets. Wanda would be doomed. Wang Congcong could not allow such a scenario to unfold, nor could he permit Wanda to repeat the mistakes of the past. He would not stand by and watch his father wither away due to the failures of an overseas venture. This was a task Wang Congcong had to undertake since his rebirth. With these thoughts in mind, he wrapped his fingers decisively on the conference table. The domestic market is experiencing a slowdown in growth, and competition within the real estate sector has intensified to a fever pitch. Wanda has reached its zenith within the domestic sphere, making this an opportune moment to expand overseas and seize a golden opportunity in the international market. The general manager of the group's Strategic Research Office and Investment Development Department passionately articulated the necessity for Wanda's international expansion. In the conference room, the incessant sound of pages turning and the myriad data charts displayed on the projection screen collectively underscored the imperative for Wanda to venture abroad. Even Wang Shoufu, upon hearing the industry data presented by the senior executives, nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin, recognizing that after years of solidifying its foundation domestically, it is indeed time for Wanda to explore foreign territories. However, this harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden and jarring series of knocks. All present ceased their analyses and turned their attention to Wang Congcong, seated beside the main speaker. It dawned on everyone that this recently acknowledged heir might have something to contribute. Even Wang Shoufu instinctively glanced at Wang Congcong, gently prompting, "If you have something to say, please do so directly. The future of Wanda Group will eventually rest in your hands, but in the realm of real estate, it is essential to maintain a degree of humility. The individuals present have witnessed Wanda's growth and possess insights that far exceed those of a newcomer like you. You are welcome to share your thoughts, but they must be accompanied by persuasive reasoning. One cannot rely solely on their status to voice unfounded objections." Wang Congcong nodded, surveying the esteemed executives in the conference room. "I actually harbor no significant objections to the proposal of Wanda's international expansion. However, I do have my own perspectives on how Wanda should navigate this venture. My inquiry is not about other matters, as you are all elites in the real estate sector, possessing insights that greatly surpass my own as a newcomer. What I wish to understand is how we can ensure that the relationship between China and the United States remains as amicable as it currently is. Should geopolitical tensions arise between the two nations, how will Wanda retrieve its investments in the United States? If the government tightens regulations on foreign investments, how will Wanda manage its financial liquidity in a structured manner? Everyone is aware that economic growth relies on market demand, which serves as the driving force behind economic expansion. The domestic real estate sector has developed at a remarkable pace, nurturing numerous commercial real estate giants, including Wanda. However, we must not forget that even the most prosperous markets may eventually experience a downturn. The evolution of the market and the economy hinges on demand, but political stability is of paramount importance. Wang Congcong elaborated on potential policy risks and regulatory tightening, financial pressures on Wanda, and the looming specter of high debt. He also addressed the cultural conflicts between China and the United States, the perils of failed integration, and the repercussions of shifting global dynamics and strategic misjudgments. Systematically dismantling the heavy asset deployment strategy and the focus on the European and American markets proposed by the senior executives of Wanda naturally, the executives were not pleased. The head of the Strategic Development Department immediately retorted, "According to your perspective, does this mean that Wanda must remain confined within China's borders? Must we resign ourselves to never becoming a globally recognized enterprise? Should we simply rest on our laurels and relinquish the future, abandoning the most developed markets of Europe and America? I cannot comprehend your viewpoint. Corporate investment inherently carries risks, and I acknowledge that the concerns you raised may indeed materialize. Yet, are you not being excessively cautious? Have you considered that if Wanda's investments succeed, it could ascend from being a Chinese enterprise to a globally renowned company? The disparity between these two outcomes represents a monumental difference in potential value. In my opinion, Wanda's successful business model could be adapted for overseas markets and still thrive. The United States is an open and free nation, teeming with foreign investors. Why should our Chinese enterprises be adversely affected by geopolitical dynamics?" To support this assertion, the head of the Strategic Development Department presented a plethora of investment data. According to publicly available information from the U.S. Department of Commerce, overseas investments accounted for 18.6% of the total U.S. economy. It is evident that the U.S. is fundamentally a market characterized by openness. Wang Congcong's apprehensions appeared overly cautious and somewhat unnecessary. Even Wang Shoufu was swayed by the array of data provided by the group's senior executives. Although Wang Congcong had articulated a series of future concerns, as the saying goes, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it." If there were no risks in business development, wouldn't it simply be a matter of collecting money? Risks often accompany relative benefits, as long as the potential rewards post-success are substantial enough. The risks faced by Wanda could be rendered negligible. Without this indomitable spirit, Wanda would not have achieved its current stature. Just as Wang Shoufu was poised to officially confirm the group's intentions for international expansion, Wang Congcong interrupted once more. I am not negating Wanda's international ambitions. Rather, I am questioning the strategy devised for this expansion. I believe that instead of the traditional heavy asset approach characterized by buying, Wanda could entirely explore a light asset model for its overseas ventures. This is not mere fanciful speculation. It is a model that Wanda would ultimately adopt after incurring substantial losses overseas in the future. In later years, after China imposed stricter foreign exchange controls and restricted investments in real estate and entertainment, Wanda divested all heavy asset investments abroad while retaining only a zero capital output light asset model. In essence, the light asset overseas expansion model entails that local asset holders or influential figures in the region would manage investments in real estate development, while Wanda would solely focus on brand operation, daily management, and attracting investments. Wanda would not hold any shares in overseas enterprises, instead operating purely as a brand manager, collecting brand licensing fees and basic management fees, typically around 10 to 20 of gross profits. To put it simply, Wanda would serve as the brand operator, akin to a white label entity. Whenever there are local interests in entering the hotel or real estate sectors, Wanda can provide a comprehensive suite of services, ensuring that once the hotel and real estate projects are completed, all subsequent processes are managed seamlessly, allowing the local partners to simply await their returns. Consequently, apart from the name Wanda attached to the hotel, everything else would not belong to Wanda. This approach would enable Wanda to circumvent capital controls and the impacts of geopolitical tensions, significantly mitigating risk while swiftly enhancing the brand's influence overseas. The sole drawback of this light asset model is that Wanda's profitability abroad would entirely hinge on the operational efficiency of the hotels, and the timeline for achieving global brand recognition would undoubtedly be extended. Moreover, it may appear that Wanda is incurring substantial losses, as the company would handle all aspects of the operations without holding equity, only obtaining 10 to 20 of the gross profits from the foreign enterprises. Isn't this a rather unfortunate predicament? It is akin to a scenario where, after prolonged service, you find yourself feeling uncomfortable and compelled to seek employment elsewhere. You have single-handedly managed all aspects of the company, from operations and management to investment solicitation. Apart from the name, everything else in the company is essentially given away to others. You merely serve as the nominal legal representative, while the equity and profits belong entirely to someone else. It is essential to recognize that Wanda appears to have made no financial investment. Yet the contributions of Wanda in terms of resources, brand management, and operational oversight are indeed substantial. Concurrently, he proposed the abandonment of the European and American markets, aiming instead to focus on the strategic development of Southeast Asia and other Asian nations, aligning with the National Belt and Road Initiative for overseas expansion. The overseas strategy proposed by Wang Congcong epitomizes an extreme approach to risk management. Should Wanda adhere to Wang Congcong's suggested asset-light overseas model, with a primary focus on Southeast Asia and other Asian countries, following the National Belt and Road policy, the likelihood of failure would be negligible. This strategy is nearly flawless from the perspectives of national strategy, asset allocation, and the mitigation of geopolitical and operational risks. Even Wang Shoufu, upon hearing Wang Congcong's ideas, cast a surprised glance at his son, recognizing that he had matured significantly and was now considering matters with remarkable comprehensiveness. He was aware of the recent Belt and Road development policy proposed by the state and had previously contemplated whether to align with the nation for overseas ventures. After all, one benefits from the shade of a large tree. With the state as a formidable presence, Wanda could develop under its auspices. This would allow for immediate responsiveness to national calls and effectively avoid the impacts of geopolitical conflicts. Such considerations had also been anticipated by the group's Strategic Development Department and Political Research Office. However, the group needed to weigh various factors, including investment risk and return. The Belt and Road Initiative, a recent abbreviation for the Silk Road Economic Belt and the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, was introduced by the state to establish a long-term development policy aimed at creating an international regional economic cooperation platform. The initiative spans the continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa, linking the developed European Economic Zone with the vibrant East Asian Economic Zone, fostering cooperative paths towards shared economic development and prosperity. This policy encompasses numerous countries, including Mongolia, New Zealand, Myanmar, India, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Iran, Turkey, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon, among others. However, it is worth noting that the countries included in the Belt and Road Initiative are predominantly third-world nations, whose economic development is relatively weak. In other words, the combined economic output of these nations is insufficient to compete with that of Europe and America. If one were to focus on these countries, it might take an extended period to recoup investment costs. In contrast, entering the European and American markets presents a different scenario. These markets are sufficiently vast, and successful investments could yield unparalleled benefits and rapidly elevate Wanda's international profile. Consequently, a significant controversy ensued, with debates becoming heated and impassioned. Internally, the group believed that a heavy asset overseas strategy had already been validated domestically, with a high probability of success. Moreover, the European and American markets are considered the epicenter of global commerce. For Wanda to become a globally renowned enterprise, penetrating these markets is imperative. Conversely, Wang Congcong contended that the risks of a heavy asset overseas strategy were too great, necessitating a reevaluation of the overseas strategy and a push for the asset-light model he proposed, firmly aligning with the national belt and road policy and placing Wanda's strategic focus on Asia and other third-world countries. Neither side was willing to concede. Even Wang Shoufu leaned towards the more developed European and American markets, perceiving Wang Congcong's stance as overly cautious and timid, laden with excessive concerns. Chapter 75, A Father-Son Bet. Enough. Stop arguing. Wang Congcong suddenly raised his voice, interrupting the ongoing debate among the senior executives of Wanda. He paid no heed to the individuals before him, fully aware that their role was merely to offer suggestions. The ultimate decision-makers within Wanda had always been his father. Thus, Wang Congcong had little interest in further argumentation and turned to his father, Wang Shoufu, saying, "Old man, I believe we should cease wasting time. Whether we pursue a heavy asset overseas strategy focused on the European and American markets or an asset-light approach targeting Asian markets in alignment with the national belt and road policy, both strategies lack real-world validation and are merely theoretical discussions. Each overseas strategy has its respective advantages and disadvantages. Instead of incessantly debating on paper, let us wager and allow tangible results to speak for themselves. Whoever prevails will have their approach adopted." Wang Shoufu was momentarily taken aback. For Wanda, the timing of overseas expansion was not of paramount importance, as the foreign commercial real estate market had long been saturated. While the timing of expansion was not critical, the strategy for entering foreign markets held great significance. In Wang Shoufu's heart, he envisioned a day when Wanda would be entrusted to his son. Thus, it was crucial for Xiao Wang to recognize his limitations and understand the importance of this realization. He was also curious to see how Wang Congcong intended to persuade him. Casting a glance at Wang Congcong, he replied, "All right, how do you propose we wager?" Wang Congcong appeared to be well prepared, or perhaps he had been preparing for this moment all along. He promptly responded, "As I understand it, since 2009, Wanda Group has been undergoing a strategic transformation towards de-real estate and a service-oriented model. To date, Wanda has established 13 large-scale cultural tourism projects nationwide, with a total investment budget nearing 500 billion. Among these, the initial batch, comprising 6 major cultural tourism park projects, including Jiangsheng Film Park, Jiangsheng Cultural Theater, and an ethnic-themed resort in a southern autonomous prefecture, has been constructed and is ready for trial operations. Let's wager on these 6 parks. Starting today, each of us will oversee the trial operations of 3 of Wanda's parks. 6 months from now, we will let the results speak for themselves. If the 3 parks under my management perform well, it will demonstrate that your theories on commercial real estate have become outdated, and that the group's developmental focus should heed my advice for a strategic asset-light transformation. Furthermore, all subsequent Wanda Park projects yet to be constructed should be halted, and Wanda Group should exclusively engage in brand management and asset-light projects. Wanda must transition from a traditional commercial real estate company to a commercial real estate service company, with all Wanda Plaza investments in second-tier cities and below undergoing systematic evaluation and divestiture. The entire group must undergo a transformation towards an asset-light model. Of course, if I lose, it will signify that I'm still young and have much to learn from you seasoned veterans in the real estate industry. My proposed asset-light transformation strategy should be disregarded as if I never mentioned it." Wang Congcong articulated each word with utmost seriousness, because he is acutely aware that in a few years, the real estate industry in Huaxia will inevitably descend into a period of stagnation, transforming into a sunset industry. At that juncture, if Wanda fails to execute a strategic transformation, it will be left with an insurmountable mountain of debt. The Wanda Paradise project he just mentioned is a colossal cultural tourism initiative conceived by his father as a means to rival Disney. It is the same project through which his father brazenly challenged Disney, asserting that it would render Disney unprofitable in Huaxia for the next decade or two. As for the outcome, some ventures collapsed, others were sold off, and an astronomical investment of hundreds of billions evaporated into thin air. The fundamental logic behind Wanda Paradise is quite straightforward: to utilize grand, landmark cultural and tourism constructions to draw visitors, thereby invigorating the surrounding commerce. Essentially, it is akin to a large amusement park or a super package project comprising a theme park, shopping center, hotel cluster, and commercial street, aimed at providing a one-stop solution for visitors to play, stay, and shop. If the traditional Wanda Plaza was characterized by offline leisure and entertainment that spurred surrounding commercial activity, then the so-called Wanda Paradise is envisioned as a landmark cultural tourism complex, akin to an expansive Wanda tourism town or commercial district. It can be said that the Wanda Paradise project was entirely designed to compete with foreign giants like Disney and Universal Studios. Wang Congcong can only remark that his father's vision is commendable. However, there exists an essential distinction between Wanda Paradise and Disney or Universal Studios. Firstly, there is the issue of positioning. Wanda claims to cater to the high-end market. Its slogans resound loudly, yet the content of the park is juvenile, lacking a clear target audience to attract precise foot traffic. In contrast, Disney champions an all-age design that resonates culturally with its IP stories. Furthermore, examining the content ecosystem, Wanda Paradise possesses no unique offerings. It relies solely on hardware accumulation, devoid of any competitive mode, representing a mere cash grab strategy. Disney, on the other hand, emphasizes a full industrial chain of film and theme park derivatives. Moreover, regarding their financial models, Wanda's operations remain rooted in commercial real estate logic, relying on cultural tourism to drive surrounding commerce, ultimately functioning as a landlord, selling or leasing commercial district storefronts and properties. Disney, conversely, focuses on diverse revenue streams from ticket sales and derivative consumption of its IP. In simple terms, what Disney sells is the colossal IP of Disney. Meanwhile, Wanda entirely depends on heavy asset investments to attract tourists and stimulate surrounding commerce. Apart from the name and the IP within the park, everything else in Disney is sourced from others. As for Wanda, it frequently engages in investments amounting to tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. It would not fail under such circumstances. At its core, the distinction between the two lies in the difference between heavy asset operations and light asset operations. Wang Congcong's most pressing task now is to divest all heavy asset projects and transition to a light asset model. With the domestic real estate sector still in its golden era, this moment presents the optimal opportunity for divestiture. Waiting a few more years will make it exceedingly difficult to sell off commercial real estate projects at high prices. Meanwhile, Wang Shoufu harbors no objections. He sees his son growing step by step and is delighted beyond measure. This father-son wager, whether in victory or defeat, is merely a facet of his son's education. He nodded in acknowledgement of Wang Congcong's gamble. All right, let us wager on this. Let us see whether it is I who cannot keep pace with the times, or if you are simply too young. If you win, I shall gracefully step back and allow you to take the reins of Wanda Group. If you lose, I will guide you for a while, so you may learn how to navigate the world of commercial real estate. Chapter 76, How to Spend 10 Billion. And so, the New Year's meeting of Wanda Group gradually came to a close. The two most significant topics of the meeting were essentially established: the establishment of Wanda Film and the postponement of Wanda's overseas ventures, which would now be determined through the father-son wager regarding the future direction of Wanda. Following the decisions made by the leadership, the administrative department swiftly released an annual plan announcement on Wanda's official website. The establishment of Wanda Film commenced its orderly operations within the group. Now, thanks to Wang Congcong, every move Wanda Group makes is under the constant scrutiny of netizens. After the new year, while many netizens were still basking in the festive spirit, the announcement of Wanda Group's annual plan was promptly shared online by entertainment bloggers who have been closely following Wang Congcong's developments. The title was strikingly eye-catching. Wanda Group officially confirms plans to invest $5 billion to establish Wanda Film and formally enter the film production industry. Upon the release of this news, its popularity surged at an astonishing pace, with bright orange explosive characters soon emblazoned across the headline. The influential blogger even thoughtfully shared a screenshot of Wanda's annual plan announcement in the comment section, which quickly became a hotbed of discussion. After all, the recent box office revenue-sharing disputes between cinema alliances and distribution alliances had not subsided, making this announcement a significant follow-up to those events. Netizens were eager to feast on this fresh scoop. Wow, this is incredible. The Cinema Alliance is going all out. I initially thought that after the distribution alliance softened, the Cinema Alliance would abandon its foray into film production. Wanda seems poised to relentlessly pursue the distribution alliance. Other users chimed in. Hey, my friend, aren't you missing the point? Did you not notice that Wanda Group is preparing to invest $5 billion to establish Wanda Film? I think that is the crux of the matter. $5 billion. That's $50 billion. Am I mistakenly reading the decimal point? Do ordinary film companies require such an investment? Is Wanda going mad? $50 billion could shake the entire entertainment industry. What on earth does Wanda Film need that much money for? Will it even be able to spend it all? This user, in his musings, even took to the internet to search how much traditional entertainment companies like Huawei and Guangxin invested when they entered the industry, in order to compare Wanda's $5 billion investment in film production to such exorbitant figures. Due to the age of the data, the Huawei brothers, founded in 1994, had an initial investment amount that was difficult to ascertain. However, public reports indicate that their startup capital primarily stemmed from the accumulation of funds by their founder in the advertising industry. In 1997, the founder entered the film industry, investing in Ingda's television drama Psychological Clinic, thus earning the first pot of gold in the film sector. Starting from 1998, Huawei continued to invest in 3 films: Devils on the Doorstep, The Assassination of King Qin, and Endless, which solidified Huawei's market position. Let us assume a generous estimate. Surely, these films were not solely financed by Huawei alone, and could the total startup capital of Huawei exceed $50 million? As for Guangxin, it initially focused on television program production, starting with low-cost television columns, such as Huaxia Entertainment Report, and profiting through advertising revenue. The inaugural film investment, in 2012, the movie Lost in Thailand, with an investment share of approximately 30, saw a modest investment of less than $10 million from Guangxin. Yet it garnered an astounding box office revenue of 12.7 billion yuan, marking a pivotal turning point in Guangxin's development. Today, it is evident that the two dominant distribution and media giants in the domestic market typically invest around several tens of millions at the outset. In stark contrast, the affluent Wang commenced his venture with a staggering investment of 5 billion yuan. What could Wanda possibly be planning? After perusing the analysis in the previous post, a multitude of netizens expressed their astonishment. This tycoon truly embodies his title, never intending to play small. 50 billion is no trivial sum. How on earth will that be spent? Moreover, for merely an entertainment company, is it feasible to exhaust such a colossal amount? Normally, entertainment enterprises initiate their journeys with investments in the range of tens of millions or even a few billion, gradually expanding their endeavor step by step. Wang's immediate investment of 50 billion? It seems he is treating the film industry as if it were a real estate venture, given that a single Wanda Plaza investment hovers around the tens of billions. Thus, in this light, the 50 billion may not be particularly substantial for Wang. While the public marveled, discussions ensued regarding whether other cinema chains might follow suit, akin to Wanda's entry into the film production sector. Just as netizens were still digesting this news, a second headline related to Wanda surged on its trending topics. Is Wanda Pictures suspected of acquiring Putzong Media? The entry suddenly ascended to the second position on the hot search list. Accompanying this was a blog post providing updates on changes in business registration information, revealing that Putzong Capital holds a 49% stake in Wanda Pictures, while Wanda Group retains a 51% share. Wanda Cinema and Putzong Media have both become secondary subsidiaries of Wanda Pictures. The official board of directors for Wanda Pictures lists only Wang Congcong. Upon reading this, netizens were instantly envious, with comments like, "Is young Master Wang preparing to take over? Otherwise, why would there be only Wang Congcong on the board?" Furthermore, with Putzong Capital holding a 49% stake, does this not imply that Wanda Pictures is entirely at young Master Wang's discretion? Is this 50 billion investment merely Wang's fortune paving the way for his son, providing him with practical experience? Upon this assertion, astute netizens quickly countered. Don't be too hasty in your envy. Is it not possible that Wanda Pictures has access to funds far exceeding 50 billion? Wanda's annual plan clearly states that the group intends to invest an additional 50 billion to support Wanda Pictures' development. Does the box office revenue from The Richest Man in Shihong City, previously invested by Putzong Media, not count as funds? Additionally, as the leading cinema chain in the country, does Wanda Cinema not have corresponding liquidity in its accounts? In my view, when all these factors are considered, the operational funds available to Wanda Pictures could easily surpass 100 billion. To substantiate this theory, one netizen even calculated the earnings from The Richest Man in Shihong City based on box office revenue formulas, using the expert estimated figure of 2 billion yuan. After deducting special funds and taxes from the total box office, the remaining shareable revenue amounted to around 2.9 billion yuan. The production and distribution entities would retain approximately 1.3 billion yuan, given that Wanda Cinema is the top chain. How much could it potentially earn from the richest man in Shihong City? Combined with the liquidity already present in Wanda Cinema's accounts, it stands to reason that Wanda Pictures' operational funds could indeed reach 100 billion. As netizens absorb this information, many could not resist checking their banking apps. Comparing their meager balances to Wang Congcong's news, they could only lament the vast disparities between individuals. The chasm between people and their circumstances is indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. Despite sharing the same parental origins, why is it that while some recent graduates struggle to find employment, young Master Wang can maneuver funds in the hundreds of billions? Amidst their reflections, the primary concern remained: how does Wang Congcong intend to utilize this 100 billion? After all, from an average person's perspective, investing in a film or television series costs merely a few million to over 100 million. 100 billion could fund hundreds of film projects, surely. Wang Congcong cannot allocate it all to movies or TV dramas, can he? How will he spend this 100 billion? It seems a more daunting task than Wang's endeavor to exhaust 10 billion. Chapter 77. Aiming to compete with Disney? This question did not linger for long. As Wang Congcong began to spend lavishly, Wanda Pictures launched a series of acquisitions, initially focusing on ACG, animation, comics, games, culture, establishing a service platform for young creators. The prominent youth-centric platform Bilibili was wholly acquired by Wanda Pictures for 500 million yuan. When this acquisition announcement was made public, the internet erupted with reactions. Some netizens exclaimed, "My youth is gone. Will Bilibili now be called Wanda Station?" While many expressed their astonishment, they also deemed Wanda Pictures' investment sensible. Given the substantial liquidity in its accounts, acquiring a streaming platform appears quite reasonable. For instance, Tencent owns Tencent Video, Alibaba has Youku, and Baidu manages iQIYI. Internet video platforms are undoubtedly the future. Moreover, Wang Congcong had previously invested in the internet app Jinri Tushio, indicating his optimism towards the domestic internet sector, suggesting a strategic move into the realm of internet enterprises akin to Tencent and Alibaba. Following a brief period of silence, Wanda Pictures once again made headlines by fully acquiring Xuanji Technology, a company specializing in 3D martial arts animation, for 200 million yuan. Although this company was relatively unknown, its original animation Qin's Moon has captivated countless fans since its debut in 2007, winning over 60 domestic and international awards and being distributed in 37 countries and regions worldwide. In the animation production industry, Xuanji Technology undoubtedly stands as a current leader. Enthusiastic anime fans promptly flocked to the trending topics, wondering, is the top-tier domestic animation now under new ownership? Will the creators of Qin's Moon now work for Wanda? Does young Master Wang have a penchant for anime? The mere thought sent seasoned anime enthusiasts into a frenzy, exclaiming, could this be a boon for domestic otaku culture? Is the rise of domestic animation upon us? Their excitement is understandable, as the development of the domestic animation industry has long been stagnant, with negative growth recorded since 2012, a year-on-year decline of 15%. This predicament stems from the ongoing challenges faced in securing revenue from broadcasting and distribution. The acquisition price for anime by television networks is exceedingly low, with CCTV offering a maximum of merely 700 to 1,000 yuan per minute, and provincial stations dipping as low as a few dozen yuan per minute. In some instances, anime production companies even find themselves compelled to subsidize costs just to air their creations. For instance, the Blue Cat series incurs an annual expense of 2 million yuan. Beyond traditional broadcasting platforms, the situation is hardly better in the realm of new media. Platforms like Youku and iQIYI, which promote anime, such as 100,000 Cold Jokes and Miss Puff, continue to grapple with challenges in monetization. In summary, the current development of domestic anime is largely reliant on government subsidies to yield any semblance of profit. However, as of 2012, the government tax incentives and subsidy policies for the anime industry are set to expire, leaving 85 of anime enterprises currently in a state of financial loss. Wang Congcong's formidable entry into the anime industry is certainly a cause for celebration among seasoned anime enthusiasts. They can scarcely fathom the prospect of him investing 10 billion yuan into the anime sector. Such an influx could propel domestic anime to unprecedented heights. Just as these ardent fans revel in their excitement, a prominent financial commentator expresses a contrasting viewpoint. He publishes an extensive article analyzing the motivations behind Wang Congcong's recent maneuvers at Wanda Pictures. Firstly, he asserts that entering the anime industry at this juncture is undoubtedly a financially disadvantageous endeavor. The analysis suggests that Wang Congcong's acquisition of Bilibili and Xuanji, and his foray into the two-dimensional cultural industry, is ultimately aimed at complementing the upcoming Wanda Paradise project. Wang seeks to emulate Disney by cultivating proprietary intellectual properties and nurturing a vibrant two-dimensional culture. To substantiate his claims, the financial blogger compiles updates on the construction progress of Wanda Paradise and its impending trial operations. This well-reasoned analysis quickly garners the approval of numerous netizens. They speculate about the potential inclusion of a Chin's moon-themed area within Wanda Paradise, realizing that the intention may be to integrate anime IPs into the park for offline monetization. Bilibili, with its focus on online engagement, aims to attract traffic and emulate Disney's success with major IPs, while Wanda Paradise seeks to enhance its visibility through synergistic offline interactions. This strategy could indeed pave the way for Wanda Paradise's success. I propose that upon the opening of Wanda Paradise, it would be entirely fitting to host anime cosplay festivals, featuring female celebrities from the entertainment industry, along with Wang Congcong's acquaintances, donning costumes of the female characters from Qin's Moon. If such an event occurs, I would undoubtedly support Wanda Paradise. Engaged in fervent discussion, a multitude of otaku enthusiasts begins to chant, "Wang Congcong, we support you. Wanda will surpass Disney. What is appealing about Mickey Mouse? We want to see Yang Mi and coolest cosplay." The excitement among fans escalates, and soon a flurry of trending topics emerges, pondering whether Wanda's acquisitions of Bilibili and Xuanji and the establishment of Wanda Paradise are intended to rival Disney. As the discourse surrounding Wanda's version of Disney simmers, Wanda Pictures makes another shocking move that captivates netizens. They swiftly invest 20 million yuan to fully acquire miHoYo, and high-priced recruitment efforts target developers from the Penguin Tianmei game studio, igniting a new wave of trending discussions. Questions flood the comment section. What exactly is miHoYo and Tianmei game studio? For those unaware, miHoYo is an internet enterprise centered around creating original IP for animation, comics, games, and novels within the two-dimensional cultural domain. In simpler terms, it specializes in two-dimensional games. In contrast, Tianmei Game Studio has developed popular titles such as QQ Speed and Tian Tian Fei Che. However, compared to Tianmei, miHoYo is relatively new and lacks any notable works to its name. The fact that Wang Congcong has invested 20 million in a company with such limited output indicates his eagerness to swiftly allocate his 10 billion funds. Perhaps this is merely a wealthy individual's dilemma. After acquiring Bilibili, Xuanji, and miHoYo, he has spent only a total of 720 million yuan, hardly a dent in his vast fortune. It seems that the wealth of the richest man in Shihong City is indeed substantial. When one possesses wealth, it seems there is no end to spending. When will I ever experience the feeling of spending money so freely? As netizens express envy towards Wang Congcong's affluence, an anonymous employee from Tianmei Game Studio divulges, "Initially, I thought Penguin was a domestic gaming giant with decent salaries and benefits. But Wang Congcong truly lives up to his reputation. His approach has left us workers astonished. He's ready to shake up the gaming industry." This whistleblower reveals that during recruitment, Wanda Pictures offered salaries 3 times the annual pay, along with project bonuses, enticing even the core development team from Tianmei Studio. Many employees have reportedly hastily packed their belongings mid-shift, abandoning their jobs without even claiming their resignation pay, as Wanda promises to cover any outstanding wages owed by Penguin. In summary, Wang Congcong demonstrates a level of extravagant boldness that is almost beyond comprehension. Upon hearing these revelations, netizens are hardly surprised. They encourage the whistleblower to broaden his perspective and not to appear so naive. Wang Congcong currently wields a staggering 10 billion in liquid assets. Recently, Wanda Pictures has generated considerable buzz, yet managing to spend only over 720 million yuan is merely a fraction of his wealth. The whistleblower's salary would hardly cover one of Wang Congcong's meals. Industry peers within the gaming sector can't resist sneaking into the comment section, inquiring about the recruitment criteria at Wang Congcong's ventures. What are the requirements for game development experience? Which sectors are prioritized? Are game planners needed? What about operations? Please share more details. Some imaginative netizens speculate. If I were to apply for a position at miHoYo, would that indirectly mean joining Wanda Pictures? Would I then be eligible for a salary significantly surpassing that of my peers? As the spectators indulge in their musings, professional financial analysts are quick to follow suit, with one influencer swiftly presenting an analysis of why Wanda Pictures has suddenly ventured into the gaming industry. The post indicates that young Master Wang is venturing into the gaming industry, potentially transforming Qin's Moon into a game. Earlier, a blogger analyzed that currently, The domestic anime industry struggles to recoup production costs. One can directly refer to Finance Eye for a thorough analysis, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I must say, young Master Wang is exceptionally astute and adept at crafting what is termed a commercial closed-loop logic. Since simply entering the anime industry does not yield a return on investment, one can entirely leverage gaming and Wanda Paradise to recover the costs of anime production. To briefly elucidate Wanda Film's profit model framework in the anime industry, it appears to consist of the following components: content produced by Xuanji Technology, broadcast on Bilibili to amplify IP influence, online monetization through game development, and offline monetization via Wanda Paradise interactions. Simultaneously, this model could further enhance the IP of Wanda Paradise, creating original content to rival the likes of Disney in the United States. To substantiate the credibility of his theory, this blogger even presented a direct comparison with Disney's commercial logic. Disney similarly employs an IP, film, game, and theme park business closed-loop logic. This comparison reveals that the commercial layout logic of Wanda Film and Disney nearly overlaps entirely. After reviewing the analysis, numerous netizens exclaimed, "Wow, this is yet another commercial closed-loop." In the comments section, a highly upvoted remark read, "If this were in the past, I would certainly criticize anyone entering the gaming industry for exploiting the youth. However, after witnessing Wanda Film's commercial layout, I realized that without a commercial closed-loop, how can domestic animation rise? Although I detest gaming companies, I find it hard to loathe young Master Wang's approach. After all, as a commercial entity, the goal is to generate profit. Since we all aspire for domestic animation to thrive, we cannot allow it to perpetually incur losses, can we? The primary issue facing domestic animation is the lack of suitable profit avenues and channels. Unlike companies like Penguin, Wanda Film's entry into the gaming sector is not merely opportunistic. Its aim is solely to recover anime production costs, allowing anime production companies to profit through multiple channels, an innovative model. As long as domestic animation fails to uncover profitable channels, it will never flourish. Compared to companies like Penguin that exploit consumers, I believe Wanda Film's business model is sound. This represents a remarkably healthy and rational commercial layout. We ought to support Wanda Film in industrializing IP and establishing a commercial closed loop in the anime industry. Once this comment emerged, it garnered an avalanche of enthusiastic endorsements from netizens. Some even suggested undermining Penguin, claiming they do nothing but exploit, while young Master Wang, despite also being in gaming, is at least striving for the rise of domestic animation. Just as everyone assumed that young Master Wang or Wanda Film's recent actions and developmental focus were solely centered on the anime industry, Wanda Film executed a staggering acquisition worth 5 billion yuan, which sent shockwaves across the internet. Chapter 79, the 5 billion yuan acquisition. When Wanda Film, at this exorbitant price, intercepted Penguin to fully acquire Shengda literature, including various internet literature websites like a certain Point Chinese network, and subsequently rebranded it as Wanda Literature, the news hit the web like a colossal underwater bomb. Platforms like Weibo and Tushio experienced temporary server overloads due to the sudden influx of discussions, filled with astonished remarks about young Master Wang spending 5 billion as if it were chump change. Some even unearthed previously hotly debated posts about how to spend 100 billion, contrasting it with today's acquisitions in the hundreds of millions and billions, teasing young Master Wang spends money faster than I can scroll through news. The pace at which young Master Wang is spending has become increasingly outrageous, escalating from tens of millions and billions to a staggering 5 billion. It's utterly absurd. As the netizens were busy digesting this information, various financial influencers rushed to analyze the situation. They were quite perplexed, unable to comprehend why young Master Wang suddenly splurged 5 billion to acquire Shengda literature. Eager netizens flooded the trending topics, imploring financial bloggers for swift analyses. At this juncture, speed equates to traffic. Finance, I was already busy drafting an in-depth analysis the moment the news broke. In the comments section, they fervently explained, initially, I believed young Master Wang's acquisition of Xuanji Bilibili and their own Wanda Paradise was aimed at rivaling Disney and penetrating the secondary industry to establish a so-called commercial closed-loop logic. I thought he intended to kickstart the commercial monetization of the industry chain within the secondary sector. However, upon the packaging of Shengda literature, I realized my perspective was rather narrow. Young Master Wang's sights are not merely set on the secondary industry, but rather on comprehensive IP operations across all categories. According to our previous analysis of the commercial logic, Xuanji produces content for Bilibili to expand influence, while Miheyu engages in online monetization through Wanda Paradise, comparable to Disney. This indeed represents a flawless and healthy commercial, closed-loop logic, does it not? Now, with the addition of Wanda literature, Wanda Films' commercial logic transforms into Wanda Literature, the source of IP. Xuanji producing content for Bilibili to amplify influence. Mihaiyu conducting online monetization. In their own Wanda Paradise, benchmarking Disney. Without Wanda Literature, Wanda Film would remain confined to the secondary industry, which, while substantial, pales in comparison to young Master Wang's current expansive layout. With Wanda Literature, Wanda Film is liberated from the constraints of the secondary industry and can engage in comprehensive IP operations for production and monetization. To simplify, consider the wildly popular web novels such as Certain Luo Continent and Certain Broken Sky from previous years. Once integrated by Wanda Film into a full industry chain IP operation system, could they not directly adapt Certain Luo Continent, which has already thrived on Wanda Literature, into an anime for Bilibili to test the waters? Based on the anime's reception, they could determine if Mihaiyu should develop it into a game, including subsequent peripheral development and commercial interactions with Wanda Paradise. Ultimately, it could even expand into television series or film adaptations. There are numerous IPs like Certain Luo Continent and Certain Broken Sky available on a certain point Chinese network. If Wanda Film successfully tests the waters and establishes a complete full industry chain monetization system, it would signify that Wanda Film possesses a plethora of IPs. To put it plainly, if young Master Wang's industrialized IP production system succeeds, Wanda Film could simply sit back at home and profit from selling the IPs of Wanda Literature, effectively positioning itself as a parent company to numerous film and television entities. At that point, Wanda Literature could not only outperform traditional entertainment companies like Huawei and Guangxin, but also challenge contemporary internet entertainment firms like Penguin and Ali. In truth, this logic is not young Master Wang's original invention. To illustrate, under the auspices of Baidu, we have Zongheng Novel Network and IUE. Similarly, Alibaba boasts Youku Tudou and the UC browser, which is currently in the midst of an acquisition alongside UC Literature. Tencent, too, has its share with Tencent Video and Tencent Reading. Moreover, according to revelations from trending bloggers, it appears that Tencent is also eager to acquire Shengdao Literature, though it seems that young Master Wang has preemptively secured it. From this, it becomes evident that entities such as Wanda Film and Television, Tencent, Alibaba, and Baidu are all diligently exploring new paradigms of commercial logic. However, the question remains as to which company will emerge victorious first. Should any one of these corporations successfully navigate this uncharted territory of business logic, the future discourse within the entertainment realm will be fundamentally reshaped. This represents a strategic commercial layout capable of monopolizing the entertainment industry for the next 2 decades. Upon the release of an analytical article by K. Jinjian, it spread like wildfire. In the comments section, netizens fixated on keywords such as all-category IP operations and industrialized IP production systems, as if they had unlocked the gateway to a new world. It turns out that young Master Wang's prior arrangements were merely the groundwork for a grander scheme. He is not merely establishing a singular industry. He is intent on constructing his own cultural empire. The fervor in the comments section among novel enthusiasts erupted with excitement. According to K. Jinjian's assertions, could my XX Cultivation Saga also have a chance at being adapted into an anime? I am beseeching Wanda to transform XX Cultivation Saga into a game, as I long to experience the enchanting world of mortal cultivation. Certainly a worthwhile investment. In response, K. Jinjian engaged. My friends, I possess unwavering confidence in my analysis. I assure you that not only will you witness popular novels transformed into anime, but also games. Eventually, you might even find character merchandise available on Bilibili. Furthermore, within Wanda's amusement parks, you will witness similar commercial interlinkages, perhaps even featuring female celebrities in cosplay. I must say, young Master Wang truly understands the desires of us young consumers. The online community erupted in a frenzy of commentary. If what the blogger claims is true, wouldn't that mean an ascension for domestic animation? Wouldn't the otaku community be utterly delighted? Of course, alongside the excitement over Wang Congcong's lavish expenditures and impeccable business logic, some netizens, ever eager for drama, pointed out a pivotal detail in the trending topics. Chapter 80, the billion yuan writing contest? Brothers, have you noticed? It seems as though young Master Wang has taken on Tencent head-to-head, starting with the poaching of talent from Tianmei Game Studio and culminating in his preemption of Shengdao Literature. Historically, it has always been Tencent that bullied others. Now they find themselves on the receiving end. I simply cannot believe that Tencent will swallow this humiliation quietly. Users who have suffered at the hands of Tencent's gaming ventures are quick to express their dissent. So what? With my identity as young Master Wang, should I fear Tencent? In the end, Tencent is merely an internet enterprise, its influence limited to Pengcheng. Beyond that, its clout pales in comparison to Wanda, a company entrenched in offline business. After all, in other cities, Tencent has no industry presence, creates no jobs, and pays no taxes. Why would the local leadership pay heed to them? Conversely, Wanda's commercial squares span the majority of first- and second-tier cities across the nation, occupying key commercial districts. The economic impact and employment opportunities generated by Wanda far surpass those of an internet company like Tencent. Thus, should a confrontation arise, Tencent can only afford to be arrogant within Pengcheng. Young Master Wang can simply choose to avoid Pengcheng altogether. As the comments unfolded, many netizens found the previous assertions to be quite reasonable. While Tencent may wield considerable power in the internet sector and indeed enjoys the favor of substantial capital, its influence does indeed wane outside of Pengcheng. In contrast, Wanda's plazas are national landmarks, pivotal commercial zones that contribute significantly to local taxation and employment, far exceeding what internet enterprises can offer. To some extent, internet companies are akin to castles in the air, in cities devoid of industrial ties. Locals will hardly regard these tech giants. For numerous netizens, Tencent's actions have wreaked havoc on their lives. The current splendor of Tencent can undoubtedly be attributed to their contributions, as much of their pocket money throughout the years has been devoured by this old penguin. Young Master Wang's preemption of Shengdao literature is merely a well-deserved retaliation against the old penguin, which has caused the downfall of countless internet enterprises since its inception. Even more audacious observers have begun to speculate about the potential clashes between these two titans. Will Tencent retaliate? We await Tencent's next move. As this humble observer, I wish to witness how high-stakes business warfare unfolds. Hopefully, it won't be as melodramatic as depicted in television dramas. Amidst the ongoing discussions, a certain Chinese website recently acquired by Wanda Film and Television swiftly made its move. Its official Weibo account and homepage simultaneously unveiled a new writing contest with an outrageously grand title. New Year, New Vibes, the highest ever, a billion yuan writing contest. For the male readership, this is a world where humans, gods, and demons coexist, divided into the inner and outer circles. Humans and deities reside within the inner circle, while demons dwell outside, to shield the inhabitants of the inner circle from the frequent incursions of external beings. The Earth Mother, Nuwa, symbolizing wisdom and life, exerted her utmost efforts to construct 12 miraculous towers capable of channeling cosmic energy and forming a protective barrier. Within the barrier, the Sun and Moon towers serve as the focal points. Over time, as the barrier's energy waned, the divine son Wukong employed his formidable powers to redraw the boundary between the inner and outer circles, replenishing the expended energy. Authors are invited to craft a lengthy novel with Neza as the protagonist, focusing on themes of passion and exploration of the outer circle. For the female readership, set in the same world where humans, gods, and demons coexist, individuals may fall in love with demons or deities. However, the human lifespan is a mere century. Upon death, the demons or gods continue to exist. Humans are reincarnated, but they forget their past loves. If a deity or demon is deeply attached to a past lover, they can seek a service from the Qingqiu Fox clan to help the reincarnated remember their former love. The theme centers on love within the inner circle, exploring the idea of reincarnation and enduring affection. Please create a lengthy novel with a Qingqiu Fox as the main character. Writing contest rewards for both male and female categories. The rewards are identical. First prize, in addition to the standard earnings for authors, a buyout of 50 million yuan for copyright, comprehensive promotion across all channels, and priority adaptation rights. Second prize, 10 million yuan. Third prize, 5 million yuan. And 10th prize, 100,000 yuan. Signed, Wanda Literature, Certain Point Chinese Network. As soon as this writing contest announcement was released, the term the highest ever, a billion yuan writing contest, immediately soared to the trending list. The online community, along with the entire web literature circle, erupted in a frenzy. The servers of a certain Point Chinese website began to lag the moment the announcement was made, with the login interface repeatedly displaying a message about excessive traffic. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, it could not deter the countless users from incessantly refreshing the page. Similar slowdowns were observed on platforms like Weibo and Tushio. Spectators and readers alike exclaimed, "It seems that our beloved site has truly prospered." Ever since it was acquired by young Master Wang, it has become extravagantly affluent. One user remarked, "Though I'm not a web literature author, my surfing speed is commendable." Many had noted various writing competitions hosted by other platforms and organizations, such as the recent Lushan Misty Rain Zhejiang Dream-themed essay contest organized by a local government and a website, offering a grand prize of 200,000 yuan, lifetime exemption from entrance fees to Lushan, and a certificate for promoters. There was also the previous year's mystery ideation plan, which featured an annual call for submissions with a guaranteed prize of 100,000 yuan for S-grade novels, along with additional monthly incentives. Furthermore, the Zongheng Realistic Theme Writing Competition boasted a total prize pool of 1 million yuan, with a previous Gold Award's unclaimed prize of 300,000 yuan available for this year's competition. Despite the multitude of writing initiatives across various platforms, their total prize pools barely reached 1 million. However, the site under Young Master Wang's auspices offered a staggering total prize pool of 200 million yuan for both male and female genres combined. This was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to gold bricks falling from the sky. Many users immediately declared, "I must register an account on this site right away and start writing. I have even won a primary school essay competition, so surely writing web novels will be a breeze for me." Others expressed their admiration for the imaginative world building, eager to delve deeper. While users marveled at Wang Congcong's generosity, they could hardly contain their eagerness to seize the 50 million yuan grand prize. The rate of author registrations on the site reached an unprecedented high. Not only the casual observers, but also well-established figures in the web literature realm, including the illustrious Zhong Yuan 500 and various literary deities, rushed to participate in the writing competition. The allure of the 50 million yuan prize and additional rewards drew them in. Most importantly, the top winner would receive comprehensive promotion across all channels. And through webtoon's platform, their fame and profits would be immeasurable. Notable web authors like Tian Can Potato and Tangjia Sanshao even created pseudonymous accounts to prepare for the competition, contemplating that if they failed, they could simply dismiss it as a non-issue, but if they succeeded, they would soar to unprecedented heights. Naturally, there were some self-proclaimed individuals lacking in creative ability, resigned to merely spectating and eagerly awaiting analyses from prominent financial commentators. They clamored for insights into why webtoon had acquired so many web literature IPs and still pursued this writing initiative. Chapter 81. Penguin Entertainment? Financial commentators seized this opportunity to engage their audience, promptly publishing an analytical piece. They explained that utilizing already popular IPs had its advantages, such as stability and an established fan base, thus increasing the likelihood of success. However, the decision to pursue original IPs also held merit. Consider this. If young Master Wang were to successfully launch a writing competition to create IP, thereby connecting it to Bilibili for monetization and offline collaborations with Wanda Amusement Park, it would create a seamless commercial logic. This would demonstrate that Wanda literature not only possesses countless renowned IPs, but also showcases its unique vitality and creative prowess, capable of effortlessly crafting a blockbuster IP. At that point, investors would not only seek to purchase IPs from Wanda literature, but also request custom IP creations. I must also commend young Master Wang's shrewdness. While the writing competition rewards are set remarkably high, they serve to affirm the value of Wanda literature's IPs. The 50 million yuan copyright buyout for the first prize may seem exorbitant, but if young Master Wang's commercial logic successfully aligns, then any future IPs that gain traction on this platform would have a clear benchmark. Those purchasing parties would understand that offers below 50 million yuan would be inadmissible. This indeed sets a specific pricing standard for a hot IP, reflecting astute capital maneuvering. At that point, one could even speculate that if Wanda literature were to be independently listed, it might boast a staggering valuation in the hundreds of billions. I had initially thought I had overestimated Wanda literature's significance within the framework of webtoon, but after examining the writing competition, I recognized its indispensable role within the entire industrial chain. Should young Master Wang's commercial logic be validated in the market, his audacious 5 billion yuan acquisition of Wanda literature could indeed yield immense returns. Following the release of the analytical piece, the online community and spectators could not help but express their admiration with exclamations of 6,666. Simultaneously, they mused about the vast disparities between individuals. While young Master Wang appeared to spend lavishly, each expenditure was underpinned by a compelling rationale. Consequently, Financial Eye experienced a significant surge in followers. Meanwhile, at Penguin headquarters in Pengcheng, within a top-level conference room, Xiao Ma cast a grim glance at the seated executives, his expression inscrutable as he inquired, "Please explain why we..." Penguin were the first to approach Shengda, yet Shengda literature was preemptively snatched by webtoon. "I need an explanation. You all understand the significance of Shengda literature to Penguin. It is a crucial element of our entertainment strategy and one of our core operations. How could it be taken from us? And what of Tianmei's studio? Why were the entire development and operations teams, along with senior executives, nearly poached before we realized it? What was the game division's leadership doing?" As he spoke, Xiao Ma's gaze involuntarily drifted between the heads of the entertainment and gaming departments. The atmosphere grew tense, the whirring of the coffee machine in the corner sounding particularly jarring. The two department heads, under Xiao Ma's piercing scrutiny, swallowed nervously, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The head of the gaming department, reacting swiftly, turned to Xiao Ma and began to reflect on and take responsibility for the oversight, stating, "Mr. Ma, this was indeed my negligence. I failed in my management. I will pay closer attention to the dynamics within the department moving forward. Rest assured, under my soothing influence, the employees of various game studios have largely abandoned any thoughts of resignation. Moreover, Brother Ma is well aware that wandaging industry is enticing talent with exorbitant offers. In such a scenario, how can the head of the gaming department effectively manage the situation? As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. The only options available to them are to either enhance compensation to retain employees or allow them to depart. Beyond these choices, what alternatives remain? What further recourse does the head of the gaming department have?" Thus, after listening to the other party's explanation, Brother Ma merely nodded lightly, signifying his acknowledgement of the gaming department head's reflections. The individual he truly needs to hold accountable is the head of the entertainment department. Consider that, as early as 2011, they had already introduced the so-called pan-entertainment concept within their organization, emphasizing an IP-centric approach that maximizes value through the development of literature, animation, film, and gaming across various mediums. Consequently, since then, Penguin Reading, which was once on the periphery of the group, has surged to become one of the key focal points of the enterprise. After years of growth and investment, Penguin Reading now boasts a vast reservoir of original IP resources, serving as the lifeblood of Penguin's content ecosystem. However, as time has progressed, they have realized that a formidable competitor, Shengdao Literature, has consistently obstructed their path. The advancement of Shengdao Literature has outpaced that of Penguin Literature, and, in the short term, they cannot hope to surpass it. The two entities have maintained a competitive relationship. Therefore, the internal resolution of the group was to take decisive action. Rather than hesitating, they opted for a direct acquisition of Shengdao Literature. Once the acquisition is completed, Penguin Literature will undoubtedly ascend to become the undisputed leader in the online literature market. And upon the full integration of both enterprises, their market share will exceed 70%. This strategic move not only circumvents the resource drain caused by industry competition, but also enhances the efficiency of unified IP operations. This acquisition decision is a crucial component of Penguin's grand entertainment strategy, representing a profound commitment to establishing an IP-centric, comprehensive industrial chain ecosystem. Yet, such a pivotal acquisition initiative has been preemptively thwarted by others. How could Brother Ma refrain from holding the head of the entertainment department accountable? He removed his glasses, polished them briefly, and then replaced them, fixing his sharp gaze upon the head of the entertainment department, signaling for the individual to speak.